The scene opens with a skeletal figure, cloaked and shrouded in shadow, its single glowing red eye piercing the darkness. The word undead is emblazoned across the image, a stark declaration of its nature. The skeletal figure's bony hand, surprisingly delicate, hold a cluster of crimson flowers, their vibrant color a stark contrast to the deathly pallor of its surroundings. The text below reads, "Those who can't die even after dying." The narrative shifts to a panoramic view of a diverse array of monstrous beings: a red dragon, a minotaur-like creature, a grotesque plant-like entity, and several more skeletal figures similar to the first. They stand as a testament to the power of the undead. The focus returns to the skeletal figures, their grim faces conveying a sense of chilling indifference. The text proclaims, dominating a single dimension wasn't difficult. A skeletal hand, seemingly the same as before, now cradles a miniature Earth. The text reads, obtaining the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time. The image abruptly shifts to a fiery landscape, suggesting a cataclysmic event. The text below reads, or so we thought. A skeletal head, seemingly surprised, is shown amidst the fiery chaos. A single word escapes it. How? The skeletal figure points accusingly at something unseen, its expression one of disbelief. The text below reads, how could this be? A skeletal figure, cloaked and imposing, surveyed the scene. A vast inferno raged behind it, the source of an immense heat that warped the air. The skeletal figure, its bony finger pointing towards the flames, uttered a chilling judgment. A mere human. From the heart of the fire, a figure emerged, defying the flames. The skeletal figure recoiled slightly, a question forming in its empty sockets. Just how? The skeletal figure's disbelief intensified as the fiery figure continued to materialize, its form solidifying amidst the inferno. A voice, laced with astonishment, echoed across the battlefield. How are you still alive? The fiery figure, now fully formed, stood defiant. A low murmur escaped its lips, a question posed to the unseen. Who could say? The fiery figure began to speak, its voice a low rumble that carried the weight of untold power. It's probably because the flames intensified, obscuring the figure's face, yet its eyes, burning with an inner light, remained visible. A sense of overwhelming power emanated from it. A surge of energy erupted from the fiery figure, pushing back the encroaching darkness. A single word, barely audible, escaped its lips. I. The figure's face contorted in a fierce grimace, its voice now a roar that shook the very ground. Am sturdier than you guys. With a burst of raw power, the fiery figure unleashed a devastating attack, sending the skeletal figure reeling backward. A blinding flash of light and energy consumed the scene, leaving behind only scattered fragments of what appeared to be a human body. The remnants drifted downwards, like falling snow in a violent storm. 2 years prior, the night sky, a canvas of countless stars, watched over a city. The scene shifted to a residential building, its windows glowing with the warm light of home. Inside, a heated argument unfolded. A woman, clearly exasperated, confronted a man. She exclaimed her frustration, unable to tolerate his behavior any longer. He had claimed to be a hunter, but spent his days drinking and playing games. Her anger escalated, culminating in an ultimatum: leave or return to his parents' home. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sat slumped on a chair, his face flushed. He muttered, almost inaudibly, no, no. His older sister entered the room, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. It's just, I can't really rely on our parents at this age. She continued, her voice rising in urgency. But your younger sister? Is she okay? Kang Hyun sighed, his shoulders slumping further. He responded wearily, okay. Let's leave this till tomorrow. My head's spinning right now. Tomorrow's the New Year's. Get a part-time job or something. He grabbed his bag and headed for the door, muttering to himself, again and again, you. He let out a long sigh as he closed the door behind him. He was clearly exhausted. He collapsed onto his bed, his body hitting the mattress with a thud. He was clearly overwhelmed. A voice, cold and accusatory, cut through his exhaustion. You're pathetic, Kang Hyun. Why are you living like this? The voice continued its assessment. The only thing you've done after coming to Seoul was getting a short internship at a major corporation. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He mused to himself about the need to find work soon, perhaps stacking boxes. He sighed, realizing he'd left his game running before leaving his room. His thoughts drifted to how much easier life would be if it were a video game. He imagined the possibilities, a decent job in a fantasy world. Warrior, wizard, swordsman, the roles he could play. Kang Hyun remained on his bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, a surge of energy filled the room, accompanied by a series of strange, glowing symbols. A system message appeared. A general connection from the Haken dimension had been detected. The city outside his window shimmered with an unnatural light. The scene opens on Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, lying on what seems to be a medical bed. His eyes are closed, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips. A digital notification flashes above him. Earth Defense System activated. The camera pulls back, revealing a cosmic backdrop. Another notification appears. Heiken Dimension connection temporarily denied. The implication is clear. Kang Hyun is somehow connected to a different dimension. The view shifts to a vast expanse of space, Earth visible in the distance. A final notification confirms. Tutorial will now begin on Earth. A burst of purple energy streaks across the screen, obscuring the view. The young man's eyes snap open, wide with shock and disorientation. He gasps, his expression one of pure terror. Kang Hyun sits up, his body trembling slightly as he takes in his surroundings. He's on the floor, confusion etched on his face. He looks around wildly, his eyes darting about, a silent question hanging in the air. He whispers, "What dash?" His internal monologue becomes clear. Words are appearing before his eyes, seemingly out of nowhere. He's experiencing something extraordinary. A countdown timer appeared, stark against the swirling, ethereal backdrop. The display read, "Time until the complete connection with the Heiken dimension. 4 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The seconds ticked down relentlessly. The final seconds ticked away. 27, 26, 25. An unidentifiable Korean word appeared, glowing with an otherworldly purple light. Suddenly, Kang Hyun found himself in a digital space. A message flashed before him. "We welcome Mr. Kang Hyun's entry into the tutorial." Another message followed. The tutorial has a total of 8 stages. Kang Hyun, his eyes wide with dawning comprehension, muttered to himself, "A total of 8 stages." A disembodied voice echoed in the digital space. It explained that death within the tutorial held no consequence in reality, and that giving up mid-tutorial was impossible. Failure meant no second chance. A final message appeared. When the tutorial is cleared, an awakening and a reward will be given. Kang Hyun stared, speechless. He whispered, "This is..." A vibrant, cartoonish character, seemingly a game master, appeared, addressing Kang Hyun as master. She informed him that he had connected to the game, adding that only severe gaming addicts could dream up such a reality. Kang Hyun's face was a mask of disbelief. Kang Hyun, his face buried in his hands, whispered apologies to his parents. His voice was thick with despair. A comforting, yet strained, voice responded, assuring him that his brother would find work. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. A defiant grin spread across his face. He dismissed the situation as a dream, but then a thought struck him. Perhaps this was a divine sign, a chance for one last, desperate attempt. The words, "We pray that your courage can save Earth," echoed in his mind as he looked around, confused. He questioned the meaning of the message, muttering, "Save what?" A holographic message appeared before him, outlining the parameters of challenge. The conditions were stark: reach the end of a bridge or die. Kang Hyun stared, a question forming on his lips. A strange purple energy pulsed before him, a word echoing in his mind. Bridge? His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was clearly disoriented and frightened. A fiery inferno reflected in his dilated pupils, a terrifying sight. He gasped, "What?" Below, a chasm opened into a fiery abyss. Several figures, silhouetted against the orange glow, looked up in alarm. One of them muttered, "What the hell is this?" He stumbled back, whispering lava. Kang Hyun awoke to an intense heat, a bewildering sensation that made him question his surroundings. He muttered to himself about the unusual warmth. His confusion deepened as he saw figures in the distance, their presence adding to the mystery of his strange predicament. He wondered aloud who these people were. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, appeared above him, their expressions mirroring his own bewilderment. The woman voiced their shared uncertainty about the situation. Below them, Kang Hyun sat, his mind racing. He recalled being in his home moments before, the stark contrast between his previous reality and his current surroundings striking him. He stood, testing the ground, the heat intense against his skin. He questioned whether this was all a bizarre dream, the discomfort too real to ignore. The woman from above called out his name, her voice filled with surprise and a hint of relief. Kang Hyun looked up, his gaze following the woman and another man as they descended a fiery staircase. His expression remained one of confusion. The woman's face was etched with worry, tears welling in her eyes as she watched him. Kang Hyun, exasperated, angrily questioned why he was experiencing this bizarre dream, deeming the situation utterly ridiculous. He gestured wildly at the woman. A young woman, her face etched with uncertainty, questioned the nature of her surroundings. But for real, is this truly a dream? Her confusion deepened as she processed the recent events. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to a topic far removed from her current predicament, saving the Earth. A young man, Kang Hyun, was called out by name. He stood amidst a group of people, their expressions mirroring his own unease, in a cavernous space filled with glowing lava. Kang Hyun dismissed the woman's concerns, stating that this was not a dream, but his reality. He insisted, It's not like this is your dream. Because this is mine. The woman countered his assertion, pointing out the absurdity of experiencing intense heat if they were merely dreaming. How can lava be this hot if we're inside a dream? The woman's skepticism grew. She questioned the possibility of having such a natural conversation within a dream. Is it possible to have a natural conversation like this in a dream? Don't you think there's something wrong here? Kang Hyun scoffed, explaining that the human brain is easily tricked. He pointed out the fallacy of assuming that dreams cannot involve physical sensations. The brain is easily tricked. People always say that they can't feel pain in their dreams, but that's a lie, you know? He shared a personal anecdote about past experiences that felt intensely real, only to be jolted awake by the mundane reality of his blanket. His sister, unimpressed, muttered about his embarrassing revelations. Ignoring his sister's comments, Kang Hyun announced his departure. He turned and walked away, leaving the others behind in the fiery cavern. Kang Hyun stumbled through a fiery chasm, his disoriented question echoing in the surreal landscape. What? Where? He was following instructions, a cryptic message that demanded he reach the bridge's end. Failure, it warned, meant death. A smirk played on his lips. This was a dream, after all. A woman, equally bewildered, voiced her skepticism. Well, I guess since it's my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't know. Her words were met with immediate defiance. NPC, I saw it as well. Her concern for their safety was palpable. Aren't you worried that you're going to fall? She exclaimed, gesturing to the precarious drop. Kang Hyun dismissed her worries with a dismissive wave. Huh, are you stupid? Since this is a dream. He continued, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If I die, I'll wake up. Suddenly, the woman and another figure plunged into the fiery abyss below. Kang Hyun watched, his expression unreadable. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at a dawning realization. A strange, almost unsettling smile stretched across his face. His eye reflected the scene below, a miniature inferno mirroring the larger catastrophe unfolding before him. A guttural scream ripped through the air, echoing in the cavernous space. The sound was raw, filled with both agony and a primal terror. Two figures, a young man and woman, peered down from a rocky precipice. Below, a fiery chasm glowed with infernal light, the source of the terrifying sound. A figure, engulfed in flames, tumbled into the fiery depths. The heat radiating from the chasm was intense. The young man and woman exchanged worried glances. Fear etched itself onto their faces. The woman, her voice barely a whisper, asked the young man what he had been about to say before the scream. The young man scoffed, dismissing the scream as pathetic. He found the fear displayed by the woman to be pitiful. The woman sighed, clearly distressed by the young man's callous response and the events that had just transpired. He warned her against any reckless actions, advising caution and deliberate movement. She cautiously began to descend, acknowledging the inherent danger of their situation and the need for careful steps. A young woman, her face etched with a mixture of disbelief and dawning fear, questioned, really? She continued, less certain now. Well, I'm not scared at all, but now that you've mentioned it. The scene shifted. A young man, Kang Hyun, stood near a chasm of molten rock, his expression grim. A woman, seemingly his companion, was already scrambling away from the fiery abyss. He's keeping it up until the end, she muttered, fear evident in her voice. Kang Hyun, agile and determined, navigated the treacherous path along the fiery chasm's edge. Below, a river of molten rock threatened to consume anyone who fell. He and the woman, along with several others, were desperately trying to escape the inferno, inching their way across narrow ledges above the lava flow. Gasps of exertion punctuated the silence. The heat was intense. The air shimmered with the rising heat. Each step was a struggle against the oppressive heat and the ever-present danger of falling into the fiery depths. Kang Hyun, his face strained with effort, crawled along a narrow ledge, his companion close behind, equally exhausted. The woman looked back at him, concern etched on her features. He turned to her, his expression grim. Any ideas? He asked, his voice strained. Kang Hyun, still crawling, responded to his own question with a grim assessment. It's just a very realistic nightmare. The woman, however, was not so easily convinced, muttering, You're still saying that. Perched precariously atop a chasm of fiery orange, Kang Hyun and a young woman exchanged worried glances. He questioned aloud whether their current predicament was real or a dream, his voice laced with disbelief. The woman, her expression grave, countered that something inexplicable had occurred, something beyond their comprehension. The woman leaned forward, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. Her fear intensified as she voiced the terrifying possibility. Death here might mean death in reality as well. Below them, the fiery abyss crackled. A smirk played on Kang Hyun's lips. He muttered a frustrated response, irritated by her constant reminders of their precarious situation. He felt paralyzed by fear. The woman, struggling to maintain her composure, labeled him the most unreliable brother in the world. Kang Hyun, exhausted, collapsed onto a narrow ledge above the inferno. Shaking and exhausted, the woman suggested they rest before continuing their desperate escape. Her hands trembled as she spoke. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, lay on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused to himself, questioning whether this was all a dream. He considered remaining still, hoping to wake up on his own. A faint purple glow emanated from his body. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun and another person, a woman with short dark hair, found themselves precariously perched on the edge of a vast chasm filled with molten lava. A significant amount of time had passed since the start of the tutorial. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in alarm, exclaimed about the strange events unfolding around him. The woman beside him groaned in pain. Both Kang Hyun and the woman struggled, seemingly trapped within some kind of fiery, subterranean structure. Kang Hyun, his body contorting, felt the effects of some unseen force. He was violently thrown backward, a surge of energy erupting from him. The earth trembled. A colossal chasm ripped open, swallowing everything in its path. A bridge, once a symbol of connection, now crumbled into fiery oblivion. Panic seized those traversing the bridge. Their desperate cries echoed as the structure gave way, sending them plummeting into the fiery abyss below. The bridge, it's collapsing. Among the falling figures, a young man, Kang Hyun, fought against the inevitable. A cry of terror escaped his lips as he braced for impact. Yoa! He scrambled desperately, his feet finding purchase on the crumbling remains of the bridge. Another person, a woman, fell past him. He yelled, "Run!" The woman, however, urged him to stay put. Now's not the time to stay still. Ignoring her warning, Kang Hyun continued his frantic escape, his heart pounding in his chest. He shouted back, "Hey, wait!" The bridge finally gave way completely, sending a shower of debris into the fiery abyss below. More debris rained down as Kang Hyun and the woman continued their desperate flight. They leaped across the widening gaps, narrowly avoiding the falling rocks and fiery chasm. A fiery chasm yawned before Kang Hyun, a narrow path of scorched earth the only way across. The air crackled with heat, the roar of unseen flames echoing in his ears. He stumbled forward, his breath ragged, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and grim determination. The heat was intense, threatening to consume him. He muttered to himself, "It's okay. The bridge isn't too narrow." A desperate attempt at self-reassurance. Kang Hyun pressed on, his pace quickening. He focused on the end of the path, repeating, "If I don't trip, I'll reach the end." He urged himself onward. "Just look ahead. My path." His foot caught on a loose stone. He lost his balance, the flames licking at his heels as he tumbled. With a desperate lunge, he grabbed the edge of the path, narrowly avoiding a fatal plunge into the fiery abyss. He pulled himself up, his face contorted in exertion, his heart pounding in his chest. He was almost there. "All right, nearly there," he gasped, pushing himself to his feet. A chasm of fire yawned before him, a fiery maw splitting the earth. From its depths, an infernal heat radiated outwards. Undeterred, Kang Hyun, a figure of grim determination, clenched his fist. "Fuck yeah, I'm doing it," he declared, his voice a low growl. He launched himself into the fiery abyss, his dark hoodie billowing behind him as he ran. Sweat beaded on his brow, a testament to the exertion. His eyes, however, burned with an unnatural intensity, a fiery glint reflecting the inferno around him. A voice, strained and desperate, echoed from the chasm's depths. "Kang Hyun." He hurtled downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. The intense heat seared his skin. He landed hard, a jarring impact that sent a shockwave through his body. A young woman, her face etched with worry, tumbled nearby. "Huh," she gasped, disoriented. Kang Hyun's face contorted in a grimace of pain and fury. His eyes blazed with a newfound power. A surge of energy erupted from him, shattering the earth around him. Chunks of rock and molten earth were flung into the air. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he swept past the young woman, leaving her in his wake. A young man and woman plummeted through the air, a fiery chasm yawning beneath them. Terror etched itself onto the woman's face as they hurtled towards the molten depths. The ground shattered around them, large chunks of rock and earth exploding outwards as they fell. The heat was intense. They impacted the chasm floor with a deafening crash. The young man shielded the woman, his body taking the brunt of the impact. He groaned in pain. The earth continued to tremble, the chasm widening as more molten rock surged upwards. A new wave of intense heat washed over them. The young man, despite his injuries, remained conscious, his eyes fixed on the churning lava below. He braced himself for what was to come. Moments later, they found themselves in a dark, rocky cavern. A faint purple glow emanated from a strange, crystalline object in the young man's hands. He looked bewildered. A message appeared before him, a digital overlay in the cavern's air. "You will officially awaken when the tutorial is over." He coughed, a pained sound escaping his lips. The scene opens on a desolate, fiery landscape. Two figures lie amidst the devastation. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, is sprawled on the ground, his body still. Beside him, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair also appears injured, clutching a glowing tablet. He mutters, barely audible, "I can't even move my fingers anymore." The woman, seemingly recovering slightly, examines her tablet intently. A question crosses her mind. Is there more? She then turns to Kang Hyun, prompting him with, "Oi, aren't you going to thank the guy who saved your life?" He manages a weak, "All right, thank you." The woman's tablet displays a status screen, revealing Kang Hyun's stats. Name, Kang Hyun, level 0-10,000, strength 7, vitality 12, magic power 6, additional stats 1, innate ability, resurrection. The numbers glow with an ethereal light. Kang Hyun, still on the ground, stares at the status screen with dawning comprehension. He questions, "What's this? Level strength?" His gaze shifts upwards, a look of confusion and wonder on his face. He is slowly regaining consciousness. A close-up on Kang Hyun's face shows a single tear rolling down his cheek. His internal monologue reflects, the number one thing a man wants to receive on his birthday? He focuses again on the tablet, a surge of determination in his eyes. He thinks, "I want to look as well." The status screen updates, revealing a new entry, innate ability, resurrection. Kang Hyun's internal voice narrates, "My status window." His expression hardens, a mixture of shock and resolve. He silently wills, "I want to." A young man, Kang Hyun, jolted awake, his body racked with a silent scream. Terror contorted his features as he gasped for air. He thrashed violently, his limbs flailing as if fighting an unseen foe. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his heart hammering against his ribs. The violent shaking subsided, leaving Kang Hyun gasping and heaving on his bed, his eyes wide with a lingering horror. He coughed, a rattling sound echoing in the otherwise silent room. His gaze fell upon a plain, cardboard box on the floor near his bed. Slowly, he sat up, his head swimming. He turned, his back to the camera, a single word escaping his lips. Ugh. Kang Hyun stared out the window, his apartment building a familiar sight against the morning sky. He wondered if it had all been a dream. He messaged a friend, recounting his bizarre dream. His friend, Flapping Parrot, responded with a simple "huh." Another friend, Talented Monkey, questioned him with a single question mark. The unsettling experience seemed to be shared. Several other friends chimed in, describing similar dreams, one even claiming to have died in his. A post on an online forum read, "Successfully lucid dreamed." AMA, 7821 views, 28 likes, and 41 comments accompanied the post. Below the post, a user named Haho Mask and 40 others asked for clarification on the meaning of the dream. Meanwhile, a news report flashed across the screen. "Our supreme leader has survived even hell." Another user, Endangered Species Protector, commented that their mother always warned them against reading novels, but that the situation was clearer to them than to the experts. An anonymous user then requested that everyone share their dreams. A separate comment on a subreddit called r/Wall Street Dogs mentioned several hot currencies. A social media post with the hashtag #SabbathWorldChallenge showed a muscular man in a towel. The post had 12.6k likes, 4,316 retweets, and 3,142 comments. Below, an anonymous author opened a chat room for those with innate abilities, providing a link to a chat on Kakao. A countdown appeared. Time until the complete connection with a Haken dimension. 4 years, 364 days, 15 hours 4 minutes, 25 seconds. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over the cityscape. Birds chirped, a peaceful scene unfolding. The camera pans across the city, highlighting the mundane beauty of an ordinary day. Inside a modest apartment building, a door bursts open violently. Hyun's name is called out urgently, a mixture of panic and relief in the voices. Two young people, clearly shaken, recount a harrowing experience. They had nearly perished crossing bridges over lava, an event that felt far too real to be a dream. One of them, Hyun, dismisses the other's continued questioning about the shared dreamlike experience. Their argument escalates, with Hyun snapping at the other to stop interrupting. Hyun, still agitated, paces the apartment, his distress palpable. A low rumble echoed through the apartment. Kang Hyun, hunched and tense, pressed himself against the wall, his eyes darting nervously. His sister, startled, peeked out from behind a doorway, her expression mirroring his apprehension. The source of the tremor remained unseen, but its unsettling presence hung heavy in the air. Kang Hyun's face, illuminated by the dim light, was etched with worry and confusion. His sister shared his unease, her brow furrowed in a silent question. The unspoken fear between them thickened the atmosphere. He broke the silence, suggesting a meal. A simple act, yet a desperate attempt to regain a semblance of normalcy in the face of the unknown. She agreed, a faint nod betraying her inner turmoil. The rumbling had ceased, but the tension remained. A smartphone screen displayed a real-time, trending list of online searches. Among the top 10, several titles hinted at extraordinary events. Kang Hyun held the phone, his gaze fixed on the screen, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. The list of trending topics reflected a world on the brink of something unprecedented. Kang Hyun and a woman, presumably his sister, sat at their kitchen table, eating a simple meal. The atmosphere was quiet, almost tense. The woman, visibly shaken, spoke, her voice barely a whisper. It had not been a dream. She continued, her gaze fixed on her phone. The shared experience transcended national borders. It seemed the entire world had undergone the same ordeal. Kang Hyun's internal monologue reflected the surreal nature of the situation. He questioned the reality of what was happening. Kang Hyun, however, seemed unaffected by the widespread dream. His sister explained that while many had experienced the shared vision, remarkably, none had perished. Despite the lack of fatalities, the sheer intensity of the dream left a profound impact. Kang Hyun's sister expressed concern about the potential for lasting psychological trauma. Kang Hyun, reviewing information on his phone, confirmed his sister's assessment. Those affected were exhibiting symptoms consistent with PTSD. He pondered the implications, a thoughtful expression on his face. The siblings continued their meal, a stark contrast to the global trauma unfolding around them. A question hung in the air. Was their peaceful meal truly appropriate given the circumstances? Kang Hyun sat at his kitchen table, chopsticks in hand, observing the chaos outside his window. He muttered to himself, noting the escalating unrest in the streets. His expression shifted from casual observation to one of thoughtful concern. A frown creased his brow. He shrugged, seemingly dismissing his worries. Well, there's nothing we can do. Let's just eat, he decided, resuming his meal. His younger sister, Kang Mina, sat at the table, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil outside. Hyun turned to her, a hint of worry in his voice. He questioned her, "Are you really going to get mixed up with all that?" He looked out the window again, his gaze drawn to the escalating chaos in the streets below. A scene of intense struggle unfolded before him. A man shouted, "Go away! This is mine!" Another person protested, "Hey, I had it first." Amidst the chaos, a woman holding signs proclaimed, "Repent. Non-believers will go to hell. The time of judgment has come." The scene opens with a chaotic struggle. A figure, partially obscured by a shattered window, is seen amidst the wreckage of a room. The sound of breaking glass fills the air as someone shouts, "Smash it all!" The perspective shifts. Two figures, a young man and a woman, stand on a balcony, silently observing the aftermath from a distance. A sense of unease hangs in the air. Inside, the young man, Kang Hyun, contemplates the events unfolding below. He mutters to himself, "I probably won't be able to go to work today, right?" His mother sharply replies, "Are you seriously asking me that?" The woman explains, "If we go out, we're only going to get hurt. Do you remember that thing about the connection with the Haken dimension?" She continues, reminding him, "When a status window popped up, you didn't get a chance to look at it properly, right? It said you could check how much time we have left." Kang Hyun reacts with frustration, "Fuck, I missed the status window too." A digital display appears, showing a countdown. Time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension. 4 years, 354 days, 17 hours, 3 minutes, 13 seconds. His mother summarizes, "Not really sure what it is, but we have about 5 years left." Kang Hyun looks out at the city, a worried expression on his face. He questions, can we really prepare for 5 years in a situation like that? Amidst the lingering chaos of the morning, a young man reassured a companion, "Even if it's a mess right now, things will calm down pretty soon. It'd be better to just stay home for now." The young woman, however, remained unconvinced, her expression a mixture of worry and skepticism. Her internal thoughts betrayed a grudging respect. Somehow, this idiot is actually making sense. The day progressed with unexpected calm. Aside from the initial morning confusion, nothing else of note occurred. By evening, most citizens had returned to their usual routines. South Korea had quieted down again in a single day, and so the first day ended. But for one individual, the day was far from over. He closed his eyes, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at something more. A faint purple glow emanated from his eyes, a strange symbol appearing before him. The young man, Kang Hyun, sat up, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. "All right." A young man with short, dark purple hair stared intently at a translucent purple screen before him. A message appeared on the screen. "Do you need an explanation on how to use the basic interface?" He dismissed the offer, declaring, "No need, let's see the status window." The status window materialized before him, displaying his profile, Kang Hyun. His stats were unremarkable, except for one striking detail. He sat on the floor, studying the information. He questioned himself, is this really good? I don't have anything to compare it with. His gaze lingered on the magic power stat. He mused, as for the magic power stat, is it implying that we'll be able to use magic? He wasn't entirely sure about the implications. He admitted to himself, I'm not sure if that's a good thing. I just saw a cool word. His eyes widened as the screen highlighted his innate ability, resurrection. A sinister grin spread across his face. He thought, this sounds like an amazing cheat skill. The details of his resurrection ability were displayed. Resurrection, Z, ability, resurrect 24 hours after death. Explanation, Until the world escapes this crisis, you can return from death. A further note detailed the penalty for not designating a resurrection location. Kang Hyun, the protagonist, exclaimed in disbelief, his voice echoing with a mix of astonishment and amusement. He couldn't believe his luck. He had somehow avoided becoming a mere extra in this grand, unfolding spectacle. The scene shifted, showing two versions of Kang Hyun. One, jubilant and triumphant, raised his arms in victory. The other, a defeated figure, slumped to the ground, a stark contrast to his counterpart's elation. A message appeared. Will you enter stage 2? Without hesitation, Kang Hyun responded with a resounding of course. His fist clenched, a symbol of his unwavering determination. He confidently mused to himself that regardless of his current stats, he could easily improve them through leveling up. This unshakable self-assurance was a testament to his unique ability. He declared himself the amazing resurrection man, capable of overcoming any challenge. His words were filled with an almost arrogant confidence. Until now, possessing the resurrection ability had filled him with an unwavering zeal. However, he admitted to himself that he couldn't predict what the future held. A dark, imposing fortress loomed in the distance, a stark contrast to the previous scenes. The image hinted at the challenges that lay ahead. A bloody spear, dripping with fresh gore, was shown in close-up, foreshadowing the violence to come. A monstrous creature, its face contorted in a silent scream, filled the frame. Blood stained its brow, adding to its terrifying visage. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, swung his sword with all his might. A blue energy crackled around the blade as he unleashed a powerful blow. He roared in pain and effort as the attack connected, a wave of energy surging outwards. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, a sharp keek sound accompanying the visual display of power. His opponent, a hulking green-skinned humanoid, was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Kang Hyun, despite his victory, cried out in agony as he felt the familiar sting of death. However, a thought crossed his mind. Since this system is basically the same as my games, I was wondering if I'd be fighting something I knew. With a final desperate effort, he unleashed another attack, a crimson explosion erupting from the point of impact. A cloud of dust and smoke filled the air as he collapsed, two soft puff sounds marking his final breaths. Kang Hyun, his breath ragged, stood over a fallen grotesque creature, a mace still clutched in his hand. Blood stained the cobblestones around the corpse. Despite his success in killing the creature through a surprise attack, a wave of nausea washed over him. His body felt numb from the impact. He stared down at the lifeless body, the reality of his actions sinking in. He had killed it. The overwhelming feeling of disgust threatened to overwhelm him. He brought a hand to his mouth, the urge to vomit intense. He continued walking, the mace dragging behind him. His thoughts drifted to what could have happened had he not ambushed the creature. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him. He spun around, his weapon raised. Another creature, its eyes wide with malice, emerged from the shadows. He was too late. The creature lunged, and Kang Hyun braced for the inevitable. A hulking goblin soldier, far larger than any beginner monster should be, let out a guttural growl. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity. The creature wielded a massive sword, its blade crackling with ominous purple energy. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, stumbled back, his breath ragged. He gasped, "What the?" There were two from the start. His internal monologue continued. And weren't goblins supposed to be a low-level mob for beginners? He stared in disbelief at the enormous goblin and its oversized weapon. He muttered, "That goblin is way bigger than the previous one, and the sword it's carrying is over a meter long." A wave of fear washed over him. He whispered, "If I get hit with that, it won't end with just tetanus." The goblin roared, its terrifying maw open wide. It lunged forward, a crimson energy swirling around its fist. Kang Hyun barely managed to dodge the devastating blow, the goblin's foot narrowly missing him. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a look of desperation, clutched a crude mace. His explanation for his current predicament was simple: because I never worked out and stayed home all day, and because the mace I got in the tutorial was only 70 centimeters long. He braced himself, the crude weapon held high. His opponent, a hulking brute with a scarred face, lunged forward. The impact was swift and brutal. The force of the blow sent Kang Hyun sprawling. He knew his chances were slim. There was no way I could win against a meter-long longsword, he thought grimly as the longsword came down. The blow connected, a crimson spray erupting as the longsword sliced through his body. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of impact. The world dissolved into a chaotic blur of motion and color. Then silence. A heavy stillness descended. Kang Hyun lay on the ground, his body marred by a deep wound, but his eyes flickered open. A single pained gasp escaped his lips. "Ha!" Kang Hyun gasped, his body racked with pain. Blood stained his clothes, matting his dark hair to his forehead. He was clearly injured, his breath ragged as he struggled to comprehend his situation. His legs, also marred by deep wounds, were barely supporting his weight. Confusion warred with agony as he wondered why he was still alive, why he hadn't succumbed to his injuries. A guttural curse escaped his lips. Why am I not dying? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of a looming, monstrous figure. The hulking silhouette of a large, brutal orc loomed over him, a clear indication of the violence he had just endured. He lay on the cold, hard ground, his body a testament to the brutal fight. Despite the severity of his wounds, he remained stubbornly alive. His thoughts turned desperate. When is this dream going to end? He cried out silently, the question echoing the despair in his heart. His plea for rescue was raw, desperate. I don't care who, somebody save me. The intensity of his wish was palpable, a desperate cry against the bleak reality of his situation. The crimson stains spread across the dark canvas, a stark reminder of the brutal end. A chilling question echoed in the silence. How much blood does a person truly possess? He hadn't realized he would learn the answer from his own blood. The ever-present fear of death tightened its grip around his neck. The final hours of his life had been a horrific ordeal. His body lay sprawled on the cobblestones, a gruesome testament to the violence. The savage torture inflicted by 4 goblins was seared into his memory. A guttural scream, a final, desperate cry, escaped his lips. He awoke with a gasp, his body drenched in a cold sweat. The lingering horror of the dream clung to him. Irritated, he bolted upright, his body aching from the vivid nightmare. Seriously? Why am I having these fucking nightmares in the morning? His eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning. The memory of the goblins, the pain, the blood, it was all too real. He huddled under the covers, fear gripping him. The word goblin and scary repeated in his mind, a silent plea for escape. The scene opens in a modest kitchen. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sits at a table, nursing a mug. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the gravity of his words. Across from him sits a woman, likely his sister, her face etched with concern. He explains that he died from blood loss, recounting the gruesome details of his ordeal with a detached tone. She reacts with horror, her hands flying to her head. He dismisses her concern with a wave of his hand, his demeanor shifting to a more casual one. The change is jarring, given the recent conversation. He lightheartedly teases her, suggesting that even Guan Yu would cry and run to his mother if he experienced what Kang Hyun did. The woman sighs, accepting his nonchalant attitude. The woman then asks why he isn't going to the hospital, prompting a thoughtful expression from Kang Hyun. She shows him a news report on her phone, revealing a recent surge in psychiatrist visits. Many people have experienced similar unexplained events. Kang Hyun considers this information, ultimately deciding that it's not a significant issue. He's unconcerned about his lack of funds. His sister, however, points out a positive aspect. If he dies, there's a tutorial. The implication is that death is not permanent for him. Kang Hyun, a young man with a relaxed expression, sat comfortably in a chair, holding a mug. He smiled faintly as he read a message, seemingly pleased with its contents. The message stated that those who died during Stage 1 of a certain process would not experience the dreams associated with Stage 2. He expressed relief at this news, looking forward to a peaceful night's sleep. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted his peace. A digital interface appeared, welcoming Mr. Kang Hyun to the tutorial. However, an error message immediately followed, indicating a problem during Stage 2 and an immediate restart. Another message appeared, expressing hope for Kang Hyun's courage to save the Earth. The scene shifted to Kang Hyun, his eyes wide with shock and fear, as he was plunged back into Stage 2 of the tutorial. He found himself in a dark, ominous environment. His immediate reaction was one of intense frustration and disbelief, cursing his situation. His anger and despair intensified as he processed the reality of his predicament. He continued to express his outrage and frustration. A new message appeared, informing him that due to the tutorial being active, there would be no penalty for resurrection. Kang Hyun, defeated but alive, sat alone in a dark cave, breathing heavily, the weight of his situation settling upon him. Kang Hyun awoke. He had simply stared ahead, taken a nap, and then stared ahead again for several hours. The thought, "I want to die," echoed in his mind, but a grim realization followed. Even death wouldn't end the cycle. It would simply repeat. He had assumed that a short rest would suffice, but hours passed without any sign of awakening. He knew he needed to move, regardless of his companion's wishes. Hunger gnawed at him as well. He began to walk, his destination unclear. His gaze fell upon a familiar weapon, the mace he had chosen on his last attempt. He considered the mace, initially believing its power and ease of use would be advantageous. However, his fear of close-quarters combat led him to choose a bow instead. He mused that a crossbow, or even a spear, might be more effective at range than a sword. He picked up the crossbow, a determined look on his face. He prepared to demonstrate the firepower of the Korean Reserve Army to his unseen foes. He aimed his crossbow with deadly precision. He fired. A monstrous, gray-skinned humanoid, its features vaguely reptilian, lunged forward. A searing bolt of orange energy erupted from crossbow, striking the creature squarely in the chest. Hidden behind a crumbling stone wall, Kang Hyun watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. He muttered to himself, incredulous at the ease with which the creature had been struck down. He just took it. The creature roared, its eyes glowing with an infernal light, before collapsing into dust. A wave of heat radiated from the spot where it had stood. Kang Hyun cursed under his breath, his frustration evident. He gripped the crossbow, clearly unfamiliar with its mechanics. Damn, of course I can't properly use a weapon I've never used before. He hurled the crossbow with surprising force, aiming for another approaching creature. The weapon found its mark, piercing the creature's flank with a sickening thud. The creature shrieked in pain. Kang Hyun grinned, a triumphant expression on his face. He had managed to take down one of the creatures. Got him. Finished off one of them. He turned to face another approaching foe, his confidence growing. Now for the other. His eyes widened in shock as he noticed something unexpected. Kang Hyun struggled, his hands gripping the spear embedded deep within his flesh. He strained, muscles bulging, but the weapon remained stubbornly fixed. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as a look of dawning horror filled his eyes. He couldn't remove it. Above him, the monstrous Orcish warrior, its face contorted in a silent scream, collapsed. Its lifeblood spilled across the ground. With a final heave, Hyun pulled the spear free, leaving a gaping wound in the orc's chest. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. The orc's lifeless body slumped to the ground, a crimson stain spreading across its chest. Back in his room, Hyun clutched at his chest, a wave of agonizing pain washing over him. He gasped for air, his face contorted in agony. He collapsed on his bed, his body racked with pain. His vision swam, and he felt a strange numbness spreading through his limbs. A grim smile touched his lips. Well, at least I died immediately this time, he muttered, a strange sense of calm settling over him. A painless death is clean, I see. A digital message appeared, welcoming Mr. Kang Hyun to the tutorial. Another message appeared, expressing hope for Kang Hyun's success in saving the world. He responded with a weary, save the world. Yeah, right. Then a voice boomed, eat this. The scene shifted. It was tutorial, stage 2, round 3. Kang Hyun explained his choice of weapons for this round, a sword and a shield. Kang Hyun stood in a dimly lit training area, sword in hand. He mused about his unusual weapon choice, questioning why he wasn't using his usual arsenal. He answered his own question. He'd spent the entire day studying swordsmanship on YouTube. He faced a group of goblins, confidently declaring, all right, bring it on. His expression turned ferocious as he snarled, you punks. He was suddenly overwhelmed, his thoughts racing. Those punks are ganging up on me. Fear gripped him as he collapsed to the ground. A young man, Kang Hyun, lay on a bed, a manic grin plastered across his face. He was clearly enjoying himself, his eyes wide with a disturbing glee. A young woman watched him from the doorway, her expression a mixture of fear and apprehension. He chuckled. You're egging me on, right? His laughter intensified. The young woman flinched, taking a step back. Kang Hyun continued, let's kill them all. The young woman, clearly disturbed by Kang Hyun's words, peered from behind a doorframe, her brow furrowed in worry. Suddenly, a series of digital messages flashed across the screen. A welcome message from Mr. Kang Hyun was interrupted by an error message indicating a problem during teleportation. Kang Hyun reacted instantly, shouting, shut up. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun found himself in a dark, cavernous space. He was participating in what appeared to be a tutorial. Tutorial, Stage 2, Round 4. To start off, I just blindly swung a sword. He continued his practice, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. Why, you ask? This is the game-breaking formula for the status window. A message appeared, indicating that his efforts had increased his vitality by 1 point. He exclaimed, I got this stat up through hard labor. Exhausted from his training, Kang Hyun collapsed to the ground, panting. He muttered, does it really take 8 hours to raise a stat by 1? His status window appeared, revealing his stats. Level 1, Strength 8, Agility 9, Vitality 8, Magic Power 14, and 1 additional skill. Most strikingly, his innate ability was listed as Resurrection. A status screen flickered into view, displaying the following. Vitality 8, Magic Power 14, Additional Skills, 1. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, stared intently at the screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself, remembering a detail from his previous experience. Thinking about it now, I got that point when I passed stage 1. He continued to ponder, a flurry of mathematical symbols swirling around him, reflecting his mental calculations. His internal monologue continued, I was so out of it I forgot I had it. Definitely not me being dumb. Suddenly, a monstrous goblin hand reached into the frame, startling him. Undeterred, he declared, anyhow, let's invest a point in strength. Having increased his ability points, Kang Hyun prepared for revenge. He reflected, now having raised my ability points by 2, it's time for some revenge on these goblins. His attempt at revenge proved short-lived. Overwhelmed, he fell, shouting in frustration, fuck you. A system message then appeared. Due to an error during Stage 2, immediately teleporting. He reappeared in a new location, a message floating before him. We pray that your courage for trial. He began training, noting Tutorial Stage 2, Round 5. I raised my vitality by 1 by swinging my sword around. His training continued. Round 6. Through 10 hours of training, I raised my strength by 1. Now I can easily take out the goblins. Kang Hyun found himself facing a horde of goblins. 2 were at the vanguard, their crude weapons raised menacingly. Despite his best efforts, he realized his lack of combat skills and physical prowess made him woefully unprepared for the onslaught. Even after dispatching the initial 2, the sheer number of goblins remaining proved insurmountable. He was hopelessly outmatched. The tutorial continued. It was Stage 2, Round 7. He swung his sword, a desperate, almost frantic attempt to survive. Again and again, he swung the blade, a blur of motion against the relentless goblin assault. Each swing was fueled by sheer desperation. He continued his desperate attack, his movements becoming increasingly erratic, yet somehow more powerful. With each swing, a strange energy seemed to build. Through sheer effort, Kang Hyun surpassed his limits. A message appeared. His vitality had increased by 1. He let out a cry of surprise and exertion. Overwhelmed, Kang Hyun collapsed. He lay there, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. But even as he fell, a strange glow emanated from him. Another surge of energy pulsed through him, lifting him slightly from the ground. He was exhausted, but a strange sense of calm settled over him. Kang Hyun lay on the cavern floor, sweat beading on his brow. A purplish glow emanated from his outstretched hand, a strange energy pulsing within him. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror. A translucent display appeared before him, detailing his newly acquired skill. Lowest class swordsmanship, F. Ability. Allows you to effectively swing your sword by correcting your posture when swinging, as well as helping with distributing strength. Explanation. Although it's the sort of swordsmanship your neighborhood ruffian would have, it's better than nothing. He clenched his fists, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. I made it. I fucking made it. Emerging from the darkness of the cave, Kang Hyun raised his arms in triumph. A wave of gratitude washed over him as he whispered, "Thank you, thank you." His expression shifted, hardening into a grim determination. He addressed his unseen enemies with a chilling threat. He snarled, "You goblin bastards, you're all dying today." Kang Hyun gripped the hilt of his sword, its metallic gleam reflecting the fierce light in his eyes. The tutorial's second stage presented a challenge. 5 goblins. 2 guarded a castle, while 3 lurked within a forest. A simple map illustrated their positions. 2 goblins near a castle, and 3 deeper within a forest. Kang Hyun, the protagonist, found the initial 2 goblins easy to dispatch. He ambushed one with his crossbow before swiftly finishing the other with his sword. However, the 3 goblins in the forest proved to be a more difficult obstacle. He managed to defeat 2 of the forest goblins using the same tactics, but the last one presented an unexpectedly tough challenge. The final goblin engaged Kang Hyun in a fierce duel. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. The goblin unleashed a powerful attack, its movements swift and brutal. Kang Hyun, however, managed to parry the blow, the impact sending a shockwave through the forest. Kang Hyun, a man whose life had become a relentless battle, found himself facing yet another foe. His mind raced, calculating the trajectory of the incoming attack. Before conscious thought could even register, his body reacted instinctively, a blur of motion defying his exhaustion. It was as if his muscles held a mind of their own. The source of this preternatural reaction was revealed. A skill, a mundane lowest-rank sword mastery, yet it allowed him to effectively correct his posture and distribute his strength, a meager advantage in this desperate fight. He scoffed at the skill's underwhelming description, but the effect was undeniable. The sword sliced through the air, a testament to his body's involuntary prowess. His opponent, a grotesque creature with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth, let out a guttural roar. Despite his enhanced reflexes, Kang Hyun was facing a critical problem. The previous battles had drained his vitality. He was severely weakened. He swung his sword, a desperate attempt to overcome the disparity in strength. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of impact. The difference in their vitality was simply too vast. His attack proved utterly ineffective. Kang Hyun, a young man in a simple hoodie, found himself in a desperate struggle against a hulking, grotesque orc. The orc's massive blade whistled past Hyun's head as he narrowly dodged the blow, his own movements surprisingly agile and precise. Hyun launched a swift kick, connecting with the orc's jaw. The impact sent the creature reeling, momentarily stunned. But the orc's roar of pain quickly turned into a ferocious counterattack. As the orc lunged again, Hyun found himself on the ground, gasping for breath. He observed the creature's attack pattern, a calculated delay before the final, devastating blow. It was toying with him. Hyun, despite his exhaustion, recognized the orc's predictable pattern. He muttered to himself, calling the creature a bastard for its obvious tactics. With a surge of adrenaline, Hyun used the orc's predictable attack to his advantage. He dodged the delayed strike, unleashing a powerful counterattack. His attack connected, sending the orc stumbling backward, its face bloodied and bruised. The creature cried out in pain and rage. Hyun, seizing the opportunity, grabbed a nearby rock. He prepared to deliver the final blow. He hurled the rock with all his might, striking the orc squarely in the chest. The orc staggered, its life force visibly draining away. Hyun declared, "This is the end." The orc let out a final, agonizing scream as it collapsed, its body lifeless. The scene opens with a fierce clash in a forest clearing. A hulking, green-skinned orc, its face contorted in a snarl, lunges at a young man with a wickedly curved blade. The man, his expression one of grim determination, barely manages to evade the blow. The orc's attack continues, its movements brutal and swift. The young man, however, manages to grab a small, oddly shaped stone from the ground. He throws the stone, and as it impacts the orc, a surge of energy erupts. The young man's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, "I am strong." The orc is overwhelmed by a blinding light emanating from the stone's impact point. The young man stands defiantly, ready for whatever comes next. The light fades, revealing the orc lying lifeless on the ground, a gaping wound marring its chest. Blood pools around the fallen creature. The young man, breathing heavily, leans against a tree, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He mutters to himself, "Phew, I think I just about figured it out. Your level." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he adds, "It was so boring that I wanted to die." A triumphant announcement echoed through the digital interface, the creation of lowest-rank shield and crossbow mastery abilities. Kang Hyun, the young man at the center of this digital display, threw his arms wide, a joyous shout escaping his lips. "I won." 2 level-up notifications appeared on his screen, confirming his victory. He stood over the fallen bodies of his foes, a grim smile playing on his lips. "This is the kind of power the Lord of Creation has," he declared, his voice filled with awe and a hint of dark satisfaction. "Subhuman, piece of shit, goblin bastards." His laughter echoed through the forest, a chilling sound that spoke of both triumph and something far more sinister. The image shifted to show a lone sword, planted firmly in the earth. The scene changed abruptly. 2 birds perched on a power line, a stark contrast to the previous battle. Kang Hyun, now in a domestic setting, stood in his kitchen. "If you ask me, I'm Kang Hyun," he stated, a smile on his face. "I'm feeling great." He continued, "To celebrate clearing stage 2, I'll make breakfast today." He tasted the food he had prepared, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. "Even though I made it, it tastes perfect." He took another bite, his expression shifting slightly as he savored the meal. Kang Hyun, clad in an apron, winced as he clutched a small, steaming cup. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through his modest kitchen, causing him to jump. His eyes darted towards the doorway where his sister, startled, stood frozen, her sleep mask askew. "What was that sound?" she whispered, her voice laced with apprehension. Moments later, 2 translucent, rectangular interfaces shimmered into existence before Kang Hyun and his sister. The siblings stared, speechless, at the glowing displays. A surge of purple energy erupted from the interfaces, engulfing Kang Hyun. He stumbled back, his sister watching in wide-eyed terror as he was enveloped by the mystical aura. He felt a strange power coursing through him, a power he didn't understand. The energy intensified, causing Kang Hyun to grimace in pain. His vision blurred, and he saw a glimpse of an ancient, imposing gate, seemingly opening before him. The feeling was overwhelming, a primal force beyond his comprehension. The gate materialized in the middle of a bustling city street, causing chaos and panic among the pedestrians. People scattered as the otherworldly portal pulsed with violet energy. Amidst the pandemonium, several figures, seemingly unaffected by the supernatural event, approached the gate cautiously. Their expressions were a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Kang Hyun, still reeling from the experience, looked at his sister, his eyes wide with disbelief. "A dungeon?" he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. A crowd of onlookers gathered, their faces a mixture of awe, apprehension, and morbid curiosity. Among them, a young man with a plaid shirt and backpack stood out, his gaze fixed on something beyond the visible. A stark message materialized in the air. Only awakened talents may enter dungeons. The implication hung heavy. This was no mere spectacle. The scene shifted. Before the leaning tower of Pisa, a shimmering, purple portal pulsed with otherworldly energy. Similar gates had appeared across the globe, each a gateway to the unknown. Another message appeared, this one a stark warning. If the dungeon is not cleared within a set time, the dungeon gate will open. The stakes were clear. Failure meant catastrophe. The camera panned across various locations. The pyramids of Giza, the White House, the Colosseum. Each iconic landmark was now marred by the presence of a pulsating purple portal. A countdown loomed. Time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension. 4 years, 357 days, 13 hours, 59 minutes, 51 seconds. The world held its breath. As soon as the dungeons activated, the world fell into greater chaos than the first day. The narrative shifts to a young man sitting at his computer, the weight of the world seemingly resting on his shoulders. Kang Hyun and his sister remained indoors, diligently searching online for any information related to the recent phenomenon. His sister, reviewing the online tutorial, noted that the onboarding process wasn't yet complete. She pointed out that only those who had recently celebrated their birthdays could participate, and that participants needed to be at least 16 years old. She also mentioned the considerable online discussion surrounding those who had completed the tutorial's dungeon stages. These individuals, now possessing unique abilities, were being urged to quickly clear the dungeons. Kang Hyun dismissed the online chatter as irrelevant. Meanwhile, he continued his own investigation, fascinated by the status window that had appeared. He found himself repeatedly opening and closing it, questioning the reality of the situation. He focused on the fact that they could now access their status windows. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's status window appeared again, unexpectedly. His sister watched, startled, as he excitedly called out to it. A message appeared on his status window. The tutorial was still in progress, and the window couldn't be used yet. Kang Hyun realized this was the reason for its early appearance. He reflected on the tutorial's 8 stages. He had repeated stage 2 7 times, while everyone else seemed to have already completed the tutorial. Kang Hyun sat hunched over his computer, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. His companion, whose name was not yet revealed, inquired about stage 3 of the tutorial. Kang Hyun admitted that information was scarce, as few had progressed that far. The only consistent theme he could find was patience. He acknowledged the lack of reliable data, muttering that he would have to proceed cautiously. His expression hardened. Despite the challenges, a surge of confidence filled him. He flexed his biceps, a silent declaration of his newfound strength. He vowed to overcome stage 3 without the previous setbacks. Night fell. Kang Hyun initiated tutorial stage 3. Suddenly, a grotesque, masked creature appeared, its presence marked by a strange, viscous liquid dripping from above. It let out a guttural sound. The creature urinated on him. Enraged, Kang Hyun vowed revenge, his face contorted in a grimace of fury. Stage 3 of the operation commenced. The mission parameters were stark. Prove persistence and tenacity to endure any situation. Success hinged on defeating the Gorka chief. Failure meant death. The operative, Kang Hyun, found himself clad in ghillie suit, a wry smile playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, amused by the unexpected attire. He internally mused about the mission's nature, infiltration and assassination. This was his first encounter with the Gorka chief, a formidable foe. Kang Hyun examined his attire, commenting that these clothes were the type to excite men. The mission's objective was clear: defeat the Gorka chief. He acknowledged his unfamiliarity with the Gorka chief, making the immediate priority locating the target. Unable to check his status while speaking to himself, Kang Hyun accessed his status window. His strength, agility, and vitality were all at level 10, with magic power at 11. Most notably, he possessed the unique ability, Resurrection. He marveled at the abundance of information displayed, particularly pleased with the comprehensive nature of his status window. His status window also revealed newly acquired skills, low-rank shield mastery and low-rank crossbow mastery. He found the descriptions somewhat underwhelming. Kang Hyun, a young man with tousled brown hair, sat amidst a forest clearing, his gaze fixed on a glowing holographic interface. He muttered to himself, deciding to allocate his skill points to strength and vitality. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He was sure there was at least one more skill point to be allocated. A new prompt appeared on his interface. Will you examine your inventory? A holographic inventory screen materialized, displaying a grid of slots. One slot contained a single item, a sword. Kang Hyun's finger hovered over the sword icon, selecting it. The sword materialized in his hand, a shabby long sword, but a sword nonetheless. He let out a joyous laugh. He declared it the coolest thing he'd seen so far, his excitement palpable. Having finished checking his inventory, Kang Hyun prepared for his next objective. He set off to find the Gorkas, whatever they might be. The year is 1999. Carlos Hathcock, born in 1942, a name whispered with reverence among American Marines, is remembered as a legendary sniper. His exploits are the stuff of legend. A 3-day crawl across 1.4 kilometers of treacherous terrain to assassinate a high-ranking general. A testament to his skill and unwavering resolve. Even now, years after his death, he remains a figure of immense respect. At least, that's what Kang Hyun thinks as he continues his own perilous mission. He's been crawling for hours, his body aching, his mind focused on the objective ahead. He estimates he's been moving for about 10 hours. 2 guards stand watch, a significant obstacle to his mission. The guards, imposing figures in tribal masks and spears, present a formidable challenge. Can he overcome them? His physical state is dire. The strain of his mission has left him utterly exhausted and desperate. He's even urinated himself from sheer stress. A sudden, sharp pain jolts him. He's been discovered. One of the guards stands before him, his features obscured by the mask, but his imposing stature and weapon leave no doubt about the danger. But then, something unexpected happens. A golden light erupts from within Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with grime and his hair plastered to his forehead, lay hidden within a crude shelter. A faint golden light emanated from his body, causing him to wince. He muttered to himself, the weight of his burden heavy on his soul. The task ahead was immense, a trial of both physical and mental endurance. Meanwhile, a powerfully built, older man with gray hair and a weathered face stood amidst a primitive village. He spoke, his voice a low growl, referencing a recent notification. His words echoed the concept of persistence, a rope symbolizing his resolve, snapping under immense pressure. He vowed to overcome this obstacle, his determination hardening into a fierce resolve. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged from the shadows, its guttural roar filling the air. The man reacted swiftly, his blade flashing as he met the creature's attack head-on. His movements were precise and deadly. The clash of steel against monstrous hide sent shockwaves through the air. The fight was brutal and unrelenting. The man's blade sliced through the creature's thick hide, revealing a grotesque mass beneath. The creature fell, its life force extinguished. Kang Hyun, observing from distance, watched the battle unfold. He moved to approach the fallen beast. The scene opens on a brutal clash. A warrior, adorned in tribal markings and a grotesque mask, lunges with a spear, his guttural cry echoing across the battlefield. His opponent, barely visible beneath a heap of bloody fur, is clearly wounded. The camera pulls back, revealing the scope of the conflict. A nighttime encampment, filled with crudely constructed huts, is surrounded by a large number of similarly armed warriors, their menacing cries a chilling chorus. Under the pale light of the moon, the scene shifts. Torches flare to life, illuminating a gathering of warriors. They begin to move, a wave of dark figures surging forward. The warriors advance, their pace quickening as they close in on their target. The lone figure, Kang Hyun, lets out a defiant laugh. He's clearly outnumbered, but his expression is one of grim determination. He taunts his attackers, his words laced with bitter defiance. He's ready for a fight. Kang Hyun unleashes a powerful attack, a roar accompanying his assault. The skill, Raging Lion's Roar, is activated. His laughter echoes as he cuts down his opponents. The text indicates this is the second round of the third stage of a tutorial. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, roared a challenge. His eyes burned with an unnatural intensity. The information panel detailed his active skill, Raging Lion's Roar. It reduced the morale and stats of nearby enemies, removing debuffs from himself. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion across the battlefield. His declaration echoed across the desolate landscape. He would kill them all. The Gorkha warriors, it turned out, were absent. They had left for a hunt earlier in the day, only returning at sunset. Consequently, the camp was at its weakest during the day. Kang Hyun exploited this vulnerability, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. Only a skeleton crew remained to guard the camp. Kang Hyun approached, his intent unmistakable. He burst into the camp, his sword drawn, ready for battle. He confronted the Gorkha chief, his voice dripping with contempt. He was here, and the chief would pay. The chief retaliated with a magical attack, a surge of dark energy emanating from a strange mask. The scene opens on a dimly lit chamber. A figure, cloaked and imposing, looms over a bed where a small, strangely adorned humanoid lies. Intricate magical sigils pulse faintly around them. Below, a section of a complex mechanism, resembling a multi-barreled weapon, is visible, glowing with an eerie purple light. A question mark explodes from a thought bubble above the weapon. The weapon's upper section is shown in detail, its intricate design hinting at power and age. Below, the scene shifts to show the humanoid figure, now surrounded by swirling purple energy, emitting strange sounds. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression bursts into the scene, a sword in hand. He's surrounded by a similar purple energy, but his is charged with a fierce intensity. He appears to be fighting against some unseen force. A digital display appears before the young man, informing him that he's been immobilized by a low-rank magic skill. His body is unresponsive, and he struggles against the magical restraint. He mutters in disbelief about the unexpected magical element. His internal monologue reveals his astonishment at the inclusion of magic in what he considers a tutorial. He dismisses the notion as impossible. A description of a skill called Raging Lion's Roar appears, detailing its effects on nearby enemies. He takes a deep breath, seemingly calming himself. The young man activates his skill, Raging Lion's Roar, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that pushes back the magical restraint. A wave of blue energy radiates from him. The effect of the skill is shown. The humanoid figure is knocked back, the mask falling from its face. The young man stands victorious, the magical energy dissipating. Two faint blue sparks remain on the ground where the humanoid was. Kang Hyun, a young man with determined eyes, launched himself through the air, his sword a blur of motion. Below, 3 figures watched. A seated, obese man with ornate headdress and tribal markings, flanked by 2 cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadow. The attack was swift and precise, a deadly dance of steel. After the strike, Kang Hyun stood, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. His internal monologue echoed the sentiment. Everyone has a plan until they get hit with a sword. A digital display announced his success. He had cleared stage 3 in record time, receiving an intermediate rank body regeneration and the temporary title, Impatient One, as rewards. A level-up notification flashed. The details of the Impatient One title were displayed, a title granted to those who rapidly completed Stage 3, testing persistence and tenacity. The title would persist until his record was broken. Later, Kang Hyun reflected on his achievement. He had completed Stage 3 in a single day, a stark contrast to the week it took him to finish Stage 2. His face, though still bearing the marks of battle, held a grim determination. His rapid progress led him to a single, chilling conclusion. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and smudged blood on his face, stared intently at his hand, a thoughtful expression etched onto his features. The question hung heavy in the air. Was this extraordinary ability, this power to cheat death, a blessing or a curse? His thoughts drifted to a fantastical image, himself, clad in shining golden armor, effortlessly overcoming a formidable challenge. He mused that at this rate, he might even break through Stage 4 in mere minutes. A month had passed since Kang Hyun entertained that thought. The image of a powerful warrior atop a fallen, monstrous dragon served as a stark reminder of the passage of time and the scale of his power. 25 days had elapsed since specially formed squads of awakened individuals were dispatched to clear dungeons across Korea. The scene shifted to a government briefing, highlighting the ongoing efforts to combat the dungeon threat. 40% of all discovered dungeons in Korea had been successfully cleared, a testament to the growing strength and coordination of the civilian awakened. Meanwhile, in a quiet kitchen, Kang Hyun cooked breakfast. A woman, presumably his sister, let out a frustrated cry from another room. The sound of his actions clearly annoyed her. His sister entered the kitchen, her annoyance evident. She complained about the noise he was making, reminding him of the potential complaints from their neighbors. She questioned him about his day, jokingly suggesting he'd been injured again. He simply replied that he had completed his mission. Kang Hyun nonchalantly revealed that he had single-handedly defeated all opponents. His sister, though initially surprised, quickly moved on, suggesting they eat. Kang Hyun awoke with a gasp, his face contorted in a grimace. He mumbled something unintelligible, a mix of confusion and discomfort, before letting out a strangled eek. He sat up in bed, his vision still blurry. A man, much larger than himself, stood in the doorway of his apartment, observing him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The larger man asked if something had happened in Kang Hyun's dream, noting the peculiar expression on his face. The scene opens in a modest kitchen. A young woman, concerned, addresses a man seated opposite her. "Why do you already look so terrible?" The man, Kang Hyun, visibly agitated, slams his chopsticks down. His eyes flash with anger as he mutters, "Those tutorial bastards are pissing me off." The woman sighs, attempting to lighten the mood. "Ugh, lighten up a little. You know, you're looking like a complete criminal these days, all right?" Kang Hyun, startled by her words, demands, "What did you say?" Before she explains, "So, what was the content of Stage 4? It was a group project, telling us to prove leadership or whatever." He continues his explanation, recounting the details of the challenge. It said something about leading party members to destroy a dungeon's core. It was like a role play or something. The party members were like NPCs who fit into the setting. He recalls the internal conflict within the group. They were arguing about whether we should keep going or retreat. They didn't have enough rations to keep going and brute force the dungeon. He concludes his account, "A couple rejected it pretty strongly, but ultimately, we decided to leave the dungeon. At first, I was obviously being pretty cool while carrying them." The battle raged. Kang Hyun, a young man with determined eyes and dark blue hair, moved with surprising speed amidst the chaos. He raised the morale of his fellow soldiers using a skill called Roaring Lion's Roar, a powerful battle cry that boosted their fighting spirit. Other soldiers, clad in armor, fought valiantly alongside him, while a cloaked figure launched projectiles from distance. Thanks to his intermediate rank body regeneration, Kang Hyun remained at the forefront of the fight, his wounds healing rapidly. He reflected on the skill, obtained after clearing Stage 3, which allowed him to recover from any injury, no matter how severe, using magic power. The skill description detailed its remarkable ability to regenerate even shattered bones within a single day. Later, a conversation took place. Someone questioned Kang Hyun, implying that everything seemed to have gone well. However, they pointed out that the recovery had taken an unexpectedly long time, a whole month. Kang Hyun's expression darkened. He explained that the problems began on a particular night. A flashback revealed a tense scene. A young woman with short brown hair, eyes wide with a chilling intensity, held a dagger, a dark aura swirling around her. A terrified man lay on the floor nearby. The scene shifted to show Kang Hyun himself, lying unconscious and covered by a blanket, his body seemingly lifeless. Kang Hyun awoke with a furious outburst. He knew from the start that someone had dared to interfere in the sacred dungeon. His rage was palpable as he cursed those responsible. Another person, seemingly a friend, urged him to calm down. He sat down, his anger slowly subsiding, his face etched with worry. During a meal, Kang Hyun explained that every attempt to rescue those trapped in the dungeon involved similar people and similar situations. He had to use his intelligence to find a way through. Kang Hyun sat at a table, chopsticks in hand, a question hanging in the air. What was it? His expression shifted. A manic grin spread across his face as he declared, I just needed to beat up all the bastards who got in my way before I started clearing it. The scene changed. A stark white background displayed a simple message. Tutorial Stage 4, Final Round. A group of soldiers, weary and apprehensive, debated their next move. One suggested pressing on, while another voiced concerns about dwindling supplies and the lack of a mana core. The conversation highlighted their desperation. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in rage, interrupted their discussion. He roared, silencing them with a furious outburst. Shut up. If we keep going and end up dying, are you going to take you all? Suddenly, a soldier crumpled to the ground, clutching his chest. Another cried out, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun appeared, sword drawn, confronting a shocked soldier. He sneered, what do you think you're? He continued, his voice dripping with menace. Everyone is going to follow my words from now on. If you refuse, you die. A young man, his face contorted in disbelief and terror, stared at his assailant. Why you? Are you insane? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the threat. His question was met with swift, brutal violence. A swift blow landed, sending the young man sprawling to the ground, blood blooming across his face. What the hell are you suddenly? The attacker, Kang Hyun, stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. He had warned him. I told you not to talk back, he growled, his voice laced with barely contained fury. The young man coughed, blood bubbling from his lips. His eyes, wide with pain and fear, darted to his companions, who watched in horrified silence. He gasped for air, his lifeblood staining his clothes. Kang Hyun, his own body marred by wounds, addressed the remaining survivors. You guys just need to follow me. I know the way. His voice was low but resolute. A data screen appeared, displaying Kang Hyun's stats. Level 14, Impatient 1. His innate ability, Resurrection. A chilling reminder of his unique power. They were ambushed. A skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding a scythe, lunged at Kang Hyun, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. The scythe connected, tearing through flesh and bone. But instead of death, Kang Hyun felt nothing. A strange sensation washed over him. He retaliated, his movements fluid and deadly despite the grievous wound. The skeletal figure recoiled, surprised by his resilience. The final blow landed with a sharp clack, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. A skull, fractured and lifeless, tumbled to the ground, the last vestige of the monstrous creature. Kang Hyun, his clothes torn and stained with blood, stood amidst the carnage. His sword, still dripping, hung loosely at his side. He surveyed the scene, his expression grim but resolute. His companions, equally battered, watched him with a mixture of awe and exhaustion. One of them muttered, "That's the last one." A woman, her face pale with shock, whispered, "He really killed them all." The group stood in the center of a vast chamber, surrounded by countless skeletal remains. The air hung heavy with the stench of death and decay. A single, pulsating orb of crimson energy glowed in the distance, casting an eerie light on the scene. The caption read, "So many of them, all by himself?" Kang Hyun, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb, muttered to himself, this is the core." One of Kang Hyun's companions, studying the structure supporting the core, questioned, "Do we just need to break its supports?" Kang Hyun, already unsheathing his sword, declared, "That's simple enough." With a swift, precise movement, Kang Hyun cleaved through the supports holding the crimson orb aloft. The structure crumbled, sending dust and debris raining down. A series of messages appeared, announcing, "Congratulations. You have cleared stage 4. You received Cleave E as the clear reward. You received Ring of Strength and Mind B as the clear reward." A holographic display flickered to life, announcing, "Level up." The vibrant purple glow pulsed against the inky blackness. Kang Hyun reviewed his progress. He mused that his gains from stage 4 had been surprisingly substantial. His rapidly increasing stats needed no further comment. The screen displayed his profile, name, Kang Hyun, title, Impatient 1, level 15. His strength, agility, and vitality were all at 17, magic power at 15. Crucially, under additional stats, a single, remarkable ability was listed, Resurrection. He'd also acquired a significant number of items from slain monsters. Amongst them were several mana stones, the purpose of which remained a mystery. 2 mana stones were displayed, a purple one labeled Skeleton Soldier's Mana Stone, and a green one labeled Skeleton Knight's Mana Stone. He surmised they would likely prove useful. Kang Hyun had also gained a new skill, Cleave E. The description read, cleave the target's body. Increase the lethality of the blade to cleave the target's body in two. Can ignore a set amount of defense. He also obtained the Ring of Strengthened Mind, a powerful accessory supplied to the Guard Knights of the Hendelic Empire. Its description detailed its ability to grant immunity to all mind-type magic and mental status conditions of a rank and below. But his greatest gain was yet to be revealed. He braced himself, his hand pressing against a wall. Kang Hyun began a grueling series of push-ups, his muscles straining with each repetition. He pushed himself to 300, his breath ragged. Kang Hyun, a man of imposing physique, sat on the floor, sweat beading on his brow. He just finished a grueling workout, but a deep dissatisfaction settled in his gut. It's feeling like just bare body exercises won't cut it anymore. He mused, his breath still ragged. The thought of hitting the gym crossed his mind. Should I go to a gym or something? His phone buzzed, lying face down on the floor. A notification appeared. A single playing card, the ace of spades, flashed on the screen. He picked up his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. An ad, he questioned, tilting his head slightly. But it wasn't an advertisement. A stark emergency alert filled the screen, its urgency palpable. The message was blunt. A dungeon had opened, threatening public safety. Citizens were urged to stay indoors. Outside, chaos reigned. Screams pierced the air as monstrous figures, grotesque, goblin-like creatures, attacked. A desperate plea for help echoed through the streets. Save me. One of the goblins, wielding a crude blade, smashed through a shop window. The scene was brutal. A bloody hand lay on the ground, a grim testament to the violence. Kang Hyun, witnessing the unfolding horror from his apartment window, felt a surge of adrenaline. He knew he had to act. He raced out into the streets, navigating the chaos, the sounds of battle a terrifying symphony around him. He moved with a grim determination, a stark contrast to the panicked civilians fleeing for their lives. A digital notification appeared. If the dungeon is not cleared within the set time, the dungeon gate will open. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken urgency. Inside a building, Kang Hyun, a man with a grim determination etched onto his face, prepared to leave for work. His internal monologue revealed his true concern. Yun was in danger. He muttered to a colleague, "I'm going to work." The colleague simply replied, "Sure." He ran, a desperate urgency propelling him forward. His thoughts raced. He needed something he could use as a weapon. He searched frantically. His frustration mounted. Damn it. What kind of house is this? Why isn't there even a shitty longsword here? His eyes widened in realization. A simple kitchen knife was his only option. Suddenly, he was thrown violently to the ground. He quickly recovered, drawing his makeshift weapon. He snarled at his attackers. "It's been a while, you bastards." He found himself facing a group of grotesque, monstrous creatures. The battle had begun. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a city street, clutching a knife. He muttered to himself, frustrated that he couldn't use his abilities. Despite his inability to utilize his skills, Kang Hyun used a distraction tactic. He successfully drew the attention of two grotesque, axe-wielding goblins. The goblins charged, their movements clumsy yet menacing. Kang Hyun braced himself for the attack. One goblin lunged, but Kang Hyun reacted swiftly, his movements surprisingly agile. He easily evaded the attack. He noted that while he couldn't fully utilize his abilities, the goblins were weaker than expected, a fact that puzzled him. With a powerful blow, Kang Hyun sent one goblin flying. A surge of blue energy erupted from his fist. The remaining goblin, impressed by Kang Hyun's strength, commented on his power. Kang Hyun, his face bloodied but triumphant, thanked the goblins for their cooperation, a chillingly calm expression on his face. He picked up the fallen goblin's axe, intending to make good use of it. The scene ended with a wide shot of the city. The camera pans across a modern cityscape, focusing on a sleek, multi-story office building. The sky is overcast, hinting an impending storm. Inside, chaos reigns. A man in a dark suit coughs violently, clutching his chest. Another man, similarly dressed, looks on in alarm as a third man stumbles, knocking over a luggage cart. The air crackles with an unnatural purple energy. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair watches the scene unfold with wide, frightened eyes. Her expression shifts from shock to dawning horror as the purple energy intensifies. Meanwhile, the woman's internal monologue reveals her confusion and concern. What is happening? What is he thinking? The man in the suit lets out a guttural scream as the purple energy surges around him. His face contorts in agony. The woman watches in terror as the man is violently thrown back, the purple energy exploding outward. The other men scatter in panic. A blinding flash of light erupts from the center of the room, obliterating everything in its path. The dust settles, revealing a single, bloody footprint on the floor. The purple energy has vanished. A young man with dark hair appears, seemingly unfazed. He shrugs nonchalantly, muttering, "Oops, I accidentally broke it." Blood matted his hair, crimson staining his already grim expression. A cruel smile stretched across Kang Hyun's face, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. He brandished a bloody blade, his voice a chilling whisper. Your Appa is here. He collapsed, the impact jarring. A wave of blue energy pulsed from his body, momentarily obscuring him in an ethereal glow. The scene opens on a chaotic office, smoke and dust swirling in the air. A young man, his clothes torn and stained with blood, stands defiantly, a wicked-looking blade held aloft. Around him, several office workers are either cowering in fear or nursing injuries. A young woman with dark hair watches him with a mixture of shock and apprehension. The young woman's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Who is it? She exclaims, her voice laced with panic. Others murmur, Miss Ah-Yoon's brother? The young man, seemingly oblivious to the fear he inspires, mutters, Why you? What's with that get-up? Oh, so this is Ah-Yoon's office. He looks down at himself, a question mark floating above his head as he takes in his own blood-soaked attire. The weight of his actions seems to hit him. An older man, presumably a superior, speaks up. I don't know who you are, but how could you just destroy the barricade like that? The department chief is visibly distressed. At this rate, the monsters. The young man sighs. I'm really sorry about that. I can't fully control my strength. He steps towards a doorway, more monsters visible beyond. He says dismissively, I don't think you need to worry too much. The scene opens on a group of individuals, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and disbelief. One of them, a young man with short, dark hair, voiced his astonishment. That many monsters? By himself? A young man, his clothes torn and stained with grime and blood, addressed the group. He pointed to the weapons scattered nearby. You see the weapons the goblins were using, right? Grab those and hold on to them for a bit. He continued, his tone laced with a grim determination. I'm not sure how many stages you guys have cleared, but as long as you're not scared, even ordinary people could take on one goblin at a time. Ignoring their worried questions, where are you going? The young man strode away, his movements swift and purposeful. He explained, while coming here I saw goblins everywhere. I'm pretty sure the upper floors are full of them too. He paused, a grim smile playing on his lips. Even with his injuries, a strange confidence radiated from him. Even if it's only a few, gotta sleep well at night, right? The scene shifts to a different location. A woman pours water onto the young man's wounds. Someone questioned the practicality of this. Okay to just pour water like that? The woman responded, we don't know how long we'll be stuck here, so we should save some. The young man, his body wrapped in bandages, impatiently dismissed her concerns. Just shut up. We at least have to treat it. This is Celine's solution anyhow. A young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation, tended to the wounds of a heavily bandaged man. He groaned, ugh. She continued, you're still acting tough. Why are you going around getting hit like that? The man replied, explaining, my regeneration skill is insane, so I can usually take most attacks, but since I can't use my skills yet, I guess it's not having any effect. The woman responded with a mix of awe and disbelief, so amazing. The scene shifted to show a bustling medical bay. Several individuals were present, their attention focused on the injured man. The woman added, be careful. If you can't use your skills, does that mean you can't resurrect? She then explained the situation, saying you'd step up to deal with the remaining monsters in the building was seriously too much. Despite his injuries, the man chuckled. Still, wasn't it kind of cool though? The woman retorted playfully, serves you right, getting beat up. He sighed, although everyone else seems to think a bit differently. My senior was making a fuss, trying to get me to introduce her to you. The woman looked at him expectantly, asking, what do you think? Are you interested? His internal monologue revealed his apprehension. Ask her if she's okay with a guy who curses loudly every morning when he wakes up. What are you saying? Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, stood in a forest clearing. He held a small, glowing device, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, realizing he'd forgotten something important. I forgot I had this. I was too out of it today. His gaze fell to the ground, where the boots of several figures were visible. A low murmur escaped his lips. So, the scene shifted to reveal a group of women in various states of armor and attire, their expressions ranging from suspicion to outright hostility. One of them, a woman with auburn hair, voiced her concerns. Don't you know that in situations like this, someone who talks a lot is suspicious? Another woman, sharply dressed, retorted, what did you say? Amidst the rising tension, a calmer voice attempted to mediate. Hey, let's all calm down. The mission parameters appeared. Defeat a succubus disguised as a human. Failure meant death. Kang Hyun, observing an image of a succubus, mused, a succubus is a nightmare demon, right? They usually look like gorgeous women, I think. One of the women observed the others, commenting on their striking beauty. The issue is that all the women here are ridiculously gorgeous. Are they all set up to know that a succubus is here? Another woman turned to Kang Hyun, seeking his opinion. Kang Hyun, what do you think? He responded with a confused, what? A succubus, her eyes gleaming with mischief, questioned Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, about the identity of a culprit. Kang Hyun, captivated by her beauty, could only stammer a response, his thoughts consumed by her striking appearance and alluring scent. He leaned back, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Even under the succubus's influence, he remained strangely unaffected. Kang Hyun's expression shifted, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He was clearly puzzled. The succubus's attempt at seduction was thwarted. A notification appeared, indicating that Kang Hyun's ring of strength and mind had successfully resisted the magical influence. The details of the ring of strength and mind were displayed. Durability at 100/100, a description of its origin from the Handelic Empire, and its ability to grant immunity to mind-type magic of a rank and below. The scene shifted to a nighttime campsite. Several figures, including Kang Hyun, were gathered around a campfire. Kang Hyun sat by the fire, lost in thought, his companions seemingly oblivious to his internal turmoil. His mind raced back over the previous events, a chaotic battle against hellish creatures, followed by a grueling week-long fight against goblins. Kang Hyun recounted his past ordeals. He'd endured grueling hunts, once spending hours crawling after a monster in Stage 3, only to be ambushed. Then came Stage 4, a month-long group project that left him feeling utterly worn down. But now a shift in fortune. He saw an opportunity for an easy victory, a chance to finally turn the tables. He offered a silent apology to whatever higher power he believed in, acknowledging that even his past misfortunes had led him to this point. He quickly covered his mouth, realizing his expression betrayed his excitement. His thoughts turned to the mission's details. Revealing the target's identity would make him a target himself. Even knowing her identity wasn't the end. He considered the possibility of a succubus transforming into a human, speculating about its potential strength, particularly its magical capabilities. Instead of rushing in, he decided on a more strategic approach. He planned to win over the other non-player characters first, especially since the men might be under the target spell. He swore he had no other motive. He considered sleeping on it, letting the plan solidify in his mind before acting. Kang Hyun drifted off to sleep. He awoke to an unfamiliar ceiling. He recognized the location instantly, a Hyen's company. His surprise was evident as he sat up, his disorientation clear. Kang Hyun awoke to find a concerned man looking down at him. "Ah, you woke up?" the man said, relief evident in his voice. "We were just about to wake you. The army's arrived." Hyun sat up, his mind racing. He immediately suspected foul play. The thought that the girl had discovered his identity and killed him in his sleep flashed through his mind. His fists clenched. He was still processing the implications when the man's words registered. "What did you say came?" Outside, the arrival of the army was anything but peaceful. Soldiers leaped from their vehicles, weapons raised, ready for combat. The scene was chaotic. Gunfire erupted as the soldiers engaged their targets. Their targets were monstrous creatures, seemingly humanoid but grotesque and violent. The soldiers fought back fiercely. Hyun watched the battle unfold from a window, his face a mask of grim determination. The battle raged. Soldiers fought valiantly against a relentless tide of monsters, their gunfire echoing across the ravaged landscape. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed them. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun, a young soldier with a bandage on his face, felt a strange sensation. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. He wondered what. "I'm pretty sure I felt something just now. Almost like there's something dangerous." The feeling intensified, a prickling unease that spread through his body. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. His eyes widened in alarm. He felt different. A strange power surged within him, a feeling both terrifying and exhilarating. Meanwhile, a soldier nearby frantically reloaded his rifle, the metallic click of the magazine echoing in the din of battle. The soldier yelled, "There's no end. There's just no end. Just like the rest of your military service? And yours. You bitch, I'm a week older than you, you know." Kang Hyun cursed, his frustration palpable. This ambush had come at the worst possible time, right before his scheduled break. He found himself amidst a chaotic scene. A monstrous goblin, its skin a shade of angry red, wreaked havoc upon his platoon. The soldiers fell, one by one, their gunfire seemingly ineffective against the creature's brutal strength. Hyun returned fire, his bullets impacting the goblin's chest. The creature staggered, but showed no signs of slowing down. Hyun watched in disbelief as the goblin, despite the grievous wounds, continued its relentless assault. A nearby military vehicle approached, its occupants likely unaware of the unfolding horror. Panic erupted among the surviving soldiers. Their lieutenant, his voice strained with fear, reported the devastating losses to what seemed like a single, unstoppable foe. One soldier, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the carnage, could only express his disbelief. The goblin's resilience was beyond comprehension. Its unnatural strength defied explanation. The goblin, seemingly impervious to pain, continued its assault. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intensity. Its wounds, deep and numerous, seemed to heal before their very eyes. The sheer impossibility of the situation began to dawn on Hyun. The soldiers' bullets proved utterly useless against the creature. Their weapons were ineffective against this seemingly immortal foe. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid but undeniably grotesque, smashed through the building's remains. Soldiers, caught completely off guard, reacted with a mixture of terror and disbelief. One of them shouted, "What in the hell is that thing?" From the relative safety of a military vehicle, an officer barked orders. "Driver, floor it." The vehicle lurched forward, attempting to escape the creature's wrath. But the creature was impossibly fast, its massive form a blur of motion as it smashed into the side of the truck, sending it careening wildly. The impact sent soldiers sprawling. The creature, seemingly unfazed, leaped into the air, its spear-like weapon glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Two soldiers, eyes wide with terror, watched helplessly as the creature descended. The scene opens with a chaotic tableau of destruction. Military vehicles, overturned and mangled, litter the street. Blood stains the asphalt, and the air is thick with the sounds of pained cries and the metallic clang of twisted metal. In the midst of this carnage, a monstrous figure, seemingly impervious to the violence around it, stands amidst the wreckage. From a vantage point above, a young man named Kang Hyun witnesses the horrifying spectacle unfolding below. His expression is one of disbelief and dawning horror. He mutters to himself, questioning the nature of the unfolding catastrophe. Kang Hyun stares, transfixed, as a ghostly image of himself appears before him, a reflection in a distorted, almost ethereal surface. He is visibly shaken. He recoils, his eyes wide with shock and confusion as he takes in the full extent of the devastation below. The question hangs heavy in the air. What happened? The camera pulls back to reveal a closer look at the source of the carnage. A hulking, monstrous creature, covered in blood and wielding a crude weapon, stands triumphant over the bodies of fallen soldiers within the wreckage of a military transport truck. Back with Kang Hyun, his fear is palpable. He recoils further, his hands outstretched as if to ward off an unseen threat. A sense of dread permeates the scene. The perspective shifts again, focusing on a monstrous creature as it raises its weapon, preparing to strike. The creature's movements are brutal and swift. A surge of crimson energy erupts from the creature, its eyes glowing with malevolent intensity. The energy pulses with a raw, destructive power. The crimson energy coalesces, forming a terrifying, almost ethereal image of the creature's leg, imbued with immense power. The scene opens on a city street, scarred by conflict. Two military transport trucks, their camouflage paint splattered with blood, retreat down the road, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Corporal Young Jae-hoon, his face partially obscured by a blood-stained mask, crouches behind a damaged vehicle. He clutches his head, his expression one of confusion and pain. "Cuck, what is this?" he mutters. Another soldier reports urgently. "Squad 3 was attacked. Signaler, where's our signaler? Submit a request for reinforcements." Jae-hoon groans, "Oh, my head." He looks around, his eyes widening in horror. Red dog at our location. What the hell came out that?" The scene shifts to reveal the source of the soldier's terror. A monstrous, hulking creature wielding a massive spear, and a smaller, reptilian-like monster. One soldier, barely visible, is clearly overwhelmed. Another soldier frantically calls out, "Signaler, where's our reinforcement?" Jae-hoon stares in disbelief as he hears the response. "They're sending a civilian. Talented." He whispers, "A civilian? You're gonna drive me crazy, really." A soldier, his face obscured by a balaclava, leveled his rifle, shouting, "Whatever." His shot was fired. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as the result became clear. The monstrous figure lunged forward, its movements impossibly fast. It had simply had a jam now. The soldier was sent flying backwards by a brutal blow, the impact echoing the force of the attack. Another soldier, his face contorted in pain, crashed to the ground. A large, dark object hurtled towards him. The creature, its movements blurring, launched a devastating kick. The impact was brutal, the creature's force undeniable. In the distance, military trucks approached, their arrival a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding. A violent explosion rocked the urban landscape. The force of the blast sent debris flying, leaving a crater in the street. In the center of the devastation, a figure lay prone, seemingly lifeless. Moments later, a soldier, his face partially obscured by a mask and marred by blood, peered down from a nearby armored vehicle. He was clearly shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief. A young man with dark hair, clad in tattered clothing, approached the soldier cautiously. He extended a hand, concern etched on his face. The young man asked if the soldier was all right. His tone was gentle, yet there was an underlying intensity in his gaze. The prone figure suddenly sat up, a chilling smile spreading across his face. His eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. The soldier's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed the figure's unsettling transformation. Overcome with fear, the soldier stammered, calling the figure a monster. The young man, seemingly unfazed, calmly ordered the soldier to put down his weapon, identifying himself as human. The soldier, still reeling from the shock, questioned the young man's humanity, while another soldier nearby wondered aloud if this was their expected reinforcement. Kang Hyun, a young man with a weary expression and a bandage on his arm, stumbled, catching the attention of a soldier. He apologized, explaining that he'd been caught off guard. The soldier responded with understanding, acknowledging Hyun's near-death experience. Hyun, showing gratitude, thanked the soldier for their assistance. Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the smoke and dust, its movements suggesting a powerful resurgence. Hyun's eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. He muttered to himself, recognizing the creature and its relentless pursuit since their last encounter. Hyun deduced that the creature had tracked him to the soldier's location, likely taking advantage of the army's defeat. He decided to confront the threat immediately, preferring to deal with it before it could cause further chaos. He warned the soldiers not to fire their weapons, as they might accidentally injure him. Hyun inquired about the availability of tear gas or similar non-lethal weapons. The soldiers confirmed they had a variety of weapons at their disposal. Hyun requested their use, prompting a surprised reaction from one of the soldiers. Despite the need for gas masks, Hyun insisted on immediate action, dismissing the need for further explanation. A tense scene unfolded. A man, his face grim, barked orders to his soldiers. And tell the others not to shoot in this direction. We'll all die if things go wrong. A soldier, visibly shaken, responded with a strained, "Why, yes." Understood. The man continued, shouting, "All platoon members, put on your gas masks and stay alert." Another soldier, her face etched with worry, added to the instructions, "Only shoot at monsters that approach us. Never turn your gun toward the center of the road." The preparations were complete. A man in shorts and a dark shirt stood calmly, a chain in his hand, facing a monstrous creature. The monster, a hulking figure with jagged teeth and scarred skin, growled, "Sorry, but I hold a pretty serious grudge against you guys." Suddenly, a soldier threw a grenade. It arced through the air, heading straight for the monster. The man in shorts watched intently. The grenade exploded near the monster, who reacted with a surprise KRRK. The monster lunged forward, roaring, "Connect!" A grotesque creature, its skin a mottled brown and purple, convulsed on the ground. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light as it let out a series of guttural, pained quack sounds. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, coughed violently as he braced himself. A faint pink energy pulsed from his hand as he wielded a small, wickedly curved blade. He was clearly injured, but his movements were swift and precise. He observed the creature, a mixture of disgust and grim determination on his face. Whether it's a goblin or a regular goblin, they both just swing wildly whenever they're panicking, he thought, his breath ragged. With a sudden burst of speed, Kang Hyun lunged forward, his blade arcing through the air. The impact was swift and decisive, leaving a bright flash of light where the creature had been. Despite his injuries, Kang Hyun's opponent seemed impressed. "You've also deflected bullets, so pain like this must be new, right? Looks like you're pretty tenacious," it remarked, its voice laced with a hint of grudging admiration. Kang Hyun grinned, a feral expression twisting his features. "But I'm probably more used to pain than you," he retorted, his voice strained but defiant. He moved with a blur of motion, his blade a silver streak against the backdrop of the gritty urban landscape. He disarmed his opponent with a swift, precise maneuver. The creature's weapon clattered to the ground as it was sent flying. "Weapon disarmed," Kang Hyun declared, his voice ringing with confidence. Kang Hyun unleashed a powerful attack, a wave of energy surging from his body, engulfing his opponent in a blinding flash of light. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a grimace, deflected another blow. His opponent, a soldier clad in military fatigues, was clearly taken aback by Hyun's resilience. "Why are you so tough?" the soldier gasped, his voice laced with disbelief. Ignoring the soldier's question, Hyun pressed his attack. "Just die," he roared, his blade flashing. The soldier, clearly outmatched, was struck by a powerful energy blast. Another soldier, witnessing the scene from a distance, watched in stunned silence. "So that's a talented. What's happening here?" he muttered, his confusion evident. A third soldier, seemingly a superior officer, arrived on the scene. He looked around, his expression one of bewilderment. "I don't remember a reinforcement other than me being sent," he questioned, his voice filled with uncertainty. His eyes, partially obscured by his gas mask, widened slightly as he took in the scene before him. Hyun's sword, shattered from the intense battle, lay broken on the ground. The scene shifted to show the extent of the damage. He stood amidst the wreckage, his breathing ragged but his eyes burning with determination. The scene then shifted to show Hyun walking away from the battlefield. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered to himself, "This bastard." Kang Hyun, the protagonist, braced himself against another onslaught. He'd expected his attacks to inflict at least some injury, but the monstrous creature before him seemed impervious to pain. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. He considered more tactical options, wondering if a joint lock might offer a chance, but ultimately, he knew his only recourse was brute force. His only skill was to swing his sword. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun stood poised, sword in hand, amidst a city street. With a swift, powerful motion, he brought his blade down upon the creature. Blazing energy erupted from the impact. The creature staggered, but remained standing. Another figure, a soldier in dark armor, joined the fray. The soldier attacked, but the creature's resilience proved too much. Its roar echoed through the area. Kang Hyun, wounded but undeterred, watched as the soldier was thrown back by the creature's strength. The creature's blows felt like hitting a rock, he noted. Despite the creature's immense power, Kang Hyun recognized it as a boss from a relatively low-level dungeon. He was impressed by his own strength, even against such a formidable opponent. Kang Hyun, a young man with a determined expression and a scar across his cheek, analyzed his opponent. His internal monologue revealed a strategic thought. The creature's defenses were abnormally high, implying a hidden weakness. He overheard someone mention an F-rank dungeon. This confirmed his suspicion that his adversary possessed more knowledge than he initially assumed. The scene shifted to a dynamic action sequence. Kang Hyun, agile and swift, evaded a brutal attack from a hulking, monstrous creature. He then questioned his opponent about any alternative plans. Exhausted but undeterred, Kang Hyun countered with a powerful blow. He declared his ability to sense his opponent's exhaustion as well. Despite his advantage, Kang Hyun questioned the effectiveness of his current strategy, given the opponent's resilience. He continued to fight, his blade flashing. His attacks proved futile. He couldn't inflict any significant damage. His frustration mounted. His sword broke during the struggle, leaving him weaponless. He realized his dire need for a new weapon. Kang Hyun desperately searched for a replacement weapon. He spotted a discarded axe and, seizing the opportunity, used it to launch a fierce attack against the creature, joined by another combatant. The monstrous creature lunged, its claws slashing. Kang Hyun, nimble despite his relative lack of strength, dodged the attack. "I'm fast," he muttered, "but my strikes are on the weaker side." His companion, unseen but heard, offered a suggestion. "Please attack its weak point while I draw its attention." Kang Hyun, his dark hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, sprinted away from the beast's renewed assault. Even as he ran, a grim determination set upon his face. "Even if you say that," he considered his options. The creature's eyes, glowing menacingly, were its obvious weak point, but heavily protected. Its weak point is probably its eyes, but it knows that and is protecting them. The creature roared, its massive form silhouetted against the fiery sky. Kang Hyun's gaze narrowed. "Then where else can I attack?" His mind raced. "Its joints? Maybe the skin, there will be weaker?" He grimaced, frustration evident. "Arg, I don't know." The creature lunged again, its attack narrowly missing Kang Hyun. A spray of blood and gore marked the spot where he had stood moments before. A blurry image of a figure in a gas mask appeared briefly, followed by a glimpse of a high-tech weapon charging. The scene shifted to a city street. Kang Hyun, still battling the creature, was now joined by his masked ally, who fired a powerful blast from their weapon. Tears streamed down Kang Hyun's face, his expression a mixture of pain and disbelief. A single, ragged bandage covered a wound on his cheek. He mumbled an apology, his voice barely a whisper, the weight of unspoken emotions heavy in the air. The scene shifted. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a man with short, dark hair, gripping a halberd. He faces a monstrous, reddish-brown creature, its skin studded with spines. As the creature lunged, a philosophical question crossed Kang Hyun's mind. His internal monologue questioned whether the creature's rear was a weak point. Kang Hyun's face is etched with concentration as a translucent, glowing blue anatomical overlay appears over the creature, highlighting its rear. He wasn't entirely certain, but he recognized it as a critical weakness. Instinctively, he decided to exploit it. His body moved automatically, reacting to his decision. With a powerful swing, Kang Hyun's halberd connected with the creature's rear. He let out a battle cry as the creature reeled from the blow. The creature collapsed, defeated. A faint chuckle escaped Kang Hyun's lips. The crimson glow intensified in the creature's eye, a prelude to a final, desperate attack. Elsewhere, Kang Hyun moved with lethal efficiency, dodging blows and striking with deadly precision. His opponents, two armed figures, were clearly outmatched. He taunted one of his foes, confident in his ability to overpower them. "The inside of your mouth won't also be tough, right?" With a swift, brutal strike, Kang Hyun dispatched his opponent. The creature's demise was swift and violent. Another foe fell, their body riddled with wounds. Blood splattered across the ground. Kang Hyun leaned against a wall, breathing heavily. He muttered, "Foe." A figure emerged from the smoke, clad in tactical gear and a gas mask. He observed Kang Hyun with a mixture of caution and assessment. The masked figure spoke, his voice muffled by the respirator. "He's strong." He continued his assessment, pondering Kang Hyun's origins and affiliations. Where did a talented like him come from? Is he an independent? Kang Hyun, a young man with a bandage covering a wound on his face, leaned against a metal pole, his knuckles white as he gripped it tightly. His breath hitched in ragged gasps. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted nearby. He witnessed a grotesque creature, a monstrous humanoid with jagged teeth and glowing eyes, collapse to the ground. "What's that?" he muttered, his gaze fixed on the fallen beast. He approached the fallen creature cautiously. I don't know what it is, but for now, let's just take it. He muttered, picking up a strange object from the creature's remains. It's a shame I can't use the inventory yet. This damn tutorial, when's it gonna end? As he examined his loot, another figure appeared, a soldier in tactical gear, armed with knives. He lunged at Kang Hyun, who was caught off guard. Are you? Kang Hyun, despite being attacked, thought to himself, sharing item drops is the general rule, right? But his thoughts shifted. But that guy only intervened in the middle of the fight, and I was the one who actually killed it. Kang Hyun, deciding against sharing, declared, I'm busy, got some stuff to do, so I'll go first. You can have this cool axe here. He quickly escaped, leaving the soldier behind. The soldier shouted, no, wait. But Kang Hyun only laughed. Well, adios. The rain lashed down, blurring the already indistinct cityscape. A lone figure, clad in tactical gear and a gas mask, stood defiant, twin blades held aloft. He seemed to be facing an unseen foe, his posture tense, his body coiled like a spring ready to unleash. He sheathed one of the blades, his movements precise and economical. The rain plastered his dark hair to his forehead. He seemed to be assessing his surroundings, his gaze sharp and calculating. A close-up revealed beads of sweat trickling down his jawline. He wiped his mouth with the back of his gloved hand, a grimace twisting his features. He looked up at the sky, a question hanging heavy in the air. Who the hell was that? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The encounter had clearly left him shaken. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin, the situation finally seemed to wrap up around sunset. He and his companion walked through the ruined streets, the scene resembling a disaster movie set. The air hung heavy with the aftermath of battle. Only after the sun had fully set did they finally return to their home, the day's events leaving a lingering sense of unease. A young man and woman walked down a dimly lit street, their shoulders hunched against the night. The air hung heavy with an unspoken tension. He paused, a low murmur escaping his lips. Hey, she responded with a curt, almost irritated, yeah. They entered a building, the interior dark and cluttered. He asked, did you not close the door on your way out? He sighed, admitting, looks like it. His sister retorted, I was the idiot for thinking you'd matured. She suggested, let's clean up first before we eat. I don't even know if there'll be anything left. A pot of steaming ramen sat on the kitchen counter, a simple meal prepared. The siblings sat down to eat, the silence punctuated only by the clinking of chopsticks. She looked at her phone, then exclaimed, bruh, that's crazy. Kang Hyun sat at his kitchen table, a thoughtful expression on his face as he sipped his tea. He seemed lost in contemplation, a question mark floating above his head. A moment later, he was startled by a smartphone held close to his face. The camera's flash momentarily blinded him. The phone displayed a video, a shockingly familiar scene played out on the screen. It was a recording of him fighting a goblin. He recognized himself instantly. That's me, he exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and alarm coloring his voice. The video was clearly trending online, labeled Real Gunwadong Goblin Slayer, #trending. His eyes widened in horror. He realized the implications. Someone had recorded his fight, both on the street and in his office. The comment section of the video was a flurry of activity. Viewers expressed disbelief, questioning whether the footage was CGI and debating his skill level. A strange smile crept across Kang Hyun's face. This feels pretty good, he mused, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Back in the kitchen, his sister, seemingly unimpressed, continued eating her noodles. She glanced at him, her expression one of mild annoyance. Your face, really? She commented, her tone dry. Online comments flooded the screen, each one expressing disbelief and a touch of morbid fascination. His face is totally villainous, one user wrote, while another added, it's terrible even from afar. The comments continued, expressing shock and awe at the man's imposing size and strength. The scene shifted to a dark, starlit sky. A voice, weary but resolute, echoed in the silence. Is it really that bad? Another voice, equally weary, responded, that's what I've been saying. Inside a dimly lit room, a young man lay in bed, his face contorted in pain. He cried out, yo, I need help. A woman, presumably his roommate, stirred awake, asking, what? The man pleaded, turn the light off, please. The woman, clearly annoyed, muttered, fuck you. The man continued to plead, please. She relented, sighing, TSK, I'm only turning it off because you worked hard. The woman, exhausted, instructed him, and don't shout tomorrow morning, all right? I'm exhausted too. The man, however, remained unconcerned, giving a thumbs up and declaring, this stage is super free. He continued, boasting, I'll buy you a beer tomorrow, and you can listen to how cool I am. The woman responded with a weary sigh. Your confidence is just planting failure flags everywhere. I'm not much expecting, but good luck, I guess. She looked at him with a mixture of exasperation and pity, whispering, really? The man finally drifted off to sleep, his body relaxed under the covers. Kang Hyun awoke. He lay on his back, eyes half-lidded, a thoughtful expression on his face. The room was dark, illuminated only by a faint light source. His thoughts drifted to a recent encounter. He mused on the strength of his opponent, questioning how many stages the man had cleared in the game. He reflected that he himself would have likely failed stage 2 on normal difficulty. The scene shifted back to Kang Hyun's bedroom. He was still asleep, tucked under his covers. He internally dismissed such thoughts. He resolved to reach stage 8 eventually and become stronger than anyone else. A soft glow emanated from his sleeping form. His thoughts then turned to a more personal encounter from the previous day. He found himself unexpectedly captivated by the succubus he had fought, despite her being a monster that had killed him. A dark, swirling void filled the panel, reflecting his conflicted feelings. The scene changed. Kang Hyun was now outside, enjoying the scenery. He commented to himself on the pleasant sights he was able to take in during the tutorial. His peaceful observation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a grotesque, goblin-like creature. A monstrous figure, its features obscured by shadow and grime, lunged forward with a guttural roar. Its attack was swift and brutal. But before the blow could land, a young man, Kang Hyun, reacted with surprising speed. A flash of blue energy erupted from his foot as he countered the attack, his expression one of disbelief and exertion. With a powerful kick, Hyun sent the creature sprawling into the forest undergrowth. Dust and debris flew as the impact reverberated through the trees. The creature lay still, its ragged breathing its only sign of life. A dark stain spread across its chest. Hyun, panting, stared at the fallen foe. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of what had just transpired. Goblins, he thought again. A faint purple glow appeared before him, a translucent screen materializing in the air. His brow furrowed in confusion. The screen displayed a set of instructions. Defeat the cave goblin horde and clear the dungeon. Failure condition, die. A helpful tip about the goblin's poor eyesight but excellent hearing was also provided. More goblins appeared, their guttural sounds echoing through the woods. Hyun noted the screen's advice about their hearing, but questioned the screen's helpfulness. He acknowledged the information about the goblin's hearing, but more importantly, he was focused on the task at hand. Survival. The goblins advanced, their menacing grins visible. Kang Hyun found himself in a bewildering situation. The tutorial, the very foundation of his reality, had inexplicably changed. His thoughts echoed the question that consumed him. Why? A cacophony of shouts and the jarring sound of a violent struggle filled the air. Someone roared, silencing the chaos with a sharp, "Shut up." The scene shifted, revealing a modern cityscape. The previous sounds of conflict were now distant echoes. The focus narrowed to a brutal close-up. A man, his face contorted in agony, was bleeding profusely from a deep wound across his forehead. His eyes were wide with shock and pain. The scene widened to show the interior of a PC bang. The injured man lay on the floor, surrounded by chaos. Another man, seemingly unaffected, stood over him, his expression cold and calculating. The camera focused on the injured man, his hand instinctively reaching for his wound. Blood continued to flow freely. He gasped, a single word escaping his lips. How? The observer, a man in dark clothing, watched the scene unfold. His internal monologue reflected his disbelief. How is a guy who hasn't joined the tutorial yet? Kang Hyun slumped against the grimy wall of the subway car, his breath ragged. A question echoed in his mind. Was this power, this strange ability, something more than mere talent? He coughed, a harsh sound that shook his chest. Another man, his features sharp and his expression grim, stood nearby. I mean, nothing's changed, the man stated, his voice low and dismissive. What's it matter if you're a little stronger? You don't know how to fight. The man's gaze shifted to a small screen, displaying a brutal gladiatorial combat. A flicker of something akin to amusement crossed his face. What a relief. It looks like there are some interesting talented. Tutorial Stage 5, Round 3 began. The objective, defeat the doppelganger, a monster that preys on humans by blending into crowds. Failure meant death. A helpful tip was provided. Holy knights and mages could use a special ability once per day. Kang Hyun, the protagonist, pondered the mission parameters. A monster that consumed humans nightly. He was tasked with finding and defeating the doppelganger. He stood amidst a group of other participants, a mix of holy knights and mages, each preparing for the challenge ahead. The air crackled with anticipation and a palpable sense of dread. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Kang Hyun observed his fellow participants, a diverse group of individuals, each with their own unique skills and equipment. A nervous energy hung in the air. He noted the similarities to Round 1's succubus hunt. A quiet hum of thought escaped him. HM. Kang Hyun focused, muttering the word wisdom. He looked determined, his gaze sweeping across the assembled group. The weight of the task before him was evident. He resolved to use his wisdom to break through the challenge. Suddenly, he was thrown violently to the ground, the impact jarring. A surge of energy erupted from him, a powerful aura that commanded attention. The others watched in stunned silence as his unique ability manifested. The scene opens on a chaotic struggle. A man in a sharp suit wrestles with a cloaked figure, while a woman in futuristic armor observes from a distance. Nearby, an elderly man watches with a grim expression, his face etched with worry. A surge of purple energy erupts from the scene's edge. The scene shifts to a forest clearing. A group of armed individuals surrounds a young man with short, dark hair, clad in simple athletic wear. He holds a glowing purple object. The atmosphere is tense. The young man, Kang Hyun, touches his chin thoughtfully. He seems lost in thought. A sudden shift in his demeanor. His eyes flash with a dangerous glint as he silently vows vengeance. Every person who moves will be considered an enemy. He clenches his fists, a wave of memory washing over him. He remembers something crucial from his past. The scene changes to a cityscape. Birds fly overhead, a peaceful contrast to the previous scenes. Kang Hyun lies in bed, his expression troubled. He reflects on a game of Mafia, realizing a harsh truth. In such games, the most vocal often perish first. He contemplates his past failures, questioning if he's ever truly won a game of deception before. He sits up in bed, his face filled with frustration and self-reproach. He realizes he was completely blindsided by the events that transpired, and he should have been more cautious. The stark white background bore a single, impactful statement. I would make the same mistake for over a month and a half. The scene shifted. Under a night sky, a man's voice cut through the darkness. How's that? Kang Hyun, the man, Kang Hyun's brother, adjusted his glasses, a smug expression on his face. He held a book titled, Your Brain Weaker. He stated, Your brother is born again, smarter. Kang Hyun's reaction was immediate and visceral. His eyes widened, his mouth agape in a silent scream of frustration. He thought, sucks. The setting changed to an office. Kang Hyun's brother, still holding his book, spoke to a woman. I just got off work. What are you trying to show me? The woman replied, I want to change how I am. So I started off with my looks. The brother interrupted. It's the 53rd day. 53rd. The brother continued, exasperated. I died on the goddamn 5th round 53 times. I have to do something different. He explained further. They tell you to use wisdom to pass, and the story's different every time. Not even Menbosa could beat that round. Kang Hyun muttered, You mean Monso? Kang Hyun, a man whose appearance suggested a meticulous nature, sat in his apartment, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance. He muttered to himself, Whoa, my ass, you fucking lunatic. His irritation stemmed from a source outside his control. Soundproof your damn walls instead of spending that money on a suit. The source of a noise? His neighbor had installed a subwoofer directly below his apartment. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the hallway outside his apartment, looking distressed. She let out a soft ah. The next moment, Kang Hyun found himself in a dark cave. He surveyed his surroundings, questioning, Is this a dungeon? He pondered his current predicament, his thoughts turning to the task ahead. What kind of shit mission am I going to get today? A holographic interface flickered to life before him, displaying cryptic data. He whispered, This is... A look of dawning understanding, even excitement, spread across his face. He exclaimed, Eureka! The mission parameters appeared before Kang Hyun's eyes. Clear the Frank dungeon, specifically Tarank's incubator. Failure meant death. A helpful tip clarified that the dungeon's guardian, a level 20 spitting Tarank, required identifying its weakness. He moved deeper into the dungeon, the flickering light of his torches illuminating the dark, damp passageways. The air hung heavy with the scent of mildew, and something else, something ancient and unsettling. Kang Hyun faced the spitting Tarank. He muttered to himself, pleased with the straightforward nature of the challenge. Clearing the dungeon was a simple condition. He braced himself, preparing for battle. The massive spider descended from the darkness above, its many eyes gleaming menacingly. He had found a solution, a plan so effective that even his usually stoic friend, Aristotle, would be impressed. A triumphant smirk played on his lips. The spitting Tarank unleashed a torrent of venomous purple liquid, aiming to overwhelm Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun reacted instantly, narrowly dodging the attack. He recognized the creature as a spitting spider, a dangerous foe. His eyes narrowed in concentration, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He was ready. The spider's venom struck his arm. He realized it was poisonous, but he remained calm, his resolve unshaken. He muttered to himself, acknowledging the situation. Kang Hyun, a man whose life was marked by a unique ability, resurrection, found himself locked in a desperate struggle. He braced himself against a monstrous foe, his body screaming in protest, but his resolve unwavering. Enough, he roared, his voice a strained whisper against the cacophony of battle. The creature before him, a gargantuan spider-like monstrosity, recoiled slightly from the force of his attack. A guttural screech echoed through the cavern as the beast registered the blow. Despite the injury, the monstrous spider lunged again, its multiple legs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. Kang Hyun, agile despite his wounds, rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the creature's deadly mandibles. He grunted, a mixture of pain and exertion etched on his face. Oof, that hurt a little, he muttered, his voice laced with grim determination. A sudden burst of information appeared before him, a digital overlay on the creature's form. It revealed a crucial piece of knowledge. The key to defeating the spitting Tarank's weakness lay hidden within its incubator. With renewed focus, Kang Hyun channeled his energy, preparing for a decisive strike. He swung his sword in a blinding arc, aiming for the creature's vulnerable point. The impact was devastating. The monstrous spider was cleaved in two, its body collapsing into a heap of chitinous remains. Kang Hyun stood amidst the carnage, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. He reflected on his victory, a grim satisfaction settling over him. Ultimately, I decided to just jump in head first. He mused, weak spot? Weakness? Either way, all I have to do is catch it, right? Kang Hyun, a young man with an air of quiet determination, stood before a seemingly impenetrable barrier. He scoffed, muttering to himself, I'll bypass this lock by breaking the handle instead of searching for a key. His efforts were rewarded. A triumphant grin spread across his face as a digital message appeared before him. Congratulations. You've cleared Stage 5. You received Titan Strength B as the clear reward. The scene shifted, showing Kang Hyun's bloodied form, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He reflected, people use their brains because they can't use their bodies. A detailed description of his new ability materialized. Titan Strength B. Ability. Strengthen your muscles with mana. Description. Increases strength by 12 for 10 minutes. A status screen displayed Kang Hyun's profile. Name, Kang Hyun. Title, Impatient One. Level, 25. His stats were impressive, but the most striking detail was his innate ability, Resurrection. The scene changed to a high school hallway. A friend called out to Kwon Minsu, Hey Kwon Minsu, it's time for your birthday punch. Minsu, looking exhausted, responded, Later, dude. Later. I'm already dead, fucking tired from the tutorial. Another student chimed in, Oh right, you're 18. How was Stage 1? Minsu replied, It was just shit like the rumors said. I still passed though. Two young men, slumped over a desk, discussed the challenges of a grueling test. The problem, as one of them pointed out, was what came next. Beyond Stage 5, there were no helpful hints, they lamented. They knew that only the top 1% could pass Stage 4. One of the students, lying on his side, scrolled through his phone. He suspected the higher-ups were keeping the good information to themselves. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Someone had apparently cleared Stages 7 and 8. His friend reacted with disbelief, questioning if it was a hoax. The student on the phone read aloud the themes for Stages 4, 5, and 6. Stage 4 was about leadership, requiring party members to surrender to the strength of their leader. Stage 5 emphasized wisdom, suggesting that muscles were the greatest source of wisdom. Stage 6 demanded cold-bloodedness, requiring the destruction of enemies and allies alike. He continued reading, detailing the brutal requirements of Stage 6. The student's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he read about Stage 7, which focused solely on destroying enemies. He muttered to himself, The hell is this? The scene shifted to online comments. One user claimed to have completed Stage 7, identifying himself as Han Xian. Other users expressed skepticism, with some calling it troll. The student exploded in rage, his face contorted in fury. He roared, You F*** airs. He slammed his fist on the desk, screaming, I gave you the tip of your life. A young woman, her expression a mixture of annoyance and disbelief, questioned the agitated man before her. What are you screaming about now? The man, shirtless and clearly worked up, explained his frustration. He had generously shared high-level tips, but his efforts were met with skepticism. The woman retorted, unimpressed by his outburst. She pointed out that he shouldn't have gone to such lengths if he didn't expect resistance. He muttered something about her being an out-of-touch boomer. He confidently declared that once he completed Stage 8, he would become the third tutorial graduate in the nation, achieving the same rank as prominent figures in the hunting world. The woman listened, a skeptical expression on her face, as he boasted about his impending success and the high rank he would achieve. A close-up of the man's face showed a smirk playing on his lips. He scoffed at the idea of them being on the same rank, pointing out how quickly he cleared Stages 6 and 7, contrasting it with the 4 months it took her. A digital display flickered to life, its purple glow illuminating the darkness. A message appeared, stark and clinical. Welcome to the tutorial, Kang Hyun. The tutorial continued, its progress bar indicating completion of the first stage. A new prompt materialized. Will you enter the final stage, Stage B? The display flickered, showcasing the rewards for completing Stage 6. A B-rank weapon, Bilgeon's longsword, boasting a durability of 500 out of 500. Its description detailed its origins as a regular longsword, enhanced over years by Bilgeon, a mercenary, who imbued it with his blood, granting it berserker and durability-enhancing abilities. Next, the screen presented the Stage 7 reward, Ronald's armor, also with a durability of 500 to 500. This was the armor worn by the knight-errant Ronald of the Alloy's kingdom throughout his life. Constant damage and repairs had granted it the unique ability of self-restoration. The detailed specifications of Ronald's armor were displayed, highlighting its self-restoration ability. A young man with short, dark hair observed the screen. He mused that clearing Stage 8 would allow him to use these items in real life, integrating them with his inventory. He also planned to examine an item he'd obtained from a hobgoblin. A notification appeared. He had completed stage 1 of the tutorial. He expressed indifference to completing it quickly, only requesting that the process not take over a week. The screen then displayed the requirements for stage 8. The young man stood before a new interface, the question, "What is your principle?" appearing on screen. He seemed pensive. He contemplated the question, "Principle," as a holographic screen shimmered before him. His expression turned serious as he considered the implications. A surge of energy, a chaotic burst of light and color, filled the void. It was an unsettling spectacle, leaving one with more questions than answers. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, watched with dawning horror as the bizarre energy manifested around him. His eyes widened, reflecting the strange, vibrant hues. He stumbled back, his voice a breathless whisper as the space around him fractured and crumbled. "What is this?" he gasped, fear gripping him. The ground beneath his feet shattered, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the unstable surface. He braced himself, his hands outstretched, trying to regain his balance in the chaotic scene. A cry escaped his lips as he lost his footing completely. "A dash!" he screamed, the sound swallowed by the encroaching chaos. He plunged downwards, the fractured ground giving way beneath him. A desperate, silent plea escaped him. "No!" A deafening roar filled the air as he fell into the abyss, a cacophony of screams and shattering energy. Then silence. A strange, unsettling quiet descended. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression. His eyes are wide, reflecting a profound confusion. He stands amidst a bustling city street, seemingly disoriented. The sounds of traffic and the murmur of the crowd wash over him, yet he remains oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. A woman approaches him, her features partially obscured. He seems startled by her presence, his gaze shifting to her with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The woman speaks to him, her words causing a visible reaction. His expression hardens, a flicker of something akin to fear crossing his face. He wonders aloud if he is somehow intangible, his thoughts reflecting a growing unease. The woman's words clearly unsettle him. Kang Hyun observes his surroundings, realizing for the first time that he is in a city. The thought that this might be Earth crosses his mind, but he remains uncertain. His attention is drawn to a couple walking by. He dismisses them initially, but something about them catches his eye. He stares at the couple, a dawning realization washing over him. The features of the man and woman are distinctly reptilian, not human. Two humanoid figures, their features subtly monstrous, stood on a city street corner. One smoked a cigarette, the other sipped from a disposable coffee cup. They wore identical identification badges around their necks. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair stood amidst a bustling crowd, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the people hurrying past him. His gaze was intense, focused inward. A question formed in his mind. What was happening? Suddenly, the young man's eyes were drawn to one of the monstrous figures from the street corner. He found himself unable to meet its gaze, a feeling of unease washing over him. He muttered to himself, "Holy shit, I can't look him in the eye. He won't stop staring at me." He questioned whether the creature could even see him. The panel then shifted to a close-up of the creature's eye, a glowing, unnerving yellow. The young man shook his head, whispering no to himself. A sudden, vivid vision flashed before his eyes. A colossal dragon, stone golems, and a chaotic battlefield. He realized, with a jolt, that the creature wasn't looking at him. He stood, his body tense, amidst the ghostly image of the same chaotic battlefield. The vision dissolved, replaced by the harsh reality of monstrous creatures attacking the city. The young man reacted instantly, bracing himself for the fight. Panic gripped the city. A wave of monstrous creatures, some familiar, others entirely new, poured into the streets. Their guttural roars echoed through the buildings, a terrifying symphony of destruction. Among the chaos, a young man with short, dark hair observed the scene. His expression was one of grim assessment, his gaze taking in the horrifying spectacle. He muttered to himself, acknowledging both the known and unknown threats before him. The sheer scale of the invasion was overwhelming. The scale of the invasion was unlike anything seen before. Even the previous dungeon break, just 2 months prior, paled in comparison to this apocalyptic onslaught. The young man's assessment was stark. It looked like the end of the world. A digital countdown appeared, stark against the backdrop of the chaos. For years, 278 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, and 25 seconds until complete connection to the Hakken dimension. The young man's thoughts turned to the future, a chilling premonition of Earth's fate in 5 years. The scene opens on Kang Hyun, a young man with short dark hair, standing amidst a chaotic battle. Around him, monstrous creatures clash with armed figures. He stands alone, seemingly unfazed by the violence erupting around him. He turns, his back to the viewer, a look of grim determination etched on his face. The sounds of battle fade slightly as the focus shifts to him. His expression shifts to one of internal conflict, a flicker of something akin to despair crossing his features before resolving into steely resolve. A monstrous, vaguely humanoid figure with pulsating crimson energy erupts behind him. Kang Hyun stands, silhouetted against the monstrous form, which seems to be drawing power from the city itself. The creature's energy pulses, threatening to consume everything. The creature unleashes a wave of dark energy, reaching out towards the city. Birds scatter in terror from the approaching wave of destruction. Kang Hyun, however, moves with surprising speed, weaving through the ongoing battle. He effortlessly dodges attacks from the monstrous creatures, his movements precise and deadly. He finds himself in a quieter street, the sounds of battle fading into the distance. He adopts a fighting stance, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A surge of energy emanates from him, a shimmering distortion around his body. He seems to be drawing power from an unseen source. The energy intensifies, culminating in a powerful burst that sends him reeling. He collapses to his knees, exhausted but resolute. Kang Hyun found himself sprawled on the ground, his body aching. He looked up, disoriented, muttering, "What was that? A monster?" Confusion clouded his mind as he tried to piece together the events. Internally, he wondered how was that? He was floating, seemingly weightless, amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal energy. Fragments of what looked like shattered glass drifted around him. Kang Hyun moved through the strange landscape, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. A single word escaped his lips, God. A towering, ethereal figure materialized before him, radiating an otherworldly presence. The being's face was obscured, but its form suggested immense power and grace. A sense of ancient wisdom emanated from it. The figure spoke, its voice calm and reassuring. "To make it easy for you to understand, I am basically the Dimension Administrator." Kang Hyun stared, speechless at the being. The word administrator echoed in his mind, a question mark hanging in the air. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a man of average build with short, dark hair, standing before a radiant, ethereal being. The entity, vaguely humanoid in form, emanates a soft, celestial glow. It explains that this is a personal interview, inviting questions. Kang Hyun, his expression thoughtful and serious, processes what he has just witnessed. His internal monologue reflects his astonishment. A horrifying vision flashes before him, a sprawling cityscape under siege by a monstrous horde of creatures. The sheer scale of the invasion is overwhelming. He questions aloud if this is the fate awaiting Earth in 5 years. The ethereal entity responds that the future depends on the actions of humanity. Kang Hyun, clearly frustrated, expresses his disbelief. He challenges the entity, questioning its power and its inaction in the face of impending doom. He demands to know why such a powerful being cannot prevent the catastrophe. The entity clarifies its role, stating that it is an administrator, not a guardian, and its function is to maintain balance, not to interfere directly. The entity continues, emphasizing its role in maintaining cosmic balance. The entity explains that the best it can offer is information and guidance, in the form of status messages and tutorials. Kang Hyun, having absorbed this information, decides to proceed with his questions. A profound question hung in the air, echoing the ethereal glow surrounding Kang Hyun. He pondered the query, his expression thoughtful, a hint of suspicion coloring his features. "What kind of use?" "That is quite a profound question. Why do you ask?" The ethereal being, its form shimmering and indistinct, responded. Its voice was calm, almost disinterested. It explained that its interest in humanity had recently peaked. All forms of intelligence fascinated it, but humans, it seemed, were even more so. Kang Hyun reacted with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. "Observe? Interest? That's getting me heated for some reason." He mused, his expression hardening. He continued, his tone sharp. His thoughts turned inward. No one around him lived with such weighty considerations. He felt a growing sense of isolation. "Then it looks like you haven't observed enough. No one lives thinking about that kind of stuff. At least no one around me does." The scene shifted. Kang Hyun was now in a mundane office setting, surrounded by coworkers going about their daily routines. He observed them, a stark contrast to his previous conversation. He reflected on their simple lives, focused on survival and fleeting moments of happiness. "We're all just doing our best to survive, to be at least a little bit happy since we just happen to have been born. We just endure each and every day." The ethereal being's voice returned, its tone shifting subtly. It posed a question that resonated deeply with Kang Hyun's core values. Kang Hyun's response was immediate and heartfelt. He had a family to protect, a purpose that overshadowed any grand notions of heroism. "Is there something you wish to protect, Kang Hyun?" "My useless little sister and my parents. I have to protect my family." The being pressed further, suggesting the path of a hero. Kang Hyun's reaction was instant and dismissive. He vehemently rejected the idea. Having died multiple times, he knew his place. He would not seek such a demanding role. "Do you have any thoughts on becoming a hero? What kind of nonsense is that? After dying a few times, I know my place now. Leave that cool, exhausting job for some other dudes." "From what I've seen, There is no doubt heroism is an innate talent. Kang Hyun, however, seemed to be closer to a dunce, at least according to this unseen entity. Despite this assessment, the entity claimed to be a fan of Kang Hyun's progress. The entity continued, explaining that it had found great amusement in watching Kang Hyun complete the tutorial stages. Kang Hyun, taken aback, questioned the entity's definition of fun. He wondered if this administrator, responsible for the future of Earth, was a sadist. A thought occurred to him. Could this be? He hesitantly interrupted, asking about the theme for Stage 5, which he understood to be wisdom. He also inquired if the subject changed each time. The entity declared that time was up, expressing enjoyment of their time together. Kang Hyun, having just completed Stage 8, was understandably surprised. The entity clarified that the tutorial was just that, a tutorial. Kang Hyun was left speechless. The entity warned that many more trials awaited him from that point forward. A swirling vortex of energy crackled around Kang Hyun, the air thick with an otherworldly power. A voice, disembodied yet somehow intimate, echoed in his mind. I believe you have it in you to be the hero that saves Earth, Kang Hyun. And whether you wish to or not. Kang Hyun, eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of terror, reacted with a sharp, wait. His hand shot out, fingers splayed as if to grasp at something intangible. The ethereal glow intensified, and a furious whisper escaped his lips. You mother! A figure, radiant and ethereal, emerged from the dissipating energy. Its form was vaguely humanoid, cloaked in a shimmering light. The being spoke, its voice calm and reassuring. I will be looking forward to seeing you. A holographic display materialized before Kang Hyun, announcing his completion of the tutorial. The message read, You are the 620th person to graduate from the tutorial. A second message followed. You have acquired the title Tutorial Graduate. The title's solo resurrection shattered across the screen, fragments of digital light dispersing into the void. The scene opens with a dark void, punctuated only by distant, faint starlight. Two thought bubbles drift silently, their contents unseen. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the silence. It declares, I knew it. He was the one messing with Stage 5. The perspective shifts abruptly. A man, Kang Hyun, is seen lying on a bed, violently coughing and sputtering. He mutters, this fucking. His body convulses as he struggles to breathe, the sounds of his exertion filling the room. He manages a strained, out. Kang Hyun sits up, disoriented, a sock removed from his mouth. He stares blankly, a question mark hanging in the air above his head. He manages a weak, black. What is this? A woman, seated nearby, calmly observes him. She states, You woke up. I already knew you were going to start yelling, so I stuffed your mouth. Even so, putting a sock in someone's mouth. The woman continues, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. If you're mad about it, feel free to stay quiet. Seeing your face, it seems like you've failed again. How long do you think it's going to take this time? Kang Hyun's expression shifts to one of grim determination. A single word escapes his lips. Huh. A purplish energy pulsed from a small, cube-shaped device, emanating from a window. A hand reached towards it, seemingly drawn in by the strange light. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sat up in bed, eyes wide with surprise as he watched the energy surge from the device. He was clearly bewildered by the phenomenon. His older brother's voice echoed in his mind, though he couldn't see him. The brother exclaimed about Kang Hyun's newly discovered powers, while Kang Hyun himself remained skeptical, muttering that he couldn't see anything. A woman, presumably his sister, entered the room. She informed him that she had prepared a special breakfast, expressing surprise at his cold demeanor and suggesting he should be more celebratory. The brother's teasing continued, implying that Kang Hyun's lack of enthusiasm was due to not having a girlfriend. His playful jab was met with a swift, retaliatory action from Kang Hyun. The scene shifted to the kitchen, showing a clean and organized space. The dishes were neatly stacked, suggesting a recently completed chore. Kang Hyun, now seated on the couch, examined the glowing cube again. His sister briefly appeared in the doorway, stating she would be back shortly. He pondered the cube's nature, a thoughtful expression on his face. His focus was entirely on the device and its implications. A notification appeared, revealing that the title Tutorial Graduate had been awarded for completing Stage 8 of a tutorial. He noted that the stat boost was quite significant. Kang Hyun, a level 28 hunter, reviewed his status screen. His current title, Impatient One, provided a +1 bonus. He questioned the system's limitations on simultaneous titles. He received confirmation that any additional active titles would have their effects reduced by 50%. He responded with a simple, of course. Naturally, he decided to activate his Tutorial Graduate title, which provided additional stat boosts, including a unique ability, Resurrection. A smirk played on his lips as he chuckled. Also, he had been anticipating this moment. He opened a box revealing a mysterious book. It was the item the hobgoblin had been carrying. A skill book, he declared. Let's reveal your true identity and prepare to use it. The book contained the learnable skill, Magic Explosion, which discharges magic with explosive energy. As he attempted to use the skill book, a sudden wave of intense energy washed over him, causing him to stumble back in surprise. Kang Hyun, a man whose life had been a cacophony of unrestrained yelling for 4 months, finally learned to mute his vocal outbursts. A small victory, perhaps, but one he clearly savored. A holographic interface shimmered before him, offering a new skill, Magic Explosion. His response was immediate and emphatic. Of fucking course. The acquisition was confirmed. He had obtained the Magic Explosion skill. A pleased expression spread across Kang Hyun's face as he reviewed his newly acquired abilities. Great. Now I've looked into all my rewards. He clenched his fist, a surge of energy crackling around his hand. All right, should we try applying it now? His thoughts turned to his next destination, the Talented Education School. The scene shifted to a bustling city street, a stark contrast to his previous location. Among the pedestrians, a young woman introduced herself. My name is Myung. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and kind eyes smiled brightly, clutching a takeaway coffee cup. She announced, I'm a new civil servant. Her first assignment, she explained, was the Talented Education School. The narration box explained that this school was where those who had completed their awakening tutorials went to receive their certifications. It was a key part of the nation's talent cultivation system. The school's early establishment was likely due to a pre-existing similar system. The narration continued, as the image showed the imposing gates of the Talented Education School. The young woman mused that, even though they were newcomers, these students were their future heroes, making their development a worthwhile endeavor. She reflected on this thought while looking at an image of a young man in shining armor. A large crowd of students filled the school's auditorium, a scene she had witnessed just hours earlier. The scene shifted back to the young woman, now alone at her desk, looking overwhelmed. She let out a small, choked sob, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, a stern-looking man appeared, demanding to see her identification. He looked intensely at her official documents. Kang Hyun stared, perplexed, at a photograph in his hand. The image showed him younger, in a crisp suit and tie, a stark contrast to his current attire. Across the desk, a woman gasped, clutching a document. Fear was etched on her face. Hyun approached, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Why are you doing this to me? He asked, his voice laced with apprehension. He shook his head, more bewildered by her reaction than anything else. I'm more confused about why you're acting this way to me. His own confusion deepened. What was going on? Meanwhile, 2 onlookers whispered amongst themselves, speculating about Hyun's intentions. One of them wondered aloud if he was attempting to blackmail the woman. Hyun vehemently denied any wrongdoing. He insisted he hadn't done anything, his plea lost in the growing tension of the situation. He then asked, Excuse me, what's the issue? He looked increasingly distressed as the situation escalated. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. Instructor Kim, Lee Hyun, a woman called out, drawing attention to a man in a suit who was approaching. It seemed that a disruption had occurred, halting the proceedings. A young man with neatly combed light brown hair and glasses stared, a look of mild surprise on his face. Across from him, another young man with dark hair and a more intense gaze reciprocated the surprise, his expression one of guarded curiosity. The second young man, his suspicion evident, voiced his thoughts. Haven't I seen that kind of body before? He continued his line of questioning. Haven't I heard that voice before? Could you hand that over for a second? The first young man handed over an ID card. The second young man examined it, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Kang Hyun, don't you look a lot different from your picture? Kang Hyun responded, a hint of frustration in his voice. No, it's because of my skills that my appearance changed. I keep trying to tell you, it's me. I'm frustrated. He pressed further. If you don't believe me, shouldn't you take a fingerprint or DNA? The other young man considered this. Kang Hyun added, oh yeah, I'm trying to act like a loser hiding his strength, so I wrote my level down as lower than it actually is. Level 12. The other young man responded, it's very high. Have you illegally raided any dungeons before by any chance? Kang Hyun muttered, I wrote my level down as less than half, but it's still high. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sat across from a bespectacled man in a suit. The suited man, clearly an interviewer, expressed curiosity about Hyun's unique ability, which was documented as manly power. Hyun simply replied that it temporarily doubled his strength. The interviewer thanked Hyun for his answer and proceeded to ask another question. Meanwhile, other individuals waited patiently in the background, observing the exchange. Hyun thought to himself that the interviewer was asking an excessive number of questions. The interviewer explained the system of skill acquisition. Talents receive their initial skill at stage 3, an accessory at stage 4, and another skill after stage 5. He then requested that Hyun demonstrate all his abilities. Hyun began his demonstration, stating that the skill he obtained at stage 3 was his first. He clenched his fist, a surge of energy visibly emanating from his arm. Suddenly, Hyun lunged forward, his movement surprisingly swift and powerful. A small amount of blood was visible on the floor. A deep wound appeared on Hyun's arm, but quickly began to heal itself, leaving behind only a faint scar. The process was accompanied by a purplish glow. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured by glasses, examines a bloody wound. He mutters to himself, concluding, I see, it's a self-regeneration skill. Elsewhere, a powerfully built man with dark hair activates a ring on his finger. He states, for stage 4 I got this ring. The ring glows, and his arm, previously injured, rapidly heals. He reflects on his unique ability, thinking, it's a skill that lets me scream and terrify my enemies. Is it okay to use it here? A voice assures him, yes, you may use it. The scene shifts to a public area where several people are waiting, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding. Among the onlookers, a young man with blonde hair and multiple piercings stands out, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on the young man's face, highlighting his piercing and slightly cynical expression. The powerfully built man from earlier lets out a pain groan. The blonde young man observes him, commenting, that guy. The blonde young man's expression shifts to one of surprise and slight apprehension. The scene opens with a chaotic flurry of motion. A blonde-haired man clutches his head, his face contorted in pain, as a taller, darker-haired man stands behind him, a question mark hovering above his head. A vibrant, almost otherworldly, purple energy crackles around the blonde man, accompanied by the sound of a powerful, guttural yell. The energy expands, engulfing a large crowd of people. Many fall to the ground, seemingly incapacitated by the force. The energy pulses with an ethereal glow, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. Elsewhere, a man, Kang Hyun, clutches his ears, his face etched with confusion and pain. He mutters, what the— Inside a building, another man coughs violently, his hands pressed to his temples. He looks distressed. His face is a mask of worry and discomfort, his eyes wide with fear. A third man, appearing calm and collected, approaches, offering a reassuring smile and a lighter. He says, it's okay now, right? The calm man continues, addressing another individual. Mr. Kang Hyun, you may proceed to the first floor of the building. To the side, it's sufficient. The blonde man from the earlier scene is shown again, his expression one of subtle discomfort. The blonde man's face is now clearly visible, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his features. His eyes gleam with an unnerving light. The credits rolled, acknowledging the collaborative effort behind the creation of Solo Resurrection. The names of the original author, Han So, and the adaptation team at Parrot Production and Studio Kit were prominently displayed, along with the artists, background artists, post-correction team, and helpers who contributed to bringing the story to life. Red Dog Culture House was listed as the publisher. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a young man with a mischievous glint in his eyes, presenting a card to a woman. He seems pleased with himself. His expression shifts slightly as he recalls a recent event. He almost got rejected for not looking like his ID photo, but his impressive lion's roar saved the day. The setting changes to a classroom. Students whisper amongst themselves, their attention drawn to Kang Hyun, who is now seated and eating. One student confirms his identity, while Kang Hyun reflects on the rumors surrounding him, realizing they've been exaggerated. He shrugs it off. Another student observes Kang Hyun with a thoughtful expression. The scene shifts. A man, Kim Lee Hyun, enters the room, addressing the assembled students. He is accompanied by security personnel. Kim Lee Hyun introduces himself as the head of the Songnam Talented Education School. Kang Hyun sits among the students, observing the proceedings with a calm demeanor. A lecturer, standing before a classroom of students, outlined the curriculum for the next 10 days. Morning sessions would focus on theory, while afternoons would be dedicated to practical application. He assured them that their accommodations and meals would be provided, and that if they avoided causing any major issues, they would safely complete the course and earn their certificates. Addressing the students, the lecturer continued, reminding them that only half a year had passed since the world had drastically changed. He explained that new information about dungeons and monsters continued to pour in, and that strategies and tactics for dealing with them were constantly being developed. One student muttered to himself that the lecturer was already getting into depressing territory. The lecturer continued, stating that what they were about to learn might not be entirely accurate or might become obsolete in the near future. He emphasized that, for this reason, he would only teach them what was absolutely necessary for survival. The lecturer concluded the first period by expressing his anticipation for working with them over the next 10 days. The lecturer ended his lecture, the red light on his microphone fading. The first period concluded. A lecture hall, nearly full of students, sits silent. An announcement rings out. Please take your seats again after the 10-minute break. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, slumps against the back of a lecture hall seat, his expression one of utter boredom. He thinks to himself, this is as boring as that reserve force mental education. I have to endure this for the next 10 days. He leans back, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a large hand reaches into the frame. The hand belongs to a powerfully built man who introduces himself. My name's Guak Suil. Guak Suil extends his hand towards Kang Hyun. He says, let's shake hands. Kang Hyun looks up surprised and thinks, what's with this muscular guy? Kang Hyun shakes Guak Suil's hand and introduces himself. My name's Kang Hyun. A powerfully built man with short brown hair extended his hand, a predatory grin splitting his face. He expressed eagerness to collaborate, stating, "I look forward to working together." His companion, observing the handshake, chuckled. Huh, he took it. You need to take someone like him down a peg at the start. The powerfully built man, however, was visibly agitated. He ran a hand through his hair, his face contorting in frustration. I haven't liked this nobody since he made that fuss. His eyes widened in alarm, a sudden realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, the other man, younger and with dark hair, accepted the handshake, his expression unreadable. The older man muttered, "Wow, this bastard. How is he enduring this?" A faint glow emanated from the younger man's body as the words Titan Strength appeared, followed by the activation of the ability. The details of the Titan Strength ability were displayed. It increased strength by 12 for 10 minutes. With newfound strength, the younger man easily overpowered his opponent, the older man's shocked expression clear. Kang Hyun gasped, a sharp intake of breath betraying his weakening state. He felt his strength ebbing away, a disconcerting sensation for someone who had dedicated his life to cultivating peak physical prowess. I am losing to him at strength, he thought, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror in his eyes. The man before him, his opponent, was clearly superior. His attention shifted as he noticed a sudden change in the atmosphere. A murmur rippled through the onlookers. Their gazes were now fixed on him and his opponent. Two young men nearby whispered to each other, their concern evident. "Shit, everyone's looking this way. Are they fighting?" One of them muttered, his voice laced with apprehension. Kang Hyun's face contorted in frustration and fury. He gritted his teeth, his muscles straining against the overwhelming pressure. "I can't back down. This is in front of all of them," he thought, his resolve hardening despite his physical decline. A surge of energy erupted from within him, a radiant, golden light pulsating beneath his skin. The light intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. A blinding flash of light engulfed Kang Hyun, followed by a deafening roar. When the light subsided, a gaping hole was left in the floor where he had stood moments before. He looked down at himself, his eyes wide with shock as he saw blood blooming across his chest. He had been severely wounded, yet he was still alive. Kang Hyun's gaze shifted to the onlookers, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "Huh?" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the stunned silence of the room. The students in the lecture hall stared in horror at the scene before them, their faces pale with fear and shock. The blood spattered across the floor served as a grim reminder of the near-fatal event that had just transpired. A sinister grin spread across Kang Hyun's face as he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The near-death experience had unlocked something within him, something extraordinary. The scene opens on a bustling city street. A yellow ambulance, lights flashing, is parked at the curb. A young man, Kang Hyun, stands nearby, his face a mask of disbelief and distress. He mutters to himself, overwhelmed by the events unfolding. His voice rises in protest. "Wrong," he shouts, his frustration palpable. Later, inside an office, Kang Hyun recounts his ordeal to a skeptical official. He explains that a man approached him, and during a handshake, the man's arm exploded. The official raises an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Kang Hyun, meanwhile, despairs, muttering to himself, "I'm going to go insane." He continues, explaining that his unique ability, extreme strength, which increases his strength by 1.5 times, saved him from serious injury. The official, still dubious, suggests reviewing the CCTV footage as evidence. The official points out the discrepancy between Kang Hyun's earlier description of his ability and his current explanation. Kang Hyun, flustered, corrects himself, calling it manly strength. In a sterile, modern office, Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, sat opposite a bespectacled man in a sharp suit. The suited man, meticulously adjusting his glasses, pointed out a discrepancy in the data. "Also, you said that it doubled your strength, not 1.5 times. A sheepish expression crossed the suited man's face. He chuckled nervously. "I must have got it wrong since I'm bad with numbers." He sighed, the weight of his mistakes settling upon him. The scene shifted to a university classroom. Students sat attentively at desks. Kang Hyun, now standing alone, let out a weary sigh. "I understand. Please return to the classroom." He muttered to himself. "It's the first day, and I'm already spent." He sat down in the classroom, his expression one of quiet contemplation. Then, a question arose in his mind. "Hello?" A young man with blonde hair approached Kang Hyun. He asked politely, "May I sit next to you?" Kang Hyun, slightly surprised, simply replied, "Do as you please." He thought to himself, first muscle guy and now a delinquent. The two shook hands. A sense of camaraderie formed between them. The blonde young man introduced himself. "Yeah, the name's Hyun. Can I call you Hyun? I recently turned 18, so I came here after completing the tutorial. But I've already graduated high school since I entered school early." The scene opens on two young men seated in a lecture hall. One, with dark hair, looks pensive. The other, with blonde hair, leans in, addressing him casually. "Talk comfortably to me, Hyun. Just by looks, you're the one who looks older, though." The blonde-haired young man continues, his tone curious. By the way, how did you do that earlier? The blonde-haired young man's expression shifts to awe. He gestures excitedly, recalling a recent event. The thing with that old guy's arm went pop. It was amazing. Was that a skill? The dark-haired young man vehemently denies involvement. I'm telling you, I didn't do that. That muscular guy did it. The announcement of the start of the next class interrupts him. A lecturer enters the lecture hall. He calmly requests the students to take their seats. Due to a delay, the lecturer announces he will only cover the main points of his lesson. The lecturer begins his lecture on dungeons, differentiating between ordinary and irregular dungeons. He explains that ordinary dungeons appear frequently and typically break after 4 weeks, while a dungeon break refers to monsters pouring out from inside. He continues, emphasizing the student's prior experience with this phenomenon. The lecturer describes irregular dungeons as having unpredictable break times, potentially occurring 4 weeks earlier or later than expected. He stresses the need for caution. A lecturer stood before a classroom of trainees, a slideshow illuminating the screen behind him. He explained, to stop dungeon breaches, there are 2 approaches. The slideshow displayed 2 options: destroying the dungeon's core or periodically delaying its collapse by neutralizing its core's energy. The lecturer continued, emphasizing the importance of a cautious approach to attacking the core. One trainee muttered, geez. A muscular trainee scoffed. Do I need to know all that for killing monsters? Do you think I came here to listen to this useless education? Another trainee observed. Another muscular guy. Anyway, that guy earlier, macho dude's the problem. He added quietly, doesn't realize he's also a macho guy. An instructor warned the muscular trainee. Trainee, if you make another fuss, you will be expelled. The trainee responded, it's fine. The instructor then called the trainee over. Trainee, come down here. The trainee questioned, what? The instructor repeated his command. I told you to come down here. The instructor smirked. So you do have pride. A powerfully built man stood with his arms outstretched, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He addressed a group of men in suits, one of whom was walking purposefully towards him. There, the muscular man stated. Now what are you going to do? A timer appeared, displaying a single minute. The man in the suit checked his phone, a question mark forming above his head. He then announced his terms. For 1 minute, I will only be evading and blocking your attacks. Another man in a suit, this one thinner and wearing glasses, held up a phone displaying a timer. He explained the rules to the muscular man. If your attack even grazes me a little, then I'll graduate you immediately. He continued, his expression hardening. However, if you fail, you will be expelled. The man's eyes narrowed, and he asked, do you want to do it? 2 men watched from the audience, one with a muscular build and the other leaner. The leaner man expressed his annoyance at the muscular man's cockiness. Close up on the 2 observers. The muscular man's expression is intense, while the leaner man has a sly grin. The scene opens in a large, brightly lit training hall. A stern-faced instructor, dressed in a dark suit, addresses a muscular young man in athletic wear. For 1 minute, the instructor explains, I will only be evading and blocking your attacks. If your attack even grazes me, however slightly, then I'll graduate you immediately. However, if you fail, you'll be expelled. The muscular young man, clearly apprehensive, considers the instructor's words. The weight of the consequences is evident on his face. The instructor, his expression unchanged, asks, do you want to do it? The young man's response is a mixture of defiance and uncertainty. Are you belittling me? He challenges, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. A holographic interface flickers to life, displaying a selection of weapon options, a sword icon prominent among them. The young man selects the sword. A purple energy surges from the interface, materializing a glowing blade in his hand. Meanwhile, a man in a suit watches from a distance, his expression one of concern. He mutters to himself, Mr. Kim, fighting with real swords is a bit. The suited man's concern is cut short by the instructor's dismissive reply. It's fine. The young man, now gripping his energy sword, is visibly tense, his face a mask of grim determination. He thinks to himself, cocky. With a battle cry, he charges the instructor. Come. A muscular man, his face contorted in a snarl, lunged forward, his fist a blur aimed at Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stood his ground, his expression unreadable. Kang Hyun effortlessly sidestepped the attack. He moved with a speed that defied the brute force of his opponent. There's no point in an attack that's so predictable, Kang Hyun mused, his voice calm despite the imminent danger. The muscular man staggered, coughing, from the unexpected maneuver. Even if you're attacking from behind, surprise attacks are one of the basics of attacking, Kang Hyun observed, his tone analytical. With a swift, precise movement, Kang Hyun countered, his attack a blinding flash of light. The muscular man was sent flying backward. Kang Hyun continued his assessment. As I said before, your problem is that your preliminary movements are too big. Your opponent won't be waiting for your attacks. The muscular man roared, his eyes blazing with fury. You, he bellowed, his voice filled with rage. The muscular man swung his fist wildly, but Kang Hyun saw through his movements. It's useless swinging your sword aimlessly, Kang Hyun stated, his voice calm and collected. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed in concentration. You must be able to perfectly perceive how your opponent moves, he explained, his focus unwavering. The muscular man, enraged, lunged again, shouting up as he unleashed a powerful blow. Kang Hyun, however, anticipated the attack. The air crackled with tension as a powerful blow was aimed at Kang Hyun. His opponent roared, "Die!" the word echoing the ferocity of the attack. But Kang Hyun remained unfazed. A calm observer, seemingly detached from the imminent danger, analyzed the situation. He mused to himself that a powerful, unrestrained swing was rarely a good tactic. Such attacks, he knew, inevitably led to exaggerated movements, exposing weaknesses. With a swift, precise movement, Kang Hyun countered. He effortlessly evaded the wild swing, his own strike landing with deadly accuracy. The impact sent the attacker sprawling, his weapon clattering to the ground. Kang Hyun's opponent, winded and defeated, could only groan. He was clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun observed a timer on his phone. 1 minute had passed since the fight began. He looked around the room, a subtle unease creeping into his expression. The passage of time seemed unusual. He was surrounded by onlookers, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. A video played, showing a professional boxer effortlessly dodging the punches of an amateur. The ease with which the boxer weaved and avoided the blows was striking. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sat in a classroom, observing a demonstration of incredible speed and agility. He mused that he'd seen similar feats before, but to replicate such prowess against an awakened individual was a monumental task, a chasm too vast even for a fellow awakened being to bridge. His gaze intensified, focusing on the sheer power displayed. The memory clearly etched itself in his mind. The scene shifted to a muscular man demonstrating exceptional agility and reaction time. Even Kang Hyun, who had significantly enhanced his own physical capabilities, admitted that he would struggle to match such skill. He contemplated a one-on-one confrontation. The outcome filled him with apprehension. 2 other young men watched the demonstration. One of them, with blonde hair, excitedly declared his desire to battle the powerful individual. His companion expressed surprise at his friend's enthusiasm. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. The blonde-haired young man's excitement was noted by his friend, who questioned his unusual behavior. The blonde-haired youth's unsettling demeanor prompted his companion to question his sanity, wondering if he was a psychopath. The dark-haired young man, seated beside the blonde-haired one, expressed regret at his proximity, fearing being associated with such erratic behavior. The curriculum for the Talented Education School consisted of theory classes in the mornings and practical training in the afternoons. Today's practical training focused on weapon skills. Students were instructed to select their training weapons one by one. Students were told to begin independent practice. An instructor would later provide feedback and corrections. Due to limited staff, one-on-one coaching wasn't possible. Kang Hyun, a student with short, dark hair, picked up his assigned sword and noted its dullness. Finding the weapon practice monotonous, Hyun suggested a sparring match with a blonde classmate. His classmate readily agreed, curious about Hyun's fighting skills. However, a reminder was issued. Sparring was prohibited until the 6th day of training. Hyun scoffed at the restriction. Ignoring the rules, Hyun initiated a fight with his classmate, who responded with a surprised yell. Hyun's classmate, clearly outmatched, attempted to defend himself against Hyun's swift attack. Kang Hyun, a young man with a pensive expression, observed the trainees. He muttered to himself, unimpressed by their skill level, deeming it far below his expectations. Despite feeling no real need for additional training, he decided a little workout wouldn't hurt. He drew his sword, a simple yet elegant blade. With a blur of motion, Kang Hyun moved, his sword a whirlwind of blue energy as he effortlessly dispatched several opponents. His display caught the attention of a man in a suit, observing from a distance, along with other trainees and instructors. The man's expression was one of quiet contemplation. Continuing his practice, Kang Hyun spun, a trail of blue energy swirling around him. An instructor approached, criticizing his form. He pointed out that Kang Hyun's sword angle was incorrect. The instructor further explained that while Kang Hyun showed some skill, his technique was impractical for real combat, needing adjustment to his sword angle. Kang Hyun, though seemingly annoyed, listened intently. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a young man with intense eyes, engaged in a tense conversation. His interlocutor, a burly man in a baseball cap, explains, "You'll realize it when you go into a dungeon, but to use that swordsmanship in combat is..." The burly man continues, his skepticism evident. "Are you that good fighting? Do you want to try going against me?" Kang Hyun smirks, nonchalantly replying, Yeah, right. I'll let this one slide so it won't get bothersome." He then calls out to someone, "Wait a second, Assistant Kim Sung-han." The camera focuses on Kang Hyun's hands, which are slightly trembling. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Meanwhile, Assistant Kim Sung-han addresses a group of trainees. He announces, "Everyone, please pay attention. This trainee and Assistant Kim Sung-han will do a fighting demonstration for us now." Kang Hyun observes the scene with a thoughtful expression, a question mark hovering above his head. Assistant Kim Sung-han gives further instructions. Assistant Kim Sung-han, you fight in the way I advise him to. Kang Hyun, you fight as usual, and both of you aim for each other's swords. You only need to land one hit. Kang Hyun and Assistant Kim Sung-han prepare for the demonstration. Assistant Kim Sung-han holds his sword, his face a mask of seriousness. Kang Hyun, however, maintains a confident smirk. Inside a sterile, brightly lit office, a man in a sharp suit urged another on. He gestured impatiently, his words a clipped command. Now go on. The scene shifted. A young man with dark hair and a smirk, a blade glinting in his hand, faced a stern-looking guard. He began counting, his voice low and menacing. 1. He continued his count. 2, 3. With a burst of speed, he lunged, his sword flashing. The young man moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he closed the distance. Steel clashed against steel in a shower of sparks. The guard, clearly skilled, parried the attack, but the young man's power was undeniable. With a swift, precise movement, the young man disarmed his opponent. The guard's weapon clattered to the ground. Then he struck. The impact was brutal, swift, and decisive. The guard crumpled, his body falling limply. But as the young man sheathed his sword, a strange blue light pulsed from the fallen guard's body. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, stands defiantly, his sword drawn. Before him, another man lies on the ground, clutching his side, clearly injured. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The perspective widens, revealing a larger crowd gathered around the two combatants. Many onlookers watch with a mixture of fear and fascination as Kang Hyun stands victorious, his sword still held aloft. The fallen man remains on the ground, defeated. The scene shifts indoors. A man in a suit, presumably an instructor, addresses a group of trainees. He explains that their weapon training is designed to prepare them for real combat, emphasizing the importance of immediate reactions. The instructor continues, highlighting Kang Hyun's exceptional ability to respond instantaneously to attacks as a key element of effective combat. He suggests that this is more important than simply mastering weapon techniques. The instructor concludes his lesson, urging the trainees not to consider what they've learned as the absolute answer, but rather as a foundation. He then calls for applause for both Kang Hyun and the other trainee. Kang Hyun, despite his earlier victory, seems somewhat bewildered by the lesson. He reflects that he didn't fully grasp the instructor's points. The defeated trainee apologizes for any embarrassment caused, while Kang Hyun assures him it's fine. A sense of camaraderie develops between them. The instructor speaks to the trainees, emphasizing that Kang Hyun's surprise at the lesson shouldn't lead to shame, but rather to a recognition of new knowledge gained. He reassures Kang Hyun that he shouldn't feel ashamed. The scene concludes with Kang Hyun and two other trainees sharing a light-hearted moment, laughing together. The tension from the earlier fight has dissipated, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and shared experience. Kang Hyun adjusted his glasses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, needing only to confirm one crucial detail. The title page of a training diary, bearing the name Kang Hyun as its author, is displayed. It reads, "My precious training diary." The diary entries begin. Kang Hyun recounts a day of training, noting a frustrating encounter with a particularly strong trainee and a more amicable, albeit eccentric, acquaintance named Yu Sung. He also mentions finding the theory class tedious and the training itself insufficiently challenging. Day 2 mirrors the first, with similar complaints about the training's lack of stimulation. And Yu Sung's enthusiasm for weapon tactics is noted as particularly irritating. On day 3, and Yu Sung inquires about Kang Hyun's progress in the training simulations, to which Kang Hyun responds with a dismissive secrecy. Day 4 finds Kang Hyun still bored, though he admits Yu Sung remains his only conversational partner, albeit one he describes as mosquito-like. A brief sparring session is depicted, with Yu Sung being reprimanded for improper swordplay. The monotony continues into day 5, with Kang Hyun expressing a desire to return home. Another brief sparring match is shown, highlighting Kang Hyun's superior skill. On day 6, Kang Hyun is found lying on the ground, seemingly meditating. An instructor approaches, questioning his unusual behavior. Later that day, Kang Hyun is shown slumped over a bench, once again expressing his profound boredom. In university lecture hall, a tense exchange unfolds between classmates. One student, concerned about the group's well-being, reminds them of their agreement to avoid trouble and graduate quietly. His nonchalant classmate dismisses his worries, unconcerned about potential expulsion. The speaker's words are sharp, revealing a callous disregard for consequences. The conversation shifts to the day's sparring practice, scheduled for that afternoon. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. The apathetic classmate's intuition senses something significant is about to happen, a premonition of an exciting event. The scene transitions to the afternoon of the 6th day, the setting for the upcoming sparring practice. Inside the sparring arena, a trainee is swiftly and decisively defeated by Kang Hyun. The blow is powerful, sending the opponent sprawling. The impact of the attack is emphasized, showcasing Kang Hyun's superior skill and strength. Kang Hyun is declared the victor. The fallen trainee groans, and the instructor moves on to the next group. The scene opens on a stage, bathed in the warm glow of spotlights. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air as Kang Hyun, a man with dark hair and a determined expression, stands over a fallen opponent. A sword lies discarded nearby. Across from him, a sharply dressed man watches with a calculating gaze. The audience, a mix of spectators and what appear to be judges, observes the unfolding event with rapt attention. After the match, two young men converse. One, presumably a friend, compliments Kang Hyun on his skill in the recent fight. Kang Hyun downplays his victory, attributing it to his opponent's weakness. His friend questions his sudden humility. The scene shifts back to the stage. Kang Hyun, along with his opponent and the man in the suit, are shown again. Kang Hyun dismisses the fight as child's play, further emphasizing his nonchalant attitude. He reflects on the skill level of his opponents, questioning whether ordinary people could overcome such a challenge. Kang Hyun contemplates the prospect of 2 more days of matches. Suddenly, a new opponent attacks him. The new opponent lunges at Kang Hyun with a weapon. The attack is swift and brutal. The scene shifts back to the audience where Kang Hyun and his friend watch the unfolding fight. The friend looks concerned. Close up on the new opponent's face, showing pain and fear as he is struck. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. Sweat beaded on the brow of a man in a suit, his glasses askew. Across from him, a younger man with dark hair watched intently, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Suddenly, a swift movement. The younger man lunged, his attack precise and brutal. The man in the suit barely managed to deflect the blow. The man in the suit, his face grim, declared, "This match ends here." The announcement came. Kim Chong-woo, the trainee, had won. An observer commented on Chong-woo's skill, adding that if he had to fight, he'd rather face instructor Kim Lee-hyun. The instructor called for the next group to step forward. Among them was Kim Chong-woo, his expression unreadable. Chong-woo spoke to a companion. "I'll be back." His friend responded with a nonchalant "yeah" and "sure." A close-up on a piercing in the companion's lip. A hint of something sinister in his smile. Chong-woo's gaze hardened. He seemed to sense something was amiss. Chong-woo walked away, leaving the room. The other trainees watched him go. A young man with blonde hair, multiple piercings, and a smirk anticipates an upcoming event. His internal monologue reveals his expectation. "I think something entertaining is going to happen." Meanwhile, in an audience, another young man with dark hair watches with concern. He worries aloud. "Trouble, is he? I'm a bit worried." The scene shifts to a training area. An instructor reassures a group, stating that nothing can go wrong because trainee Lee Yu will be using her personal weapon, not conventional ones, as she is a mage. 3 individuals are present. The instructor, trainee Lee Yu, and the blonde-haired young man from the previous scene. The blonde-haired young man, now identified as Kang Hyun, considers the upcoming match. He acknowledges that the mage's choice of weapon presents both advantages and disadvantages, but confirms he has no issues with it. The instructor, however, points out that Kang Hyun typically uses a sword, questioning his choice of a mace for this match. Kang Hyun confidently replies that there's no rule restricting him to a single weapon. The instructor accepts this, simply stating that is fine. The instructor then instructs both participants to take their positions. The scene shows the 3 individuals on a stage before a large audience. The instructor announces that the match will begin at the count of 3. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a young man with a serious expression, his dark eyes fixed on something unseen. His face is a mask of intensity, his jaw tight. Across from him stands another man, a sharp contrast in demeanor. This individual, with his blonde hair and multiple piercings, carries a smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He exudes an air of casual confidence. Suddenly, a third figure enters the scene. This man, wielding a staff that crackles with purple energy, unleashes a series of crystalline projectiles. He counts aloud 3. The projectiles hurtle towards the blonde-haired man, who effortlessly deflects them with a swift movement of his spiked mace. The impact creates a blinding flash of purple light. Close up on the blonde man's mace, the spiked ball glowing with a malevolent purple energy as he prepares to counterattack. He swings his mace, sending a wave of purple energy crashing towards the staff wielder. The force of the blow is immense. The blonde man watches with a satisfied smirk as his attack connects. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun observes the display from the audience, his expression unreadable. He is clearly intrigued. Kang Hyun thinks to himself, "This is my first time seeing magic in the real world." He then wonders aloud, "Can you also learn magic depending on how you clear the tutorial?" He continues his internal monologue, questioning why he didn't witness such abilities during his martial arts training. He speculates that perhaps those with magical abilities were trained separately. A woman, her face etched with grim determination, stood poised, a gnarled staff crackling with violet energy in her hands. A barely audible utterance escaped her lips. "Cut!" From the staff, a serpentine bolt of purple energy lashed out, striking a nearby crystal. The impact caused a blinding flash. The scene shifted. A man in a suit, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a purple haze. Two other men, also in suits, watched him with apprehension. The air crackled with power. Another man, this one powerfully built with blonde hair and a spiked club, stood before a large, pulsating purple crystal. He seemed ready to strike. A close-up of intense, watchful eyes was followed by a shot of a bespectacled man, his expression one of concern. The blonde man swung his spiked club, aiming a mighty blow at the crystal. His attack connected, but the impact sent a shock wave through him, his face contorted in surprise and pain. The club glowed with purple energy as the blonde man staggered back, clearly affected by the crystal's power. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair watched the unfolding events with a look of intense focus. A young man with dark hair, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, stared at something unseen. His internal monologue echoed the unspoken question, "Don't tell me that guy." The scene shifted. Several figures, clad in dark suits, were flung violently through the air by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The energy itself seemed to be manipulated, its trajectory altered by an unseen force. In a dimly lit room, a man in a suit watched, his eyes wide with alarm, as another man, his hair a shade of light brown, redirected a burst of purple energy. He was aiming it directly at the first man in the suit. The redirected energy struck its target. The force of the blow sent the man sprawling backward. The man with light brown hair continued his assault, launching another projectile of purple energy. Two more figures in suits were caught in the crossfire. He moved with surprising speed and precision, his movements a blur as he deflected an incoming attack with a staff-like weapon. The man in the suit, now visibly shaken and terrified, stumbled back, his glasses askew. His face was a mask of fear. The light brown-haired man, his movements still fluid and deadly, continued his attack, shouting a warning to his trainee. A blinding flash of crimson light erupted, splitting the darkness. Two beams of energy, vibrant and intense, shot across the scene. Kang Hyun, a young man with wide, frightened eyes behind his glasses, stared upwards, his mouth agape in disbelief. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He was surrounded by a chaotic scene. Shadowy figures blurred in the periphery, their forms indistinct in the dim light. His own expression was one of stark terror. A mangled, bloody hand lay on the floor, its fingers grotesquely twisted. The crimson glow illuminated the gruesome detail. Day 6. A hulking figure emerged from the shadows, his blonde hair and cruel smile stark against the darkness. He wielded a spiked mace, dripping with blood. Kang Hyun's thoughts echoed. This man was far more dangerous than he had initially anticipated. The scene unfolded in a flurry of shouts and urgent pleas. Trainee Yu Sung lay bleeding on the training floor, his right hand grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. Instuko Kim Sung Han. The first aid kit, one voice cried out while another yelled. Instructor Lee Min-hyuk, call 911. Panic filled the air as the instructors rushed to attend to the injured trainee. The gymnasium, usually a place of disciplined movement and controlled exertion, was now a scene of chaos. Instructor Lee Min-hyuk, his face etched with worry, frantically dialed for emergency services. He reported the situation concisely. A severe injury, a possible fracture, and the urgent need for immediate medical attention. There's a right hand open fracture. He spoke rapidly into the phone, his voice strained with urgency. Yes, please come quickly. Meanwhile, Yu Sung groaned in pain, his body racked with agony. A close-up revealed the extent of Yu Sung's injuries. Blood matted his hair, and his face was contorted in a grimace of pain. His breathing was ragged and shallow. But then, something unexpected happened. Yu Sung's eyes flickered open, his gaze sharp and focused despite the pain. A voice, laced with disbelief, whispered, "Trainee Yu Sung, what is the meaning of this?" The scene shifted to show a young man with glasses, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. He watched, speechless, as Yu Sung sat up, seemingly unfazed by his grievous injuries. Another individual attempted to dismiss the event as an accident, a common occurrence during sparring sessions. PSSHH, it was an accident. Accidents can happen during spars, you know, he said dismissively. The young man with glasses countered sharply. Are you hearing yourself right now? Kang Hyun, a young man with blonde hair and a mischievous grin, stood amidst the chaos. His clothes were splattered with blood, yet he seemed almost amused, a twinkle in his eye. He was covered in grime, but his expression was one of almost playful defiance. A man in a sharp suit, his face partially obscured, stared at Kang Hyun with a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. He muttered, "You." The suited man sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly under the weight of the situation. He announced to the assembled group, "We will take a 20-minute break." The suited man continued, instructing the others, "Please be back in your seats by 1500 hours. As for you," he addressed Kang Hyun directly, "please follow me." Kang Hyun simply replied, Yes. Meanwhile, another man in the audience, a muscular figure with dark hair, watched Kang Hyun with a look of intense curiosity. The suited man's gaze fell upon a unique dagger, its design both elegant and deadly. Suddenly, a soldier in tactical gear, his face obscured by a gas mask, appeared, wielding two of the same daggers. The scene shifted to a dimly lit, rain-swept alleyway. The sparring match was intense. Two figures clashed, one a stockier man wielding a shield, the other, leaner, with a sword. Despite the ferocity of the blows exchanged, the overall atmosphere suggested a controlled exercise. Following the incident, sparring practice continued as normal for 2 more days. And Yu Sung, despite his earlier involvement, was not expelled and remained in training. He stood out amongst his peers, his focus unwavering. However, a subtle shift occurred, and Yu Sung became a person of interest. The instructors kept a close watch on him, their eyes never leaving him. One instructor noted that while he had won his matches, he seemed to forfeit more than anything else. The 8th day of training passed without incident. Even the presence of a healer on standby, a rare resource, did little to disrupt the routine. One trainee commented on the rarity of having a healer present. But that uneventful day was deceptive. A man, his expression strained, sat alone, a hand pressed to his temple, silently refuting the earlier assessment of a peaceful day. He corrected himself, realizing that the uneventful day was yet to pass. His intuition told him something was amiss. The camera focused on a door, clearly marked instructor's office, with the name Kim Lee-hyun displayed beneath. With the training nearing its end, a muscular trainee proposed a final match using real swords. He was confident and ready for the challenge. Inside the instructor's office, Kim Lee-hyun, the instructor, listened intently, his expression unreadable. A sigh escaped the lips of a weary-looking man slumped over his desk, surrounded by paperwork. His colleague, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, stood nearby, observing him with a mixture of impatience and concern. "Can't you just quietly get through the next 2 days? It's almost over." "It's exhausting," the colleague stated, his voice laced with exasperation. "The students this time are particularly exhausting, and you can't just barge into an instructor's office like this." The powerfully built man leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He hummed softly, his gaze fixed on his colleague. The powerfully built man's expression shifted. He addressed the slumped figure directly. "Aren't you tired of playing along with this childish game?" He continued, his voice low and steady. "I can tell. You're really just itching for a fight, aren't you?" The powerfully built man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He spoke again, his voice sharper this time. "Reading and filling out paperwork isn't your thing. Not to mention, we've met each other before, right?" The slumped man remained silent, his face hidden in his hands. The weight of the powerfully built man's words hung heavy in the air. The slumped man finally looked up, his eyes filled with a mixture of shame and resignation. He mumbled something unintelligible. The powerfully built man's expression softened slightly. He stated, "So you were that trainee back then?" The slumped man spoke again, his voice barely a whisper. "Though it's late, thank you. Because of you, we were able to prevent additional casualties." Kang Hyun, a man of imposing stature, his dark eyes narrowed, clutched a sword at his side. He moved swiftly, his movements fluid and precise, as if he were a shadow flitting across the green expanse of the training grounds. He muttered to himself, hoping he hadn't been noticed pilfering an item and making his escape. His escape was short-lived. Another man, clean-cut and sharply dressed, confronted him. The newcomer's voice was calm, almost conversational, as he inquired, "You said you've made it to stage 5, correct?" The newcomer's gaze fell upon Kang Hyun's sword. "You have a very nice sword," he observed, his tone laced with subtle curiosity. "Isn't that a reward for clearing stage 6? Kang Hyun responded with a nonchalant lie. "I found it on the ground along the way." Kang Hyun stood defiantly, the sword held loosely at his side, a picture of casual confidence. The other man scoffed, "What a lazy excuse." The clean-cut man, unimpressed, calmly stated, "Well, that's fine." He then activated a device, a surge of purple energy crackling around his hand, revealing his lack of intention to accept Kang Hyun's flimsy explanation. "It seems like you have no intention of answering honestly, no matter how much I ask." The man continued, "In that case, I'll also fight using something I picked up along the way." With a sudden, swift movement, the clean-cut man launched a weapon, a shimmering blade of energy, towards Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun reacted instantly, deflecting the energy blade with his own sword. The force of the impact sent the clean-cut man sprawling. He watched his opponent fall, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The events unfolded rapidly, leaving Kang Hyun assessing the situation. The clash of steel echoed through the dimly lit room. Kang Hyun, his dark eyes narrowed in concentration, deflected a blow from his opponent with a swift, precise movement. His blade, a blur of motion, danced with an unnatural grace. His opponent, a man with neatly styled brown hair and glasses, watched with a smirk. "I thought you were all about strength," he observed, "but you're quite quick on your feet, too." Kang Hyun grunted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Being good at just one thing would make me an easy target," he countered. "There's no need to go easy on me, since I have a healing skill." He declared, "Then I won't hold back." With a surge of power, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, his movements becoming even faster and more lethal. A whirlwind of motion erupted as Kang Hyun's attacks rained down upon his opponent. After images of his blade flashed, each strike imbued with incredible force and speed. His opponent, clearly overwhelmed, was sent flying backward by the sheer force of Kang Hyun's assault. He crashed into a nearby wall, the impact echoing through the room. The man watched, stunned, as Kang Hyun moved with impossible speed. What ridiculous physicality! He muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kang Hyun laughed, his voice booming with confidence. "Ka-ha-ha, this is what I'm talking about. This is what a spar should be like," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kang Hyun's healing abilities proved as effective as he claimed. His wounds, moments before gaping and deep, rapidly closed, leaving only faint traces of blood. His opponent, a man in a crisp white shirt, smirked. "Then I'll get a little more rough." The man lunged, his attack a blur of motion. Kang Hyun barely managed to deflect the blow, the force of the impact sending him reeling. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed. He planned his counterattack, an unavoidable opening. With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance, his blade flashing. His opponent reacted with surprise. The opponent struggled, his expression one of disbelief. "It won't budge." Kang Hyun grinned, his blade firmly lodged between the man's ulna and radius. "Gotcha." He used the leverage to throw his opponent off balance, sending him stumbling backward. Their faces were inches apart. Kang Hyun's a mask of predatory glee. Kang Hyun, a man in a crisp white shirt and dark trousers, stumbled backward, his glasses flying off his face as he crashed to the floor. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud. He lay sprawled on the ground, his arm at an unnatural angle, blood staining the grass around him. Standing over him was another man, clad in dark clothing, holding a long, slender blade. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the faint sound of Hyun's ragged breathing. Hyun's eyes fluttered open, his gaze fixed on the ceiling above. A single thought echoed in his mind: defeat. "I lost," he thought, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. Sometime later, a simple ice pack sat on a wooden surface. The scene was stark, the silence broken only by the gentle drip of condensation. A hand reached out and opened a can of soda with a sharp fizz. The scene shifted to show Kang Hyun and his opponent, both sitting on the floor, nursing their wounds. His opponent spoke, "Trainee Kang Hyun, you're really strong." Hyun replied, "Well, you are too." Hyun took a long drink from his soda. "Skills are prohibited in spars, but I kinda ended up using mine." His opponent responded, "Is that so?" His opponent continued, "Then I'll call it a win for me. You lost automatically for breaking the rules." Hyun retorted, "That's not fair. Passives can't be helped." Hyun's opponent smiled faintly. "Anyway, thank you. I was able to de-stress a bit with that." Kang Hyun, a young man with a determined expression, sat on the floor, nursing a drink. An older man, his superior, stood nearby, offering advice. "Head in and get a good night's sleep," the older man instructed. "You have a practice dungeon raid tomorrow." Night fell. The scene shifted to a large, imposing dungeon entrance, secured with barbed wire and a warning sign. This dungeon is under the ownership of the Talented Education School. Entry without permission is grounds for a lawsuit. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, approached the dungeon. The figure's face was partially obscured by the shadows of the hood, but a determined gaze was visible. He was Kang Hyun. He looked up at the night sky, a silent contemplation etched on his face. The word resurrection echoed in his mind. He continued his approach, his steps measured and deliberate. The dungeon loomed before him, a formidable barrier to his purpose. Kang Hyun reached out to the heavy, ornate doors of the dungeon. He grasped the cold metal handles, his knuckles white with tension. He was ready. A heavy, ornate door, seemingly ancient, stood closed. Two large, circular handles were its only visible features, set deeply within the aged wood. A sudden, violent impact shook the door. The sound echoed, heavy and resonant, suggesting immense force. The door, now revealed to be situated in the heart of a sprawling city, stood within a small, fenced-off area. The urban landscape stretched out around it, a stark contrast to the door's archaic design. The scene opens on a bustling cityscape, the modern architecture a stark contrast to the imposing, ancient-looking dungeon door looming in the foreground. A group of young adults, clad in practical training gear, stands before it, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and excitement. The text above them clarifies, "This dungeon, Kika's Forest, serves as a training ground for the Talented Education School." The F-rank dungeon, Kika's Forest, is described as a field-type dungeon, meaning it presents a straightforward challenge focused primarily on combat encounters with monsters, minimizing the risk of environmental hazards or traps. Two instructors, one in a tactical vest and the other in a more casual jacket, discuss the choice of this particular dungeon. They explain that Kika's Forest was selected for two key reasons. The first reason is its field-type nature. The absence of traps and environmental hazards allows for a more focused combat training experience. The second reason is the solitary nature of the Kaikas, the monsters inhabiting the dungeon, making it easier to engage them one at a time. The instructor reiterates the advantage of the Kaika's solitary nature, emphasizing the ease of luring and engaging them individually during training exercises. One of the instructors assures the trainees that further details will be provided once they enter the dungeon. Among the trainees, a young man with dark hair reflects on this being his first real-world dungeon experience, contrasting it with the simulated environments of the tutorial. He recalls that the tutorial began inside a dungeon, bypassing the usual entrance procedure. This is his first time facing a physical dungeon door. Kang Hyun felt a strange, floating sensation as he crossed the threshold. Upon opening his eyes, his surroundings had drastically changed. He found himself in a lush, tropical environment, surrounded by a sizable group of soldiers and instructors. A murmur of "oh" escaped the assembled personnel. A realization dawned on Kang Hyun. This was a dungeon. The landscape before him revealed a verdant valley, bisected by a tranquil river. Two soldiers discussed the possibility of returning through the portal they had just traversed. One confirmed that, according to their training, this was possible. Meanwhile, a tense exchange unfolded between Kang Hyun and another soldier. The latter complained about being treated as a psycho because of Kang Hyun's presence. An instructor addressed the assembled group, explaining that they would be splitting into teams of 5 to hunt kaikas. Another instructor, observing from a distance, remained silent. The instructor continued, outlining their plan to move to a more suitable combat zone while the kaikas were being lured. A squad of soldiers clad in dark tactical gear stood vigilant amidst a lush tropical landscape. Palm trees swayed gently in the background, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. A briefing was underway. A man in a suit explained, "Kaikas are avian monsters, growing over 2 meters tall, resembling ostriches in appearance." The briefing continued, focusing on the kaika's dangerous attributes. They have nimble legs, a solid beak capable of crushing metal plates, making them exceptionally deadly. The soldiers prepared for the hunt. Their strategy, as outlined, was to first surround a kika with multiple people to immobilize it before engaging. Meanwhile, a young man with glasses, seemingly observing from a distance, watched intently on a device. A digital message appeared on his screen. The main core has been destroyed. Another message followed immediately. The portal leading outside has opened. The soldiers were alerted. A final message was broadcast. The dungeon will soon collapse. We ask that all of you leave the dungeon. A chaotic scene unfolded. A portal, shimmering with an ethereal energy, fractured and shattered like glass, the edges of the rift spreading across a tropical sky. Through the widening cracks, a voice, strained but resolute, cut through the pandemonium. "Don't panic. Leave through the portal one at a time." A group of soldiers, their faces etched with urgency, scrambled towards the unstable portal. One, noticeably more composed than the others, shouted instructions. "Hurry up. Don't push me. We have to leave before the dungeon completely collapses." He continued, attempting to maintain order amidst the chaos. "We have plenty of time, so move in an orderly fashion." The scene shifted. The soldiers stood outside the dungeon's entrance, their expressions a mixture of relief and bewilderment. What happened? It didn't say that the dungeon core had been destroyed. One soldier, seemingly the leader, began counting. "Doesn't that mean that it's been cleared?" 2, 4, 6. Everyone got out. Confusion clouded his features. But who cleared the dungeon? Another soldier spoke, his voice laced with awe and a hint of fear. "Instructor, there the dungeon." The leader's face paled, a silent plea forming on his lips. "Don't tell me." Chaos erupted at the training grounds. A desperate cry for support cut through the air as trainees scattered, their instructor barking orders to evacuate the area. A dungeon break was underway. The scene was one of pure pandemonium. A surge of dark energy pulsed from a shattered portal, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear at the seams. Meanwhile, trainee Kang Hyun arrived on the scene, summoned by his superior, Mr. Park Lee-hyun. The latter expressed relief at his timely appearance. Mr. Park Lee-hyun explained the situation, a dungeon break. He requested Kang Hyun's assistance on the front lines. Kang Hyun, though initially confused, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The image of a collapsing dungeon core and the ensuing monster flood was a stark reminder of the potential catastrophe. Mr. Park Lee-hyun explained the term dungeon break, a concept Kang Hyun had learned in theory during his training. He revealed that his previous question was a test, a subtle assessment of Kang Hyun's knowledge. Kang Hyun, clearly irritated, dismissed his superior's words as nonsense. The urgency of the situation left no room for games. Mr. Park Lee-hyun apologized for the digression, emphasizing the imminent threat of the kaikas flooding out of the dungeon. He instructed Kang Hyun to direct the trainees, starting immediately. Kang Hyun cursed under his breath, a frustrated "damn it already" escaping his lips. His expression was one of strained exasperation, his glasses askew. A voice called out, wishing him good luck. He was clearly being sent into a dangerous situation. "Mr. Kang Hyun, good luck," someone shouted, but he was already being pulled into a swirling vortex of energy. He protested, "Wait, you didn't finish explaining." The scene shifted. Kang Hyun found himself in a desolate, sandy expanse, surrounded by a large group of people. A stern-faced commander barked orders, "Gather in groups of 5. From now on, if you don't follow my orders, you could die. He processed the information, a grim realization dawning on him. So you're saying, he muttered, his eyes narrowing as a monstrous, wolf-like creature lunged at him. The creature's attack sent him sprawling. He landed hard, his thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief. I have to handle all this by myself? Seriously? He thought, his face a mask of grim determination. He rose to his feet, defiance blazing in his eyes. Fuck it. Come at me, he roared, charging towards the oncoming threat. Suddenly, another figure appeared, a younger man, charging alongside him. Let me join in, Hyung, the newcomer shouted, his voice filled with youthful enthusiasm. The newcomer wielded a spiked mace, his movements swift and precise. The weapon glowed with a dark purple energy. The younger man swung his mace with surprising force, sending a shockwave of purple energy towards the creature. The scene opens with a blur of motion. A young man, his face obscured, lunges forward, his dark jacket billowing behind him. He moves with a speed that defies the eye, a whirlwind of motion against a backdrop of swirling purple energy. The focus shifts to another figure, a blond young man with a pained expression. Blood streaks his face. He collapses, a guttural sound escaping his lips. Quack. The first young man, now clearly visible, stands over the fallen blond man, sword in hand. He looks down with a grim expression, questioning, "And you, Sung?" The blond man, "And you, Sung," unleashes a wave of dark energy, a furious eruption that throws the other young man back. He lets out a pained groan. Yu Sung's face contorts into a grotesque grin. He proclaims, "I knew it. Crushing them with a mace is the best." The first young man, his face now etched with anger, clenches his jaw. His expression is one of frustrated fury. He then speaks, his voice laced with exasperation. "You shouldn't hog all this fun to yourself, Hyung." The young man continues his internal monologue, revealing his true feelings. "I really fucking hate how crazy he is. But still." Despite his reservations, the young man charges into the fray, his sword a blur of motion. Another voice, seemingly belonging to an ally, comments, "Having a psycho on our side is kinda reliable." Kong Hyun, a young man with determined eyes, wielded a glowing blue energy blade, its arc slicing through a wave of crimson. His expression was one of grim focus, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The blade continued its deadly dance, a whirlwind of blue energy cleaving through several monstrous bird-like creatures. Their pained screeches filled the air as they fell, their bodies collapsing in a bloody mess. Despite his success, Kong Hyun stumbled, his body battered and bruised. Blood stained his clothes. He looked toward a comrade, Yu Sung, and urgently instructed him to cover his ears. A deafening roar erupted from Kong Hyun. He unleashed a furious verbal assault upon the remaining creatures, calling them bird-brained bastards. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Yu Sung, witnessing the scene, noted that all opponent stats and morale had decreased significantly. His eyes widened in surprise. The remaining creatures visibly weakened. Yu Sung wondered aloud if the sudden change was due to Kong Hyun's earlier action. He correctly identified the skill as belonging to trainee Kong Hyun. Yu Sung speculated that the skill was an area of effect debuff. Meanwhile, he reassured himself that reinforcements were on their way. With the creatures significantly weakened, another soldier observed that the battle would likely conclude far more easily than initially anticipated. Kong Hyun, the protagonist, muttered to himself, acknowledging a significant problem. The problem manifested as a powerful mana explosion erupting from his body. His face contorted in exertion. The force of the explosion sent a nearby figure sprawling, their scream echoing through the air. Kong Hyun collapsed, his hand stained crimson. He groaned, bewildered by the nature of his own power. "What kind of skill is this?" he wondered. He explained to a companion, "This is only usable because it's me. I don't think anyone else could handle this." His companion, impressed, asked about the skill's origin. Kong Hyun cryptically replied that it was a recently acquired skill, a secret from tutorial. His companion then urgently drew his attention to something else. The scene shifted to reveal a crumbling wall, hinting at further destruction. A figure lay on the ground, seemingly injured, adding to the chaos. The scene opens with a sweeping view of a desolate, sandy expanse. A flock of large, flightless birds, resembling ostriches but with more aggressive features, surround a lone figure. Only the back of the figure's head is visible, revealing a shock of dark, spiky hair. The camera angle shifts, revealing the birds to be mutated kaikas, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. A digital display identifies the creature as a mutant kika. A low growl emanates from the largest of the creatures, a hulking beast that dwarfs the others. The monstrous kika is revealed to be the alpha of the flock. Smaller kaikas surround it, their postures indicating subservience. A nearby observer whispers, "A boss monster." Meanwhile, a young man named trainee Kong Hyun, clad in tactical gear, watches the scene unfold from a distance. His face is etched with worry. He mutters to himself, "Shit, support hasn't arrived yet." Even if trainee Kong Hyun has faced a boss monster before, The pressure caused by its sheer size is a problem. Kang Hyun observes the scene, his anxiety growing. Two other figures, presumably his support team, stand nearby, but they appear ill-equipped to handle the situation. The monstrous Kika stands between them and the smaller Kaikas, a clear threat. Kang Hyun's face is contorted in a grimace of fear and determination. He whispers Hyung. Two other hunters, hardened veterans, observe the scene. One declares, "That one's mine." The other counters, "Let the youth have a chance." The first hunter scoffs, "Don't bullshit me. I'm taking that one." The scene opens in a brightly lit office, sunlight streaming through Venetian blinds. A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One inquires about tomorrow's completion ceremony, expressing concern about an accident during the day's dungeon training. The other confirms an incident, revealing that someone intentionally sabotaged the practice dungeon, causing a significant breach. The implication of a deliberate act is clear. The discussion continues. It suggested that the incident is linked to a series of dungeon terrorism attacks that have plagued the area for the past month. The question of whether any students stand out is raised. The response confirms two individuals warrant further attention. The two students are identified as those who defeated the dungeon boss, Kika Mutant. The image shows the aftermath of the battle, with the defeated boss lying lifeless on the ground. A woman listening to this information reacts with a subtle expression of surprise. One of the students is described as possessing exceptional physical strength, speed, and reflexes, exceeding the capabilities of a normal human. However, his most remarkable attribute is his extraordinary healing ability. The image shows the student, his face contorted in a wide, almost manic grin, highlighting his remarkable regenerative powers. Observers noted the fighter's aggressive style and remarkable stamina. His unpredictable combat techniques proved particularly troubling for opponents. In contrast, another student was described as a combat genius, a prodigy with exceptional talent. This second student's quick decision-making and extensive knowledge of combat gear were considered outstanding, although his excessively violent nature was seen as a significant flaw. Meanwhile, in a different location, a conversation unfolded. Kim Lee-hyun was being praised for his assessment of the students. A question was posed. Had a recruitment offer been sent? The response was immediate. Scouting students in training was illegal. The inflexibility of the speaker was noted. He countered that it was natural for a subordinate to emulate their superior. The scene shifted to Han Seon, guild master of the Dangun Guild. She commented on the appropriateness of his acting as an instructor, but requested his return to the guild. Later, she expressed unease about a recent accident. The completion ceremony for the prestigious academy concluded. A distinguished-looking man, his face etched with a pleasant smile, addressed the assembled students and faculty. "I wish you all to become great," he stated, his voice carrying across the hall. He finished his speech with a final, formal announcement. That will be all for the completion ceremony. Among the graduating class, a young man named Kim Hyun watched the proceedings with a thoughtful expression. He murmured to himself, questioning the identity of the speaker. "Is that guy the principal? I've never seen him before. I saw Kim Il-yeon so often that I thought he was the big guy." Later, outside the academy, a chauffeur approached Kim Hyun. "Your ride is here, sir," he announced respectfully. Kim Hyun's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the vehicle. His jaw dropped slightly, and he let out a quiet, awestruck "whoa." He then questioned the driver, his voice laced with disbelief. "And you Sung, you're rich?" The chauffeur, and you Sung, gestured towards the luxurious limousine. "Hop in. I'll give you a ride home," he offered. An unnamed man, his face etched with a mix of exhaustion and amusement, leaned back in the plush leather seat of a luxurious car. He commented to his companion, "Phew, who knew I'd be riding in a car like this?" The car pulled up to a young man, who turned his head at the sound of his name, Hyun. The young man, identified as Kang Lee-hyun, was approached by a formally dressed man. The formal man asked, "Kang Lee-hyun?" To which Hyun replied, "It's Kim Lee-hyun." The formal man responded with a simple "hello." Hyun, with a smirk, questioned, "Did you come to say hi?" To which the formal man replied, "You're friendlier than I thought." Hyun responded, "Not exactly, but let's just say I was." The formal man continued, explaining that Hyun and another, and Yu Sung, would be receiving a reward for their assistance in yesterday's dungeon incident, as they were the most helpful. The formal man stated that they would be in touch soon. Meanwhile, Hyun and Yu Sung were shown departing in a limousine. As the formal man began to leave, Hyun called out, "Wait, is that all you came here for?" Hyun's companion, and Yu Sung, exclaimed, "At least give us some kind of praise." The formal man, seemingly taken aback, simply said, "You're strong, Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun, a young man with neatly combed brown hair and spectacles, stood pensively. He listened intently as someone off-panel spoke, their words echoing his own uncertainty. He would grow stronger, but the responsibility that came with such power weighed heavily on his mind. The speaker assured him that their paths would cross again soon in a dungeon. The conversation continued, emphasizing Hyun's newly acquired status. He was now considered a talent, a designation that carried significant weight in this world. Hyun stared upward, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. A digital profile appeared before his eyes, showcasing his newly discovered abilities. The profile's information was brought to his attention by another individual, who excitedly pointed out the extent of Hyun's potential. Hyun, however, remained somewhat apathetic, muttering a non-committal agreement. Lying on a couch, another person, presumably a friend or family member, offered a casual compliment. However, the tone shifted immediately. The compliment was followed by a declaration that today marked the end of Hyun's complacency. He was urged to begin actively pursuing his newfound abilities. Hyun, still somewhat bewildered by his new reality, voiced his confusion about how to locate these dungeons. His companion readily offered a solution, suggesting a website called Radar as a primary resource for locating and accessing dungeons. It seemed to be the central hub for all talent-related activities. Hyun expressed surprise at the existence of such a readily available resource, and his companion confirmed its widespread accessibility across various social media platforms. The young man with dark hair stared blankly ahead, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his past. At least he played games and was online before. His internal monologue continued, laced with self-doubt. Why does it feel like he's getting even dumber? The scene shifted to the young man sitting at a kitchen table, reviewing a calendar. He pondered aloud, the Kika Forest. From that one time was an F-rank dungeon. He considered his options, a glint of determination in his eyes. Can I just clear it by myself? I think that's manageable. The calendar displayed the date, May 5th. A voiceover explained, they say the lowest ranked dungeon's clear reward is $20,000. A news report played on a nearby television. The anchorman stated that new energy sources, such as the Mana Stone, were attracting attention, along with the items dropped by monsters. The extra income won't hurt. The scene shifted to a conversation between two people. One asked, Honey, have you heard from Hyun lately? The other responded, he said he got a degree or something last month, didn't he? He sent me $10,000 today for pocket money. The first speaker continued, it looks like he bought a used car last week, too. A mother watches her son, Hyun, from across the room. He sits on the floor, a pensive expression on his face. Oh, is that so? He makes more than his dad now. She muses, a hint of amusement in her tone, followed by a soft chuckle. The mother continues, her voice laced with worry. She recalls a conversation. They said people get hurt or die a lot. Her concern deepens. I don't want anything to happen to him. The scene shifts slightly to show Hyun's father entering the room. The mother sighs, offering a pragmatic perspective. Let him be. It's better than a full-grown man being jobless. The mother explains Hyun's current situation to her husband. Apparently, they group up into parties or teams or whatever. It's on TV. She tries to reassure him. Hyun wouldn't do anything reckless. I'm sure he has everything under control. The father nods, a flicker of pride in his eyes. You're right. Our Hyun was always a bright little boy. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark, fiery cavern. Hyun, now in a dangerous environment, expertly wields two glowing swords, deflecting attacks from numerous monstrous spiders. He continues his relentless assault, the blades moving with deadly precision, slicing through the creatures with ease. Hyun spins, creating a whirlwind of energy that sends several spiders flying. Blood splatters across the cavern floor. Despite the carnage, Hyun laughs maniacally. This is nothing, he shouts, his voice echoing through the cavern. He gestures with bloody hands, beckoning for more opponents. Come at me. A figure, bathed in the ethereal glow of what appeared to be arcane energy, stood amidst a chaotic scene. His laughter echoed through the cavernous space as he effortlessly deflected the attacks of shadowy, clawed figures. The air crackled with power. The scene shifted. The location was identified as the vicinity of a dungeon, the night sky a canvas of countless stars. Elsewhere, Kang Hyun's car, nicknamed Burnley, sat parked outside a modern building. The city lights reflected in its sleek surface. Inside, his phone lay on the passenger seat, vibrating insistently. A missed call notification flashed on the screen. A woman, seemingly Kang Hyun's mother, held the phone, her brow furrowed in concern. She spoke to someone unseen, expressing her inability to reach him. A young man, presumably her son, sat nearby, seemingly unconcerned, eating. She suggested leaving him be, calling back later. The young man agreed, and she added that she would clean up after finishing the dishes. The conversation continued, the woman reminding the young man to mention something specific when he called. She specified the strange occurrence at the supermarket, a mysterious event that had caused quite a stir. The young man acknowledged her request. The woman wondered aloud what Kang Hyun would do about the incident. The young man confidently asserted that the government would handle it. Impatience hung heavy in the air. One individual voiced their frustration. How much longer are we going to wait for them? Another countered, suggesting it would be more efficient to simply contact Hyun and his group, but a third voice cut through, silencing the dissent with a curt, "Don't be senseless." The scene shifted. A large group of orc warriors, identified by digital tags, marched through a city street, their heavy footsteps echoing. More orc warriors filled the frame, their presence ominous and imposing. Suddenly, a clawed foot appeared, moving with surprising speed. A sound effect indicated a swift, powerful movement. The aftermath of a violent struggle was evident. A figure lay injured, the scene chaotic and bloody. Two messages appeared, stark and clear. The central core of the dungeon has been removed, and exit portal opening. Kang Hyun emerged from a dark, imposing structure, the heavy doors groaning shut behind him. He let out a weary sigh. Phew, at least I cleared it in a day. He paused, gazing upward, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Now, E-rank dungeon next. Or was that a stretch? Maybe it's better to be careful. Continuing his trek, Hyun muttered to himself, I haven't confirmed if resurrection works in real life yet. He held a small, smooth, white object in his hand. It resembled a shard of bone. Hyun decided to head home. I'd go home and sleep for now. I'm gonna eat beef with Ayun tomorrow. His phone buzzed, displaying 36 missed calls from Ayun. Ayun? What happened? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he frantically tried to call her back. His voice trembled as he whispered, H. Ayun's voice, strained with urgency, cut through the line. Hyun, we're in a lot of trouble. The mention of trouble sent a chill down Hyun's spine. He immediately thought of his parents, Mom and Dad. Hyun rushed towards his car, his mind racing, the urgency in Ayun's voice echoing in his ears. Kang Hyun, a man whose face is partially obscured by shadow, held a phone to his ear, his expression unreadable. He listened intently, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at the gravity of the conversation. His eyes widened, reflecting a dawning horror. A tremor ran through his hand, nearly causing him to drop the phone. The background blurred into an indistinct wash of purple and blue, mirroring the turmoil within him. A news report blared from a television screen, its anchor a man with a concerned expression. The report detailed a large-scale dungeon break in Hangrae County, prompting a government response and a county-wide lockdown. The Ministry of National Defense, the report continued, was collaborating with civilian talent organizations to establish a blockade around Hangrae County, aiming to minimize further casualties. The news continued, highlighting growing concerns for the residents trapped within the cordoned-off area. In response to the crisis, the Dangun Guild announced its commitment to active rescue efforts. Inside a modest apartment, a young man with short, dark hair knelt, meticulously tying his boots. His mother, a woman with dark hair pulled back, watched him with a mixture of worry and pride. He muttered to himself, questioning his identity. I'm Kang Hyun, he stated, a confident smirk playing on his lips, the tutorial graduate. Remember? He reassured his mother, promising to stay safe. His mother, however, remained visibly anxious, her gaze fixed on her son. She urged him to be careful, warning him against recklessness. He, in turn, insisted he had nothing to worry about. A young man, Kang Hyun, sat behind the wheel of his car. He was told to go inside and rest. He muttered to himself, promising to bring his parents back soon. The car pulled away from the curb. His expression was grim, determined. He drove with a focused intensity. Kang Hyun approached a military checkpoint. Soldiers blocked his path, informing him that he could not proceed further. He showed them his identification, claiming to be a talent. He questioned why he couldn't enter, despite his status. A superior officer, observing from a military vehicle, intervened. He ordered the soldiers to let Kang Hyun pass. The officer added a crucial caveat. They would not be responsible for anything that happened to him inside. Kang Hyun acknowledged the warning, saluting before proceeding. A soldier questioned the officer's decision, wondering if he was a supervisor rather than a soldier. Two soldiers in tactical gear stood watch as a black sedan sped away, kicking up dust on the road behind it. The car sped through a sun-dappled forest. Inside, Kang Hyun gripped the steering wheel, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, there are 5 confirmed dungeon breaches. He checked his phone, a worried frown etching itself onto his face. His internal monologue continued. Even E-rank dungeons are mixed in. He glanced at the road ahead, his thoughts turning to the urgency of the situation. He thought, they need to hold on until I get there. Will I make it in time? He calculated his chances, a sliver of hope flickering in his eyes. He thought, so long as I don't encounter any monsters along the way, I can make it within 2 hours. Suddenly, a monstrous boar-like creature burst from the trees, charging directly at his car. The impact shattered the windshield, sending shards of glass flying as Kang Hyun braced for the collision. The scene opens with a blur of motion. A monstrous boar, its eyes glowing menacingly red, charges head-on, its massive form a destructive force. The impact sends a car careening off the road, shattering glass and metal. The boar's charge continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene is one of chaotic energy and impending doom. The boar's crimson eyes are the focus, filled with savage intent. Its massive head fills the frame, a terrifying close-up. Suddenly, a hand grips a glowing purple blade. The weapon crackles with energy. Below, a figure with fiery red hair, resembling a wolf-like creature, commands, "Bring it on, you bastard." Kang Hyun, a man with short dark hair, stands defiantly before the monstrous boar, his sword drawn. He vows, "I'll avenge Burnley." The boar lets out a guttural growl. Groink. Its eyes burn with fury, promising a brutal attack. Kang Hyun, his face bloodied and bruised, observes the boar muttering, "Oh, you're kind of big." A horrifying shriek pierces the air as the boar attacks, its massive tusks aimed at Kang Hyun. The boar's attack sends Kang Hyun flying backward, a cloud of dust erupting where he stood moments before. A horde of goblins, their guttural cries echoing through the forest, swarmed forward, their crude weapons raised. Their beady eyes gleamed with malice. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with grime and blood, stood defiant amidst the chaos. He muttered to himself, questioning if his actions in a past life had somehow attracted this monstrous wave of goblins. He realized he needed to act quickly, the sheer number of them posing a significant threat. He knew defeating them wasn't the primary issue. His concern was whether he had enough time to eliminate them all before they overwhelmed him. Suddenly, a monstrous boar, its eyes burning with an unnatural red glow, charged into the fray. Kang Hyun, recognizing an opportunity, smirked, noting that this unexpected ally would soon be on his side. But the boar's attack was swift and brutal, easily dispatching several goblins. Kang Hyun, however, was not so lucky. He barely managed to evade the boar's devastating charge. The boar roared, its massive jaws snapping shut inches from Kang Hyun's face. Just as the boar prepared to strike again, a volley of goblin arrows rained down, distracting the beast. The boar, momentarily stunned, turned its fury on the goblins, creating a brief respite for Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun recognized the goblin's attack as perfectly timed, buying him precious seconds. A cacophony of screams and panicked shouts echoed through the forest. Birds scattered, startled by the sudden eruption of violence. Amidst the chaos, a man stood, his face grim, a sword at his side. He addressed the unseen combatants with a curt command. "If you want to fight, fight amongst yourselves." He couldn't waste any more time. With a determined expression, the man turned and sprinted into the deepening shadows of the forest. Hours later, he emerged from the woods, exhausted and breathing heavily. Gasps escaped his lips as he struggled to regain his composure. He checked his phone. The man muttered to himself. As expected, trying to get there on foot in a single day is tough. I also need to conserve my batteries, so I can't even use the flashlight. He continued, his thoughts turning to his poor planning. Had I known this was going to happen, I would have taken the main road with street lights. All this because I wanted to take the shortcut. He pressed onward, his silhouette a dark figure against the fading light of the forest. Kang Hyun, a man whose back is to the viewer, runs through a dark forest. His muscular build is visible beneath his worn armor, and he carries a sword at his hip. The speed of his movement is emphasized by motion lines radiating from him. Suddenly, he is struck. Blood splatters across his face as he stumbles, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He retaliates with a powerful, glowing blue energy slash from his sword, the force of the attack depicted by dynamic lines. His attack connects with a large, wolf-like creature, its body partially obscured by the energy wave. The creature bears a technological device on its back, labeled Dislopn, and roars in pain. Kang Hyun continues his assault, his sword moving with deadly precision. The creature is partially visible, its size and ferocity evident despite the limited view. Kang Hyun is momentarily stunned. He thinks to himself, there are monsters that can turn invisible. He reflects on his situation. Looks like a comfortable journey's gone out the window. Leaves are scattered by a sudden gust of wind, suggesting a shift in the immediate environment. Kang Hyun, his expression grim, prepares for another confrontation, moving swiftly through the undergrowth. Kang Hyun, a young man with short dark hair, found himself in a desperate struggle. Surrounded by a pack of ferocious wolves, he braced himself, his sword held ready. With a fierce expression, he lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion. His blade flashed, leaving a trail of blue energy. The wolves yelped in pain as the energy sliced through them, their bodies collapsing to the ground. He spun, his sword arcing through the air, continuing his relentless assault. Blood splattered the ground. The last of the wolves fell, their bodies lifeless. Kang Hyun stood panting, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He gasped, his breath ragged. A grim determination hardened his features. A chilling smile spread across his blood-smeared face. "Let's see what you've got, you bitches," he muttered, his eyes burning with a fierce light. The sun rose, casting a golden glow over the landscape. The aftermath of the battle was stark, a field littered with the corpses of the slain wolves. The forest floor was littered with the remnants of a brutal battle. Blood stained the undergrowth, marking the grim scene. A young man, Kang Hyun, lay amongst the carnage, groaning in pain. His armor was torn and stained, his body bearing the marks of a fierce fight. He sat up, leaning against a tree trunk, sighing wearily. "Since I've been fighting all night, I couldn't get much sleep," he muttered, though he admitted to himself that there wasn't a comfortable place to sleep there. His face was grim, etched with exhaustion and the lingering effects of his injuries. Blood crusted on his skin, a testament to the violence he had endured. Meanwhile, the sun shone brightly on a modern apartment building. Inside, a cell phone displayed a series of unanswered text messages, the most recent sent hours earlier. A woman sat quietly, reading a book, while a man beside her shushed her. The woman looked concerned. "Is it really all right for Hyun to come here?" she whispered. The man replied, "He's not picking up?" She responded, "No, maybe there's a problem with the cell towers." Kang Hyun, a man of average build with dark hair, sat slumped on a public transport seat, his face etched with worry. He clutched a worn-out metal pipe, his knuckles white. He was clearly exhausted, sweat beading on his forehead. His thoughts were troubled. He'd said everything would be all right, but doubt gnawed at him. The recent orc attack, stronger than anticipated, had shaken his confidence. Could he truly handle this? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Kang Hyun stood amidst the chaotic battle, his body battered but radiating an unnatural blue energy. He had vanquished the orcs. His eyes, glowing with an eerie intensity, reflected the carnage. The sheer power he wielded was terrifying, even to himself. Where had such strength come from? A sinister smirk played on his lips. He muttered to himself, dismissing the orcs as mere practice. A lone figure, Kang Hyun, stood amidst a scene of carnage. 15 orc corpses lay scattered around him, a testament to his prowess. He chuckled softly, a self-satisfied sound, muttering to himself that taking down such a number was child's play for someone of his caliber, an F-rank dungeon-roaming hunter. He surveyed the scene, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings. His attire, simple, practical, suggested a seasoned adventurer. A long sword, stained with Orcish blood, rested casually at his side. His confidence, however, was short-lived. A sharp, sudden pain ripped through his side. He staggered, his earlier bravado replaced by a grimace of pain. He turned to see more orcs approaching, their numbers far exceeding his expectations. A wave of grim realization washed over him. His eyes widened, reflecting the growing dread. The blood on his face, previously a mark of victory, now symbolized his impending doom. Among the approaching orcs, 3 particularly large and imposing figures stood out, orc warriors of significantly greater power. This was no longer an F-rank dungeon. It was far more dangerous. Kang Hyun's mind raced. He recognized the signs of an E-rank dungeon, a far more challenging and deadly environment than he had anticipated. He cursed his misjudgment, the realization hitting him hard. He braced himself for the inevitable onslaught, his sword raised in a desperate defense. A young man, his face streaked with blood, burst through a door. He shouted for his parents, assuring them he was there to rescue them. He then urgently warned them to remain silent and still. Inside, his mother and father, visibly shaken, reacted to his voice with a mixture of fear and surprise. His mother's eyes widened in disbelief. The parents whispered Hyun's name, their voices laced with uncertainty. The mother questioned if the monstrous figure before them could truly be their son. Hyun, observing them from behind a glass partition, pondered the events of the past few months. His expression was one of grim contemplation. Suddenly, 2 monstrous creatures, their forms vaguely humanoid but clearly inhuman, appeared, screeching menacingly. Hyun reacted instantly, his movements a blur of motion as he prepared to engage the creatures. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his weapon a blur as he struck one of the creatures with a powerful blow. Another creature lunged at him, wielding a glowing weapon. The scene is filled with intense action. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with grime and blood, stumbled forward, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and determination. A faint blue energy crackled around his injured arm. His opponent, a hulking, grotesque orc with glowing yellow eyes, roared in triumph, preparing to deliver a final, devastating blow. The orc's weapon connected, but instead of the expected impact, a brilliant blue light erupted from Hyun's body. The light intensified, pushing back the orc as Hyun grimaced, a look of both pain and something akin to wonder on his face. Moments later, Hyun found himself in a city street, surrounded by more orcs. He was battered but alive. He moved with surprising speed, dodging a brutal attack. He barely avoided another strike, his breath ragged. This was becoming a desperate fight for survival. Hyun was thrown back by a powerful blow, colliding with a nearby building. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. He retaliated, his movements blurred by speed, but the orc's weapon struck his arm again, shattering bone. A blue light pulsed from the wound. A low groan escaped Hyun's lips as he braced himself for another attack, the blue light growing stronger. The battle raged. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in grim determination, braced himself against a brutal onslaught. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid yet undeniably alien, unleashed a devastating blow, sending Kang Hyun sprawling across the grimy alleyway floor. He grunted, a guttural sound of exertion and pain. Despite the searing agony, his eyes burned with defiance. With a roar, "Hyatt!" he lunged forward. His blade flashed, a blur of motion against the creature's crude, heavy weapon. The impact echoed through the narrow space. The creature staggered back, a surprised kikik escaping its lips. Kang Hyun pressed his advantage, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. He deflected another blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through his arms. The creature, clearly wounded, let out a pained keek, before collapsing to the ground. Kang Hyun, breathing heavily, felt a strange energy surge within him. A single word echoed in his mind: mana. The energy intensified, building to a catastrophic crescendo. An explosion rocked the alleyway. When the dust settled, Kang Hyun lay amidst the debris, his body ravaged, seemingly lifeless. A chilling silence descended. But even as death seemed to claim him, a faint glow emanated from his chest. A slow, almost imperceptible pulse began to beat. Kang Hyun gasped, his breath ragged, his body sprawled across the cobblestones. Blood, a dark crimson stain, pooled around him, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. He lay defeated, his armor marred and torn, a sword piercing his chest. A final, pained puff of air escaped his lips as he succumbed to his wounds. A curse, raw and visceral, escaped Kang Hyun's lips even in death. He was surrounded by a throng of monstrous figures, their forms barely visible in the dim light of the arena. The creatures, orcs, their names displayed on glowing holographic panels, pressed in, a tide of savagery and malice. Their guttural roars echoed through the arena. The orcs, their faces contorted in a frenzy of bloodlust, advanced relentlessly. Suddenly, a massive foot descended, crushing several of the orcs beneath its weight. The ground trembled with the impact. Kang Hyun's eyes snapped open, a fierce glint in their depths. His face, though bloodied, held an expression of grim determination. Before him stood a towering orc warlord, his presence radiating menace. The other orcs parted to allow him passage. The warlord loomed, a terrifying figure of muscle and rage, ready to deliver the final blow. Amidst the chaotic battleground, Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood defiant. Blood stained his clothes, yet his stance remained firm. He sneered at his monstrous opponents, a horde of grotesque, hulking creatures, and addressed their leader with a mocking question. Huh? Are you these guys' leader? You're ugly as fuck. He was surrounded. The sheer number of his enemies was daunting. Kang Hyun's internal monologue revealed his immediate concern. I was going to save my mana for regenerating, but a close-up showed the incredible musculature of his arm, bulging with raw power. This was no ordinary man, activating Raging Lion's roar. The activation of a powerful ability was imminent. His face contorted into a ferocious grin. He roared a defiant challenge. Bring it on, you fucking bastards. He unleashed his power. The impact was brutal. Blood spurted from his nose as he staggered back, clearly injured. A pained gasp escaped his lips. Kook. Despite his injuries, Kang Hyun fought back, his blade flashing against the brute strength of his opponent. The battle raged on. He was quickly overwhelmed, surrounded by more of the monstrous creatures. He fell to the ground, defeated but not broken. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, fought desperately against a horde of grotesque, monstrous creatures. His movements were swift and precise, a deadly dance amidst the chaos, but he was clearly outnumbered. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he parried a blow, his body already bearing the marks of numerous wounds. He stumbled back, momentarily catching his breath as a particularly large and imposing orc stepped forward. The orc's size and strength were intimidating, and Hyun felt a surge of grim determination. These bastards. The orc lunged, but Hyun was ready. A surge of energy erupted from him, a wave of emerald light that struck the orc with surprising force. Hyun's internal monologue revealed his frustration. Are toying with me. The attack continued, the green energy a visible manifestation of his power. He was clearly pushing himself to his limits. Another powerful orc attacked, its blow sending Hyun sprawling. The impact was brutal, and he felt a sharp pain. He groaned, his body failing him. The fight was taking its toll. Lying on the ground, defeated, Hyun realized the extent of his injuries. It seems I've run out of mana, given that my body isn't regenerating anymore. He considered his situation, the uncertainty weighing heavily on him. It's still unknown whether I can resurrect in the real world. Despite his exhaustion and despair, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He clenched his fists, a silent vow forming in his mind. But blood stained the cobblestones as Kang Hyun, his body battered and broken, collapsed to his knees. A hulking, monstrous figure loomed over him, its spiked helmet obscuring its face. A cruel smile hinted at beneath the shadowed visor. Despite the agony, a fierce determination ignited within him. He roared, "There's no way I'd abandon my family." His defiance echoed through the ravaged street. "Bring it on, you fuckers." The monstrous creature, its features now partially visible, revealed a grotesque parody of a human face. A chilling grin stretched across its lips. A wave of horrifying screams erupted as more of the creatures swarmed the street, their brutal assault continuing. Kang Hyun, amidst the chaos, caught a glimpse of a familiar face, his mother, before the onslaught resumed. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, Kang Hyun's father desperately fought back against the creatures, his rage a desperate shield against the encroaching horror. He yelled, "You bastards! What do you think you're doing? Kang Hyun, his vision blurring, whispered, "Not there." But his voice hardened into a furious roar. "Not there, you motherfuckers!" Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a silent scream, sprinted through the city streets. He was a whirlwind of motion, a desperate blur against the backdrop of decaying buildings, his movements hampered by the numerous wounds marring his body. Behind him, shadowy figures with clawing hands pursued relentlessly. One of the pursuing figures, larger and more monstrous than the rest, slammed into him, sending Kang Hyun sprawling onto the cracked pavement. The impact knocked the wind out of him, leaving him gasping for breath amidst the growing chaos. Despite the searing pain, Kang Hyun reacted instantly. He rolled to his feet, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. With a guttural cry, he retaliated, his blade flashing in the harsh sunlight as he fought back against the relentless horde. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, each swing of his blade a desperate attempt to buy himself time. But the creatures were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. As he was surrounded, a wave of despair washed over him. His vision blurred, and he saw a horrifying image, the faces of those he was trying to protect. He fell, the weight of his injuries finally overcoming him. His body hit the ground with a dull thud, the world fading into a kaleidoscope of pain and regret. A monstrous creature loomed over him, its clawed hand raised to deliver the final blow. Kang Hyun could only watch, his strength completely depleted. In his final moments, a desperate plea escaped his lips. "Please, not them." The world dissolved into darkness, the last thing he heard being a whispered no. Then, a blinding golden light erupted. A hulking orc, its grotesque features contorted in a snarl, lunged forward. Golden energy crackled around it, a furious aura preceding its attack. The golden energy intensified, forming a blinding flash as the orc's attack reached its peak. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the heart of the explosion. A young woman with long dark hair, clad in simple yet practical attire, stood defiant amidst the chaos. She held a sword, its edge glowing with a faint golden light. With a swift, precise movement, she cleaved through the remaining orcs, her blade a blur of motion. Another woman, her face etched with worry, called out, "Guild Master." The scene shifted to a wider view. A group of soldiers stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, their faces grim but resolute. "We finished up here too," one of them reported. The Guild Master, concerned, asked about the civilians. The soldier explained that they had prioritized evacuating the injured and were waiting to evacuate the rest. The Guild Master sighed, acknowledging the significant damage. She reflected that, despite the destruction, the damage was less than in other areas because the orcs had been concentrated in one location. The conversation turned to the individual who had held off the orcs until reinforcements arrived. Sadly, it was revealed that he had died in the conflict. A woman in dark armor stood amidst a chaotic scene, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. The order to dispose of a corpse with the utmost courtesy hung in the air, a stark contrast to the carnage surrounding her. She questioned the instruction, a simple "huh" escaping her lips. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, littered with the fallen. The question, "Is his corpse?" hung heavy in the air, her eyes searching for something amidst the devastation. The scene shifted. A man's eyes fluttered closed, his face etched with exhaustion. Then they snapped open, widening in surprise and dawning comprehension. Kang Hyun's eyes fluttered open, his vision blurry. He was disoriented, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings. Slowly, his focus sharpened. Confusion warred with a dawning recognition. He blinked, his gaze widening in surprise. He sat up, leaning against a tree trunk. This was familiar. He recalled sleeping here the previous day. A holographic display shimmered into existence before him, detailing a unique ability, Resurrection, Z. The ability allowed him to resurrect 24 hours after death, a lifeline until the world escaped its current crisis. He reviewed his last known location before death. The image confirmed his current position. Suddenly, he found himself clinging to a drainpipe, a sword in hand, overlooking a terrified couple inside a building. He had clearly died and resurrected. He clenched his fists, a pained groan escaping his lips. 24 hours had passed since his last death. With renewed determination, he gripped his sword, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Kang Hyun, a young man with short brown hair, ran through a sun-dappled forest, his sword strapped to his back. He was clearly in a hurry, his every movement driven by a desperate need to return quickly. He stumbled, his body giving way beneath him. The impact sent a jolt of pain through him. He groaned, his face contorted in pain. His body felt heavy, leaden, as if weighed down by an immense burden. "Ugh, my body feels so heavy." A thought struck him, a grim realization. Is this the resurrection penalty? Despite the agonizing weight, he pushed himself to his feet, his determination unwavering. Please, please let everything be okay." 5 hours later, Kang Hyun finally reached his destination, a dilapidated building, its windows shattered and walls scarred. After trudging with my uncooperative body, for a full 5 hours. He stood before the entrance, a large kitchen knife embedded in the floor near the doorway. The interior was in disarray. His expression was grim, his gaze unwavering as he entered the building. After aimlessly wandering all night, Kang Hyun stumbled upon an army group. There, he borrowed a phone from an officer and contacted his sister, Ayun. It was then that he received the devastating news. His father had lost an arm, and his mother was in a coma. The phone slipped from his trembling hands, the screen shattering upon impact with the ground. 2 months passed. News reports detailed the Dangun Guild's initiation of a boss hunt within the D-rank dungeon known as the Plains of Helgi. Meanwhile, guild leader Han Se-yun addressed the emergence of a new C-rank dungeon. Back at home, Kang Hyun's younger brother asked him if he was going to another dungeon. He simply replied, "Yeah." The scene opens in a modest apartment. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a weary expression, stands before his mother. She arms are crossed, her gaze firm. "You've already died 3 times this week," she states, her tone laced with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Kang Hyun, dressed in a simple apron over what appears to be armor plating, stands before a door. His mother's words clearly weigh on him. "What happened wasn't your fault. Why are you doing things alone?" she had said, her voice echoing in his mind. He opens the door and steps out, the sound of the door closing softly behind him. He walks down a hallway, his footsteps echoing in the quiet building. His mother watches him go, a worried expression etched on her face. She remains silent, her concern palpable. The scene abruptly shifts. Kang Hyun is now in a dark, cavernous space, engaged in fierce combat. He moves with lethal precision, his movements a blur of motion as he fights against several opponents. He defeats his opponents, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as a level-up notification appears. He has grown stronger. His companions, a group of other warriors, express their amazement at his rapid advancement. "Wow, you level up again? Congrats," one exclaims. Kang Hyun, however, remains aloof. "I'm an elite who made it to stage 5 of the tutorial. It's only a matter of time before I split from you losers," he thinks to himself, his arrogance evident. Kang Hyun, a young man with a determined expression, stood amidst a group of fellow adventurers. He mused to himself about his imminent advancement. "By next month, I'll be level 35, the minimum requirement for joining the Dangun Guild." He smiled confidently, attributing his progress to his companions. "However, since I'm a sweet guy, it's all thanks to you guys. I'm sure you'll catch up to me in no time." Suddenly, the scene shifted to a dark, cavernous dungeon. A lone figure, moving with surprising speed, cut through a group of unsuspecting enemies. The figure, wielding a large sword with practiced ease, was revealed to be Kang Hyun. His movements were swift and precise, a stark contrast to the earlier scene. Kang Hyun's speed astonished his fellow adventurers, who watched from distance. "You look so fast. Who is he to be raiding the dungeon alone?" One of them, visibly concerned, shouted, "Hey!" Another adventurer warned his companions. "Ahead is the core room. It's dangerous." The group debated their next course of action. "What do you want to do? Should we follow him? I feel uneasy if we just let him be so." A decision was made. "Let's follow him for now, and if things go south, we'll retreat." The scene then showed a swarm of Antria, a type of monstrous insect, indicating the danger ahead. A swarm of Antria soldiers, their chitinous bodies glistening under the dim light, filled the cavern. Their multifaceted eyes glowed with malevolent red light. Facing them, a lone figure stood defiant. Kang Hyun, his dark hair tousled, gripped the hilt of his sword, his back to the wall of insects. He knew this was a desperate situation. His thoughts turned to Wayne's secret technique, a last resort. With a guttural roar, Hyun activated the technique. His eyes blazed with crimson fury. Wayne's secret technique, a 40% increase in all stats, excluding mana, at the cost of his physical body breaking down over time. Wayne, a madman who dedicated his life to intense battles, had finally succeeded in drawing out extreme power, even at the cost of his own body. The power surged through him, a blue electrical aura crackling around his form as he moved with superhuman speed. With a mighty cleave, he cut through dozens of Antria soldiers. A mana explosion followed, obliterating the remaining insects in a flash of blinding light. Kang Hyun, his face a mask of grim determination, unleashed a torrent of energy. A blue-white arc of power erupted from his hand, striking down upon his foes with brutal efficiency. The energy sliced through the air, obliterating several monstrous insects in its path. Their chitinous bodies shattered, leaving behind only fragments and a lingering smell of ozone. Meanwhile, a squad of soldiers, led by a blond man wielding a spear, cautiously advanced into a dark cavern. Giant insects littered the ground, their remains a testament to the battle's ferocity. One of the soldiers, his face etched with worry, stared at the scene before him. His companions shared his apprehension. They stood in a circle, weapons at the ready, as Kang Hyun approached. A faint blue glow emanated from his hand. He examined his injured hand, a grim smile playing on his lips. He mused on the skill he had recently acquired. He realized that this new technique worked synergistically with his body regeneration ability. A detailed description of his advanced rank body regeneration appeared before him, highlighting its remarkable properties and limitations. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The implications of his power were profound. A group of soldiers, clad in worn but sturdy armor, cautiously approached a young man, his face bearing the marks of a recent battle. One of them, a blond-haired soldier, voiced his concern, asking if he was all right. The young man simply replied, "Yes." The blond soldier's expression shifted to one of confusion and uncertainty as he looked at the young man. The young man, his gaze sharp and unwavering, seemed lost in thought. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his internal contemplation. A glowing orb of energy, labeled Normal Core, pulsed in the young man's hand. He announced his intention to leave, stating that if there was nothing else, he would be departing. The soldiers watched him, a mixture of awe and apprehension in their eyes, as he walked away. One of the soldiers hesitantly asked if he wasn't taking the magic stones from the fallen bodies. The young man responded that there was no need, they could keep them. As he walked away, the young man pondered the monetary value of the scene before him, the fallen soldiers and the spoils of war. He dismissed concerns about wealth, stating that he had no time to worry about such things. His focus was on becoming stronger. The blond soldier watched him go, a question mark hanging in the air, reflecting his uncertainty about the young man's true nature. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows across the rough-hewn walls of the cavern. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Who was the mysterious figure who had passed through earlier? One of the adventurers, a man with short, light brown hair, shrugged dismissively. "Who cares?" he said, his tone nonchalant. "We made a fortune thanks to him, so it's all good." A young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair countered, "Well, that's true, but there are all kinds of weirdos out there. It's important to consider that thanks to that person, we earned several days' worth of pay in one swoop." A bald man among the group, his expression thoughtful, spoke up. A sudden realization dawned on him. "Oh wait, could it be him?" He continued, pointing a finger. "You know, that person who sweeps through and clears dungeons alone." The blonde-haired adventurer scoffed. "There's no way. Even if the rumors are true, this is an E-rank dungeon, not an F-rank. Even Hansei Yun or Choi Dong Wu can't clear an E-rank dungeon alone." A purple energy pulsed, emanating from the center of the group. The blonde-haired adventurer looked on, bewildered. The ground was littered with the corpses of monstrous insects, their metallic carapaces gleaming dully in the dim light. Blood stained the earth, a grim testament to a recent brutal battle. Kong Hyun sat atop a giant, insectoid creature, its chitinous shell gleaming under the dim light of torches embedded in the cavern walls. He surveyed the scene with a thoughtful expression, a low hum escaping his lips. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth, and something else, something faintly metallic. He held a glowing, parchment-like object, its edges shimmering with an ethereal light. The text on the object detailed a skill called Antria's Integument, a technique that hardened the user's skin. His brow furrowed in concentration. With Wayne's secret technique and body regeneration, his mana was already running low. The strain of his recent battles was evident on his face, etched in the grime and weariness of his features. He considered adding another skill, but he knew that mastering many skills would hinder his proficiency. He needed to focus on quality over quantity. The next skill book detailed Bilgeon's Longsword, a weapon with a berserker ability. This ability increased strength and vitality by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but impaired judgment and caused severe aftereffects. He mused that the best abilities were useless without proper control and timing. Mastering a few powerful skills was far more effective than accumulating many weak ones. His thoughts drifted back to a past battle, a moment of regret clouding his features. He had failed to keep his cool, a mistake that cost him dearly. He pushed aside the regret, focusing on the present. There was only one thing left to do. He resolved to become stronger, no matter the cost. His determination burned bright, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. Kong Hyun, his body battered and bruised, eyes filled with grim determination, clutched a glowing, ethereal object. He muttered, "I'll learn the skill." A surge of energy crackled around him as he made contact with the mysterious artifact. The air thrummed with power. A large, imposing dungeon exit loomed before a group of armed personnel and onlookers. Their expressions were a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Whispers rippled through the crowd. One of the soldiers, a young man with short brown hair, spoke to his superior. He relayed recent rumors of a lone individual clearing dungeons single-handedly, and that this person had been spotted entering this very dungeon earlier that day. A tense moment followed as the superior officer examined a device, his face etched with concern. He confirmed that the signal wasn't theirs. He then realized the truth with a sudden jolt. The man was exiting the dungeon. From the darkness of the dungeon, a powerfully built man emerged. He moved with a quiet intensity, his every step deliberate. The onlookers watched, captivated, as he walked towards them. The man paused, his hand instinctively going to his neck. A look of exhaustion and pain clouded his features. His eyes, however, held a spark of something else, a steely determination that belied his physical state. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him. It was a sound of both pain and resolve. Kang Hyun stood with his back to a crowd, his hand on his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. The word munchkin echoed in his mind. Two young men, clearly members of the press, approached him. They excitedly asked if he was the talented hunter from the recent rumors and inquired about his interest in joining their guild. Kang Hyun, unimpressed, dismissed their questions. He curtly told them he knew nothing of the rumors and wasn't interested. He then commanded them to move out of his way. As he pushed past one of the reporters, a collision occurred. The reporter, startled, asked if Kang Hyun had bumped into him. Kang Hyun responded with a chilling question. "What are you going to do if I did?" The reporter, clearly intimidated, stammered an apology. He mumbled his apologies, visibly shaken by the encounter. Kang Hyun walked away, leaving the reporters behind. The reporters discussed the incident amongst themselves, noting his intimidating demeanor and speculating about his possible criminal background. The setting was a public parking lot, the kind you find in any bustling city. The air hung heavy with the scent of exhaust fumes and the lingering heat of the day. Kang Hyun, a man whose features spoke of both weariness and quiet strength, used his car remote to unlock his vehicle. He seemed agitated. He let out a sigh of frustration. "That was annoying," he muttered to himself. "I wasted my time for nothing." As he approached his car, a voice called out, "Mr. Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun turned, his expression hardening. He eyed the newcomer cautiously. "Who are you?" he demanded. The newcomer, a man in a sharp suit, offered a reassuring smile. "You don't have to be so wary of me," he said. "After all, I'm here to help you out." He produced a business card and extended it towards Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun stared at the card, his brow furrowed in confusion. The card read, "Talented Association Member, Sun Yun-ho." Sun Yun-ho. Kang Hyun echoed, a hint of recognition in his voice. On a rooftop overlooking a city, a sharply dressed man in a suit addressed a powerfully built man in tactical gear. He stated that they had been observing him for some time and offered their assistance should he choose to join their organization. The suited man reassured him that there was no pressure to decide immediately. The man in tactical gear simply replied, "Well then." The suited man reiterated that they would appreciate a call if he changed his mind. The two men parted ways, the suited man departing in a sleek car. Alone, the man in tactical gear muttered to himself, "Talented Association, huh." A flashback revealed the history of the Talented Association, an organization founded to protect the rights of gifted individuals, unlike guilds primarily focused on profit. Meanwhile, the man in tactical gear sat in a small eatery, surprised by the association's unconventional recruitment methods. He reflected that they hadn't even asked for an immediate response. The scene opens in a brightly lit convenience store. A young girl tugs on her mother's sleeve, her eyes wide with fear. "Mom," she whispers, "a monster." 3 empty noodle cups sit on a table, chopsticks resting beside them. The air hangs heavy with the lingering scent of instant ramen. Kang Hyun, a man with short, dark hair and a determined expression, sits at the counter, nursing a steaming bowl. He sighs, a weary look settling on his face. "Right now, my biggest problem is mana." His thoughts drift to the source of his predicament. His mana reserves are critically low, constantly depleted by the demanding regeneration techniques he employs. He continues his internal monologue, noting the additional strain placed on his mana by the recently acquired Antria's integument. This leaves him severely hampered in his ability to use his skills effectively. He decides to browse for items that might help alleviate his mana issues. His phone displays a loading screen. He begins to peruse the available items, but finds nothing particularly useful to his current predicament. He notes a limitation on accessories. Only 4 can be equipped at once. Instead of buying cheap, minor stat boosts, he decides to focus on finding something truly impactful. His eyes widen as he spots something of interest. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. Kang Hyun scrolled through his phone, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. His posts about hunting strategies and skill books garnered little attention. He muttered to himself, "This is so difficult." The comments section reflected his struggles. Others shared similar sentiments about the challenges of hunting and acquiring rare skills. The next day dawned. He had decided to tackle an E-rank dungeon, hoping for a lucky break. His research had led him to the Goblin Village dungeon in Hannam. He knew that the shamans within had a high chance of dropping rings that increased magic power. He approached the dungeon entrance, his footsteps echoing in the quiet forest. The information he'd gathered indicated a rare chance of obtaining a ring that boosted magic power by +4. The Goblin Village dungeon was once a secluded hunting ground, known only to a select few. However, recent unauthorized occupation had made access difficult. Kang Hyun checked his phone again, reading about the government's apathy towards the situation, as long as the dungeon remained intact. He was unconcerned with the politics. His focus was on the potential rewards. He hoped a major guild would clear the dungeon after seeing his post, but he also read comments expressing cynicism about the guild's motivations. They were more interested in controlling resources than helping hunters. He pondered the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. The comments highlighted the cutthroat nature of the hunting world. Arriving at the entrance, Kang Hyun found it unguarded, contrary to his expectations. He questioned aloud, "Is there no one here? I thought there'd be people guarding the entrance." Kang Hyun, a man of hardened features and a grim determination etched onto his face, peered from behind a crumbling stone wall. He muttered to himself, unconcerned, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter." He emerged from the ruins, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his hands. It pulsed with an otherworldly energy. As he walked, the glow intensified, forming a swirling vortex of turquoise energy around him. It was a spectacle of power and mystery. Emerging from the vortex, Kang Hyun found himself in a clearing. His expression shifted, a question forming on his lips. What? There was another one. He stood before three figures, two men and a woman, all clad in tactical gear, waiting. Their relaxed postures belied a hidden alertness. One of the men, a stocky individual with a smirk, commented, "Looks like we're going to get a decent amount with this one." Another man, leaner and more excitable, added, "Wow, we might earn a nice bonus by the end of the day." The woman, her expression unsettlingly calm, spoke with a chilling nonchalance. "What did I tell you? I dreamed of a fat pig last night." The woman continued, "I had a good feeling about it." A sound of approaching footsteps broke the tense silence. One of the men whispered, "Hey, didn't you hear?" Kang Hyun found himself in unfamiliar territory. "This is the territory of the Bait Guild," a voice stated nearby. He responded with a simple, questioning, "So?" A woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, emerged. She explained the guild's rules. "When you enter someone else's territory without permission, you have to pay the toll. If you give us everything you have, we'll spare your life." The woman's expression shifted, a flicker of something dangerous crossing her features as she prepared for action. The man with Kang Hyun, seemingly caught off guard, reacted with surprise. With surprising speed, the woman attacked. He crashed to the ground, stunned. Kang Hyun reacted instantly, his movements a blur. The man beside him was clearly injured. He unleashed a swift, powerful attack. The woman, enraged, retaliated. "Bastard, you want to die?" Kang Hyun, clad in worn but sturdy armor, charged forward, a faint blue energy swirling around him. His movements were swift and precise, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene unfolding around him. He lunged, his sword a blur of motion, aimed at his opponent's heart. The impact was brutal, a sickening crunch echoing through the air. But his adversary, a man in plain clothes, reacted instantly, parrying the blow with surprising strength. A look of disbelief crossed his face. The attacker's eyes widened in shock as he watched his own weapon shatter against an unseen force. Kang Hyun, despite the unexpected resistance, pressed his advantage, a powerful blow sending his opponent sprawling. He stood over his fallen foe, a strange calmness in his eyes. "I like people like you," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "You know why?" Ignoring the question, the man on the ground sputtered, "Even if I hit the shit out of you." He struggled to his feet, his voice strained. "I don't have to feel bad." A surge of blue energy erupted from him, a mana explosion that engulfed the area in a blinding flash. A violent energy erupted from Kang Hyun's chest, radiating outward in a dazzling display of light and power. The force of the blast sent him sprawling, his body contorting under the immense pressure. He landed hard, his breath ragged. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his features as he struggled to regain his composure. The aftermath of the explosion settled, revealing the extent of the damage. A wave of mana, uncontrolled and raw, had ripped through the area. From a distance, a woman, her face etched with concern and anger, watched the scene unfold. She shouted a warning, her voice sharp and urgent. "Stop it, you fucking freak." Kang Hyun, weakened but alive, looked towards the woman. He offered a simple, heartfelt thanks. He continued, "I learned something thanks to you." He reached out a hand, a gesture of both gratitude and understanding. The woman, hesitant but curious, cautiously reached out and took his hand. A strange energy pulsed between them. A sinister smile spread across Kang Hyun's face as he spoke. "The power is better if you use it like this." A deafening roar echoed through the air as an immense power surged from him. A tropical downpour lashed against a dense palm grove. A guttural scream cut through the storm. A young woman, her face obscured by a dark hood, lay on the rain-soaked ground, clutching her bleeding hand. She groaned in pain, muttering, my hand." Standing over her was a powerfully built man, clad in dark, practical armor. He sneered, "You're a bunch of nobodies." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the fallen woman and the surrounding area. Then he asked, "So, who are you people?" A group of soldiers, their faces grim, emerged from the shadows of the jungle. One of them, his expression particularly fierce, stepped forward. The armored man activated a glowing purple device, a defensive shield materializing before him. The soldier who had stepped forward shouted, "How dare you do this in the Bait Guild's territory?" Another soldier, drawing a glowing sword, added, "You should give up on returning alive." The armored man looked thoughtful, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. He murmured, "Oh." He glanced back at the injured woman, a grim smile playing on his lips. He thought, "So that's what this is. That's good. I needed a guide anyway." A young man with wild, dark hair and eyes blazing with an unsettling intensity grinned, a cruel, almost manic smile stretching across his face. His expression hinted at a dark secret, a power barely contained. A simple statement, stark against the white background, set the stage. The tutorial completely changed my life. The scene shifted to a chaotic battle within a dungeon. The text above the fray read, "Dungeons." Below, another caption explained, "Where power alone decides your rank." A man in tactical gear brutally subdued an opponent, his actions a stark display of violence. The word violence appeared in the text box, underscoring the scene's brutality. The focus shifted to the victorious man, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he examined a glowing red gem. The text box below read, "And money." He now sat upon a throne, surrounded by money, a testament to his success. The text box stated, "Now lives a plentiful life in this new world." Another box added, "And now I've become an executive in a big guild." He stood confidently before a line of soldiers, the word bait blazing behind him. His self-assessment was clear. "It's like putting wings on a tiger." He addressed his team, his words filled with bravado. "Inside dungeons, I have nothing to be afraid of." His warning to the enemy was sharp. "You should give up on returning home alive." Kang Hyun lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, his body still trembling from the exertion of the fight. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his form. A wave of energy pulsed outwards from him, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. He stirred, a confused murmur escaping his lips. Huh. His vision cleared, revealing his surroundings. He was sprawled on the ground, his body battered and bruised. A dull thud echoed in his ears. A single bewildered thought crossed his mind. What? Kang Hyun sat up, his eyes scanning the scene before him. Several bodies lay scattered around him, their lifeless forms a stark contrast to the vibrant green of the forest. A faint, turquoise energy still lingered in the air. He examined his own hands, noticing the blood. He muttered to himself, "Tisich couldn't dodge one." He looked at the bodies again, a grim realization dawning on him. He thought, "We all lost to one unarmed man." A bloody sword lay near his hand, a testament to the brutal fight that had just concluded. The scene opens on a clearing in a forest. Several bodies lie scattered on the ground, their lifeless forms stark against the verdant backdrop. Standing over them, a man with short, dark hair and a grim expression holds a bloody knife. He addresses the fallen, his voice laced with cold authority. "Hey, you criminal fuckers. I will give you 5 seconds. All of you, gather in front of me." The man's face is now close up, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he licks the blood from the blade. His internal monologue reveals his chilling purpose. The guide selection starts now. The scene shifts to a lush, tropical setting. A vibrant, swirling orb of energy pulses in the center of the frame. A voiceover announces, "So, Kang Hyun's first exclusive guide selection." The voiceover continues, explaining the process. Through a fair evaluation, Bait Guild's grunt Kim Sung-woo has been chosen. Kim Sung-woo, a young man with a weary expression, is being held by a larger, more muscular man. Other soldiers stand nearby, watching with a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. A collective murmur of "clap for him" can be heard. The scene cuts to a close-up of the man from the beginning, his face contorted in a predatory grin. He claps his hands together, a sound that echoes the earlier encouragement, but with a far more sinister undertone. The sound is described as clap. The man plunges his knife into Kim Sung-woo's chest. Kim Sung-woo cries out, "Yes." The man's hands continue to clap, rhythmically, a macabre counterpoint to the dying man's pleas. Another soldier, witnessing the brutal act, looks on in horror. He whispers, "What's going to happen to us now?" Kang Hyun, a man whose appearance suggested a seasoned warrior, examined a bloodied knife. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He seemed lost in thought, a single word escaping his lips. Before him knelt a group of men, their faces contorted in expressions of fear and supplication. One, bolder than the rest, stammered a plea for forgiveness. "Will you guys stop doing evil acts and start living honest lives? We'll be good. We will never do anything bad again." Kang Hyun reacted instantly, his movement a blur. A brutal blow landed, the force of it evident in the spray of blood and the man's pained expression. His inner thoughts were clear. "You think I believe that, idiot?" The impact sent the man sprawling, his body convulsing. Another man watched in horrified silence, the scene unfolding before him with brutal finality. Kang Hyun's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, cut through the air. "Believe that, idiot?" With swift, brutal efficiency, Kang Hyun eliminated the remaining men. His rage was palpable, his words a venomous whisper. "Murdering fuckers like you will just lie and do it again. You evil motherfuckers." A young man, Sung-woo, watched the carnage unfold, his face a mask of terror. He whimpered, a single word escaping his lips. Moments later, Sung Woo lay wounded on the forest floor, his hand reaching out weakly, trailing blood. His life ebbed away. Kang Hyun, seemingly unfazed by the violence he had inflicted, turned his attention to Sung Woo. He spoke, his voice low but firm. "Let's go, Sung Woo." Sung Woo, despite his injuries, nodded weakly in response. He was clearly in pain, but he obeyed. The setting sun cast long shadows across a sprawling landscape. A vast, verdant expanse unfolded, bisected by a meandering river. The narrator's voice, deep and resonant, explained, "Not all dungeons are like this, but some dungeon archetypes can exceed the size of a city." Two figures stood within this immense dungeon. One, Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short brown hair, carried a large sword across his back. He muttered himself, "Ah, damn, it's big." His companion, a lighter-built man with a backpack, questioned him. "You're not going in circles on purpose, are you?" Kang Hyun retorted, "Of course not." Kang Hyun, his brow furrowed in concentration, explained his strategy. "I'm trying to find the path with the fewest monsters." He then dismissed his own caution with a cynical thought. What a useless thing to worry about. He abruptly changed his mind. "Let's just go where the monsters are. I'm bored." His companion looked at him, clearly surprised by this sudden shift in plans. His companion, Sung Woo, responded hesitantly, "Oh, really?" Kang Hyun pressed on, "Then we can go find some monsters right now." Sung Woo protested, "Are you crazy? It's dark." Kang Hyun, seemingly unfazed, countered with a question. "What do you want me to do, then?" Kang Hyun sighed and conceded, "Forget it. Let's just grab a snack. You have anything to eat?" Sung Woo confirmed, "Ah, yes." The scene shifted to show Sung Woo tending a small fire, cooking something over the flames. Kang Hyun inquired, "Are you almost done, Sung Woo?" Sung Woo replied, "Yes, I'm almost done." Kang Hyun observed his companion's numerous swords, internally questioning, "Why does this person have so many swords?" Two steaming mess tins sat over a small fire, their contents bubbling invitingly. A voice, filled with a mixture of surprise and amusement, observed, "Wow, instant ramen in a mess tin, huh?" The scene shifted to reveal two young men. One, with short brown hair and a determined expression, held a mess tin over the flames. He mused, "It's been a while since I've had some. Do they still eat it like this?" While his companion, slightly shorter with a more anxious demeanor, peered into his own mess tin, commenting, "Is it not hot for you?" The first young man, seemingly unbothered by the heat, replied, "Well, a little." He then offered the second a portion, saying, "Here, enjoy the meal." The second young man gratefully accepted, murmuring, "Oh, yes, thank you. I'm the one who made it." A close-up showed the second young man enthusiastically slurping noodles. Both young men sat by the fire, contentedly eating their ramen. After finishing their meal, the first young man addressed the second. "Hey, Sung Woo, how old did you say you were again?" Sung Woo replied, "I'm 25, humnim." The first young man then asked, "What were you doing before becoming a talent?" "College." Sung Woo hesitated before answering. "Yes, you should have just stayed in school. Why were you here today, doing something like that?" Sung Woo continued, explaining, "My student debt's been piling up, and I couldn't apply for a scholarship because I kept taking part-time jobs for money." Kang Hyun recounted the misfortunes that had befallen his family. His father's business had failed, worsening their already dire circumstances. Overwhelmed by grief, Kang Hyun's mother sobbed uncontrollably. A young man with gray hair approached, interrupting her lament with a blunt question. "Why are you telling me your sob story? Want to die?" Kang Hyun, startled by the unexpected interruption, retorted defensively. "You asked." The gray-haired young man dismissed Kang Hyun's emotional outburst. He instructed him to stop dwelling on his problems and eat the ramen, emphasizing the need for rest before the next day's challenges. Night fell. Kang Hyun, wrapped in a blanket, slept beside a campfire, his swords leaning against a nearby tree. He stirred in his sleep, a troubled expression on his face. A silent scream escaped his lips. Kang Hyun awoke, his eyes snapping open. He saw his opportunity. The gray-haired young man approached Kang Hyun, a sinister plan forming in his mind. If he killed Kang Hyun now, the scene opens with a close-up on Kang Hyun's wide, fearful eyes. A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple. His breath hitches in his throat. The perspective shifts abruptly. Now, we see Kang Hyun from a distance, his back to the viewer, as he desperately tries to escape a bloody confrontation. He is surrounded by fallen soldiers, their bodies scattered across the ground. His expression is one of grim determination. Kang Hyun's internal monologue reveals his fear and desperation. He knows he cannot kill his opponent. Escape is his only option. He flees into the dense jungle undergrowth, his movements hurried and panicked. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, "Hey, Sung Woo." Sung Woo stops, startled. Another man appears, his face etched with concern. He asks, "Where are you going?" Sung Woo stammers a weak excuse. I need to go pee." The other man simply says, "Okay." However, as Sung Woo begins to leave, the other man adds a chilling threat. "I'll kill you if you run." Sung Woo, resigned to his fate, simply replies, "Okay." The scene opens on a tranquil, moonlit beach. palm trees swaying gently in the night breeze. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. As the sun rises, casting a warm glow over the lush, tropical foliage, two figures emerge from the dense undergrowth. One, a powerfully built man in tactical gear, gestures towards a distant point in the jungle. His companion, slightly smaller and less imposing, carries a backpack. The man in tactical gear explains that the destination is a goblin village, the location of their objective. He claims to sense a large concentration of mana in the area. His companion, seemingly unimpressed, simply acknowledges this. The soldier is surprised that the other man cannot sense the mana. He scoffs at his companion's apparent lack of sensitivity. He calls the other man a weakling, a cruel assessment that elicits a smirk from the backpack-carrying man. The backpack-carrying man's thoughts turn inward. He tries to remain calm. He silently vows revenge, confident that his opponent will soon be dead. A narration box explains that while monsters in the Goblin Village dungeon are concentrated near the main core, they regularly send scouts throughout the surrounding area. The Bait Guild, acting as bait, had lured several scouts into an ambush. Arrows rained down from the surrounding forest, targeting the unsuspecting scouts. A young man with short, gray hair and a sinister grin observed the scene. None of the scouts had been killed yet, he noted, because the village had mobilized all its troops. He chuckled, a cruel amusement in his eyes. The young man's words echoed across the battlefield. Let's see if you can survive against an entire E-rank dungeon. The scene shifted to a different location. A man with short, dark hair and a cruel smile stood amidst the chaotic scene, a sword in his hand. He grinned, muttering, "Good, good. Goblin massacres are my specialty." He declared, "Let's get started." The camera panned out to reveal a massive horde of goblins charging toward the village. The dark-haired man charged into the horde of goblins, his back to the viewer. The goblins swarmed him, weapons raised. He turned, his eyes glowing red with a fierce intensity. He shouted, "Here I come." A backpack flew through the air, seemingly abandoned in the chaos of the battle. Kong Hyun, a man clad in worn armor, a large backpack strapped to his shoulders, sprinted through an unseen battlefield. His expression was one of grim determination, his hand gripping the hilt of a long sword. A close-up on his eye revealed a steely gaze, reflecting the intensity of the situation. A small, almost imperceptible device was affixed to his temple. Meanwhile, another figure, a man with short brown hair and a cruel smirk, stood amidst a tropical forest. He flipped off the retreating figure of Kong Hyun, shouting, "I'm leaving, you crazy bastard. It was fucking horrible meeting you. Let's never see each other again." Kong Hyun continued his escape, his sword held ready. His face contorted into a terrifying grin, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. A dark aura emanated from him. The man from the forest watched, a chilling threat hanging in the air. "You're fucked once I finish up here." Kong Hyun leaned against a tree, panting heavily, exhaustion evident in his posture. The other man, still watching from a distance, muttered to himself, "Nice. Even if that guy is a monster, he won't be able to do anything." A stark white background is broken only by a vibrant purple digital display. The message is clear. The portal to the outside has opened. The scene shifts abruptly. Kong Hyun, a young man with short, tousled brown hair, is shown in a jungle clearing. Sweat beads on his forehead as he stares, wide-eyed, at a shimmering purple interface hovering before him. He is visibly shaken, his mouth slightly agape. The purple interface continues to glow intensely. The close-up intensifies, focusing on Kong Hyun's face. His expression is one of disbelief and dawning horror. A single thought bubbles up from within him. Is this a dream? The E-rank dungeon, known as Goblin Village, was the focus of attention. Its unusual structure was noted. Unlike most dungeons, it lacked a central core. Instead, all its forces were concentrated around the main core. This unusual distribution of power was a significant factor in the events to unfold. A report flashed across the screen. The main core had been destroyed, and consequently, a portal to the outside world had opened. A man, his back to the viewer, stood before the newly opened portal. He had accomplished something extraordinary. The observers whispered he beat that kind. The observers were astonished. Could he have single-handedly conquered that dungeon? The question of his strategy arose. What was needed to overcome such overwhelming odds? He faced a horde of goblins, their numbers far exceeding his own. The answer was clear: overwhelming firepower. He unleashed a devastating attack, wiping out the entire goblin force. The scene opens with a close-up on a fierce battle. A figure, battered but defiant, stands amidst the chaos. An observer comments, "No, sure, he was strong, but that's not how he fights." The focus shifts to Kong Hyun, his face smeared with blood and dirt, a grim smile playing on his lips. He is clearly wounded, yet his expression is one of grim determination. The question hangs in the air. Great strength and endurance? The narrative continues, acknowledging the importance of strength and endurance, but emphasizing another crucial element. The scene shifts to show Kong Hyun, alone, amidst a pile of slain enemies. He stands victorious, his sword dripping with blood, his his aura radiating power. The observer's voiceover clarifies. What's most important is overwhelming defense. The image shows Kang Hyun, seemingly impervious to a barrage of attacks, his resolve unshaken. The narration continues, and decisiveness in the face of waves of enemies. The observer reflects on Kang Hyun's ability to endure attacks and choose the optimal path to his objective. The implication is that his victory was not merely due to brute strength. The observer concludes, it's not impossible he could have won on his own. The panel shows a large, defeated goblin-like creature, labeled Goblin Grand Shaman. The monstrous figure loomed, its gaping maw a terrifying display of sharpened teeth. A guttural roar seemed to shake the very ground. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun stood before a swirling vortex of energy, a dangerous tactic unfolding. One wrong move, the slightest hesitation, and the plan would crumble. His opponent, watching from a distance, was stunned. He had underestimated Kang Hyun, believing his skill was merely exceptional combat prowess. The man's apprehension grew. He wondered the true nature of the man they had offended. The observer's thoughts shifted. He now recognized a different kind of mastery in Kang Hyun's actions, strategic brilliance. Kang Hyun, wounded but unyielding, pressed on. He knew this was the only way. The monstrous creature, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, uttered a chilling phrase. Muscles are the greatest wisdom. A violent clash of power ensued, a whirlwind of motion and destruction. Two objects are displayed. The Grand Shaman's magic stone, a vibrant green and pink gem, and the Grand Shaman's ring, a dark circlet adorned with a skull. Both items pulsed with an ethereal glow. A detailed description of the Grand Shaman's ring appears. Durability, 50-50. Description, a ring used by Grand Shaman Karka. It increases the wearer's magic power. Skills, +4 magic power, +10% mana regeneration speed. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and dirt smudged on his face, examines the ring on his finger. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, good, I've achieved my goal. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts behind Kang Hyun, engulfing the body of a large, fallen creature. The scene is grim, set against a backdrop of a dilapidated wooden fence. The perspective shifts to Kang Hyun's face, his expression now one of grim determination as he stares upward, seemingly into a dark abyss. Kang Hyun stands before a large gathering of armed individuals. He observes them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, questioning aloud. What are all these people doing here? He reflects on the situation, his thoughts turning to the sheer number of opponents. Since they couldn't beat me by themselves, they brought all their men? He realizes the scale of the ambush, muttering to himself, what? They want to gang up on me with the whole squad. Kang Hyun's eyes, wide and unfocused, flickered open. A low murmur escaped his lips. Let's see. He was surrounded. A group of hunters, their faces etched with grim determination, stood before him. One of them spoke. There he is. The hunters closed in. Our dear Sung Woo is here. Let's give you 30 hits to start. Sung Woo coughed, a pained expression twisting his features. It seems like there's been a misunderstanding. And then the rest. A subtle smile played on his lips. A man in a sharp suit stepped forward, his voice calm amidst the tension. We're not here to fight. We just want to talk. It seems like our guild members made some sort of mistake. The suited man introduced himself. I'm Young Eui Hyun from the Bait Guild. He extended a hand towards Sung Woo. Could you tell me your name? Sung Woo's gaze hardened. I don't want to. Young Eui Hyun looked taken aback. Excuse me. Kang Hyun, a man whose appearance suggested a quiet life, stood defiantly amidst a throng of burly figures. He addressed them with a calm, yet firm tone. Stop beating around the bush and tell me what you want from me. I'm starting to get really pissed. His fist clenched, a sudden resolve hardening his features. If that's what you want, I'll be more direct. Two men, one with a stern expression and the other more subtly intense, stepped forward. They made their proposition. We would like for you to join our Bait Guild. Wealth, fame, anything you might need. We will even give you the position of executive. Their reasoning was laid bare. A powerful talent who's not yet publicly known, we have to be the ones to recruit him. If we use him as a figurehead, we can grow to be one of the most significant big guilds. Kang Hyun listened impassively, his expression unreadable. His response was immediate and dismissive. Don't wanna. The guild representatives reacted with surprise, but not defeat. One of them chuckled. I didn't expect you to accept our offer immediately. He produced a business card, offering it to Kang Hyun. Here, the guild representative continued. I'll give you my business card, so you can take your time to think about it. A weathered hand, scarred and calloused, carefully held a worn card. The name, Kang Hyun, was visible, printed in elegant script. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a grim expression, stood before a group of soldiers. A sharply dressed man, his face impassive, addressed him. Kang Hyun scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. He declared that while he might have a terrible personality, he wouldn't work with such lowlifes. The smartly dressed man raised an eyebrow, surprised by Kang Hyun's insolence. He questioned whether such insignificant gangsters could possibly recruit him. A close-up revealed a sinister smile playing on the lips of one of the soldiers, a chilling expression of malice. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. He challenged them, asking if they were crazy. He challenged them to a fight, his voice dripping with menace. The well-dressed man calmly responded that they only wanted to talk, promising further conversation if the opportunity arose again. Kang Hyun, clearly irritated, cursed them and lamented his inability to escape these bothersome individuals. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of awe and disbelief, stared into the distance. He muttered to himself, "That crazy son of a bitch. Seems kinda cool, though." His gaze lingered, a question mark forming on his lips as if pondering something profound. A single word escaped him. Question mark. The scene shifted. Behind the wheel of a car, another man, his face grim and bearing visible wounds, gripped the steering wheel tightly. He breathed out, "I was almost fucked." He continued his internal monologue, like there were about 100 of them. "I was low on mana too, so if we'd fought, I would have died." His thoughts turned darker. He added, "And I forgot to fuck up Kim Sung-woo. This is all because of that bastard, Young Eui Hyun." He glanced up at the sky, a grim determination settling on his features. He vowed, "Oh well, I'll get my chance someday. He's dead next time we meet." Elsewhere, a different man spoke angrily. "Kim Sung-woo, this bastard volunteered to guide that man." The scene opens on a clearing in a forest. A young man, clad in simple, worn clothing, kneels before two figures. One is a sharply dressed man in a dark suit, his expression severe. The other, standing behind him, seems to be an observer. The kneeling man stammers a denial in response to a question about his truthfulness. The man in the suit draws a blade, his movements swift and precise. He approaches the kneeling man. The kneeling man's eyes widen in terror. His face contorts in a silent scream of fear. The kneeling man begs for mercy, offering anything for his life. He pleads desperately. The man in the suit questions his desire to live, his tone cold and devoid of empathy. The kneeling man's desperation intensifies. He promises to do anything. The man in the suit brings his sword down. A bloody gash appears on the kneeling man's neck. The kneeling man collapses, blood flowing freely. The man in the suit stands over him, his expression unchanged. The man in the suit expresses his disgust at the traitor's attempt to cling to life. He swiftly ends the kneeling man's life with another strike. Kang Hyun plummeted through the air, a crimson stain blooming across his clothes. His body impacted the earth with a sickening thud. He lay there, gasping for breath, his vision blurring. A single word escaped his lips. "Guild." A swirling vortex opened beneath him, pulling him down into darkness. A voice, faint but urgent, whispered, "Master." The descent was swift and brutal. He felt himself being torn apart, his body subjected to immense pressure. Hours later, a group of men stood solemnly before a freshly turned patch of earth. Among them, a man in a sharp suit stood out, his expression grim. One of the men addressed the suited figure, "Master." The suited man nodded curtly. He held a long sword, its blade gleaming faintly. He instructed his subordinate, "Find out everything you can about that man." The subordinate responded, "Understood. Someone has already been sent to follow him." Kang Hyun gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. The city blurred past, a relentless streak of light and shadow. His expression was grim, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Meanwhile, a man in a sharp suit stood silhouetted against a crimson backdrop. His voice, though unheard, echoed with cold fury. He dared refuse such a generous offer? In a sparsely furnished room, a woman lay in bed, her face etched with worry. A man, his clothes torn and bearing the marks of battle, stood beside her, his words laced with defiance. "Sure, you can be arrogant because you're strong." The man sat beside the hospital bed, his gaze heavy with concern. His thoughts turned inward. If he couldn't tame his opponent, perhaps he could exploit a weakness. The suited man's face twisted into a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He mused aloud, "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." Back in the hospital room, the woman asked the man what he wanted for dinner. He replied that he needed a moment to deposit his mother's hospital fees. The scene opens on a bustling Korean barbecue restaurant, the aroma of sizzling meat thick in the air. A sign above the entrance proudly proclaims it a premium establishment. Two perfectly seared steaks sizzle on a hot grill, their surfaces glistening under the restaurant's warm lighting. Inside, Kang Hyun and a woman share a table, enjoying a meal. The woman comments on how often Kang Hyun treats her to expensive beef, noting his newfound success. Kang Hyun replies that he sees no better way to spend his earnings than on good food, taking a piece of meat from the grill. He offers the woman the tongs, suggesting she cook the rest herself. She accepts, and the conversation shifts. She asks about his recent hospital visit and his mother's condition. Kang Hyun shares positive news. The doctors are optimistic about his mother's recovery, even suggesting she might wake up soon. A genuine smile spreads across his face, reflecting his relief and happiness. Kang Hyun sat across from a woman, sipping from a glass. It had been a while since he'd shown any genuine happiness, she noted. The restaurant buzzed with activity around them. His companion continued, commenting on his unusually serious demeanor. Kang Hyun bristled at her words. He insisted he smiled all the time, but she countered that his usual expression was far from a genuine smile. A series of unsettling images flashed across the page, depicting his various, unsettling grins. A sudden, sharp pain shot through him. He clutched his side, wincing. He excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom. His companion looked concerned, reminding him that their meal had just been served. He explained that using the restroom in a dungeon was far more uncomfortable, a statement that made his companion even more concerned. She urged him to hurry, whispering a plea for him not to discuss such things in a public place. He entered the men's restroom. He washed his hands, a look of grim determination on his face. Kang Hyun, a young man with a weary expression, stood in a men's restroom, his hands trembling slightly. He muttered to himself, "Phew, I had 2 days worth of shit." His gaze was distant, troubled. The weight of his recent experiences was clearly visible on his face. The scene shifted to a bustling restaurant. A woman with short, dark hair sat at a table, nervously watching a sharply dressed man. The woman's thoughts were clear. Who the hell is that? The well-dressed man bowed deeply before the woman, his demeanor respectful yet tense. A question mark floated above her head, reflecting her uncertainty. Suddenly, Kang Hyun entered the restaurant, his arrival causing a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. He moved with purpose, his eyes fixed on the man and woman. Approaching the table, he addressed the woman. Did he hit on you? Ayun responded with confusion. What are you saying? Don't you know him? Kang Hyun's expression turned thoughtful as he pointed to a piece of paper. He explained, he asked me to give you this paper. If he knew me, why would he leave after seeing me? Kang Hyun sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face as he reviewed a message. He murmured to himself, questioning why the sender hadn't simply said hello. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through him. His eyes widened, reflecting a dawning realization of the message's true significance. The message began, a formal greeting followed by an urgent tone. It was from Young Eui Hyun, the vice guild master of the Bait Guild. The message continued, conveying a sense of urgency and trust. Later that evening, Kang Hyun walked home, a familiar regret crossing his mind. He arrived home, where a woman, presumably his partner, asked if he wanted another beer. He declined, stating his intention to buy more drinks for himself. He seemed somewhat distant and preoccupied. A young man, Kang Hyun, stood outside a building, speaking to a woman. He told her to go back inside, assuring her he would get what she needed. The woman, slightly confused, questioned his sudden departure. The scene shifted to a streetlight buzzing faintly under the night sky. Insects swarmed around its light. Kang Hyun entered a convenience store. A sign on the door thanked customers for their visit. He exited the store, his expression hardening as he walked away from the brightly lit area into the shadows of the night. His thoughts turned dark. He muttered about those bait bastards and wondered what they were scheming. His anger intensified. He questioned how those mannerless bastards dared to approach his family. He considered the risks, wondering about the potential threat to his family and his sister's workplace, but concluded that they likely wouldn't act yet. His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. He checked his phone. It was a call from his father. Kang Hyun walked home, the city lights blurring around him. A voice interrupted his thoughts, calling out from a distance. Hey, Hyun, are you home? He answered the call, his expression shifting from casual to concerned. Alarm flashed in his eyes. Hyun's voice rose in urgency. Is she okay? The voice on the other end responded cautiously. We still need to wait and see, but they said she'll be okay. Relief washed over Hyun. A small smile played on his lips. He continued the conversation, his tone shifting slightly. His friend visited earlier. Confusion clouded Hyun's features. Huh? My friend? Who? I can't think of anyone who would. A figure approached Hyun from behind. The voice on the phone continued. He asked me to say hello to you. Hyun, still on the phone, pondered. Is he from your neighborhood? I don't think I've ever seen him before. The image shows a figure, his back to the viewer, standing amidst a swirling crimson vortex. A single word floats in a thought bubble above him. Hyun. The camera focuses on a close-up of a man's enraged face, his eyes wide with fury, his mouth contorted in a silent scream. Veins bulge on his forehead, and his expression is one of intense, barely contained rage. The next day dawns. The scene shifts to the exterior of a building. A sign reads, Talented Education School. 2 young women stand outside the school. One, addressed as Miss Myung, is slightly late. Her companion remarks on her tardiness. Myung explains that she overslept. A third person, partially obscured, observes them from behind. Myung and her friend continue their conversation. Myung looks slightly surprised. A woman, Miss Shin Sung, approaches, offering them coffee. She is dressed in more practical attire than the students. Miss Myung gratefully accepts the coffee, thanking Miss Shin Sung for her kindness. Miss Shin Sung dismisses the gesture as nothing. Kang Hyun, a man of action, stood resolute. He declared, I'm doing this because I want to. His resolve was unwavering. He walked away, his heavy boots echoing on the pavement. 2 young women, oblivious to his presence, chatted near a school building, their conversation light and carefree. One of the women, observing Kang Hyun's retreating figure, voiced her curiosity to her friend. Why does she always wear armor? Her friend responded, she's a little eccentric, but she's a good person. Meanwhile, a man in a lab coat opened a bottle, commenting, Miss Sung Ah is an angel compared to them. The two students continued their conversation, one sighing, ugh, about that. A flashback revealed a grim scene. The second student recounted, it really was the worst batch of students. One destroyed their opponent's hand in a spar. She continued, recounting a terrifying incident. And a strange man intimidated me at the reception. I still have nightmares about it. The student shivered, adding, that person looked like a great orc warrior. A young woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion, stared across a deserted schoolyard. Before her stood a man, his form shrouded in a dark, almost ethereal aura, radiating an unsettling energy. She turned abruptly, her gaze darting towards a nearby building, a sense of urgency propelling her retreat. The man from the schoolyard, his expression a mask of dawning horror, watched her go. His eyes, wide and unfocused, reflected a deep internal struggle. He remained rooted to the spot, his mind racing, trying to comprehend the events unfolding before him. His features hardened, replaced by a look of grim determination. A silent resolve settled upon him. The woman's eye, filled with a primal terror, reflected the chaos that was consuming her. The man's eye, mirroring hers, showed a similar intensity, but with an undercurrent of something else, a chilling understanding. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, echoing the terror felt by two women who witnessed something unspeakable. The man, now visibly shaken but regaining his composure, attempted to calm the terrified women, gesturing towards them and shouting for the police. Two young women, visibly distressed, huddled together on a city street. One frantically dialed a phone, while the other looked on, her face etched with fear. We'll call the police, one of them declared, her voice trembling. A large, shadowy hand reached out from the background, interrupting their call. The women's pleas for help were cut short by a sudden, sharp cry of terror. Please help us. One of the women, tears streaming down her face, whispered a name. Her voice was barely audible, filled with desperation. Where is Mr. Kim Lee-hyun? A man, Kim Lee-hyun, appeared, his expression a mixture of anger and concern. His eyes darted around, searching. He seemed to be looking for something or someone. The woman's desperate plea echoed in his mind. He needed to find that person, whoever it was. A sense of urgency washed over him. The two women exchanged worried glances, their confusion evident. They clearly didn't know where to find him. One of the women hesitantly spoke, attempting to provide information. Her voice was soft, almost apologetic. She explained that Kim Lee-hyun had been a temporary instructor at their institution and was no longer there. A large building loomed in the background, the name barely visible. The scene shifted to the interior of the building. A sign reading meeting room was visible. Based on their research, they were now certain of his whereabouts. A man in a suit addressed a room full of people. He projected an image of two maps onto a screen behind him, highlighting areas of increased activity. He stated that they could estimate a continued rise in the number of emergent dungeons. He continued, explaining that this meant an increased need for skilled individuals. A second man, looking concerned, interrupted. He pointed out that they were in the middle of a meeting and suggested a more opportune time to discuss the matter. The first man was informed that a man of monstrous strength was causing a disturbance in the lobby. Furthermore, this individual claimed to know the first man. The first man reacted with surprise and disbelief. The imposing structure of the Hanium Group headquarters pierced the sky, a testament to its power and influence. Sunlight glinted off its glass facade. Inside, the polished floors reflected the light as Kang Hyun approached the reception room, his expression unreadable. He sat across from a man in a sharp suit, his voice a low murmur. I did say that we'd meet again soon enough, but I didn't think it'd be like this. The other man, impeccably dressed, offered a polite inquiry. Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Kang Hyun? Kang Hyun's gaze hardened. He stated his purpose plainly. I would like to hire you, Mr. Kim Lee-hyun. Kim Lee-hyun, sipping his tea, responded with a calm efficiency. Right to the point, I see. Well, it's fine. Can I ask you about the details? Kang Hyun's expression turned grim as he revealed the reason for his visit. The Bait Guild is threatening my family and taunting me. He continued, his voice low and dangerous. I need a bodyguard, someone who can protect my family while I go destroy them. The scene opens with a man, Kang Hyun, seated across a table from another man in a sharp suit. He sips his coffee thoughtfully, a question hanging in the air. The Bait Guild, you say? The suited man, whose name is not yet revealed, responds. He explains that while they are aware of the Bait Guild's infamy, they haven't been able to act against them due to a lack of justification. Kang Hyun leans forward, a glint in his eye. Isn't it a win-win? He asks, his tone sharp. The suited man sighs, commenting on Kang Hyun's ruthlessness. You're as brutal as ever. He then asks, why choose me? The suited man explains that Kang Hyun is the strongest talent he knows, and that he is part of the Dangun Guild. He mentions another individual, Yu Sung, as a possibility, but ultimately chooses Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun hesitates, voicing his concerns. He doesn't want to abandon his family, and he doesn't even have Yu's son's contact information. The suited man proposes a compromise. Protection for Kang Hyun's family for 1 week in exchange for his services, offering a substantial sum of money. Kang Hyun demurs, stating that he's already quite wealthy, implying he doesn't need the money. He elaborates, mentioning his position as vice guild master of the Dangun Guild, further emphasizing his financial security. The suited man continues to sip his coffee. Kang Hyun makes his conditions clear. If the suited man wants his services, he'll need to offer something beyond monetary compensation. Kang Hyun stared, dumbfounded. The proposition hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Something far more valuable than money was at stake. His eyes widened in disbelief as the unsettling question pierced his thoughts. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "Why, you're after my body?" Across from him, a man in a sharp suit and glasses sighed, his expression weary. He calmly stated, "I suspect you'll drive me crazy if you continue speaking, so I'll make an offer first." The man continued, his tone softening slightly. It wasn't a formal offer, not exactly, but a proposition nonetheless. He explained that if the job went well, a meeting with their guild master would be arranged. Financial compensation was still guaranteed, but the guild assistance would be a significant bonus if Kang Hyun agreed to their unusual condition. The man revealed their precautions. 5 bodyguards were stationed at his mother's hospital ward, and 5 more were positioned near his sister's workplace, their presence subtly explained. Kang Hyun, though surprised by the extent of their preparations, simply murmured, "Oh, how generous." The suited man, however, remained cautious. He voiced his concern. "Are you sure you'll be fine on your own?" The camera panned to reveal their location, the Bait Guild's territory. Hyun and Lee Hyun sat in a car, observing a large building in the distance. Lee Hyun commented on the Bait Guild's size. Hyun, however, found the Bait Guild's size unimpressive compared to his own. Lee Hyun explained that the Bait Guild controlled an unusual number of dungeons, suggesting powerful backing. Hyun pondered this information, his expression thoughtful. Lee Hyun questioned Hyun's immediate response to the Bait Guild's invitation, noting the speed with which he scheduled a meeting after receiving their note. The note itself was shown, signed by Young Eui Hyun, the Bait Guild's vice guildmaster. Lee Hyun concluded that the Bait Guild had mobilized all available forces. Hyun, on a call, pledged his full cooperation. Hyun asked about the meeting location. He explained that he had no choice but to comply due to his family's safety. He used the delay to buy himself time to meet with Lee Hyun. A gloved hand offered a dark, unmarked wallet to Kang Hyun. He looked at it with suspicion, his brow furrowed in silent question. Inside the car, Kang Hyun instructed his driver, "Park the car at my usual spot." The driver, visibly nervous, pleaded with Kang Hyun, "Mr. Kang Hyun, please don't tell me." Kang Hyun responded curtly, "I can't explain it in detail, but I'll be back alive and well tomorrow." The driver's apprehension was palpable, sweat beaded on his forehead. The car pulled up to a building with a single, stark word illuminated on its exterior, "Bait." Kang Hyun stepped out of the vehicle and was greeted by a man in a sharp suit, who said, "Welcome, Mr. Kang Hyun. We've been waiting for you." Behind the suited man stood a phalanx of heavily armed soldiers. Kang Hyun smirked, unimpressed. "That's a lot of people just to welcome me. You want to go?" Again with that. A sharply dressed man, his face a mask of practiced politeness, addressed Kang Hyun. He explained that the group surrounding them had come to welcome him as the newest member of the Bait family. The man continued, gesturing expansively, but Kang Hyun cut him off with a dismissive sound. His expression hardening, Kang Hyun scoffed at the notion of family, his skepticism evident. A cruel smirk spread across Kang Hyun's face as he posed a dark question, his words dripping with sarcasm. He then delivered a scathing retort. With a surge of dark energy, Kang Hyun unleashed his power, activating Raging Lion's Roar. A mana explosion erupted from Kang Hyun, a raw display of untamed power. The force of the blast sent shockwaves outwards, a devastating spectacle of energy. The sheer might of the attack obliterated everything in its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun stood defiant, a grim smile playing on his lips. Kang Hyun, a man clad in worn armor, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. A surge of energy erupted from him, shattering the stone beneath his feet. His expression was one of pained confusion. He muttered, "Ugh, what the fuck?" His opponent, watching in disbelief, exclaimed, "What is this fucker doing?" The impact of Hyun's power sent debris flying, and a deep crack spiderwebbed across the reinforced steel floor. Hyun, however, seemed to be unaffected, a grim smile playing on his lips as he taunted, "Haha, imbecile." The opponent, a man in a sharp suit, lunged forward, his face contorted in anger. He scoffed, "You think you can break the floor like that?" He pointed to the damage, his voice laced with disbelief. "That's reinforced steel, reinforced steel." Hyun, seemingly unfazed by his opponent's words, simply replied, "I know, motherfucker." He gripped his sword tighter, a surge of dark energy crackling around the weapon. His eyes burned with determination. With a final, defiant flourish, Hyun prepared to unleash a devastating new technique, a movie called Wayne's Secret Technique. A figure, shrouded in a whirlwind of crimson and digital static, plummets. The words, Titan Strength, flash across the screen, a stark contrast to the chaos. The descent continues, the impact imminent. Swift strike. Appears, a brief moment of clarity before the collision. The figure impacts the ground, a shockwave of blue energy erupting outwards, shattering the earth around him. Debris flies. The shockwave continues to spread, sending large chunks of earth and stone flying through the air. Two men, witnessing the devastation, react with shock and fear. One shouts, "What the hell?" The other yells, "Stand back." From the heart of the explosion, a figure bursts forth, a sword in hand, cutting through the stunned onlookers. He cuts through his opponents with terrifying speed and power, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A guttural cry escapes him. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Several figures lie injured and groaning amongst the rubble. The figure, Kong Hyun, stands amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily. He mutters, "Phew." Kong Hyun assessed the results of his latest experiment. The effect, he mused, wasn't bad at all. The data displayed the specifics of Antria's integument, a skill that recreated and hardened the user's outer layer. Hyun, his face grim, stood amidst the rubble. The recent battle had left its mark. He watched as a man in a suit hurried towards him, his expression a mixture of urgency and calculation. The man, extending a hand, pleaded for rationality and partnership, suggesting it wasn't too late to collaborate. Hyun scoffed, dismissing the offer as utter nonsense. He had already decided that the man had crossed an unforgivable line. The suited man offered an apology for any intrusion on Hyun's family, but then shifted his tone, proposing a daring plan. He suggested that by working together, they could bring down the powerful Dangun Guild. Hyun's thoughts turned to Han Se-yeon, and the sheer arrogance of believing the guild's importance justified such actions. He felt the possibility of toppling them was within reach. The tension in the room was palpable. A man, clad in battle-worn armor, glared defiantly. His opponent, unseen but clearly present, pressed him with a question. "Do you understand the gravity of what I'm saying?" The armor man responded curtly. "You talk too fucking much." A dismissive chuckle echoed. The unseen man continued, explaining, "There are currently over 200 guild members in this building alone." The scene shifted. The armored man stood amidst rubble, his sword resting at his side. A sharply dressed man in a suit addressed him, stating, "And the amount of members in the country is several times that. The Bait Guild is only missing one thing." The suited man spread his arms wide, a triumphant grin on his face. "We're missing a figurehead." He continued, his words dripping with calculated ambition. "The absolute strongest person, someone who can be the vanguard for our guild members." The armored man reacted violently, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The suited man's words clearly struck a nerve. His face contorted in a grimace, saliva dripping from his mouth. The suited man watched, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The armored man's struggle was evident, his face a mask of barely contained fury. The scene shifted again, showing the two men facing each other across a chasm of broken concrete. The suited man seemed to be waiting patiently, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The armored man stood silently, his expression unreadable. Kong Hyun, a man whose face was etched with grim determination, glared at his unseen opponent. "Presentation, bitch," he spat, the words laced with barely contained fury. The retort came swiftly. "You should consider becoming an ex-stuber instead." A man in a sharp suit meticulously wiped something from his fingertip. The substance was viscous and glistening, leaving a faint trail on his skin. His expression was one of cold calculation. The scene shifted. Kong Hyun stood in what appeared to be a dilapidated training facility, his imposing figure silhouetted against the dim light. He held a large sword, its edge gleaming faintly. Across from him, a man in a dark suit watched, a smirk playing on his lips. "I knew it," the suited man murmured. The suited man's thoughts echoed in the silence. A lowly peasant could never understand his grand aspirations. The suited man's face filled the frame, his expression a mixture of arrogance and barely suppressed malice. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity. The scene opens on a desolate battlefield, littered with rubble and the fallen. A lone figure, Kong Hyun, stands amidst the carnage, his armor bearing the marks of countless battles. He holds a sword, its edge stained crimson. His expression is one of grim determination. He mutters to himself a bitter truth. "They could never understand my grand aspirations." His face contorts in a grimace, a mixture of frustration and weariness etched onto his features. The weight of his burden is palpable. A sudden commotion breaks the silence. Kong Hyun's head snaps up, his senses instantly alert. He hears a voice, sharp and dismissive, calling him a peasant. Three figures emerge from the shadows, their weapons drawn, ready to attack. Kong Hyun smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He questions their audacity, wondering if they are some kind of nobility. Their leader, a man in a sharp suit, is enraged. He sputters, barely able to contain his fury, calling Kong Hyun lowly. The suited man orders his men to kill Kang Hyun. Reinforcements arrive, a sizable group of soldiers. Two of the attackers unleash their abilities, mana restriction and mind corruption. The battle begins. A chaotic scene unfolded. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, wielded a glowing staff, unleashing a wave of energy. His opponents, a small group of spellcasters, cried out as a thick fog rolled in, their senses assaulted by the magical attack. One shouted, "Confused senses." The ensuing magical clash was a maelstrom of light and energy. Blinding flashes and crackling energy enveloped Kang Hyun as he stood defiant at the epicenter of the explosion. The attack subsided, revealing Kang Hyun unscathed. He activated his Raging Lion's Roar, a powerful skill, and roared, "Get lost, small fry." The debuff effects on him vanished, a testament to the protective properties of his ring, which strengthened his mind and resisted status effects. Kang Hyun's roar had a devastating effect. All his opponent's stats and morale plummeted. Observing the scene from a distance, a man in a sharp red suit scoffed. "Shit, what a bunch of morons." He then issued a command to his subordinates. "Don't restrain him, kill him." The man's face twisted in a furious expression as he watched his underlings struggle against Kang Hyun. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's opponents, weakened and demoralized, renewed their attack, but their efforts were futile against his overwhelming power. Kang Hyun effortlessly dispatched the remaining attackers, a grim smile playing on his lips as he muttered, "Good, good." Kang Hyun, a man whose life had become inextricably linked to a unique ability, resurrection, stood defiant. His expression was a chilling blend of grim determination and unsettling glee. "Let's see how well this works against magic," he declared, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The words Oria's investiture glowed ominously within a rectangular frame, hinting at the source of his power. He unleashed a devastating attack, a furious burst of energy erupting from his body. The sheer force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. Several figures were thrown back, the raw power of Kang Hyun's assault leaving them reeling. The scene was one of chaos and destruction. A whirlwind of motion and energy engulfed the battlefield, obscuring the details of the fight. Amidst the chaos, a group of soldiers, clad in medieval-style armor, fought desperately against the onslaught. One soldier, his face grim, stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by the carnage around him. Kang Hyun continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of speed and power. Blades of energy sliced through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light. His opponents were overwhelmed, their defenses shattered by the sheer force of his attacks. More soldiers fell, their bodies crumpling under the weight of his power. The battle raged on, a maelstrom of destruction. Kang Hyun's power was unmatched, his every strike leaving a trail of devastation. With a final decisive blow, he cleaved through his remaining foes, ending the fight with brutal efficiency. The battlefield was littered with the fallen. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, moved with lethal grace. His body was a blur of motion as he wielded a glowing blue blade, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The air crackled with energy. His opponent, a man with short, graying hair, glared with furious intensity. "Ew!" he roared, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Kang Hyun, despite his impressive display of skill, was not unscathed. Blood trickled from a fresh wound on his cheek, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He tasted blood, his breath ragged. Undeterred, he let out a defiant shout. "Come at me, all of you," he challenged, his voice echoing with a power that belied his injuries. The scene shifted, showing a city block engulfed in flames. The aftermath of the battle was devastating. A building stood as a charred skeleton against the twilight sky, smoke billowing from its ruined structure. The word "bait" was visible on a damaged section of the building. Hours later, Kang Hyun limped through the desolate streets, the city a canvas of destruction. He was alone, his body battered and bruised. He paused, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight of his actions pressed down on him. Nearby, the bodies of his fallen enemies lay scattered amongst the rubble, a grim reminder of the cost of his victory. He was exhausted, but his resolve remained unbroken. The aftermath of a brutal battle lay scattered across the ground. Chunks of broken stone and crimson pools of blood marked the scene. Two swords, stained dark, rested amidst the carnage. Amidst the devastation, Kang Hyun stood, a lone figure. His sword, still dripping, was held loosely in his hand. Around him, the bodies of his fallen foes lay still. A grim determination etched itself onto his face. A man in a sharp red suit watched from a distance, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He chuckled, a sound that echoed the chilling silence of the battlefield. He approached, flanked by several armed guards. His gaze fell upon Kang Hyun, and he spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "You're feeling pretty confident, aren't you?" The man continued. "With this, you're also a murderer. You're the same as us now." Kang Hyun scoffed, his response a single, contemptuous word. "Bullshit. If you're trying to make me feel guilty, just give up now." He stated, "If you're going to try to kill someone, you've got to be ready to get killed." The man in the red suit responded, his expression hardening, acting so nonchalant for a man who's about to die. The man's words were cut short. It was obvious that Kang Hyun was exhausted. Kang Hyun, a young man clad in worn armor, braced himself against a relentless onslaught. Thick, dark tendrils lashed out, tearing at the earth around him as he desperately fought back with his sword. His face was grim, his breath ragged. The tendrils ensnared him, their grip tightening. He coughed, blood staining his lips. Another figure, a comrade, appeared momentarily in the background, only to be dismissed with a harsh, dismissive thought from Kang Hyun. "This is nothing." The image shifted to a close-up of Kang Hyun's eye, reflecting a strange, inner light. Then, a reflection of his own face, pale and bloodied, appeared within the blade of his sword. He was clearly wounded, yet a flicker of defiance remained in his gaze. His comrade watched, concerned, as the tendrils continued to constrict Kang Hyun. The focus shifted to Kang Hyun's sword, its crimson blade gleaming ominously. His internal monologue revealed his acceptance of his fate, done for. Despite his grim situation, a hint of resignation, almost pride, colored his thoughts. "Well, I lasted long enough." The battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A young warrior, his armor stained crimson, stood victorious, his sword dripping with the remnants of his struggle. From a distance, a man in a sharp suit observed, his expression a mixture of appraisal and calculation. "Good job, Vice Guildmaster," he stated, his voice calm and collected. "I'll deal the finishing blow, so back up." The warrior, however, was far from unscathed. Bound by a thick, dark tendril, his body bore the brutal marks of countless wounds. Another warrior stood guard nearby, his face etched with concern. The suited man watched, a flicker of something akin to fascination in his eyes. His gaze lingered on the wounded warrior. "Lasting this long with that many injuries. What incredible strength," he mused, a hint of admiration coloring his tone. "To the point that I want to replace all the trash here with him." Approaching the wounded warrior, the suited man offered a chillingly polite smile. "Any last words?" he inquired, his tone devoid of any warmth. The warrior, despite his grievous injuries, managed a defiant smirk. "You'll find a hair in every stew you eat," he retorted, his voice raspy but resolute. The suited man chuckled, unfazed by the threat. "Gonna act tough till the end, I see." With a swift movement, the suited man placed a hand on the warrior's head. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. A surge of intense, golden light erupted from the warrior's hand, a stark contrast to the darkness of his surroundings. The light intensified, engulfing him in a fiery blaze. The air crackled with raw power. A figure, wraith-like and translucent, screamed in agony. Its form shimmered with an ethereal blue light, the sound of its cries echoing with a chilling intensity against a backdrop of fiery destruction. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man watched the fiery spectacle unfold on a screen. His expression was one of grim determination, his jaw clenched tight. He muttered something unintelligible, his gaze fixed on the inferno. He calmly lit a cigarette, his hands steady despite the chaos displayed before him. The flickering flame momentarily illuminated his face, revealing a steely resolve. He inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around his face as he contemplated the scene. A subtle sigh escaped his lips. A subordinate approached, his face etched with worry. He inquired about the current situation. The subordinate reported grim statistics: over 30 dead and 50 seriously injured. The man reacted with frustration and anger. He cursed, lamenting the significant losses suffered, all because of a single individual. He instructed his subordinate to retrieve any equipment dropped by the target, hoping it could offset some of their losses. The equipment appeared to be valuable. The subordinate addressed the man formally, using his title, Guildmaster. The aftermath of a fierce battle littered the ground. Two figures stood amidst the devastation, their expressions grim. One, sharply dressed in a suit, held a pistol. The other, clad in tactical gear, clutched a sword. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and destruction. Their attention was fixed on a spot on the ground, where a moment before, a body had lain. A sudden realization struck them both. The corpse had vanished. The scene shifted. Dusk settled over a city skyline, the last rays of the sun painting the buildings in warm hues. A sense of unease permeated the air. A series of system messages flashed before his eyes, detailing the consequences of his resurrection: a level loss and a temporary 50% stat reduction. He awoke in a dimly lit room, disoriented and weak. A young woman, her face etched with concern, watched him from a nearby couch, holding a phone. The woman spoke, her voice laced with a mixture of relief and apprehension. She expressed surprise at his return, implying he had attempted to end his life before. He responded with a simple statement, revealing his current state and a pressing need. He had died again, and now he was hungry. A young woman with dark hair, her eyes wide with concern, called out. From above, a man in tactical gear groaned, apologizing as he stumbled. An unseen voice, sharp and irritated, instructed him to remove his armor after his resurrection and clean up the resulting mess. The man in the tactical gear, seen through a window, mumbled an apology and promised to wash the blanket. 2 days passed. The scene shifted to an urban area, marked by construction barriers. 2 men sat near a large, imposing door, the location identified as a dungeon under the Bait Guild's possession in Kika's Gorge. One of the men questioned the lack of recent visitors. His companion attributed the absence to negative rumors circulating about their guild. The first man, unconcerned, suggested they simply take some equipment. Kong Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a pensive expression, sat alone, his fingers tracing the edge of his ear. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. His companion, a blonde woman with a cigarette dangling from her lips, warned him of an approaching presence. The woman's companion, a man with short brown hair, reacted with a simple, questioning "oh." Their attention was drawn to a figure emerging from the background. A heavily armored individual, their face obscured by a dark mask, strode purposefully towards them. The masked figure's face, though hidden, conveyed a sense of quiet intensity. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed around them. He stopped before them, his imposing presence filling the space. The armored figure stood tall and silent, his gaze fixed on the two. The two onlookers exchanged worried glances, their apprehension palpable. Kong Hyun, a man whose appearance suggested resilience and a hint of weariness, stood amidst the rubble of what was once a secure facility. He reflected on his reckless actions, acknowledging the lessons learned from his impulsive intrusion. His thoughts drifted to a past confrontation, a vivid memory of a futile struggle against overwhelming odds. He realized the limitations of his current approach. His efforts were as ineffective as hitting a rock with an egg. Despite the seemingly insurmountable challenge, Kong Hyun saw a glimmer of hope. His unique ability, a peculiar resurrection skill, wasn't entirely useless. However, the penalties for repeated use were substantial. He formulated a new strategy, a methodical approach, focusing on eliminating his enemies one by one. The image of a dark, ominous presence emanating from a nearby doorway underscored the urgency of his plan. Kong Hyun decided to infiltrate the Bait Guild's dungeons, intending to systematically dismantle their forces from within. The scene shifted to show him engaging in a brutal confrontation. He swiftly subdued one of his opponents, the man gasping for air, his face contorted in pain. Another nearby struggled to breathe, clearly overwhelmed. The blonde man, his face streaked with tears, choked out an apology. His attacker, masked and impassive, seemed unmoved by his pleas. The masked figure's reaction to the apology was one of stark indifference, highlighting the merciless nature of the conflict. The desolate landscape was littered with corpses, a grim testament to a recent battle. Two figures stood amidst the carnage. One, a blonde-haired man in tattered clothing, knelt, wounded. The other, clad in gray armor and a black balaclava, loomed over him. The armored figure questioned the wounded man. "What are you sorry for?" The wounded man attempted to speak, but only managed a weak "that's." His response was cut short as the armored figure grabbed him by the throat, his voice rising in anger. "Then why are you apologizing, you fucker?" The blonde man coughed up blood, a pained smile twisting his lips as he fell to the ground. His eyes, however, held a strange glint. The armored figure, momentarily surprised by the man's resilience, looked down at him, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The armored figure then addressed the dying man with a chilling demand. "Tell me where all of the Bait Guild's dungeons are." He offered a chilling bargain. "Do that, and I'll spare your life." The wounded man, desperate for survival, weakly agreed. "Why, yes." Having secured the information, the armored figure paused, seemingly considering something else. He then turned back to the blonde man, saying, "Hey, let me ask you something." He posed a curious question. "How have y'all not gotten caught despite killing so many people?" Two figures, one with blonde hair and visible worry etched onto his face, the other masked and clad in dark armor, sat amidst a desolate landscape. The blonde man, seemingly exhausted, responded hesitantly to an accusation. "Did you bribe the police?" he was asked. His reply was a nervous, I heard about something like that. I don't know the details, but..." The masked man offered a pragmatic observation. "The fact that they always choose dungeons with no CCTVs around probably helps." The blonde man, still looking anxious, responded with a simple, before revealing a list. He explained, "I wrote down all the ones I know about." The masked man examined the list with a thoughtful He then patted the blonde man on the head, taking the list and declaring, "Job." Suddenly, a bright, teal energy erupted from the blonde man's hands, causing him to exclaim, "Ah!" The masked man reacted swiftly, attempting to restrain the blonde man as the energy intensified. The masked man, seemingly unfazed, observed the aftermath and concluded, "That means I won't get caught either." A lone figure, his clothes torn and stained with blood, trudged through a desolate landscape. He muttered to himself, "Wait for me, bad guys." His words hinted at a coming confrontation, a grim determination etched on his face. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. A bigger, badder guy is on the way. News reports detailed a catastrophic event. A captured monster had escaped, wreaking havoc on the bait guild. The incident sparked widespread concern, particularly regarding civilian casualties. The guild's official statement emphasized their research into monsters for the benefit of humanity, a claim met with skepticism given the scale of the destruction. Inside a damaged office, a man slammed his fist on a desk, his rage palpable. The words "Fuck" echoed the devastation he witnessed. The man, Kang Hyun, sat at his desk, his face a mask of frustration and simmering anger. Kang Hyun's frustration boiled over. He couldn't believe he had to resort to using emergency resources to cover up the fact that they had dealt with a single dangerous individual. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the room as something was knocked over. A young man, his face etched with worry, burst into a modern office. He called out to the older man, seated behind a large desk, his voice laced with urgency. Before the seated man could respond, the young man doubled over, coughing violently. He gasped for air, clearly injured. He collapsed, spitting blood onto the polished floor near an ashtray. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken tension. The older man, his face a mask of fury, rose from his chair. "Piece of shit. How dare you just walk in like that?" He roared, his voice filled with barely controlled rage. The young man, still struggling to catch his breath, stammered an apology. He was clearly terrified. The older man's expression shifted. A grim realization settled on his features. "It's that man again." The young man, confused, asked, "That man? The one trashing our dungeons?" He then explained that 7 dungeons had been destroyed and over 100 guild members had perished. The older man cursed under his breath, his frustration mounting. He thought to himself, "It's chaotic enough as it is. The more members I send, the more end up dead." He made a decisive decision. "No more rotating shifts," he declared. "From now on, send everyone into the dungeon." A bruised man, his tie askew, stood before a superior officer. He'd been given curt instructions. Have them take turns sleeping. If you understand, close the door and get lost. He responded with a quick, "Yes, sir." He carefully turned the doorknob, the metallic click echoing in the otherwise silent corridor. The door closed behind him with a soft thud, the sound swallowed by the quiet of the building. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, a man with silver hair sat at his desk, lost in thought, sipping from a mug. His contemplation was interrupted by a grim realization. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked us, and his corpse disappeared. 2 days later, some nut job began attacking our dungeons, and only our dungeons. A sudden certainty washed over him. "I knew it." He continued his internal monologue. "I've been suspicious for a while, but now, with so much evidence, it's painfully obvious. Kang Hyun must have had an accomplice." He tapped his fingers on the desk, his thoughts grim. The corpse must have been taken with some skill. There's not enough information to form countermeasures. He made a decision, his expression hardening. "I have no choice." In a modern, well-appointed office, a man with silver hair sits at his desk, a phone pressed to his ear. His expression is one of grim determination. He mutters, "I didn't want to resort to this, but..." The phone rings insistently. He answers, his voice tight with urgency. "Mr. Justice served. What's the occasion?" He continues his conversation, his tone shifting to one of desperate plea. "I need your help." The voice on the other end of the line responds with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "Haha, what's this about, big bro who runs the Big Bait Guild?" The silver-haired man leans back in his chair, considering his next words carefully. "And why you give me if I help you?" The response is curt and to the point. "A fight." The scene shifts to a man in a hooded jacket, his face obscured, speaking into a cell phone. The silver-haired man speaks again, his voice laced with a hint of cynicism. "Don't you want an entertaining fight? There's only one target. He doesn't seem like some average guy." The hooded figure considers the offer, a thoughtful expression on his partially visible face. Should I give you the benefit of the doubt?" The scene opens with a close-up of Kang Hyun, a young man with a lip piercing, speaking on a cell phone. His expression is one of quiet intensity, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The camera pulls back, revealing a night sky filled with stars. The scene is set at night. The location is now established as an industrial area, a large, imposing building looming in the background, partially obscured by a high fence. 2 figures stand before a large, ornate gate. One is Kim Il-woo, clad in dark, practical clothing. The other is a man in shining armor. The armored man asks Il-woo his name, to which Il-woo replies curtly. Il-woo dismisses the formality, referring to himself as simply Big Bro Eui Hyun's grunt. The armored man inquires about the arrival of a powerful individual. Il-woo expresses doubt about the individual's arrival, stretching and yawning. Il-woo warns the armored man that things are about to get ugly. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, lies on the ground. His eyes, however, are open, registering something unseen. He rises, slowly, his movements stiff. 2 figures in dark clothing stand guard at a distance, seemingly unaware of his presence. Meanwhile, a blond young man in a hooded jacket walks down a city street. a strange purple glow emanating from him. The blond man stops, a look of wonder on his face. He mutters, "Amazing? This is the first time that my unique ability, Sixth Sense, has reacted so violently." His sixth sense, usually a vague intuition, is now screaming in his head. A spectral image of a powerful warrior, clad in dark armor and wielding a sword, flashes before him. A voice, seemingly from the image, warns, "If you don't want to die." The spectral warrior continues, "Run away from this monster right now." The blond man, however, is unfazed. He asks, "HM, why are you here?" A young man with blonde hair, a lip piercing, and a dark hoodie stood defiantly, clutching a spiked mace. His expression was one of disbelief, a question hanging in the air. Sung, a young man with blonde hair, multiple piercings, and a spiked mace stood in a dimly lit alleyway. He addressed someone unseen, his voice laced with a casual curiosity. "Big bro, Konghyun? Why are you coming out from there?" His smirk widened, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Oh, don't tell me." The scene shifted to reveal a confrontation. A figure in dark armor, wielding a sword, stood opposite the blond young man. The armored figure spoke, his tone accusatory. "You're the one who's been going around slicing them up? Guess, pet, I'm still just going around finding fun things to do." Meanwhile, in a separate location, two individuals observed a monitor displaying a news report. One of them, a person with glasses, voiced their assessment. "There's no doubt that they have some kind of backing." The armored figure continued his musings. "Now that I think about it, he was really rich. Don't tell me that the Bait Guild's backing is..." The blond young man's expression turned serious. He stated, "And you, Song, you're also in the bait." The armored figure lunged forward, sword raised, a fierce expression on his face. The blond young man scoffed, "Nah, big bro, don't lump me with these trash delinquents. You'll hurt my feelings. What do you take me for?" A masked figure, his grin barely visible beneath the fabric, turned to address someone unseen. "Then why are you here?" The question was answered by another man, his blonde hair visible beneath a dark hoodie. He smirked, gesturing towards a figure in shining armor. "You know Young Ey Hyun, right? Their guild master." The blond man continued, a cruel amusement in his voice. He spoke of the guild master's humiliation, describing how the man, despite his pride, had been brought to his knees and forced to beg. His hand glowed faintly, a dark energy emanating from it. He found the whole situation immensely entertaining. Dismissing the previous topic, the blond man waved a hand dismissively. "Well, forget that." The armored man stood silently, his expression unreadable. The blond man continued, "I don't have any business with you, so don't bother me." He added, as an afterthought, "Let's go eat out later when we have time." The blond man suddenly grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He made a gesture towards the armored man. "Not that I have his contact info." The fight began with a blur of motion. Kong Hyun, a young man with blonde hair and piercing eyes, moved with impossible speed, his movements a whirlwind of calculated strikes. A crimson energy crackled around his form as he deflected a blow from his opponent, a hulking figure clad in dark armor. His counterattack was swift and brutal. A wave of concussive force erupted from his fist, sending the armored figure reeling backward. The armored assailant, momentarily stunned, struggled to regain his footing. His masked face betrayed a flicker of surprise and fear. Kong Hyun watched him, a smirk playing on his lips. He expressed his disappointment at the prospect of his opponent's retreat. "I'll be disappointed if you just leave," he said. The armored man lunged again, his attack more ferocious than before. A spectral image of a skull briefly appeared behind him, adding to the ominous aura of the assault. Kong Hyun met the attack head-on, his movements a blur of motion. A purple energy pulsed from his body as he deflected the blow, the force of the impact causing a tremor in the ground. The armored man roared, "Die!" as he unleashed a final, desperate attack. His face was contorted in a mask of rage and exertion. Kong Hyun, unfazed, simply smiled. "Exactly what I wanted, big bro," he said, his tone calm and almost cheerful. The title card for Solo Resurrection appeared, promising a tale of a man's unique ability and his fight for humanity's survival. Next, a subtitle, Titan's Strength. The implication of immense power hung in the air. Then, Wayne's secret technique was displayed, hinting at a hidden method behind the protagonist's strength. A figure, cloaked and masked, wielded a blade, striking with deadly precision. The attack was swift and brutal. Simultaneously, another man, blonde and seemingly younger, was struck by a powerful energy blast. He was clearly caught off guard. Despite the injury, a smirk played on the blonde man's lips. He seemed amused, even pleased by the attack. The masked figure, surprised by the blonde man's reaction, questioned, "Just how much more of a monster have you become?" The blonde man, undeterred, countered with a powerful attack, exclaiming, "This is the best." A young man with a jagged scar across his cheek let out a maniacal laugh. "Kahaha." His opponent, clad in dark gray armored plating and a full face mask, countered, "Fighting like this is just a hindrance to my plan." The armored figure gritted his teeth. "I would have liked to finish this quickly." He launched a powerful blow. The impact sent a shock wave through the air. But the scarred young man smirked. But when was the last time I got to fight properly? The armored man's eyes widened at his opponent's expression. The young man grinned. I knew you were having fun too, big bro. He declared, the fight's just starting. With a battle cry of Hua AAP, he lunged forward. A masked assailant, clutching his chest, collapses to the ground, his final breath escaping in a desperate gasp. Die. He glares up at Kang Hyun, his eyes wide with disbelief and dawning terror. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun observes the scene, a calculating glint in his eyes. He thinks to himself, if I contribute well here, I might one day become an executive myself. A surge of purplish energy erupts from his hand, forming into a spiked mace. With a swift, brutal movement, Kang Hyun swings the mace, connecting with the masked man's body. Blood splatters across the ground. The mace, now stained crimson, hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the violence. Another assailant falls, his lifeblood staining the pavement. Kang Hyun stands over him, his expression unchanged. He lets out a short breath. Phew. Kang Hyun addresses the unseen perpetrators, his voice laced with irritation. We were in the middle of something fun. Why the F*** are you interrupting us? The armored figure, his face obscured by a black balaclava, paused, his gaze fixed on the fallen body. He mused that their allegiances were clearly not aligned, but even he hadn't anticipated such a swift and decisive end to the confrontation. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair and a lip-piercing watched the scene unfold, a contemplative expression on his face. His eyes were closed, and a faint scar was visible near his lip. He commented that the unexpected death had completely disrupted the atmosphere. The armored figure, seemingly unfazed, held up a glowing purple card, a strange device of some kind. The blond young man expressed his desire for a proper fight, but also his reluctance to foster animosity. He continued, emphasizing his wish to avoid being hated. The armored figure retorted that hatred was already firmly established. He then turned the conversation to Young Eui Hyun, asking his companion about the man's identity. The blond young man revealed that Young Eui Hyun was the illegitimate son of a conglomerate chairman, explaining his reckless behavior. The armored figure, meanwhile, internally questioned whether this was all part of some melodramatic plot. A masked man, clad in armored plating, sneered. He scoffed at the notion of his target's invincibility, dismissing it as mere wealth and privilege. His words were cut short by the sight of two bodies sprawled on the ground, blood staining the concrete. Undeterred, he continued his approach, his resolve unshaken. He warned his opponent against interrupting him. The blond man, visibly shaken by the scene, muttered in disbelief. His opponent, however, urged him to listen to the full story. The blond man, a smirk playing on his lips, challenged his opponent to reveal his plans. The armored man agreed, eager to witness the blond man's reaction. The scene shifted to a cityscape, a building labeled Bait prominently featured. The sky was a clear, bright blue. A man in a suit let out a guttural cry of frustration and disbelief. He reacted violently to the news of 3 more dungeons having been stolen. His fury intensified as he learned of Yu Sung's severed contact. In a dimly lit office, a furious man in a dark suit slammed his fist on a desk, scattering papers. His face was contorted in rage. Useless bastards. Not a single one of you is useful, he roared. He stood, his anger barely contained. The man, clearly a superior, glared at his subordinates. Why do I even keep these motherfuckers around? He seethed. One of the subordinates, visibly shaken, could only whimper in response to the outburst. Composing himself, the superior issued a curt order. Gather all the guild members. Assemble them all by 8 o'clock tomorrow. He pointed a finger, emphasizing the urgency of his command. A subordinate hesitantly voiced a concern. I don't know how many we can gather. The superior cut him off with a furious outburst. I don't care if they're sick or if their family just died. I want them here. Fuck, do you not understand what I'm saying? The subordinate, clearly intimidated, responded quietly. Some have completely cut contact. The superior's face hardened. Just take their mother or father hostage and threaten them. Make the ones who won't listen. Young Eui Hyun, a man in a sharp suit, sat alone, a grim expression etched onto his face. He spoke in a low voice, his words heavy with concern. The Hunters Guild was in disarray. Many members had resigned, leaving the organization vulnerable and uneasy. His worry deepened. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a physical manifestation of his mounting anxiety. He clenched his jaw, his knuckles white as he grappled with the weight of his responsibilities. The pressure was immense. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, a jarring interruption to his turbulent thoughts. An unknown number flashed on the screen. He answered, his voice tight with barely controlled frustration. What is it? Now. The caller's voice was calm and measured, a stark contrast to Eui Hyun's inner turmoil. The voice identified itself, addressing him formally. Mr. Young Eui Hyun. It seems like you've been in a difficult situation. Eui Hyun's eyes narrowed. He recognized the voice instantly, a jolt of surprise running through him. This voice. The caller chuckled softly, a low, a mused sound that sent a shiver down Eui Hyun's spine. Meanwhile, an online forum post detailed recent events, the unusually high number of dungeon clearing incidents, suggesting a coordinated effort. Online forum chatter filled the screen, a cacophony of accusations and speculation. One user, at Svi, commented that the authorities were neglecting the existing problems rather than addressing them. Another, at ASD224, described a recent raid on a guild's farming grounds, boasting of the ease with which they plundered 300 units. The ensuing discussion centered on the mysterious perpetrators, referred to as stingy bastards, and their increasingly brazen actions. Meanwhile, two figures, one masked and the other with visible piercings, strolled through a park. The masked individual, clad in armor, casually scrolled through his phone. He remarked that their recent dungeon raiding spree had lasted only a week. They continued their walk, the masked man suggesting it was time to conclude their operation. A sense of finality hung in the air. The pierced man expressed regret at the operation's end, admitting he'd been enjoying himself. He then inquired about his partner's plan for the final stage. The masked man, however, seemed unconcerned, simply stating that it was fine since it involved his partner. A hint of camaraderie was present in his tone. Leaning in close, the masked man whispered a request for his partner's attention. The whispered words were not audible, but the masked man's expression suggested a serious matter. The pierced man's face registered surprise and a hint of apprehension. A crumpled note, clutched in a calloused hand, bore a stark message. A rendezvous at the Deslurin Forest Dungeon on Seosin Mountain in Anyang City, tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. The note was signed, ominously, Phantom Thief. The recipient, unseen, reacted with a sharp intake of breath, the urgency of the message evident in their tense posture. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers stood in a forest clearing. One, a man with short graying hair, muttered his displeasure. He considered the sender of the note an arrogant bastard. He clenched the note in his fist, his anger palpable. He finally decided that the Phantom Thief was going to face them directly. The soldiers marched towards a foreboding dungeon entrance, a dark, ominous gateway. The weight of the situation pressed down on them as they moved forward. One soldier, his face partially obscured, voiced his reluctance to be there. Another soldier, blond and apprehensive, questioned their choice to attend. He suggested that it might be better to lay low and avoid confrontation. The risks were too great, and the potential consequences too dire to ignore. Kang Hyun, a man burdened by a task of immense importance, surveyed the scene before him with undisguised contempt. His expression was one of utter disgust as he muttered, "Fuck, I can't believe I have to handle something this important with these dregs." His frustration deepened. A bitter self-reproach colored his thoughts. If only I had been able to convince that bastard. Suddenly, a calm, almost soothing voice cut through his turmoil. "It seems like you're in a bit of a difficult situation, Mr. Jong Eui-hyun." The voice was familiar, yet unexpected. Jong Eui-hyun, startled, whispered this voice. From the other end of the line, a confident reply. "Yes, it's me. I contacted you to see if you want a helping hand in this difficult situation." A flicker of surprise, then a slow, predatory smile spread across Hyun's face. He breathed, great. His thoughts turned inward. He had been forced to seek help from an unexpected source, a man he had previously dismissed. "I had to ask for help like a sane bastard because I didn't have any way to contact this guy. To think that he would contact me on his own right now." Hyun's initial surprise gave way to a calculating grin. "If it's this man, surely. Haha, you contacted me at just the right time." The voice on the other end of the line continued, offering a compelling proposition. "If you help me, I'll reward you handsomely. My father will also back you." A man, impeccably dressed in a beige suit, held a phone to his ear, his expression unreadable. He spoke curtly. "Who's backing who? It seems like you still don't know your place." The same man, his face now etched with a grim determination, responded to the unseen caller. His voice, though still controlled, carried a new edge. "I've changed my mind. I won't intervene in this matter." A voice, filled with disbelief and urgency, cut through the air. "Wait. So suddenly? Go cling to that so mighty father of yours." The man from the previous phone call, now alone, muttered to himself, his face a mask of simmering anger. That bastard, acting like a fucking child. He crushed something in his hand, a small object that seemed to glow faintly before disintegrating into dust. His words were laced with venom. "That crazy fucker is worse than in Yu Sung." The dust settled, leaving only a faint trace of golden light. He let out a cold chuckle. "Arrogant bastards. Let's see how long they can remain stubborn." The scene shifted. A bustling city street, ordinary in its appearance, was shown. The mundane setting contrasted sharply with the previous scene's intensity. Inside a dimly lit room, two men sat in tense silence. One, muscular and tattooed, observed the other, who was calmly assessing a situation. "I see. The Bait Guild has gathered all of their guild members. It seems like Mr. Jong Eui-hyun is at the end of his rope." The tension in the room was palpable. A man, his face etched with worry, spoke. "We're still allies, at least on the surface. Is it really okay for you to not send reinforcements?" His question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment. Then a calm, almost bored voice replied, Sir Choi Min-jun. The camera focused on a man, casually sipping from a mug, his expression betraying nothing of the gravity of the situation. He continued, his tone suggesting a calculated risk, the support gained from supporting that trash. But if he happens to die, President Zhang Sang Su won't sit still. Suddenly, a crimson energy erupted, a violent surge of power. The crimson energy struck the worried man with brutal force. He was thrown back, coughing, the energy leaving a burning trail in its wake. So, the calm man's expression shifted slightly. You're saying that I have to crawl on eggshells because of that old man. The injured man, barely able to speak, could only manage a weak apology. Kang Hyun, a man with a sharp gaze and a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface, stood silently, a crimson aura flickering around him. The aura intensified, swirling around him like a living flame as he faced another man, slumped on a couch, clearly unwell. This was no ordinary power. It was something more akin to a munchkin skill, a term Hyun himself found baffling. The man on the couch coughed violently, racked with a deep, persistent illness. His tattooed arms trembled. Hyun, unmoved by the other man's distress, issued curt instructions. He was to continue his work and find new financial backing. The man, clearly weakened, simply murmured his understanding. A group of hunters, clad in dark armor, prepared to enter the Deslupen Forest, a D-rank dungeon. Their movements were cautious, suggesting a sense of foreboding. One of the hunters anxiously checked the time. His companion informed him it was 6:30. He cursed the absent leader, questioning if their wait was in vain. The hunter cautioned his team to remain vigilant, aware of the potential for ambushes within the dungeon. A company of soldiers marched through a forest, their armor glinting in the dappled sunlight. They moved with purpose, their leader, a man with short, gray hair, setting a brisk pace. A swirling, ethereal portal pulsed with turquoise energy ahead of them. The gray-haired leader, his expression one of cautious alertness, glanced back at his men. One soldier, pointing toward the distant point, seemed to have spotted something. A sudden, violent explosion rocked the ground. Dust and debris erupted from the point indicated by the soldier, obscuring the view. The soldiers reacted with alarm, bracing themselves for the unknown. The gray-haired man's face was etched with concern as he surveyed the scene. His men stood behind him, their faces mirroring his apprehension. From the dust and smoke, a figure emerged. A man with dark hair and eyes blazing with an unnatural red light. He laughed maniacally, surrounded by monstrous, wolf-like creatures. His laughter echoed through the trees as he advanced, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The red glow in his eyes intensified. The gray-haired man gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kang Hyun, he whispered, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his heart. He stared at the figure, a mixture of shock and horror on his face. Twins? No. Jong Eui Hyun gasped, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. Sweat beaded on his brow, his body trembling. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, a broad smile splitting his face. Jong Eui Hyun, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. The newcomer, Kang Hyun, announced, I have a gift for you. He gestured dramatically, a blur of motion preceding a small, furry creature. In his hand, Kang Hyun held a small, white, fluffy creature. It let out a soft cue. Two men nearby reacted with surprise. A disruptively cute pup? One of them exclaimed, eyes wide with adoration. The other simply whispered, cute. Kang Hyun grinned, cradling the small animal. His expression was a mixture of mischief and amusement. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's demeanor shifted. I brought you a present, he declared, launching the small creature forward with surprising force. The small creature flew through the air, a blur of white fur. The men watched in shock as the creature's trajectory became clear. One of them stammered, it's that crazy. How could he throw such a lovely baby? A simple, yet effective-looking spear lies embedded in the earth. Its shaft is dark, almost black, and the tip glints faintly in the muted sunlight. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with a shaved head, watches in disbelief as a small, ethereal creature ascends into the heavens. A single thought crosses his mind, He makes a desperate lunge, arms outstretched, a silent vow forming on his lips. I'll catch you. The small creature, a fluffy white munchkin cat-like being, tumbles through the air, seemingly unfazed. Kang Hyun manages to catch the creature, cradling it protectively in his arms. A look of relief washes over his face. He smiles, a mixture of exhaustion and triumph etched on his features. I did it. Two other figures approach, their expressions a mix of concern and awe. One reassures the creature. Everything's okay now, child. Daddy will protect you. One of the onlookers comments on the creature's cuteness, expressing a desire to hug it. The other, however, is less charmed. He angrily questions Kang Hyun's actions, his words laced with disbelief and suspicion. That bastard. How could he do something like that? Are you even human? What color is your blood? Kang Hyun, a young man with short, dark hair, ran through a forest, pursued by a pack of ferocious, gray wolves with glowing purple eyes. Their snarls echoed through the trees as they relentlessly closed in on him. He carried a satchel over his shoulder. He was desperate, his breath ragged. The wolves were almost upon him, their hot breath on his neck. Just as he thought he was cornered, a small, blue object hurtled towards him from above. With a yell, Kang Hyun caught the object. It pulsed with a faint light. The wolves lunged, but he was ready. He unleashed the object's power, a wave of energy pushing the beasts back. The energy subsided, revealing a scene of chaos. Several figures lay scattered on the ground, unconscious. Kang Hyun looked down at his satchel. It was overflowing with small, white, fluffy creatures. More of the small creatures began to fall from the sky, a gentle rain of adorable fluffballs. The soldiers, slowly regaining consciousness, watched in stunned silence. One soldier, awestruck, simply whispered, "Cuties are dropping from the sky." Suddenly, a powerful energy beam shot from the sky, striking the ground near Kang Hyun. The earth trembled. Kang Hyun, a man whose face held a strange mix of grim determination and unsettling amusement, hung suspended. Electric blue energy crackled around him, highlighting the worn but sturdy armor he wore. He was surrounded. Two other hunters, their faces etched with worry, lay injured on the forest floor. A wave of energy, a brilliant blue streak, erupted from Kang Hyun, propelling him forward. The energy blast sent him hurtling through the air, narrowly avoiding a pack of monstrous wolves closing in on his fallen comrades. His sword flashed, a blur of motion. The wolves, enraged, lunged. Their eyes glowed with malevolent energy. One of the injured hunters, a man with short, neatly combed brown hair, gritted his teeth, summoning a fiery blast of energy to fend off the beasts. He grunted in pain as the effort strained him. Kang Hyun moved with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion. His eyes, sharp and focused, missed nothing. The other hunter, his face pale with exertion, watched Kang Hyun's movements with a mixture of awe and resignation. "Kang, well, good luck," he managed to say, his voice strained. The hunter coughed, his body racked with pain, as another wave of energy erupted from him, a desperate attempt to hold back the monstrous wolves. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration. The hunter watched in horror as one of the wolves lunged. God fucking damn it. Disrupins, notorious for their invisibility, were already proving a formidable challenge. Then, Kang Hyun arrived, his sudden appearance throwing the hunter's carefully planned formation into disarray. A grizzled hunter, his face contorted in frustration, watched the chaos unfold. His muttered curses echoed the growing sense of panic. The hunter's frustration boiled over into a desperate command. He roared for an immediate retreat. His order was amplified, a desperate plea for everyone to escape the dungeon. The hunters, spurred by fear, fled in a disorganized rout. Their retreat was chaotic, marked by panic and urgency. One hunter, his face etched with terror, vowed to quit the guild the following day. The experience had clearly shaken him to his core. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded. A young man with blonde hair and a smirk appeared amidst the fleeing hunters, his presence radiating an unsettling energy. He moved with a predatory grace, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he surveyed the scene. A surge of energy erupted from him, a wave of power that seemed to emanate from within his very being. A spray of crimson explodes across the stark white background, a violent punctuation mark against the silence. The red expands, the motion implied, a chaotic dance of blood and energy. The title, Solo Resurrection, shatters across the page, mirroring the violence depicted before. A tranquil forest scene unfolds under a bright, cloud-dappled sky. Leaves drift gently on a light breeze. Suddenly, a spiked mace, glowing with an ominous pink energy, bursts into view, shattering the serenity. The impact is clearly violent. The scene shifts to a young man with blonde hair, eyes blazing with an unnatural green light. He wields a glowing pink energy blade, deflecting the attacks of several armed figures. His face is a mask of grim determination as he effortlessly counters their assault. The sheer power he displays is unnerving. A close-up reveals a chilling smile playing on his lips as he moves with supernatural speed. The blonde man's attack connects, sending one of his opponents flying backward with a pained cry of "Spare me." Another man, with short gray hair, watches the scene unfold with a mixture of shock and anger. His thoughts race. Did he betray us? When? His expression hardens as he contemplates the situation. He mutters to himself, "This didn't work out as planned, but there must still be some way to get out of this." Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, found himself surrounded. A pack of monstrous wolves, their eyes glowing menacingly, closed in. His opponents, fellow soldiers, were already falling, their bodies scattered across the muddy battlefield. He desperately searched for an escape route, a way to survive this onslaught. His eyes widened in terror as he realized the grim reality of his situation. There was no escape. His breath hitched in his throat, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. But then, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He saw a glimmer of hope, a way out of this seemingly impossible predicament. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins as he prepared for a final, desperate stand against overwhelming odds. With a ferocious roar, Kang Hyun unleashed a powerful blow, a blue energy erupting from his arm. The force of his strike sent shockwaves through the air. A grizzled, older soldier, his armor crimson and battered, coughed, clearly injured but still standing firm amidst the chaos. He watched Kang Hyun's desperate struggle with a grim determination. The older soldier, realizing the dire situation, made a difficult decision. He clutched at his chest, his face contorted in pain. He knew he had to use his last resort. He clenched his fist, his hand engulfed in a fiery inferno. This was it, his final, desperate gamble. A wave of intense blue energy slammed into Kang Hyun, sending him flying backward, a torrent of blood spraying from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his body battered and broken, but even in death, his eyes held a spark of defiance. His opponent stood over him, sword raised, ready to deliver the final blow. Kang Hyun, a warrior covered in blood and grime, glared at his enemies. His breath hitched as he muttered, "There's no end to them. Cockroach-like fuckers." From a distance, another voice boomed, filled with a mix of anger and something akin to desperation. "I'm starting to get annoyed," it roared. "Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun's eyes widened, his expression a mixture of surprise and grim determination. He braced himself, a fierce light igniting within him as he declared, "If it's all over anyway." A wave of intense heat erupted from the approaching figure. The word self-immolation appeared in a digital box as he shouted, "I'll at least take you down with me." Kang Hyun turned his back to the oncoming inferno, his face grim. The explosion engulfed him. A deafening roar followed, accompanied by the screams of those caught in the blast radius. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a man with blonde hair emerged from the fiery aftermath, his face streaked with soot and sweat. He muttered, "This skill even endangers my own life. Its firepower is so excessive. But with this, not even he." Kang Hyun, his face a mask of grim determination despite the searing flames engulfing him, stared ahead. His body, ravaged by wounds, bore testament to a brutal battle. The inferno intensified, threatening to consume him entirely. Yet, within the heart of the fire, a strange energy pulsed. From the ashes of destruction, a defiant hand emerged, fingers outstretched, pushing back against the flames. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, held a spark of defiance. He felt a jolt, a surge of power unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A wave of confusion washed over him. His hands instinctively flew to his face, his expression one of disbelief as he felt the searing pain begin to subside. He muttered, He looked down at his body, the extent of his injuries slowly dawning on him. "H-E-U-H?" he exclaimed, his voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. He tried to downplay the miraculous recovery, muttering, "Stop exaggerating, this is nothing." He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "It's just a little warm, dumbass," he muttered to himself, still struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him, sword raised. Kang Hyun reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with a swift movement. The attacker's blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing his face. He glared at his opponent, his eyes burning with intensity. The battle raged. Kang Hyun, his dark hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, lunged forward, his blade a blur. He met his opponent's attack head-on, a fierce clash of steel echoing across the desolate landscape. The impact sent tremors through the earth, cracking the ground beneath their feet. His enemy, a hulking figure clad in dark armor, fell, defeated. He coughed, a ragged sound that spoke of exhaustion and grievous wounds. His enemy lay still, a dark stain spreading across his armor. Kang Hyun slumped to the ground, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The weight of his injuries was immense. Despite his injuries, a cruel smile played on the lips of his fallen foe. "Just sit there and watch," the dying man rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "You'll be the last to die." Kang Hyun glared at him, his own expression grim. "I can't let you go so easily after everything I went through. Now can I?" he muttered, his voice filled with a fierce determination. The dying man chuckled, a chilling sound. "You should watch all of your underlings die." With a final surge of strength, Kang Hyun unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy erupting from his body. His enemy let out a guttural scream as the attack struck. The dying man let out a weak laugh. "It's over," he whispered, his eyes glazing over. Kang Hyun collapsed, his body spent. "It's all over," he groaned, his voice filled with despair. "All because I fucked with the wrong guy." A maniacal laugh echoed from the fallen warrior, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Kang Hyun's spine. He was not dead. A guttural laugh echoed across the desolate battlefield. Kang Hyun, his face a mask of bloody wounds, sat amidst the carnage, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He laughed, a sound both triumphant and terrifying. His laughter continued, a stark contrast to the grim reality surrounding him. He lay near a fallen, bloodied wolf, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. The laughter faded, replaced by the vast expanse of a cloudy sky. The scene shifted, offering a panoramic view of the aftermath of a brutal conflict. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, their weapons scattered amongst them. Glimmering crystals, possibly magical artifacts, lay near the corpses. A large, wounded wolf lay nearby, its eyes closed. Kang Hyun's laughter, though weaker, persisted. Two figures, their faces obscured, loomed over him, their expressions unreadable. His eyes, though filled with pain, held a strange glint of amusement. He continued to chuckle, a macabre symphony against the backdrop of death. One of the figures, a younger man with short blonde hair, spoke, his voice laced with a mixture of weariness and dark humor. He commented on Kang Hyun's laughter, referring to him as a big bastard. His companion remained silent. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a silent, almost serene expression, whispered that it was over. Everything was over. Kang Hyun, his body ravaged by battle, muttered a single phrase, barely audible above the din of his own ragged breathing. "I'm finished." But then, a flicker of defiance, a refusal to accept the inevitable, ignited within him. A single word echoed in his mind, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Wait. His eyes, though clouded with the film of death, focused on something beyond the immediate pain. The question hung in the air, a whisper of disbelief. Finished? A voice, distant yet somehow intimately familiar, echoed in the void. The question hung heavy with implications. Who? The answer, a stark realization, hit him with the force of a physical blow. He could only manage a choked whisper. Me? This can't. His gaze shifted, landing on another figure amidst the chaos. A young man, also wounded but still clinging to life. The young man's expression was one of disbelief and dawning horror. Kang Hyun's own desperate thoughts mirrored the young man's. I can't die like this. A flashback revealed a harsh truth. Kang Hyun's origins. He was an illegitimate child, an outsider, branded with the cruel labels of bastard, whore son, and half-sibling. Young Kang Hyun stood alone, a small figure amidst a vast, indifferent world. His siblings, he reflected, were strangers. They ignored him, unconcerned with his existence. He felt like an outsider. Yet, they also dragged him into their power struggles, forcing him into a role he never desired. His siblings constantly kept him under surveillance, their control suffocating. His father, however, offered him sympathy and unwavering support. The older man's hands rested gently on the boy's head, a gesture of comfort in a hostile environment. But even his father's compassion was twisted by his siblings into another excuse to torment him. They saw it as weakness, another opportunity to tear him apart. Then, one day, the world irrevocably changed. A tutorial began, ushering in an era of awakeners, dungeons, and a world reshaped by newfound power. A powerful awakener, surrounded by his followers, stood defiant. His grip tightened around his sword, a symbol of the new world order. The world now operated on the brutal principle of might makes right. A clenched fist, a symbol of dominance, filled the frame. It was then that Kang Hyun felt a surge of intuition. This upheaval was his chance for change, his opportunity to escape his past. Kang Hyun lay on the ground, his face and torso marred by deep wounds. A faint blue light pulsed around him, barely visible against the darkening sky. He was barely conscious, his breath shallow. The blue light intensified, enveloping him completely. A question mark floated in the air above him, reflecting his own confusion. His eyes fluttered open, widening in surprise as he stared at his own damaged body. He was alive, but how? The setting sun cast long shadows across the battlefield. A large, wolf-like creature lay dead nearby, its fur matted with blood. In the distance, a small, dark object could be seen. Two figures approached, their faces etched with exhaustion. One, clad in armor, carried a large sword. The other, dressed in more casual attire, watched with a mixture of curiosity and concern. They stood over Kang Hyun. The armored man, clearly irritated, muttered about villains and their long monologues. His companion, more relaxed, suggested they at least listen to the dying man's last words. The armored man refused. Despite his earlier reluctance, the armored man thanked his companion for their help, acknowledging that the situation wasn't their problem. He then produced a glowing purple object. The casual man responded nonchalantly, stating that it had been fun and therefore didn't matter. He then asked about the armored man's feelings about his revenge. The armored man smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he contemplated the bodies of his fallen enemies scattered across the battlefield. A faint blue light emanated from his hand. Two figures stood amidst a desolate battlefield, littered with the fallen. One, clad in a dark, mud-splattered jacket, appeared weary but resolute. The other, in tactical gear, bore similar signs of battle. A palpable tension hung in the air between them. The man in tactical gear stroked his chin thoughtfully. His companion, the one in the jacket, smirked slightly. "Oh, I've heard that vengeance leaves you feeling hollow," he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of dark amusement. The man in tactical gear scoffed. Something like that? Hollow my ass. I killed people who deserved it. He gestured towards a fallen soldier, his face contorted in death. If I had to make a comparison, he continued, it feels like I just dug out a huge clump of earwax in one go. It's not really anything amazing, but it does feel kind of refreshing. The man in tactical gear pointed a finger at a nearby, glowing object. His companion asked, what do you want to do about the items they dropped? Sell them and go half and half. The other man replied, oh, I don't need him. I don't really need more money. Is that so? The other man questioned. The man in tactical gear stood over the fallen soldiers, his sword resting on the ground. He looked determined. He declared, I won't. Kong Hyun, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, I haven't been obsessing over money that much. A fiery orb pulsed with intense energy at the center of a ruined stone structure. His words continued, because I receive a decent amount from dungeon clear rewards. The scene shifted to Kong Hyun reviewing a message. It read, hello, Mr. Kong Hyun. I trust this message finds you well. From Bait Guild's Vice Guild Master, Young Eui Hyun. He reflected, I can't protect everything with just my strength and a decent amount of money. He stood resolute, his gaze fixed on a holographic interface. His determination hardened. I'll gather as much money as I can. And then, a fierce resolve filled his mind. Make my own faction. Night had fallen. Kong Hyun and another man stood before a massive, imposing gate, silhouetted against the starlit sky. The other man spoke. It's really over now. A faint, ethereal mist swirled around them. Kong Hyun remained stoic, merely responding with a curt, His expression was unreadable, his gaze intense. The scene opens on two figures silhouetted against the twilight sky. One, slightly ahead, is clad in dark, practical clothing. The other trails behind, his attire suggesting a more formal military style. The trailing figure, a young man with dark hair, speaks. He expresses his desire to join the other's guild, but his words are cut short. The figure ahead, a blond young man with piercings, responds. He suggests that forming a guild together would be fun, based on his intuition. The dark-haired young man scoffs internally, revealing his true feelings. He makes it clear that he hasn't actually agreed to let the other join. The two continue walking, their conversation shifting. The dark-haired young man accuses the blonde of having scouted him earlier. The blonde dismisses him curtly. At this point, neither of them knew the small guild they were forming as a joke would become incredibly famous. The blonde's casual question about beef is met with a harsh, unexpected insult. The narration reveals that this seemingly insignificant guild would rise to become the most well-known in Korea. However, this fame would come about in a negative way. Solo Resurrection. The title itself crackled with an energy that hinted at the extraordinary tale to unfold. A page listing the creative team behind this epic saga. Their dedication brought this world to life. The camera sweeps upward, revealing a modern cityscape piercing the cerulean sky. Tall, glass-fronted buildings dominate the skyline, their reflective surfaces shimmering under the sun. The perspective shifts, focusing on a particularly imposing skyscraper, its many windows a grid against the bright blue. This is the Han Suk Group headquarters. Inside, Jong Sang-soo, president of the Han Suk Group, stands before a mahogany door, his face contorted in anger. This isn't what you promised. He continues his outburst, his voice laced with fury. He reminds his unseen interlocutor of a prior agreement. You clearly said you would take responsibility and raise Jong Eui Hyun. How is this not a breach of contract? Jong Sang-soo's gaze sharpens, focusing on a man seated in the room. Choi Min-jun. Choi Min-jun, a man with neatly styled blonde hair, sits calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He appears unfazed by the president's outburst. Jong Sang-soo, his face reddening, presses his point. What do you mean a breach? Your joke has gone too far. Choi Min-jun remains composed, his expression unchanged. I don't know what you're talking about. The tension in the room was palpable. A man, his face etched with worry and anger, slammed his fist on the table. You dare play dumb in this situation? It's been over a week since I lost contact with my son and his guild members. Across the table, a younger man with a calm demeanor responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. So what? Looking at the situation, they're probably all ready. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth fell open, speechless. The younger man continued, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He stated, I took a piece of trash with no ability and made him master of a major guild. He paused, then added thoughtfully, I think that. The younger man finished his sentence. I've done my fair share already. The older man, his face contorted in fury, leaned forward, his knuckles white as he gripped the table. He hissed, you bastard. With a roar, the older man pointed at the younger man. Kill him. Several figures in dark suits sprang into action, swords flashing, surrounding the younger man who remained calmly seated. Kong Hyun, a man with a sharp gaze and a subtle smirk, stood poised, a faint red glow emanating from his form. Suddenly, a crimson energy surged from him, a wave of power. The energy lashed out, striking a nearby businesswoman. She was thrown back, a look of shock and pain on her face. Another man, wearing glasses, was caught in the same wave of energy, coughing in surprise. The crimson energy continued its relentless assault, ensnaring two more individuals. Their faces contorted in agony. The scene escalated as the energy expanded, engulfing several more people in the room. Chaos reigned. The energy began to recede, leaving behind a trail of unconscious bodies. Kang Hyun, amidst the chaos, calmly stated, "We clearly had an agreement, and I was fulfilling my end without any problems." He turned to another man, his expression hardening. "What's with this underhanded action?" Kang Hyun, sweat beading on his brow, stared in disbelief. His body trembled, a silent testament to the exertion he'd just endured. He was addressed by a stern voice, the words hanging heavy in the air. "If you do something like this again, I won't let it go." The speaker's eyes, intense and unwavering, bore into Hyun. The unspoken threat was palpable. A chilling question hung in the air. "Understand?" Hyun, despite his fear, nodded slowly. A crimson energy pulsed around him, a visible manifestation of his unique ability. Across from him stood another man, a calm smile playing on his lips. This was the individual who had orchestrated Hyun's latest near-death experience. The calm man's words were followed by a violent expulsion of energy, sending those around him reeling. Hyun coughed, his body still recovering from the ordeal. He stated, "I'm glad you understand. Deposit the money by today, as promised." Despite his compliance, a flicker of curiosity crossed the calm man's face. His thoughts turned to a nagging question. He wondered, who managed to bring down Jong Eui Hyun? The Bait Guild had vanished. Its sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through the city. The incident sparked widespread rumors and horror stories. A major guild, gone without a trace. Naturally, the media and the raiding community were in an uproar. Online forums buzzed with speculation and theories. The downfall of the Bait Guild was a significant event, leading to discussions about crime within dungeons and the need for increased regulation. It was a time of sudden change. Amidst the rise of new guilds and talented individuals, the name Bait Guild slowly faded into obscurity. In a quiet, secluded location, two figures sat at a table, relieved. One of them, a man with dark hair, spoke. "There won't be any trouble. I killed everyone who annoyed me. I leveled up from that battle." His companion, a blonde man, added, "We successfully disposed of the stolen goods through your connections." The dark-haired man smiled, "And I'm getting treated to some expensive food." A young man with blonde hair and multiple piercings, a smirk playing on his lips, casually inquired, "Everything went well, right? What part of that do you think is unfair?" Across the table, a man with dark hair currently eating sighed. He explained, "The problem is the new title I got." The title was displayed, Ruthless Household Destroyer. Its description read, "It is prejudicial to think that monsters don't have families. A title given only to you who used an astonishingly ruthless method to destroy numerous households. Its effects, strength +2, disrupting hostility. The title holder will evoke instinctive fear in others. The effects of titles that aren't equipped are still half effective." The dark-haired man exclaimed, "I'm already stressed enough as it is because of my appearance. This is just going to cause more misunderstandings." The blonde young man retorted, "There's no misunderstanding about you being a vicious person." He added, laughing, "And there's not much difference anyway, so don't worry." Kim Lee Hyun sat at a table, chopsticks in hand, his phone buzzing insistently beside a half-eaten meal. The screen displayed an incoming call. The call was from someone named Jong, addressing him formally as Mr. Lee Hyun. Lee Hyun answered, correcting the caller's formality and clarifying his preferred name. The caller reminded Lee Hyun of a prior commitment. A wave of confusion washed over Lee Hyun. He couldn't recall the promise. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Jong sighed, already anticipating Lee Hyun's reaction. Jong explained that Lee Hyun was expected to meet their guild master. Jong emphasized the urgency of the meeting. He pressed Lee Hyun for his availability. The imposing Dangun Guild headquarters pierced the sky, a testament to its influence. The building's imposing presence loomed over the city. Inside, an elevator ascended towards the 12th floor. A young man with dark hair, Kang Hyun, voiced his apprehension. "Is it really all right?" His concern was met by the blunt reply of another man. "Even if I bring this thing?" A third individual, calmer and wearing glasses, reassured them. The guild master gave the okay. Kang Hyun found the term "this thing" excessive, especially considering his acquaintance with Han Saeyeon. He subtly criticized the other man's use of "nuna," pointing out its inappropriateness. The question of their prior relationship was raised, to which the man simply replied that they had met at a party. Two young men stood amidst a bustling crowd. One, with dark hair and a somewhat surprised expression, whispered to his companion, a blonde youth with a more mischievous look, "Who is that?" The dark-haired young man, his brow furrowed in thought, muttered to himself, "A party. Huh. The guild master here was also born with a golden spoon. Is that it? And she's also a tutorial graduate. The world is so unfair." Approaching a reception area, the two young men and a third, older man in a suit, paused before a door. The suited man pointed to the sign reading Guild Master, indicating their destination. A voice from within called out, "Yes, come in." The three men entered a well-appointed office, where a young woman with dark hair sat at a desk, observing them intently. Kang Hyun, the dark-haired young man, looked expectantly at the guild master. The guild master, Han Se-young, smiled warmly and greeted them. "Welcome. I'm Han Se-young, guild master of the Dangun Guild." Kang Hyun responded simply, "Ah yes. I'm just Kang Hyun." Mr. Yu Sung, a man of imposing stature and dark, short hair, stood before a woman in a business suit. He offered a polite greeting. "It's nice to meet you." The woman, whose name was not yet revealed, replied, "I've heard a lot about you from Mr. Lee Hyun." From another room, Mr. Lee Hyun emerged, his expression one of quiet professionalism. He addressed Yu Sung, thanking him for his efforts. "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lee Hyun. It's been a while, Mr. Yu Sung." The woman gestured towards a seating area. "Please take a seat first." And Yu Sung complied, his movements deliberate and controlled. He simply replied, "Oh, okay." And Yu Sung settled into a plush chair, his hands resting heavily on his thighs. His posture suggested a quiet intensity. He expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you for helping me this time." His companion, a blond man with a noticeable scar, remained silent. And Yu Sung continued, "I will do anything to repay my debt." The woman responded calmly, dismissing his offer. "No, it's fine. It wasn't anything too difficult. Don't mind it." And Yu Sung, however, remained unconvinced. He stated firmly, "No, I don't like being indebted." The blond man then asked pointedly, "So, why did you want to see me?" And Yu Sung's gaze sharpened. He asked, "Right to the heart of the matter?" The woman leaned in, her expression unreadable. She replied, "Are we both busy?" A woman with dark hair, dressed in a sophisticated gray suit, sat composedly on a plush sofa. Her hands rested neatly in her lap. She spoke, her tone measured but firm. "But if you put it like that, then I won't hold back." The camera focused on her eyes, revealing a steely glint of determination. This was not a threat to be taken lightly. Across from her, a young man with short, dark hair listened intently. He appeared hesitant, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A question was posed. "Would you like to join our Dangun Guild and work together?" The woman, her gaze unwavering, placed a hand over her heart. She seemed to be considering the proposal carefully. The young man's face showed clear uncertainty, his brow furrowed in thought. He sat opposite the woman, a small table between them. Silence hung heavy in the air as he weighed his options. The scene opens with a formal address. "Mr. Kang Hyun." A woman, her expression a mixture of polite inquiry and underlying determination, poses a question to the addressed man. "Would you like to join our Dangun Guild and work together?" Kang Hyun's response is immediate and blunt. He simply states, "Don't wanna." His face, shown in close-up, reflects a clear lack of interest, bordering on annoyance. The setting shifts to a more relaxed atmosphere. Kang Hyun and the woman from before sit across a small table in what appears to be a comfortable waiting area. A third man, slightly built with blonde hair, observes the interaction. The blonde man comments on Kang Hyun's curt refusal. "Hyun, that was such a sharp answer, sharp enough to cut." Kang Hyun, seemingly unfazed, replies with a simple, "Huh." The woman, unperturbed by Kang Hyun's bluntness, assures him, "Don't worry about it. It's actually easier for me to give up on you since you gave such a resolute answer." She continues, "Anyway, I'll repay you some other way. Please contact me if there's anything I can help you with." The scene concludes with the three individuals sitting in a contemplative silence. A woman with dark hair, dressed in professional attire, addressed a young man. She assured him, "You don't have to worry too much, but it's not a bad deal for us to have a powerful awakener indebted to us. We will contact you if we need you." The young man, Hyun, responded thoughtfully, "But well, honestly, will there be anything I can help our country's #1 guild with?" Hyun continued, "Of course, I'll still help with whatever I can." The woman then posed a more serious question. "Hyun, how long do you think the current peace will go on for?" Hyun's gaze hardened as he reflected. This world, where criminals have roamed about since dungeons appeared. A flashback showed a chaotic scene. Numerous monsters and criminals rampaging through a city. The woman's words echoed in his mind. She calls that peace. Hyun's internal monologue continued. Then again, she must have also seen that. Hyun's thoughts drifted to a specific memory. That scene in the tutorial's 8th stage. The flashback intensified, showing a far more brutal and widespread conflict than the previous one. Hyun concluded, "I guess it's possible to call this peaceful compared to that." Kang Hyun slumped back in his chair, a sigh escaping his lips. "Honestly, I don't really know," he admitted to his companion, a younger man with blonde hair. He continued, "It's not a problem that will be solved by worrying about it. For now, the only way I can prepare is to get stronger." A woman with shoulder-length brown hair spoke, her voice calm but laced with a hint of urgency. "Besides," she pointed out, "doesn't that Haken dimension or whatever still have 5 years on its countdown?" Kang Hyun's expression turned serious. He muttered to himself, 3 years. He elaborated, Within 3 years at most, some countries will begin struggling to survive. We haven't been given a lot of time. The blonde-haired man questioned Kang Hyun's certainty. Why are you so certain? He asked. Kang Hyun explained, his voice low. I can't tell you in detail, but there's a godlike entity that knows everything about the situation. The woman added, and we have an awakener on our side who can communicate with them. Kang Hyun's thoughts raced. Asterisk by godlike entity. Does she mean that administrator? There's an awakener who can converse with the administrator? Asterisk. The woman addressed Kang Hyun directly. In fact, she stated, haven't you been experiencing it? The difficulty range of dungeons has been increasing, and the growth of awakeners has been stagnating in comparison. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, contemplated something. His internal monologue was simple. It didn't seem like much to him. The scene shifted to a conversation between Kang Hyun and another man, with blonde hair and a smirk. The blonde man explained that awakeners grow stronger the more danger they endure. Kang Hyun listened intently, questioning the blonde man's statement about the ineffectiveness of guns against awakeners. The blonde man continued, explaining the lack of awakeners using guns and the prevalence of bows and crossbows, which provide level-ups unlike guns. He noted the existence of many theories surrounding this phenomenon. An image of a female archer, her back to the viewer, drawing her bow, illustrated the point. Returning to the conversation, the blonde man asserted that only those with both strength and boldness could solve recent incidents, likening Kang Hyun to such individuals. He directly addressed Kang Hyun, suggesting he could become a hero. Kang Hyun reacted with self-doubt, questioning his suitability for heroism despite his actions. He reminded the blonde man of his past actions, specifically his eradication of the Bait Guild. The scene opens with a woman with long, dark hair, her back to the viewer. She sits in what appears to be a well-appointed office, a bookshelf filled with volumes lining the wall behind her. A young man with short, dark hair sits opposite her, a look of confusion on his face. He questions her dismissive attitude. What? The woman, her face now visible, explains her perspective. She states that those who do not contribute to humanity's survival are unworthy of protection. She continues, emphasizing that one person crucial to humanity's survival outweighs hundreds of those she deems unworthy. The woman concludes her argument, asserting that the world protector is not a saint, but someone strong. A click is heard as a door opens. A man in a suit, his back to the viewer, enters the room. The man approaches the woman, who remains seated. He appears to be reporting on someone's departure. The woman asks if he's seen the person off, and the man confirms that he did, even seeing him get into a car. The man emphasizes that he saw the person in question in person. A woman with long, dark hair sat alone at a table, her chin resting on her hands. A thoughtful expression clouded her features as she murmured, certainly. Her gaze drifted away from her hands, her thoughts still focused inward. She silently concluded, he exceeded my expectations. A subtle smile played on her lips as a new thought occurred to her. Does that mean? The scene shifted. A young man with short, dark hair was shown, his expression serious. He reflected, but there was recognition in his eyes when I mentioned the administrator. He is a tutorial graduate. The woman from earlier reappeared, a knowing smirk spreading across her face. The image then transitioned to a dramatic close-up of her face, emphasizing her confident expression. The setting changed to a city street. A large, imposing gate, seemingly a portal of some kind, stood surrounded by armed guards and onlookers. The scene was tense. A voiceover explained, an E-rank and a D-rank dungeon. It's only a one-letter difference, but there's a big difference between the two. The perspective shifted to the interior of a dark, ominous tunnel, illuminated only by glowing blue crystals embedded in the walls. The narration continued. There's an increase in the strength and number of monsters, but the camera panned to reveal the bodies of several slain creatures, a wolf, a giant spider, and a hulking orc. The narrator concluded, the most obvious difference is the variety of monsters that appear, especially in D-rank. Kang Hyun found himself suspended in the D-rank dungeon, Defiance's Research Institute. The sheer variety of creatures within was striking. He stood amidst a corridor, his back to the viewer, two hulking orcish figures flanking him. The air hung heavy with menace. Kang Hyun observed that, typically, dungeon monsters consisted of regular mobs and boss mobs of the same type, simplifying strategy. This dungeon, however, was different. He found a sheer variety of enemies overwhelming and frustrating. The differences in their weaknesses and attack patterns proved particularly annoying. His confusion deepened as he encountered something unexpected. A massive ogre chimera, designated Dirge, loomed before him, its presence filling the space. A grotesque creature, seemingly a goblin grafted onto an ogre's body, let out a guttural sound. Kang Hyun commented on the bizarre proportions of the creature, questioning if it was a deliberate weakening of the enemy. His eyes narrowed, a look of intense focus settling upon his face. An unseen individual offered Kang Hyun a place in their guild, explaining that they had made a bet to find a suitable candidate first. A strange, archaic symbol pulsed with an eerie green light, etched into a stone tablet. The air crackled with unseen energy. Suddenly, a colossal, Hulking orc materialized before Kong Hyun, wielding a massive warhammer. The orc's eyes glowed with malevolent intent. Kong Hyun stood his ground, his back to the monstrous creature, a sword held loosely at his side. He appeared calm, almost defiant. The orc swung its hammer with earth-shattering force. The blow aimed directly at Kong Hyun. But Kong Hyun reacted instantly, narrowly dodging the devastating attack. He muttered, "Oh." The orc, momentarily stunned, bellowed, "Just say no if you don't want to, man." Kong Hyun smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. He retorted, "You're disqualified, fucker." A guttural roar escaped the orc as Kong Hyun lunged forward. With a swift, precise strike, Kong Hyun's blade pierced the orc, causing a torrent of dark, viscous fluid to erupt from its mouth. Kong Hyun, a young man clad in worn armor, braced himself against a hulking, monstrous opponent. The creature, a brute of immense size and strength, loomed over him, its very presence radiating menace. A fierce battle raged around them, the air thick with the scent of ozone and destruction. He was battered, his face smeared with blood and grime, but his eyes burned with unwavering determination. The previous exchange had left him wounded, but not broken. He was far from defeated. The ground beneath him hissed and bubbled, the acidic residue of a recent explosion eating away at the stone. The air itself seemed to crackle with residual energy. He assessed his situation. His opponent, still powerful, was clearly hampered by the corrosive environment. "You've got thick leather," he muttered, "and I lose by weight class." He had a dark, pulsating orb hovering nearby. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. He tapped his temple, a flicker of insight in his eyes. "But I always find an answer because I'm an intellectual," he mused. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, his teeth bared in a predatory grin. A sinister energy pulsed around him, intensifying with each passing moment. "Hammer," he whispered, the word laced with grim determination. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. "I just have to have it," he declared, his gaze fixed on the dark orb. A wave of dark energy pulsed, a chilling tremor in the air. The very ground seemed to shudder under an unseen weight. Two hunters, Hyung Nim and his companion, stood in a dimly lit corridor. Hyung Nim's companion spoke, his voice laced with concern. "Hyung Nim, I've been hearing monster screams for a while." Hyung Nim, a man with a calm, almost predatory smile, responded, "Maybe someone's hunting. More than that, we—" He gestured toward a group of fellow hunters, their faces grim. Among them stood a young woman with a determined expression, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Hyung Nim continued, "Should just think about taking what is right in front of us." The young woman's gaze was unwavering, her resolve clear. "Hung Nim chaked, huhu. This is why I like dungeons." His companion, however, seemed to sense something amiss. He asked, "Hyung Nim, do you hear a strange sound?" Hyung Nim paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What? A sound?" A large stone slab suddenly fell from the ceiling, creating a cloud of dust. Hyung Nim's earlier nonchalance vanished. He muttered, "I told you not to worry about someone else hunting." A young man, Kong Hyun, lay bleeding on the ground, his breath ragged. He whispered, barely audible, "Can." Meanwhile, a female warrior, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, stood defiantly amidst a group of armed men. She held a dagger, her expression grim. The men looked on, apprehensive. Kong Hyun, his eyes now open, watched as a large man swung a massive hammer, preparing to strike. Several other figures stood nearby, observing the impending blow. He inhaled sharply, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "I can smell it." A sinister grin spread across Kong Hyun's blood-smeared face. He thought, "The smell of weak-ass, piece of trash, third-rate criminal thugs I can beat the shit out of." A grim scene unfolds. Kong Hyun, a man covered in blood, stands defiantly amidst a group of armed soldiers. He wields a massive, war-torn hammer, his expression grim. One soldier mutters, "Isem," another, "Yell." Kong Hyun's focus shifts inward. He inhales sharply, a chilling realization dawning on him. "I can smell it." His expression twists into a cruel smirk. The scent triggers a surge of dark confidence. He thinks, "The smell of weak-ass, piece of trash, third-rate criminal thugs I can beat the shit out of." A crimson aura flares around his injured arm, a stark contrast to the grim setting. His wounds begin to rapidly heal. Meanwhile, the soldiers observe Kong Hyun's approach with growing unease. One whispers, "That guy, what's that he's dragging?" "A hammer." Kong Hyun advances, his aura intensifying, the soldiers bracing themselves for his attack. He swings his hammer with terrifying force. One soldier is caught off guard and exclaims, "Huh?" Kong Hyun, a man of imposing stature, wielded a massive war hammer with terrifying force. He swung it with brutal efficiency, the weapon's trajectory a blur against the backdrop of a crumbling stone structure. 5 other men, his comrades, watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension from safe distance, their own weapons at the ready. The impact of the war hammer shattered the stone, sending fragments flying. Dust and debris filled the air as a section of the wall collapsed, revealing a dark, ominous void beyond. One of Kong Hyun's comrades, a man with short, gray hair, winced as a piece of falling debris grazed his arm. He muttered in pain, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Kang Hyun, seemingly unfazed by the near miss, continued his assault. He grunted with exertion as he brought the warhammer down again, this time striking the ground with earth-shattering force. His comrades watched, mouths agape, as a shockwave rippled outwards. The ground cracked and buckled under the immense force. A deep fissure opened up, revealing a dark chasm below. Kang Hyun stood amidst the chaos, his silhouette outlined by a crimson glow emanating from his body. One of the men, visibly shaken, questioned the situation. He commented on the unusual nature of Kang Hyun's actions, noting the seemingly impossible power behind his blows in such a confined space. Another man, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at the chasm, a look of utter confusion on his face. He uttered a single word, barely audible above the sounds of the destruction. Huh. The ground continued to tremble violently. More cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, threatening to swallow the men whole. Kang Hyun, seemingly fueled by an unstoppable force, swung his warhammer once more, the blow sending a shockwave that ripped through the earth. The resulting explosion of energy was blinding. The battle raged. Kang Hyun, a man of imposing stature, grimaced as a brutal blow sent him reeling. His opponent, a hulking figure clad in dark armor, pressed their advantage. Elsewhere, another figure, smaller but no less determined, swung a heavy hammer with ferocious strength, shattering the stone floor. The impact echoed through the cavernous space. The scene shifted. Three figures stood poised for battle, a man with a spear, another with a sword, and a woman knocking an arrow. They surrounded a newly revealed chasm. One of them, the man who had wielded the hammer, groaned, his body battered and bleeding. He acknowledged the weight of his weapon, a grim realization settling upon him. He assessed his injuries, the blood staining his clothes. The hammer, though powerful, was too cumbersome for sustained combat. With a sigh, he decided to stow the weapon away for now, his gaze falling upon a nearby technological interface. Several other soldiers stood nearby, observing him. The soldiers watched him intently, a mixture of concern and curiosity in their eyes. Among them were the spearman and the archer from earlier. The spearman spoke, voicing his confusion at the sudden display of power. He questioned the man's understanding of the situation. Suddenly, a foot came down hard on the ground, creating a small tremor. The man, seemingly recovering, prepared himself for whatever might come next. Kang Hyun, a man of imposing stature, stood amidst a throng of onlookers. His sword lay discarded on the ground, a deliberate act of defiance. The air crackled with tension as a voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. Disarming yourself in front of all these people. An attacker, his face contorted in a cruel grin, lunged forward, his weapon aimed at Kang Hyun's heart. The attacker roared die. The ensuing clash was a blur of motion. Kang Hyun, despite being unarmed, met the attack with surprising agility, deflecting the blow with a powerful kick. The attacker, momentarily stunned, recoiled, his face marred by a deep gash. He could only utter a confused, "Huh." Kang Hyun, his movements swift and deadly, delivered a final blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. A crimson glow emanated from his hands. Two onlookers watched in horrified fascination as Kang Hyun stood over his fallen foe. Their faces reflected a mixture of fear and disbelief. Kang Hyun's eyes narrowed, a chilling determination hardening his features. He muttered now. He retrieved his sword, its dark blade gleaming ominously. His voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed through the chamber. "You criminal bastards!" His eyes blazed with a terrifying red light as he addressed the remaining attackers. A sinister smile stretched across his bloodied lips. "Give me everything you've got." A lone figure, Kang Hyun, stood amidst a group of armed soldiers. His body bore the marks of a brutal struggle, his face etched with grim determination. The soldiers, wary but resolute, surrounded him, their weapons poised. One of them, a man wielding a spear, muttered, "That crazy." The spearman's gaze hardened, his grip tightening on his weapon. His expression reflected a mixture of fear and anger. He was ready to strike. The soldiers launched a coordinated attack. Their battle cry echoed through the chamber. Attack together! Despite being outnumbered, Kang Hyun moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the onslaught. One soldier observed, "He's alone." Kang Hyun, amidst the chaos, grabbed one of the soldiers and used him as a shield. He sneered, "You're attacking me despite my hostage? Looks like you wasted your life, dude." He then turned his attention to the injured soldier, asking, "What's your name?" The wounded soldier, Kim Gyu-shik, weakly replied, It's Kim Gyu-shik." Kang Hyun responded, "All right, little Gyu-shik." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kang Hyun's hand. He cried out in agony, "Ugh!" Kang Hyun's face contorted in a grimace of intense pain. His eyes widened, reflecting the agony he was enduring. A solemn vow hung in the air, a promise whispered amidst the chaos. "I'll get revenge for you." The speaker, a young man named Kang Hyun, was seen fleeing through a dimly lit corridor, his face etched with determination and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Two figures in dark armor pursued him relentlessly. Suddenly, Hyun turned, his pursuers closing in. He roared, "Gyu Shik attack!" and unleashed a brutal strike. The impact sent one of his attackers sprawling, his body contorting in a grotesque display of pain. The man's face was a mask of agony as he cried out, his body seemingly breaking apart. But Hyun's respite was short-lived. More assailants emerged from the shadows, their swords flashing menacingly. He was surrounded, and they attacked. He fell, another victim of their relentless assault. One of the attackers stood over him, his sword poised to deliver the final blow. Yet, Hyun felt no pain. That impact didn't feel bad. He thought, a strange calmness washing over him. With a chilling grin, he challenged his attackers. "Come at me, fuckers." He stood, seemingly unharmed, and declared, "I'll take y'all on with my new weapon, Gyu Shik, the battering ram." The scene opens on a dimly lit, stone corridor. A man lies bleeding on the ground, his ragged clothing and battered body hinting at a recent struggle. Three armed figures in military-style uniforms stand over him, their faces grim. One of them reaches down, seemingly to finish him off. Suddenly, the dying man's eyes snap open. He looks at his attackers with a newfound intensity. One of the soldiers, visibly shaken, warns his comrades, "Don't come any closer." A close-up on the man's eye reveals a terrifying, almost supernatural glint. A choked gasp escapes his lips. "Hik." A crimson energy erupts from the man, violently pushing back the soldiers. He curses, "Fuck, you Shik's lips touched me." One of the soldiers, terrified, begs for mercy. "Spare me." The scene shifts. A woman with dark hair, armed with a bow and arrows, watches the aftermath from a distance, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. The man, now standing, surveys the scene. The bodies of his attackers lie scattered around him. A woman with a bow and arrow stands further down the corridor, observing him. He reflects on the ease with which he defeated them, concluding, "I guess it's because they were a D-ranked clear party? It took longer than I expected." A young man, Kang Hyun, lay wounded on the ground, his face and clothes smeared with blood. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and confusion. He uttered a single, barely audible word, A young woman with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, clad in hunter's garb, stood over him, her bow resting on the ground. She offered a grateful, "Thank you for helping me. Thanks to you, I didn't meet a terrible fate." Kang Hyun waved a hand dismissively. "Ah, it's nothing big. Beating them up was fun in its own way." He then instructed her, "Raise your head." The woman, emboldened by his casual demeanor, finally introduced herself. "My name is Shin Sung." Sung, still slightly hesitant, asked politely, "Might I please ask for your name?" Kang Hyun, seemingly uncomfortable with the formality, replied, "You don't, have to be so polite. It's Kang Hyun." A close-up on Kang Hyun's face showed a faint, almost unsettling smile playing on his lips, despite his injuries. Sung, her gaze fixed on Kang Hyun, posed a question born of admiration and ambition. "What must I do to become as strong as you, Sir Kang Hyun?" Sung Ah's expression hardened, a determined glint in her eyes as she considered Kang Hyun's words. Mud caked Kang Hyun's face, obscuring most of his features except for his wide, disbelieving eyes. A grim determination set his jaw. He stood amidst a scene of carnage. Several bodies lay scattered across the cold, metallic floor of what appeared to be a subterranean corridor, illuminated by an eerie, pulsating teal light. Two figures, clad in tactical gear, stood over the fallen, their expressions grim. This was the moment when South Korea's most notorious troublemakers found themselves united, though they wouldn't realize the full significance of that unity for some time. The scene opens in a dimly lit, metallic corridor. Several injured figures lie on the cold floor, their breathing shallow. Two individuals stand over them, a man in tactical gear, his face grim, and a woman with a quiver of arrows strapped to her back, her expression serious. The woman asks the man, "What must I do to become as strong as you, Sir Kang Hyun?" The focus shifts to the woman, her dark eyes unwavering. Her determination is palpable. Kang Hyun, the man in tactical gear, looks down at his own wounded hands, his expression one of contemplation. He mutters, "How to become stronger?" The woman, observing him, offers a simple, almost dismissive reply. "I guess if you try hard and put in effort." The woman continues, her tone shifting to a more serious reflection. "If you're talking about effort, I also, of course, not all effort is equal." Kang Hyun looks up, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He states, "You have to be willing to die for it, quite literally." The woman considers his words, her expression thoughtful. She whispers, "Willing to die." Kang Hyun runs a hand through his messy hair, a wry smile playing on his lips. He comments, "It's a little weird for me, someone who revives when I die, to say that." A young man with short, dark hair, clad in worn, dark clothing, prepared to depart. He offered a parting comment to a woman with dark, shoulder-length hair, dressed in similar attire, but with a quiver of arrows strapped to her back. "Anyway, be careful on your way back. Do as you'd like with those guys, by the way." The woman watched him go, her expression unreadable. The corridor behind them pulsed with an eerie, teal light. He paused, leaning against a wall, his breathing ragged. He was clearly injured and exhausted. The woman approached cautiously. Can you even leave by yourself? He considered her question, his expression grim. The thought crossed his mind. Wouldn't he normally ask for help in this situation? The woman offered to help, but explained she couldn't leave her post right now. He stated his purpose. He was there to clear the dungeon. The woman responded thoughtfully. She then proposed accompanying him. He was taken aback by the offer, his confusion evident. He wondered if her offer was related to his earlier comment about dying. He dismissed the thought, claiming it was just a figure of speech. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with grime, shook his head. It's not because of that, he muttered, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. He was not merely wounded. He had cheated death itself. Yet again. A woman with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, stood before him, her expression resolute. She was armed with a bow and quiver. I'll follow you, as silent as the dead, and mine mana stones, she declared, her voice firm. I swear I will not be a nuisance to you. Kang Hyun offered a curt nod. Of course, all of the mana stones are yours. His tone was devoid of emotion, his gaze distant. He paused, a flicker of concern crossing his features. It'll be very dangerous. The woman's unwavering resolve seemed to give him pause. She stood firm, her bow held loosely at her side. He crossed his arms, considering her words. His expression was unreadable. He finally conceded, a slight sigh escaping his lips. I can at least protect myself. A hint of grim determination hardened his features. Okay. With a decisive movement, Kang Hyun turned and issued a simple command. Follow me. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. Several corpses littered the ground. A wolf, a hulking demon, and a creature with leathery wings. The scene spoke volumes of the ferocity of the recent conflict. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and decay. Kang Hyun, a man whose body bore the scars of countless battles, stood amidst a gruesome tableau. Fallen creatures, their chitinous bodies broken and lifeless, lay scattered around him. His sword, still dripping with an unnatural, luminescent fluid, was held aloft. A woman, clad in dark leathers and armed with a bow, stood silently behind him, her expression unreadable. He turned, his gaze falling upon his companion. You did well, she said, her voice low and steady, a stark contrast to the carnage around them. The woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, continued, I'll collect the mana stones. With practiced ease, she began to gather the glowing crystals scattered amongst the corpses. Her movements were precise and efficient, a testament to her skill and experience. Kang Hyun watched her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He mused, looks like she is skilled enough to protect herself, like she said. His thoughts drifted to her capabilities. Does she have a stealth skill? When combat started, she fell back and occasionally supported me with her bow. She never got in my way either. He continued his internal assessment. She even takes care of the mana stones I normally leave behind because I can't be bothered. Kang Hyun, his body battered but his spirit resolute, surveyed the scene. He clutched a glowing, fragmented device, a grim satisfaction settling on his features. Clearing this dungeon would be significantly easier now, he mused. Turning to his companion, a woman with dark hair, pulled back in a ponytail, he asked what their next move should be. She, sensing the powerful energy emanating from him, warned that the boss room ahead could be extremely dangerous. The woman, her expression steely, declared that she had already made up her mind. Her hand rested on the hilt of a blood-stained dagger. She vowed to follow him until the very end. Her words cut short as a brilliant purple energy surged around them, emanating from the core of the dungeon. The dungeon's main core had been destroyed, and a portal to the outside world had opened. The woman watched, a mixture of awe and apprehension on her face, as Kang Hyun seemed to process this new development. Kang Hyun stared at the portal, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He wondered if someone had beaten him to the punch. His eyes widened as a sudden realization dawned on him. He whispered, a dawning horror in his voice, no wait. A young man, clad in worn but practical gear, stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle. His sword lay discarded, yet his gaze was fixed on something unseen, a lingering energy. He muttered to himself, questioning the presence of the boss's energy. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, reflected a dawning comprehension. It wasn't just lingering energy, he realized with a shudder, it was a dungeon break. The news spread like wildfire, Korea's first D-rank dungeon break. A news report detailed the unprecedented event in a Seoul suburb. 10 dungeons had opened simultaneously, another monster wave. This was the third large-scale dungeon opening, raising suspicions of terrorism. The February 8th incident was the third occurrence nationally, following the blockade of Hangrae County. Unlike the previous incidents, professional analysis concluded this wave was artificially created through terrorist acts. A frantic official rushed through a building, urgently calling for the association president. The president, Choi Dong-woo, a man with a bandaged arm, calmly responded to the urgent call. He was already there. Choi Dong-woo, the talented association president, confirmed his presence, stating that he had finished his preparations, likely in response to the dungeon break. A tense atmosphere hung in the air. A man in a sharp suit, his face etched with worry, stood before another, clad in more rugged attire, his expression unreadable. The suited man stammered, "That is—" The ruggedly dressed man remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The suited man continued, explaining, "According to the report that just came in," he revealed the gravity of the situation. "There is a D-rank dungeon amongst the dungeons that broke." The man in the more rugged clothes, clearly agitated, demanded, "Location?" The suited man responded promptly, "Gyeonggi-do, Suwon, Diance Research Institute." A grim expression settled on the hunter's face. He muttered, "Of all places, it had to be there. It wasn't clear because it's a very tricky dungeon, but now that's biting us in the ass." He turned to the suited man, his voice sharp. "Are there no major guilds nearby?" The suited man replied, "There is the Hanyol Guild, but their main members are all on a business trip. Gather 50 elite members immediately. We will go to Suwon. The rest will go to other dungeons depending on their teams." The suited man saluted sharply. "Yes, sir." A wide shot of the Diance Research Institute building showed its imposing presence against the bright blue sky. Inside a stark, modern building, a woman in dark, practical armor stands rigidly, her expression grim. A man in a crisp, light-colored shirt and glasses holds a tablet, his gaze fixed on the woman. He asks, "How's the situation?" The woman reports, "President Choi Dong-woo will be going himself to Diance Research Institute, accompanied by his elite members." The woman turns to the man, concern etched on her face. She inquires, "Are there any guilds that can defend them until smaller guilds are available?" The man runs a hand over his eyes, a sign of weariness or frustration. He begins, however, he continues, explaining, "There is one talented person that is eliminating monsters quickly." The man describes this individual further. He has a massive longsword, a muscular body. He finishes his description, adding, "and a brutal face that is difficult to differentiate from a monster's." The armored woman reacts with a look of surprise and perhaps dawning understanding. She smiles slightly, then states confidently, "Then there will be no problems over there." Kang Hyun stood amidst a scene of carnage, his ragged breaths punctuating the silence. Crimson stained his clothes, a stark contrast to the gray cityscape behind him. Dozens of grotesque, monstrous figures lay lifeless at his feet, their forms twisted and broken. A faint red aura pulsed around him, barely visible in the harsh daylight. A short distance away, a group of soldiers watched in stunned silence. One, a young man with light brown hair, whispered a single word, his eyes wide with disbelief, "Holy!" Their shock deepened as they processed the scale of the massacre. The young man's voice, barely audible, betrayed his awe. "He killed all of that. On his own? Is that a real talented?" Kang Hyun, exhausted but alive, slumped against a nearby building. One of the soldiers approached cautiously, offering words of gratitude. "We survived thanks to you. Thank you so much." His face, streaked with blood and grime, betrayed nothing of his inner turmoil. The soldier's words hung in the air, unanswered, as Kang Hyun's gaze fell to the ground. He silently pondered how to repay this debt, a heavy weight settling on his shoulders. The young soldier, however, seemed less concerned with gratitude and more with a chilling curiosity. A subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at something sinister. Kang Hyun's eyes snapped open, his expression hardening. He barked a curt order, his voice laced with urgency. "Get the fuck out of here. If you don't run quickly, you will all die." The soldiers, startled by his sudden outburst, hesitated. Kang Hyun's aura flared, a wave of intense energy rippling outwards. His eyes, filled with a chilling intensity, held a question, a silent plea for understanding. Yet, the answer remained elusive, hidden within the depths of his own mysterious ability. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay scattered before Kang Hyun. Shattered fragments of some arcane barrier pulsed with residual energy, a stark contrast to the still forms of fallen combatants. The crack in the barrier, however, remained stubbornly unsealed. Despite the carnage, a chilling realization washed over him. The main threat remained. The boss monster, whatever it was, still lurked. A skeletal figure, cloaked in crimson robes, materialized from the swirling darkness. Its eyes, glowing embers of malevolent intent, fixed on Kang Hyun. This was the creature that had orchestrated the battle, the one that had yet to reveal itself fully. A city street, littered with the bodies of grotesque, monstrous creatures. A group of armed civilians huddled together, fear etched on their faces. One of them speaks, his voice tight with anxiety. The boss, their leader, is still not present. The scene shifts to a lone figure, a warrior amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with the ichor of the fallen beasts. He surveys the scene, his expression grim. He warns the civilians that if they remain, they will all die a horrible death. Two young people watch the scene unfold from a safe distance, their faces a mixture of fear and apprehension. Silence hangs heavy in the air. One of the young people, a man with short, gray hair, shows a flicker of determination in his eyes. He seems to be making a decision. He clears his throat, drawing the attention of the lone warrior. He calls out, hesitantly, asking for a moment of the warrior's time. The warrior, despite his grim demeanor, seems to consider the young man's words. He acknowledges that, despite appearances, everyone has some talent that can be useful. The young man's face shows a mixture of hope and trepidation as he waits for the warrior's response. He's clearly nervous. The warrior asks the young man how many of the monstrous creatures he has slain. The young man stammers, clearly embarrassed and unable to answer. The scene opens on a grim urban landscape, a battleground of some recent conflict. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark, bloodshot eyes and dirt smudged across his face, stands defiantly amidst the chaos. A soldier, his face etched with worry, addresses him. "Even if you are here, you'll just be a nuisance," he states before adding. "If you understand, then go help civilians evacuate." Kang Hyun's expression remains unchanged. The soldier, clearly unnerved by something, continues, "Know that." The soldier's unease is mirrored by his comrades. One of them whispers, "What the hell is with that person?" while another adds, "Why she's saying it like that? Even if he's strong, that's..." The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at Kang Hyun. A surge of crimson energy erupts from Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage and pain. The intensity of the energy subsides slightly, leaving Kang Hyun visibly shaken but still standing. One of the soldiers nervously suggests, "So should we back out for now?" Another soldier, equally apprehensive, agrees, "Say, shall we?" Kang Hyun, seemingly oblivious to their fear, turns and walks away, leaving a trail of crimson energy in his wake. He passes several soldiers, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. The final panel shows the aftermath of Kang Hyun's passage. Several corpses lie scattered on the ground, a testament to his power. His expression is one of grim determination as he continues his solitary walk. The scene opens on a grim urban landscape. A young man, Kang Hyun, stands amidst a horrifying tableau of fallen, grotesque creatures. His armor is stained with grime and blood. A large sword rests at his side. He appears weary but resolute. A woman, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, stands a short distance away, her bow and quiver at the ready. A dark, swirling energy emanates from her, hinting at potent magical abilities. Kang Hyun's gaze flickers towards the woman, a silent question in his eyes. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the carnage around them, murmurs something to herself, her expression unreadable. Her words, though inaudible to us, seem to express a mixture of concern and apprehension. She then turns to him, her voice barely a whisper, asking if he can handle the situation. Kang Hyun, his expression hardening, asks if she plans to use a sniper tactic. He looks down at the bodies, a grim understanding dawning on him. The woman confirms her plan, explaining that she will need his support to cover her while she takes the shot. He nods, accepting the plan. She instructs him to find a hiding place independently, reiterating her confidence in his abilities. The woman's expression shifts to one of slight worry as she watches him go, a silent acknowledgement of the danger they both face. A surge of dark energy erupted in the heart of the city, shattering the pavement and sending shockwaves through the surrounding buildings. The air crackled with an unnatural power, a void of swirling purple and black. From the depths of this chaotic energy, a heavy, armored boot emerged, impacting the ground with a resounding thud. The force of the landing sent more cracks, spiderwebbing, across the broken asphalt. The camera pulls back to reveal the source of the boot. A colossal, tiger-like creature, its body rippling with the same dark energy as the initial explosion. Its form was monstrous, a terrifying blend of human and beast. Behind the beast, 3 more figures materialized, equally imposing and radiating the same ominous energy. They stood as a silent, menacing quartet, their presence heavy with unspoken threat. A lone figure, Kang Hyun, stood before them, his expression unreadable. Kang Hyun stared, his mind reeling. He muttered to himself, "What is this?" His thoughts raced. He recognized the creatures before him. The 4 heavenly kings, though one was missing. A chilling realization washed over him. He questioned, the 3 heavenly kings? Kang Hyun assessed the situation. Each of these beings was as powerful as the opponents he had faced earlier. Then, he saw something else, something even more terrifying. A chilling announcement echoed in his mind. The boss is coming. A skeletal hand, wreathed in purplish energy, emerged from a swirling vortex. The air crackled with arcane power. The skeletal face, a horrifying visage of death, opened its jaw, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A guttural sound escaped its silent lips. From the vortex, a cloaked figure materialized, its form shimmering. Behind it, 3 heavily armored soldiers stood, their faces etched with awe and fear. One of them whispered, "Ooh." The vortex pulsed, its energy intensifying. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground as the energy surged. The skeletal figure's face filled the frame, its empty sockets burning with an eerie light. A silent scream seemed to emanate from its very being. Kang Hyun, a young man with short, dark hair and a grim expression, stared at the strange, otherworldly architecture surrounding him. He muttered to himself, "What strange forms these buildings?" He looked around at the fallen soldiers, his mind racing. The thought struck him. A monster spoke? The skeletal figure addressed him directly, its voice echoing in his mind. Human, don't tell me you intend to stand in my way by yourself. Kang Hyun, a man marred by grime and battle, stood defiant. A purplish energy pulsed from a strange device in his hand. His expression was one of grim determination. He muttered, "Yup, that's right." The energy surged, crackling with raw power. Blood stained his hands, a testament to recent violence. With a violent motion, he unleashed the energy in a devastating blast. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, a maelstrom of destruction. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun's face emerged, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He declared, "I'm going to smash your head and make it into a puzzle." Suddenly, a skeletal figure cloaked in dark robes materialized before him. The figure, a being of immense power, observed Kang Hyun with disdain. "What an arrogant human," it stated, its voice echoing with ancient power. The skeletal figure's eyes glowed with malevolent red light. It continued, "However, looking at your body, you seem quite usable, so I'll forget that." Undeterred, Kang Hyun challenged the skeletal figure. "How about you and I have a duel? Set the minions aside and fight mano a mano." The skeletal figure hovered above a group of monstrous minions, each a terrifying spectacle of power. The stage was set for a confrontation. The scene opens on a grim tableau. Kang Hyun, amidst a pile of corpses, his face etched with grim determination. He mutters a defiant, "I refuse." He looks down at his hands, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. His internal monologue reveals, "I wasn't expecting anything anyway." With a grim set to his jaw, Kang Hyun declares, "I'm coming." He charges headfirst into a group of heavily armored foes. A hulking warrior wielding a massive hammer leads the charge, facing a formidable group of enemies, including a beast-like warrior. The battle rages. Kang Hyun's hammer connects with a foe, sending sparks flying. He moves with brutal efficiency, a whirlwind of motion against his opponents. He takes a blow, blood spraying from his mouth, but his expression remains resolute. With a roar, he unleashes a powerful counterattack, sending his enemies reeling. The text box reads, "Activating Raging Lion's Roar." Kang Hyun, battered but unbowed, continues his assault. A hulking figure, clad in dented plate armor, roared in pain. Its grotesque face, partially obscured by the helmet, contorted in agony as purplish energy crackled around it. The creature lunged, its massive claws extended. Opposite it, a tiger-like beast with human-like arms and armor stood ready, its eyes burning with fierce determination. The impact of their clash sent tremors through the ground. The tiger-like beast was thrown back, crashing into a nearby building, leaving a crater in the street. Above the chaos, a man with dark hair and glowing red eyes hovered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He held a large weapon aloft, seemingly defying gravity. Below him, another armored figure watched in stunned silence. "For now," the man said, his voice laced with chilling amusement. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice. "I'll kill." He unleashed a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy slicing through the air. Several armored figures were caught in its path, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. He continued his assault, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. "This one," he hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. Another devastating blow landed, obliterating his target in a flash of crimson light. The aftermath of his rampage was a scene of utter destruction. The ground was littered with the remains of his victims. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes and wreathed in purplish-blue flames, materialized amidst a city street. The impact of its arrival sent a shockwave of crimson energy outwards, shattering the surrounding pavement. The skeletal figure's skull-like face, with its glowing red eyes, was brought into sharp focus. Its expression was one of grim contemplation. Meanwhile, a muscular man with intense eyes, wielding a large, crude weapon, crouched low to the ground. He sensed something, or rather, the lack of something. "I can't feel any mana from him. Is this the human's raw strength?" The skeletal figure turned its head, a single red eye gleaming. A thought crossed its mind. It would be a waste to kill him. Its bony hand, crackling with the same purplish-blue energy, extended towards the man. The skeletal figure's decision solidified. "I should keep him alive and make him my slave." The scene opens on a chaotic street battle. A heavily armored figure, seemingly a warrior of some kind, is surrounded by monstrous creatures, orcs, perhaps, judging by their brutal features. The warrior fights with grim determination, but the sheer number of his attackers is overwhelming. A powerful blow sends one of the creatures flying. A close-up shows the warrior's helmet cracking under the force of blow. The impact is clearly significant. The helmet shatters, revealing a bloodied face beneath. The warrior is clearly injured, but his expression remains defiant. Another attacker falls, its body dissolving into dust. The warrior's wounds are deep, but he shows no sign of slowing down. He staggers, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. The scene shifts to a nearby building, suggesting a change in location. A young man with dark hair, wielding a massive war hammer, leaps into the fray. He lands a powerful blow on one of the remaining orcs. The young man continues his assault, his movements precise and deadly. He is clearly skilled in combat. He stands panting, his war hammer resting on the ground. He looks around at the carnage, a grim expression on his face. He mutters to himself, "So damn." A skeletal hand, wreathed in ethereal purple flames, reached out from the darkness. Its touch promised not warmth, but something far more chilling. The hand belonged to a towering figure, a skeletal sorcerer cloaked in crimson robes, its empty sockets burning with malevolent red light. This was no ordinary specter. This was a being of immense power. From the skeletal hand, tendrils of dark energy snaked out, crackling with sinister power. The incantation was clear: mind control. The energy lashed out, striking a young man in worn, dark clothing. He braced himself against the onslaught, his body visibly straining against the unseen force. His eyes, usually a calm brown, now glowed with an unnatural green light. A fierce determination hardened his features as he fought back against the control. A pained groan escaped his lips as the mental assault continued, but his eyes held a flicker of triumph. He was resisting. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, shattering the mind control. He had succeeded. His unique ability had activated. The skeletal sorcerer's eyes widened in surprise, its jaw hanging agape. This unexpected resistance was a significant setback. The young man, now radiating a crimson aura, stood defiant. He was far from defeated. In fact, he was only just beginning to unleash his full potential. The sorcerer, however, remained confident in his ultimate victory. A skeletal figure, cloaked in a dark red robe, its eyes burning with an eerie crimson light, loomed over a prone human. The skeletal figure, a being of immense power, addressed the human with chilling condescension. "I welcome you becoming my slave, human." The skeletal figure continued its pronouncements, its voice echoing with an ancient authority. "Bow down to me and prove your loyalty," it commanded. The human, face marred by dirt and grime, remained defiant, his gaze unwavering despite the overwhelming presence before him. A flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. He was not one to submit easily. A surge of crimson energy emanated from his hand, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. The skeletal figure's crimson eyes widened in surprise. The human, Kang Hyun, met the skeletal figure's gaze with a defiant smirk, his middle finger raised in a gesture of utter contempt. With a guttural roar, Kang Hyun unleashed a devastating attack, his words echoing the raw power of his defiance. "Fuck you." The scene opens on Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, lying on the ground amidst a shimmering, ethereal energy. He clutches a large, crude weapon resembling a warhammer. Around him, the remnants of a fierce battle are visible, shattered stone and the body of a fallen soldier in advanced, futuristic armor. A hulking figure, seemingly a powerful warrior with tiger-like features, approaches cautiously. In the background, another figure, cloaked and hooded, watches the scene with an air of ominous calm. The energy from the previous panel still crackles in the air. The hooded figure's face is revealed, a skull, glowing with an eerie, crimson light. The skull speaks, its voice a low, resonant hum. Indeed. The skull continues, its words laced with a chilling amusement. "You have defended against it using an item. What a shame. I intended to keep you intact." The Tiger Man lunges forward, his movements a blur of motion. Kang Hyun, seemingly resurrected, leaps to his feet, his eyes blazing with defiance. He is clearly injured, but his resolve is unshaken. He swings his warhammer with surprising strength, connecting with the Tiger Man's attack. The impact sends a shockwave through the area. Kang Hyun's face is contorted in pain and fury. A text box appears, revealing the name of his protective gear, Antria's integument. The Tiger Man is sent flying backward by the force of Kang Hyun's attack. Kang Hyun plummeted, a whirlwind of motion and disintegrating concrete. The impact, when it came, was less a thud and more a sickening crunch of bone and stone. From the debris field, a crimson energy beam erupted, slicing through the air with terrifying speed and precision. The force of the blast sent more chunks of building hurtling outwards. The dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction. Small fragments of the building continued to drift down. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged. Muscular, tiger-like, with a powerful aura, he stood defiant. Two other figures, less imposing, watched from a distance. Suddenly, a bright light pierced the darkness. A projectile, impossibly fast, streaked towards the Tiger Man. The projectile found its mark, embedding itself in the Tiger Man's shoulder. He roared in pain, his eyes blazing with fury. From the shadows, a skeletal figure emerged, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. A sinister smile played upon its bony face. The skeletal figure observed the scene, a question forming in its mind. Does he have a companion? However, that thought was quickly dismissed. The Tiger Man, despite the injury, dismissed the threat. It was not at a level that concerned him. A young man, his face streaked with grime and blood, grinned. Despite his injuries, a cruel amusement flickered in his eyes. Nice timing, Miss Song, he muttered, the words laced with dark satisfaction. The sudden appearance of a skeletal figure, cloaked and hooded, filled the scene with an ominous presence. Its glowing red eyes burned with malevolent intensity. He was kneeling amidst the chaos of City Street, surrounded by the remnants of a fierce battle. Monstrous, shadowy figures loomed in the background, their forms barely visible in the swirling dust and smoke. From the dust and debris, a powerful, humanoid figure emerged. It possessed the features of a tiger, its musculature rippling with raw power. The young man watched, his expression unreadable. With a sudden burst of energy, the young man launched himself forward, his movements blurring into a rapid assault. He moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as he closed the distance, his target the monstrous tiger-like creature. The young man's attack connected, a brutal clash of steel against flesh and bone. Blood sprayed from the wound. Despite the ferocity of the blow, the tiger-like creature remained standing, its eyes burning with defiance. The young man, however, showed no sign of slowing down. A triumphant grin spread across the young man's face. "The right place to hammer in a nail," he exclaimed, his voice filled with grim determination. A monstrous tiger, its eyes blazing with fury, lunged forward. An arrow, tipped with an unnatural purple glow, pierced its flank. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in exertion, swung his weapon with brutal force. The air crackled with energy as he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent the tiger reeling, its massive body thrown back with bone-jarring force. Blood sprayed from the wound as the tiger roared in agony, its powerful frame collapsing to the ground. The beast's final, desperate struggle ended with a shuddering sigh. Its eyes glazed over, its body still. Kang Hyun stood over his fallen foe, his breath ragged, but a grim satisfaction etched on his face. He then hefted a massive warhammer, preparing to deliver a final, crushing blow. Suddenly, a dark purple energy surged from the tiger's corpse, forming a spectral arrow that hurtled towards Kang Hyun. He barely had time to react before the arrow struck him, its impact sending him sprawling to the ground. Coughing up blood, Kang Hyun stared up at the sky, his vision blurring. He was surrounded by the enemy, their weapons raised. Kang Hyun, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, collapsed onto the cold, unforgiving stone. Blood trickled from a fresh wound across his lips. A monstrous, reptilian creature lay broken and still nearby, its scales dull and lifeless. He gasped, his breath ragged and shallow. His hand, trembling, reached for a large, splintered piece of wood, the remains of a shattered structure. With a surge of adrenaline, he heaved himself upwards, using the wood as a makeshift crutch. The creature's head, impossibly large and menacing, loomed before him, its jaws agape in a final, silent scream. He pushed himself forward, his movements jerky and desperate. The city around him was a chaotic mess of rubble and destruction, a testament to the battle he had just survived. He stumbled, his body racked with pain, but he pressed on, driven by an unknown force. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his body. A surge of energy pulsed through him, a wave of power that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. He felt different. The energy intensified, coalescing into a blinding light. He felt a strange sense of calm amidst the chaos. Then, with a final, explosive burst of light, he stood, renewed and stronger than before. The creature, once his adversary, now lay beneath his feet, vanquished. The reptilian creature lunged, its crimson eyes burning with predatory intensity. A guttural hiss escaped its fangs as it unleashed a wave of dark energy. Kang Hyun met the attack head-on, a manic grin splitting his face. Crimson energy pulsed from his own body as he deflected the creature's assault with a wickedly sharp blade. The battle raged, a whirlwind of violence. Blood splattered across the cityscape as Kang Hyun fought with brutal efficiency. His blade, dripping with the enemy's lifeblood, lay embedded in the ground. The fight was far from over. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes, observed the scene with glowing red eyes. Its expression was one of grim satisfaction. But Kang Hyun rose again, his body consumed by a fiery aura. He clutched his sword, ready to face whatever came next. He wiped the blood from his lips, a chilling smile playing on his features. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying resolve. Only one enemy remained. A cruel smirk stretched across Kang Hyun's blood-smeared face as he prepared for the final confrontation. A skeletal figure, cloaked in a dark robe adorned with gold accents, loomed over the scene. Its glowing red eyes burned with an eerie intensity. The only word that escaped its silent form was a chilling whisper, "Baldy." The camera pulled back, revealing only a portion of the skeletal figure's robe, the focus shifting to the intricate details of its dark, almost obsidian-like fabric. The scene opens on a grim, urban landscape. A lone figure, Kang Hyun, stands amidst the carnage, a large sword resting on his shoulder. His attire is that of a seasoned warrior, though his clothes are torn and stained with blood. Above him, a cloaked figure floats, seemingly observing him from distance. A single thought cuts through the silence. There's only one left now. Kang Hyun's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. A cruel smile stretches across his blood-smeared lips. His expression is one of both exhaustion and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure, a skeletal mage with glowing red eyes, observes Kang Hyun from afar. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The mage speaks, his voice laced with skepticism. "You're bluffing." Kang Hyun turns, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He addresses the unseen mage, a hint of challenge in his tone. "Planning on going up against me?" A flicker of realization crosses Kang Hyun's face. He mutters to himself, a quiet admission. It noticed. Kang Hyun assesses his situation. His body is reaching its limits. He admits to himself, "For sure, I don't have enough mana right now. My body's regeneration is also reaching its limit." He looks up at the floating mage, his expression one of grim resignation. He realizes, more than anything, I don't have the means to strike it down while it's floating. Kang Hyun, his body battered and bruised, lay sprawled on the ground. He lacked the strength to even lift himself, let alone fight back. His thoughts drifted to the Titan's strength, a power he desperately wished he could access. A vivid image of a beating heart, vibrant and pulsating with an unnatural red glow, filled his mind. This was no ordinary vision. It was a visceral sensation, a feeling deep within his core. He awoke with a gasp, confusion clouding his eyes. Blood crusted his face, a testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. His body ached, but something felt different. Coughing violently, he struggled to his feet, his vision swimming. He was in an alleyway, the grimy urban landscape a stark contrast to the internal turmoil raging within him. He stumbled, his legs unsteady, nearly collapsing onto the body of his fallen opponent. The weight of his actions pressed down on him, a heavy burden of guilt and exhaustion. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. The figure moved with unnatural speed, a blur of motion that hinted at something extraordinary. He collapsed again, the effort too much for his weakened body. A wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to pull him into unconsciousness. A skeletal figure loomed over him, its eyes burning with an eerie red light. A chilling voice echoed in his ears, confirming his suspicions. The strange power within him had begun to manifest. A flashback of the earlier battle flashed before his eyes. His opponent, a hulking brute, had underestimated him, believing the attack to be a simple melee strike. A skeletal figure, its eyes burning with malevolent crimson light, addressed its opponent. "Since I was attacking the inside anyway," it hissed, the words dripping with malice. Its victim, a young man named Kang Hyun, lay bleeding profusely. His eyes, wide with shock and pain, reflected the grim reality of his situation. The skeletal figure continued. There was no reason to not use poison. Kang Hyun, despite his grievous wounds, stood defiantly, his sword clutched tightly. The skeletal figure declared, "You no longer have any chance of victory." The skeletal figure offered a twisted compromise. "I'll give you the antidote," it rasped, "so surrender and become my slave." A cruel smile played on Kang Hyun's lips, even as blood continued to flow from his wounds. He scoffed, a defiant glint in his eyes. "Didn't I tell you?" Kang Hyun's expression turned ferocious. "I'm going to break your skull and make a 3D puzzle with it." His eyes blazed with an unnatural, crimson light, a terrifying power emanating from within. The transformation was complete. Kang Hyun stood, radiating power, his eyes burning with a fierce, otherworldly intensity. Kang Hyun, his body ravaged, clutched Bilgeon's longsword. Poison coursed through his veins, but his resolve remained unshaken. He would use every last drop of his mana to fight the toxin. His remaining mana was insufficient. Desperate, he considered his final option. With a guttural roar, Hyun activated Bilgeon's longsword's berserker ability. Crimson energy erupted, engulfing him in a whirlwind of power. He taunted his unseen enemy, his voice laced with defiance. Even facing death, Hyun's determination remained absolute. He would take responsibility for his actions, even if it meant dragging his adversary down with him. But a voice, calm and resolute, cut through his rage. He had done enough. Moments later, Hyun walked away, leaving behind the scene of his near-death struggle. The city's mundane rhythm continued, oblivious to the battle that had just transpired. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stands over Kang Hyun. Blood stains the ground around him, a testament to a recent, brutal struggle. Kang Hyun himself, despite his battered state, radiates an unnatural crimson energy, a faint aura clinging to his body. He grips a broken sword, his body poised in a defensive stance, though his eyes are closed. The cloaked figure speaks, their voice a low murmur of awe. They acknowledge Kang Hyun's actions, marveling at the feat he has accomplished. Kang Hyun's eyes snap open, revealing a look of confusion and pain. His face is streaked with grime and blood, his breathing ragged. He stares at the cloaked figure, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and defiance. A new figure arrives, Choi Dong-woo, president of the Talented Association. He approaches with an air of authority, his expression calm and assured. He informs Kang Hyun that the association will handle the situation from this point forward. Kang Hyun groans, his voice barely a whisper. He is clearly in pain, but a flicker of recognition crosses his face as he mutters about the tutorial graduate. The panel shifts to show Choi Dong-woo in greater detail, his imposing figure standing in stark contrast to the battered Kang Hyun. The text identifies him as the president of the Talented Association. Choi Dong-woo addresses Kang Hyun, noting his severe injuries and urging him to rest. He displays concern, but maintains a professional demeanor. Kang Hyun protests, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. He tries to stand, but his body betrays him, his strength failing. He realizes, with dawning horror, that he is still capable of movement despite his injuries. A spectral image of Kang Hyun appears, a ghostly echo of his physical form. The image is fading, but the intensity in his eyes remains. The battle raged. Kang Hyun, a figure of grim determination amidst the chaos, coughed, blood staining his lips. His opponent, a hulking soldier clad in dark armor, stood over him, a grim victor. He slumped to the ground, his breath ragged. "Ah, fuck," he muttered, the taste of defeat bitter on his tongue. "I almost had it." His body gave way, collapsing onto the cold, unforgiving stone. A pained groan escaped his lips. His thoughts drifted, a strange mix of regret and disbelief. He mused. He appeared in such a uselessly cool way. Days later, Kang Hyun awoke in a sterile hospital room. The familiar scent of antiseptic filled the air. He blinked, disoriented, his mind struggling to piece together the events that led him here. Confusion clouded his features. A woman, her face etched with concern, sat beside his bed, nursing a bottle of beer. She looked up, startled by his sudden movement. She asked, "Awake?" Kang Hyun awoke in a hospital bed, his first words a disgruntled, "What a shitty face to wake up to." His sister, Sun Yun-ho, retorted, "Why didn't you just die? These hospital fees are a waste." Kang Hyun, clearly irritated, responded defensively about her insensitive comment towards her older brother. Sun Yun-ho then inquired about the recent dungeon break, to which Kang Hyun replied that he didn't know the specifics, but that it had gone well. He seemed more interested in her reaction to his survival. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun, now outside, reflected on his unexpected survival, expressing surprise. Sun Yun-ho explained that she had received a call about his hospitalization and came to visit, only to find the president of the Talented Association, or someone who looked like him, waiting there. She handed him a business card. It was indeed Sun Yun-ho, a member of the Talented Association. Back in his hospital room, Kang Hyun contemplated the situation, muttering that he didn't feel indebted to Sun Yun-ho. His sister gently urged him not to push himself. Sun Yun-ho expressed concern over Kang Hyun's unique ability, his apparent immortality, worrying about the implications of his inability to die. Kang Hyun, weakened and lying in a hospital bed, vehemently denied any suicidal intentions. His words hung heavy in the air. "You think I'm dying because I want to?" He continued, his voice strained, explaining that his power level was drastically reduced, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. "My level gets cut down, I feel like shit. I don't die because I like." His eyes, though weary, held a flicker of defiance. The close-up revealed a steely determination beneath the exhaustion. Across from him, a woman with short, dark hair watched him with a mixture of concern and skepticism. Her expression was unreadable. Silence descended. Kang Hyun remained silent, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The woman seemed to consider her next words carefully. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and weariness. The physical toll of his condition was evident. Despite his exhaustion, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Well, I'll try at least." The scene shifted to a towering skyscraper, the headquarters of the Talented Association, a beacon of hope in the distance. The camera focused on the building's imposing exterior, the name Talented Association clearly visible. This was his destination. Inside the association president's room, a tense conversation unfolded. One man inquired about a certain individual, that talented man called Kang Hyun. "Do you know him?" The other, a man with short, dark hair and a serious expression, considered the question before responding. He typed rapidly at his computer, a report appearing on the screen. "Oh, I did see the report saying you contacted him." His colleague pressed further, his tone sharp. "Then, why did you personally evacuate him? And even his hospital fees?" A subtle smile played on the man's lips. He mused, "I witnessed the birth of a new hero." His expression turned confident. He thought, "When else will I get the honor of helping him if not now?" A flashback sequence began, showing Kang Hyun, battered but defiant, shouting amidst the chaotic scene, "Even if I have to lay down my life to do so, I will defeat you." A caption clarified, "THIS, a glorified memory." Back in the present, the man's colleague asked, "So, what happened with that case?" A tense meeting unfolded. One man, sharply dressed in a suit, held a file, his expression grave. Across from him sat another, his hands clasped tightly, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The imposing structure of a modern hospital loomed into view, its clean lines and sterile facade a stark contrast to the events that were about to unfold. Inside, a doctor reviewed a patient's file. He declared, "According to the test results, there are no issues." He continued, his gaze lingering on the data, "A talented individual's recovery rate is quite something." Meanwhile, in the hospital lobby, a conversation took place between a young woman and a powerfully built man. He said, "I told you I could have been discharged yesterday." She responded, "Ah, you talk too much. That association president paid for the hospital fees anyway." The powerfully built man, Kang Hyun, turned his attention to another matter. He muttered to himself, "Hey, do you know how much it cost me to take a break for a day?" He was met with a curt response from a hospital administrator. "I told you that there's no patient named Kang Hyun." A voice cut through the air. "Kang Hyun, you go first." At the reception desk, a woman confirmed, "Are you sure he's not here?" She received a firm reply. "Yes, I'm sure. If he's already been discharged, we can't inquire." Kang Hyun, a man in a sharp suit, slumped against a wall, his breath hitching. A single, pained thought echoed in his mind. Was he too late? His gaze was fixed on a powerfully built man standing nearby, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. He wondered, "Who are you?" The powerfully built man, his face etched with concern, stared back at Kang Hyun. The tension between them was palpable. The scene shifted to a hospital reception area. The muscular man hesitated, then asked, "Are you?" Kang Hyun confirmed his identity. "Yes, I'm Kang Hyun." He then requested a moment, his hand clutching at his suit, clearly distressed. The muscular man identified himself as Shin Tae-gil, team leader of the Special Talented Management Team within the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Kang Hyun, surprised, questioned why the government was seeking him out. The implications of the Special Talented Management Team's interest were unsettling. The scene transitioned to an exterior shot of a hospital. A sizzling steak cooked to perfection sat on a hot plate, the savory aroma filling the air. The scene was set in an upscale restaurant. Two men sat across from each other at a table. One, powerfully built with short dark hair, looked relaxed. The other, more slender with neatly combed brown hair, wore a suit. The suited man asked if everything was all right, noting the restaurant's high cost. The muscular man confirmed everything was fine, stating there was no issue. He then mused about where his taxes went, suggesting this lavish meal was his return on investment. He smiled knowingly at the suited man, a subtle hint of amusement in his eyes. The muscular man paused, a question forming on his lips. He then directly asked the suited man if they wanted him to work for the government. The suited man responded that they were simply making an offer, not forcing him. The muscular man pondered the implications, questioning what it meant to become a civil servant and what benefits it would bring. The suited man clarified that this wouldn't be a regular civil servant position. The government grappled with a rapidly evolving landscape, the rise of individuals with extraordinary abilities deemed talented. Their sheer number posed an unprecedented challenge. A special task force, comprised of highly skilled individuals, was assembled to manage this burgeoning population of talented individuals. Their faces, etched with determination and perhaps a hint of apprehension, reflected the gravity of their mission. The government recognized the futility of forceful control. Instead, they opted for a strategy of collaboration and support, aiming to build bridges rather than walls. Meanwhile, in a seemingly mundane kitchen, a man, Kang Hyun, meticulously prepared a steak. His expression, however, betrayed a thoughtful contemplation of the unfolding events. A voice, sharp and critical, interrupted his culinary focus. The comment on his cooking technique was followed by a pragmatic question about the potential benefits of cooperation. The offer was substantial: immense wealth, personal safety guarantees, and even preferential treatment for his family. The man, a government representative, laid out the terms. The representative continued, emphasizing the comprehensive support package. Kang Hyun listened intently, his expression unreadable. Kang Hyun acknowledged the appeal of the offer. The conditions, he admitted to himself, were indeed favorable. He understood the implications. A significant undertaking lay ahead, but he did not hesitate to accept. The negotiations continued. A man in a dark suit, his expression unreadable, spoke calmly. He assured his counterpart that no unreasonable demands would be made. He further explained that their cooperation was expected to be minimal, requiring only their assistance when needed. The man could maintain his current lifestyle. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, listened intently. He offered a non-committal HM before finally concluding that the proposal wasn't bad. The scene shifted to reveal President Choi Dong-woo, a man of sharp features and a confident demeanor, and a woman with long brown hair, both radiating an aura of power. They were working in conjunction with the Dangun Guild. The woman, Guild Master Han Se-yeon, expressed her thoughts. The collaboration seemed like a simple side job to her. Kang Hyun, still considering the offer, ultimately decided, oh well, why not? The camera panned to the exterior of a restaurant, Byongchin Barbecue Restaurant, Premium Korean, located in Suwon, Gyeonggi-do. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the scene. The next scene showed the vicinity of an old research institute. Kang Hyun sighed, muttering to himself about the inconvenience of having to drive his car to this location. He wondered about the aftermath of the recent chaos. His thoughts were interrupted. Someone called out to him. He turned to see a woman approaching, carrying several shopping bags. He hesitated, unsure at first. Then, recognition dawned on him. He realized it wasn't Shin So-hee, but Shin Sung-ah. He simply replied with an "oh." Sung-ah handed him one of the bags. Intrigued, he looked inside. The bag contained a collection of glowing, multicolored crystals. Sung-ah explained that she was late in returning the crystals, having been delayed because he had fainted earlier. Kang Hyun, however, was more interested in something else. He urged her to tell him more. A young woman, her expression unreadable, addressed a man whose back was turned to her. You didn't even know if I would come back here, she stated, her voice calm, yet laced with a hint of accusation. But you still waited to return these to me? The woman's gaze softened slightly as she observed him. Internally, she mused, what an honest person. The scene shifted to a street corner. The man, now facing the woman, held a bag of groceries. He responded to her unspoken question. You can just take stuff like this? No, I can't break a promise with my benefactor. The woman's expression brightened. He continued, well, then I won't say no. She replied gratefully. Thank you for your consideration. As the woman bowed her head, the man looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. He muttered to himself, my car. Where did I leave it? His thoughts drifted to a name, a single word echoing in his mind, Hyun. The woman, still bowing deeply, showed only the back of her head. She spoke softly, her voice barely audible, could you? Her request was finally revealed. Take me as your apprentice. Kang Hyun's eyes widened, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Confusion clouded his features. A question mark seemed to materialize above his head. The scene shifted. A full moon hung heavy in the inky sky above a tranquil valley, its light reflecting off a serpentine river that wound its way through rolling hills. The camera focused on a pair of imposing, ornate doors, seemingly carved from dark wood, standing sentinel in a moonlit forest. An unsettling silence hung in the air. He muttered to himself, resentful of his predicament. To think that mere humans could corner me to this extent. The location was identified as the F-rank dungeon in Gorka village. A skeletal figure, cloaked in a tattered purple robe, coughed weakly, his glowing red eyes fixed on something unseen. The camera closed in on the skeletal figure, highlighting the decay of his bony frame and the tattered state of his robe. A voice, calm and measured, broke the silence. So you were hiding somewhere like this? A man with short, light gray hair, dressed in a light-colored suit, approached from behind, his presence adding to the tension. The skeleton, startled, looked up, his glowing eyes widening slightly. The scene opens on a dark forest. A cloaked figure, partially obscured, stands silently. Before him, a man with neatly styled silver hair, Lich Diance, smirks, his expression confident and almost amused. The title of D-rank Dungeon's boss would cry if it could, the narration states, highlighting the unexpected nature of this encounter. The focus shifts to a skeletal figure, its glowing red eyes burning intensely in the darkness. This terrifying being, Diance's apparent captive, demands to know, who are you? Diance, unfazed by the skeletal figure's menacing presence, calmly assures it, don't be so wary. I am not your enemy. The skeletal figure, still wary, listens intently as Diance continues, revealing a surprising truth. I am the one who liberated you. Diance's smirk widens. He turns, addressing the skeletal figure as Diance, and adds, so, how about it, Diance? The perspective shifts to reveal a new character, a man with brown hair, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, surrounded by a fiery aura. This is Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun extends his hand, a bright light emanating from his palm, a powerful energy radiating from him. He makes a proposition. Won't you join hands with me? The sun shone brightly on a tranquil courtyard, nestled within a traditional Korean village. Two figures stood in the sun-dappled space. One appeared to be a middle-aged man, the other younger. Inside, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair introduced herself. My name is Shin Sung-ah. She looked to a man seated at a table, her expression pleading. Please take care of me, she implored, her voice barely a whisper. Across from her sat a young man with blonde hair and multiple piercings, his expression unreadable. He mused, I thought that since you don't have any friends, you wouldn't be able to find a guild member. The scene shifted to show a table laden with food and drink. Shin Sung-ah sat opposite the blonde-haired young man, and a third person, a muscular man with dark hair, sat beside her. The muscular man reacted angrily. What did you say? He demanded, his voice sharp. The muscular man continued, defending himself. Hey, why wouldn't I have friends? I have one or two. Over a table laden with food and drink, Two men sat engaged in conversation. One, with dark hair and a confident smirk, stated that the other was paying for the meal, as promised. The second man, blonde with a sneer, retorted that he always pays. The blonde man conceded, stating that he had lost a bet. A woman with long brown hair sat listening. However, he continued, explaining that there was a test to join their guild. The dark-haired man inquired if entering a dungeon immediately was acceptable. The woman responded that there was no problem. The woman surmised that the dark-haired man simply wanted a hunt. The scene shifted to a verdant forest clearing, where a mystical, glowing portal stood. The portal was identified as the entrance to a D-rank dungeon known as Harpy's Cliff. A monstrous creature, vaguely avian with reptilian features, shrieked, its guttural cry echoing across the desolate landscape. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity. Its clawed feet braced for a deadly strike. The creature lunged forward, its massive wings beating the air with a ferocious power. Below, three figures braced themselves. Two men, one with a sword, the other wielding a heavy war hammer, stood ready to meet the oncoming assault. The creature's shadow fell upon them. Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair drew her bow, her movements fluid and precise. A faint magical aura surrounded her as she aimed. The arrow, imbued with energy, shot forth like a streak of light. It struck the creature's forehead with deadly accuracy. The beast roared in pain, its attack faltering. The creature collapsed, its life force draining away. The three hunters stood over their fallen foe, slightly out of breath but victorious. One of the men, blonde and with a smirk, addressed the woman. It certainly is nice to have a long-range damage dealer. Now it feels like a proper party. The other man, dark-haired, turned to his companion. He asked, "Well, and you sung? Does she pass?" The blonde man responded, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Three figures stood amidst the ruins of a desolate landscape. One, a young man with short, dark hair, clad in worn but sturdy armor, looked perplexed. Another, a blonde man with a more relaxed demeanor, explained, "You said that you do a test or something earlier." The blonde man continued, "Oh, right. I forgot." The armored youth's internal thoughts revealed his suspicion. "I knew it. He just said that because he wanted a hunt." His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, a subtle but clear indication of his growing unease. A third figure, a woman with dark hair and a determined expression, stepped forward. Then, she declared, "I'll collect the mana stone." The armored youth protested. "I told you that you don't have to collect them so thoroughly." He watched her, a mixture of concern and apprehension in his gaze. The woman responded calmly, "It's all right. I'm doing this because I like it." The blonde man addressed the armored youth. "Hyung, those are also worth something. You shouldn't waste them. You don't have a lot." The armored youth retorted, "Hey, why wouldn't I have money? It's much better to just take the core." The scene opens with a tense exchange between two figures. One, clad in dark leather, leans in, their expression unreadable. The other, partially obscured, is addressed with a pointed question. "Do you collect mana stones?" The perspective shifts to a desolate landscape. Two men stand facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. One, in military-style armor, wields a sword. The other, sharply dressed in a suit, brandishes a spiked club. The suited man sneers, his words laced with contempt. "You cocky bitch." The focus narrows to the armored man's face. His eyes, sharp and intense, betray a flicker of something unexpected. He turns to his companion, a question forming on his lips. "Hey, you Sung, do you feel that too?" he asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. Yu Sung, seemingly distracted by glowing device, responds with a dismissive, "Huh? What?" Yu Sung's face is shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. His eyes, wide and unfocused, dart around, reflecting his inner turmoil. A woman in armor, holding a glowing vial, observes the two men from a distance. "What are you two doing?" she inquires, her tone sharp with concern. The armored man's eyes close, his expression shifting to one of intense concentration. A surge of energy emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. His fist clenches, radiating power. Kang Hyun moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion against the desolate landscape. His target, a lone figure, clad in dark clothing, who stood with his back turned. He closed the distance in an instant, his attack swift and precise. A powerful blow landed, sending the man sprawling. A spray of blood erupted as the impact echoed across the barren expanse. The attacker coughed, a guttural sound barely audible above the wind. Despite the brutal attack, the man remained conscious, his eyes wide with disbelief. Kang Hyun stood over him, his expression unreadable. He let out another pained groan, his body trembling. Moments later, two other figures appeared on the scene. One of them, a young man with a surprised expression, muttered, "What is this?" His companion, equally astonished, commented on Kang Hyun's stealth. He admitted that despite his keen senses, he hadn't detected Kang Hyun's approach until he was right upon them. A third individual, a woman with a bow and arrow, observed the scene from a distance. She concluded that Kang Hyun hadn't intended to kill them. The scene opens on a dimly lit dungeon. A lone figure, cloaked and seemingly lifeless, lies sprawled on the cold, damp ground. Nearby, a man with short, dark hair observes the scene with suspicion. His expression is one of guarded skepticism. That doesn't mean he came here to do good deeds, though, he muses, his gaze lingering on the fallen figure. He then adds, with a hint of cynicism, I smell something fishy here. The camera shifts to reveal 3 other individuals approaching the scene. One is a young woman with dark hair, her face etched with concern. The other is a man with blonde hair, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The dark-haired man from the previous panel speaks, his voice laced with a hint of annoyance. It's an awakened who is just passing by. The group continues their approach, their movements cautious. The dark-haired man, seemingly the leader, speaks again, this time addressing the blonde-haired man. Hyung, that's indiscriminate violence. The blonde-haired man retorts, Tisik, it's bad manners to quietly approach someone in a dungeon. The dark-haired man remains unconvinced, his expression hardening. He states simply, he deserved to get beat. A beat of silence hangs in the air before he adds, and the dark-haired man's thoughts turn inward. A quiet determination settles upon his features. He thinks to himself, I have something in mind. The scene shifts abruptly. We are now in a brightly lit office. A formal contract lies on a desk, bearing the official stamp of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. The name Kang Hyun is clearly visible as a signatory. Kang Hyun sits across from a government official. The official states, with this, the contract has been established. We look forward to your work. Kang Hyun responds to the curt, yeah well, contact me if there's work. The government official, slightly taken aback by Kang Hyun's nonchalant attitude, apologizes for the abrupt request. Then, sorry for immediately asking. A tense briefing was underway. A man in a dark suit addressed another, younger man with short, dark hair. He explained that there was something he needed to share before proceeding. The younger man, seemingly surprised, asked about the recent incidents of dungeon terrorism. The suited man confirmed this was indeed the topic. The suited man continued, revealing that they had discovered the organization responsible for the attacks and were currently tracking its leader. He warned of an impending large-scale attack. He then turned to the younger man, stating that his help would be needed soon. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A blond man was shown, his face bloodied and contorted in pain, seemingly struck by a powerful blow. The blond man, bound and injured, groaned in pain and confusion. He was clearly disoriented. The younger man from the briefing appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. He addressed the injured blond man, surprised by his sudden awakening. The blond man, still disoriented, questioned why he was in this situation. Bound and disoriented, Kang Hyun awoke to the unsettling realization that he was tied up. He found himself in a dark, cavernous space, the rough-hewn stone walls hinting at a hidden location. Above, a group of soldiers watched him, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. One of them, a blond man, reacted with disgust to something. The blond man's face contorted in revulsion as he registered the stench emanating from Kang Hyun. Another soldier, this one with dark hair, offered a brief apology. They had used urine to try and rouse him. The explanation was followed by a gruesome image. A severely injured, monstrous creature lay nearby, its wounds fresh and bloody. The camera focused on the creature's wounds, emphasizing their severity. The blond soldier looked up, his face still stained with the yellowish liquid, clearly disturbed by the scene. 2 feathers, seemingly out of place, lay on the ground near a puddle of the same yellowish liquid. A desolate landscape. Jagged rocks jutted against a cloudless sky. 2 guttural sounds echoed across the barren expanse. Blarg and blarg. The pained cries of a man in distress. The source of the cries became clear. A young man with blonde hair, his face bruised and bloodied, lay on the ground. He muttered incoherently, his words barely audible above the wind. He cursed, his voice laced with bitterness. The indignity of his situation was clear, pouring monster piss on someone. Another blarg escaped his lips as 3 figures approached. 2 stood behind a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, their expressions unreadable. He was clearly in charge. The leader's gaze was intense, his thoughts focused. A decision solidified within him. It's time to answer. He moved towards the injured man, his approach deliberate. The blond man was bound, helpless. The leader's eyes narrowed. He recognized his captive. It's he, right? The dungeon terrorist. The blond man's eyes fluttered closed, a grim smile playing on his lips. His ordeal was far from over. The scene opens on a harsh, rocky landscape. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man in dark armor, kneels before a captured blond man, his face bloodied and bruised. 3 other figures stand guard, 2 in dark, tactical gear, and 1 with a bow and arrow. Terrorist, that's what people are calling it. Kang Hyun states, his tone neutral. The captured man spits blood, sneering. You people know nothing. He hisses, his eyes burning with hatred. He continues, his voice dripping with venom. You know nothing about the noble goal we pursue. Kang Hyun remains impassive. Noble or not, I don't care. Just tell me everything you know, then I'll release you, he replies, his expression unchanging. The blond man laughs, a harsh, broken sound. You think I'll talk if you say that? Torture or threaten me as much as you want, he challenges, his defiance unwavering. His voice rises in a triumphant shout. No one will be able to hinder our cause. The focus shifts back to the blonde man. Tears stream down his face, mingling with the blood. He whispers, please, please. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A man with dark hair, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, glares at a blonde man whose face is partially obscured. The dark-haired man's voice is sharp, accusatory. You lack desperation. The blonde man's face is now visible, bruised and bloodied. He flinches slightly under the other's gaze. The dark-haired man continues, his tone cold and menacing. Let's break 3 or 4 more teeth. The scene shifts to a tranquil landscape. A breathtaking sunset paints the sky as the sun dips below a range of rolling hills, reflecting on a calm lake nestled within the valley. Elsewhere, a man in a sharp suit, his expression one of concern, addresses another individual. Hyun, you said you caught a terrorist? The suited man is shown standing before a group of armed individuals and a severely beaten blonde man kneeling before them. The dark-haired man from the earlier confrontation responds curtly, yes, here. The blonde man, his face a mask of pain and despair, pleads weakly, please, please arrest me. The suited man looks on, clearly disturbed by the blonde man's condition. He turns to the dark-haired man, his voice laced with uncertainty. Why is he like that? The dark-haired man shrugs, his expression unreadable. I don't know. Maybe he. A man in a suit walks away from the scene, his shoes kicking up dust. He mutters to himself, reflecting on a recent encounter. He'd been attacked by harpies. He is met by a group of men in suits. Their leader confidently assures them, we will take it from here. The group approaches a figure kneeling on the ground. One of them offers a curt, thank you for your cooperation. Elsewhere, 2 men meet. One, with blonde hair and a smirk, greets the other, a more serious-looking man in armored clothing. We meet again, he says. The man in the suit from the earlier scene observes the two, questioning. You two know each other? The blonde man explains, we scouted Mr. Yusung as well, although he refused immediately. The scene shows them standing before a large, imposing gate. The blonde man comments on government work. It seems boring being part of the government. His companion, however, is shown to be surprisingly thoughtful. The man in the suit watches them with a thoughtful expression. The blonde man suggests, let us discuss the details tomorrow. The shadows deepened as a woman, her face etched with worry, spoke urgently to a man beside her. It's late, and there are outsiders present. The scene shifted. A modern, glass-fronted building stood under a bright, cloud-dappled sky. Inside, a hand reached for a steaming cup of coffee. The conversation continued, focusing on a particular threat. The terrorist's name was John Yong-shik. His unique ability was stealth, and he held a significant position within the organization. This information was being relayed to a group of strategists. One of the strategists, a muscular man, reacted with a weary sigh. Okay, I already heard all this. Thanks to him, we got information on their headquarters. The strategist in his suit continued, outlining their plan. As I've said before, we plan on leading a massive attack 2 weeks from now. The muscular man questioned the timeline. 2 weeks? What kind of preparations require 2 weeks? Can't you just ransack it? The suited strategist explained the delay. For the first time in the entire world, a C-rank dungeon was cleared by China. The scene opens in a dimly lit office. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, sits across a polished mahogany table from a sharply dressed official. He sips his coffee, listening intently. The official asks if Kang Hyun heard the news, to which Kang Hyun replies that he thinks he saw it on the news. The official continues, explaining that while the information hasn't been released to the media, a significant event occurred. He assures Kang Hyun that this will be a quick explanation. The official reveals that 1,200 people participated in a recent operation, but over half lost their lives. Kang Hyun's expression shifts to one of concern. He is clearly taken aback by the staggering loss of life. The official explains that Kang Hyun must understand the situation. He's being asked to undertake a dangerous solo mission into a D-rank dungeon. The danger level of dungeons has been increasing exponentially. Kang Hyun nods, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Even a slight increase in dungeon rank requires a significantly larger team. He reflects on his usual solitary approach to dungeon crawling, a stark contrast to the team-based strategy now deemed necessary. The official explains that China's recent attempt to use a human wave attack failed because, despite their numbers, the average stats of their soldiers were too low. A flashback shows a large group of soldiers marching toward the dungeon entrance. Their sheer numbers are evident, but their individual strength is clearly insufficient for the task. The scene opens with a close-up of a man's intense gaze. He is sharply dressed in a dark suit, his expression serious and focused. He instructs his subordinates to clear the C-rank dungeon that appeared in Gangnam, a place known as Benandi's Forest. The camera pulls back to reveal the imposing sight of a large, ornate gate, glowing with an ethereal, turquoise light. 2 armed guards stand watch before it, flanked by military vehicles. The gate is clearly a portal to another realm. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair questions the necessity of clearing the dungeon. His expression is one of doubt and skepticism. A more muscular man, seemingly older, explains that China already holds the title for first clearing a C-rank dungeon. He adds that the dungeon's appearance can be prevented by regularly breaking the normal core. The young man, still unconvinced, questions the point of clearing the dungeon now. The suited man from the first scene responds, noting the young man's unusual interest in the situation. The young man retorts, challenging the older man's assessment of his interest, questioning how he could possibly know what he thinks. The suited man leans forward, seemingly examining a document. He then explains that the real problem is... The tension in the room was palpable. One man, sharply dressed in a dark suit, steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on his half-empty coffee cup. He spoke, his voice low and grave. "We have never managed to clear the normal core." He continued, his tone laced with grim urgency. A digital display showed a countdown. "At this rate, the dungeon will open in less than 2 weeks. Benandi's Forest Sea, time until dungeon break, 12 days, 9 hours, 26 minutes, 31 seconds. The two men, seated across a small table, discussed the impending threat. One, his face etched with worry, explained, "Monsters that can kill hundreds of talented hunters will be released into the middle of Seoul, an area full of civilians." The other man, though concerned, tried to project an air of calm reassurance. "Of course, we will be sure to properly prepare for that eventuality, but..." The first man shook his head, his expression grim. "Considering the location and the dungeon's danger level, expert opinion is that the damage will be worse than expected from a single dungeon break." He leaned back, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. "It seems like we're in an immediate crisis." The second man, however, seemed to have a plan. "If you're stopping to speak with me in these busy times, that must mean that..." He finished his thought. "You wanted to participate, right?" The suited man nodded, but with a hint of reluctance. "Yes, however, because of law I don't really understand, it's impossible to participate in this raid alone." The second man considered this for a moment, then offered a solution. "Could you create a guild?" A man in a sharp suit addressed Kong Hyun, the renowned hunter. He stated that they were aware of Kong Hyun's preference for working alone. However, the suited man continued, urging Kong Hyun to make an exception. This one time, for his country, would he help them? They promised to handle all the troublesome procedures and provide unwavering support. Kong Hyun, shown in a close-up, remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. He finally responded, his voice barely a whisper, "Just this once." He added, revealing a hidden motivation, "I was going to make a guild anyway." A thought struck him. He knew that his past acts of kindness would eventually pay off. The scene opens on a modest cafe, its name barely visible above the entrance. The building is modern, clean, and situated on a quiet city street. Inside, Kong Hyun sits with his arms crossed, a picture of quiet intensity. His physique is imposing, clearly a man of considerable strength and discipline. He listens intently as someone proposes, "We have to decide the name of our guild." Across the table from him sit two others, a woman with dark hair pulled back tightly, and a young man with blonde hair and noticeable piercings. They await his response. The three sit in a modern cafe, the conversation continuing. Kong Hyun speaks, "It's just us three right now." The woman responds, "That's already being handled. You met with the government yesterday, mister, right?" Kong Hyun thinks to himself, so what happened was... Outside the cafe, other people go about their day, oblivious to the momentous decisions being made inside. Kong Hyun, a young man with blonde hair and piercings, looked skeptical. "Really? We have to clear a C-rank dungeon." His apprentice, a young woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, sipped her drink. She responded with a dry tone, "That sounds super fun." As expected of Sir Kong Hyun. The conversation continued. Someone unseen commented, "You have the government in the palm of your hand." Kong Hyun demurred, "No, I wouldn't say that." His apprentice spoke again. "You can speak to me comfortably, Sir Kong Hyun, since I have become your apprentice." Kong Hyun questioned, "What do you mean, apprentice?" She clarified, "Well, I'm still going to speak comfortably." Kong Hyun cleared his throat, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He then stated, "Anyway, I'm saying that this is a very important choice. We are deciding our guild's future." He continued, explaining his approach. "For now, I've chosen some policies for us." He emphasized a key principle. We don't pick pointless fights. Kong Hyun gestured towards his apprentice, asking, "Why are you looking at me?" She retorted, "Do you even need to ask?" A hand, strong and calloused, flashed a peace sign. Two fingers extended, a gesture both casual and defiant. Across the table, two figures sat in tense silence. One, a young man with dark hair, listened intently as his companion, a blonde man with piercings, spoke. "We pay back as much as we receive," the blonde man stated. "Both debts and grudges, right?" The dark-haired young man nodded, his expression grim. "Right. I don't want to be a thug, but I dislike being a doormat even more." The same hand reappeared, this time displaying 3 fingers. A woman with dark hair sat quietly observing the exchange. The blonde man continued, his voice low and thoughtful. "We become stronger than anyone." The dark-haired young man looked thoughtful, then asked, "How about it?" He flashed the 3-finger gesture again, a confident smirk playing on his lips. That sound good. The blonde man responded, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Not sure about the first one, though. The woman spoke, her voice quiet but firm. It seems good to me as well. I'll carve it deep into my heart. The scene opens in a quiet cafe. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, sits at a table, nursing a cup of coffee. Across from him sit two others, a young woman with long, dark hair and a blonde man with a mischievous grin. The atmosphere is relaxed, yet a sense of purpose hangs in the air. Kang Hyun speaks, initiating a discussion about their guild's name. He asks his companions for suggestions. The blonde man, ever playful, suggests the Crazies Guild. Kang Hyun immediately dismisses the idea, urging seriousness. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, comments that the name sounds cool, prompting Kang Hyun to ask for clarification. The blonde man simply replies, Crazies. His grin widens, and he asks Kang Hyun if he's crazy. Kang Hyun turns to the young woman, Miss Sung, and asks if she has any name suggestions. Miss Sung appears thoughtful, lost in contemplation. Miss Sung suggests Kang Hyun and his strong friends. She then adds, with a hint of exasperation, that he is no good at this either. Kang Hyun sighs, clearly frustrated by the lack of progress. The scene opens on a man with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. His physique suggests strength and discipline. He holds a pen, his gaze fixed on a document. He mutters to himself, I'll just choose it myself. The camera angle shifts, revealing he's in a cafe. Two other individuals, a woman and a man with blonde hair and piercings, observe him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. The man chuckles, haha. Continuing his task, he confidently declares, I don't think you'll do any better. He presents his completed work, a smirk playing on his lips. How about it? The woman in the cafe responds with a surprised, oh, it's not bad. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the cafe. The blonde-haired man agrees, I also think it's good. The setting changes to a dimly lit bar, suggesting a shift in atmosphere and perhaps a new phase of the story. The scene opens in a dimly lit bar, shelves lined with various bottles of wine and liquor. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. Jong Yong-shik got caught? Inside, a woman, sharply dressed in business attire, stands confidently before a man seated at a low table. She confirms the grim news. Yes, that's correct, Sir Choi. Sir Choi, a man of refined appearance, swirls the amber liquid in his glass, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmurs, HM. His thoughts turn to Jong Yong-shik. He reflects on a man's limited combat skills, yet acknowledges his irreplaceable stealth abilities. The scene shifts. A large, imposing gate stands before a military installation. The caption reads, It seems the Haji's plane's break plan is cancelled. Back in the bar, Sir Choi's companion is visibly surprised. She asks, who is it? What? Sir Choi explains that the individual responsible for apprehending Jong Yong-shik was a remarkably talented person. He reveals the individual's name. According to our investigations, it was a talented person named Kang Hyun. Sir Choi contemplates this revelation, the name Kang Hyun echoing in his mind. For months prior, a monstrous creature, its magape, loomed over the battlefield. Its reptilian features were accentuated by a long, flickering tongue. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, fought valiantly. His battles spanned various locations, from a specialized school for gifted individuals to a large-scale dungeon breach. He stood amidst the carnage, a lone figure amidst fallen soldiers and monstrous creatures, his greatsword stained crimson. His efforts extended to defending against Defiance Research Institute. In a dimly lit room, a man's voice, laced with annoyance, cut through the silence. He found everything about Kang Hyun irritating. He inquired about the progress of drug, only to be informed by a woman that it was still under development, hampered by difficulties in securing test subjects. A second man, listening to the conversation, expressed his concern over the delays. He then issued a blunt order. The schedule must be accelerated, regardless of the cost, unless the man himself wished to become a test subject. The man, his face etched with worry, could only offer a quiet, resigned agreement. He muttered his understanding, the weight of the situation heavy upon him. News reports flooded the internet, detailing the formation of a team to clear the C-rank Benandi's forest dungeon. The urgency was palpable. Another article highlighted the imminent opening of the dungeon and the need for a small, elite team. A subsequent report from Nuri Economy focused on the guilds participating in the operation, generating considerable online buzz. Online discussions exploded as the official Benandi's Forest Clear team was revealed, garnering millions of views across various platforms. The online community reacted with a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. Many questioned the team's capabilities, deeming them insufficient for the task ahead. One commenter even sarcastically remarked that China's attempts to assemble a winning team had failed miserably. The first guild revealed was the Dangun Guild, its members standing in formation, a powerful and imposing sight. Online comments ranged from admiration for Han Sae-yun's appearance to concerns about the country's reliance on this single guild. Next, the Talented Association was unveiled. The public's reaction to this guild was overwhelmingly positive, with many praising the likability and charisma of Choi Dong-woo. More comments poured in, again highlighting Han Sae-yeon's beauty. Finally, the Fire Dragon Guild was introduced, met with mixed reactions. While some expressed admiration, others voiced their dislike, particularly towards the guild master. Online comments scrolled across the screen, a mix of opinions and speculation regarding Han Sae-yeon's beauty and a certain someone's apparent jealousy. One commenter dismissed the discussion as nonsensical. The scene shifted to a formal gathering. A commentator observed that the top 3 guilds, the Immortality Guild, prominently featuring a stern-looking, red-haired man in shining armor, had assembled. Another guild, the Guardian Guild, was also present. Their members, led by a blonde man, were noted to have a good reputation. Finally, the Black Knights Order, a formidable group in dark, red-trimmed armor, completed the assembly. Online, their appearance was met with amusement. The online commentators expressed awe at the legendary lineup of guilds, highlighting the dire consequences should they fail. The presence of half of the top 10 guilds was noted. However, a question arose regarding the identity of the 7th guild, as it was unfamiliar to many. Further comments speculated on the guild's new status and the implications of a newcomer participating in such a high-stakes event. The meaning of their guild name was also debated. One commenter concluded that the newcomer guild didn't seem to fit in with the established groups. The scene shifted to a meeting room in the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Someone remarked that they were running late. A mysterious, metallic object, partially submerged in what seems to be a viscous fluid, pulsed faintly. A voice, calm and almost cheerful, cut through the silence. The voice continued, introducing itself. Well, hello everyone. I'm the badass guild master, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with a confident grin, stood before a small group. He waved casually, adding, "Please take care of me." His expression shifted slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He reflected on the day, musing that it would later be known as the Badass Guild's first eccentricity, a comment on his late arrival to the first meeting. A stark white box contained a simple, yet ominous statement. Of course, after the 50th one, people stopped counting. Half a year ago, a cataclysm unlike any other began, its origins a shared dream experienced by 7 billion people. Amidst this global upheaval, countless guilds rise and fall daily, each vying for power and survival in this new reality. Another guild has answered the call to action, adding to the ever-shifting landscape of power. Inside a modern meeting room, a discussion unfolds. Shin Tae-gil, the Special Awakener Management Team leader, questions the name of the guild, finding it rather unconventional. Elsewhere, Kang Hyun, known as the Kang family's jokester, explains the meaning behind the name, emphasizing its coolness. He playfully teases his companion about their inability to speak English. Kang Hyun clarifies that cool and awesome essentially mean the same thing. Inside a modern, minimalist office, 2 men engaged in conversation. One, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, confidently sipped from teacup. The other, more formally dressed in a suit, expressed some doubt, questioning the first man's certainty about a plan. The suited man, after a moment of consideration, conceded, giving his assent to the plan. The powerfully built man was informed of a strategy meeting scheduled for the following Monday at 11 a.m., concerning a C-rank dungeon known as Venandy's Forest. He was promised further details will be sent separately. He responded with a non-committal agreement, prompting a subtle question from the suited man about the nature of his commitment. 4 days later, it was Monday. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a leather jacket, checked his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. In a modern, brightly lit lobby, 2 figures, a woman with dark hair and a man with blonde hair, waited impatiently. The woman, Isis, commented on the tardiness of a third individual, Bro Kang Hyun. Isis turned to the blonde-haired man, questioning if he had any news from Kang Hyun. The blonde man, seemingly younger, responded with a hesitant sis, before adding that he was 20 and asking if he could call her sis. Isis gave a reluctant but affirmative response. The blonde man then excused himself, claiming a sudden need to use the restroom. The blonde man apologized again for his abrupt departure to Isis. Meanwhile, a muscular man with dark hair approached the pair. He asked if they had been waiting long. The scene shifted to focus on the muscular man. The blonde man returned, addressing the muscular man as bro. The muscular man, however, reacted with confusion and annoyance, questioning the strange-looking keychain the blonde man was holding. The blonde man retorted that the muscular man knew nothing. He then explained that the keychain was a popular character among children these days. The blonde man continued, explaining that his image was being spread online, causing him distress. Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, adjusted his shirt. He amused himself that people often mistook him for a criminal, prompting his attempt at a more approachable image. Another man, leaner with blonde hair and a somewhat gaunt face, scoffed. He questioned the effectiveness of Kang Hyun's strategy. The blonde man's skepticism was justified. The image on Kang Hyun's shirt was indeed unsettling. A cartoonish, almost monstrous figure with the caption, "Please, kill me." The blonde man pointed out that it would likely frighten children. Kang Hyun looked surprised by this observation. He then connected the dots, realizing that a child had cried earlier in a parking lot because of his shirt. The scene shifted to a meeting room sign at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Inside, a man in a purple shirt noted that the meeting was running late. Han Myong-do, the immortal guildmaster, a stern-looking man with reddish-brown hair, stated that 5 minutes had already passed. Lee Chong-gun, the Black Knight's commander, questioned the urgency, pointing out that they were still waiting for 2 more guilds to arrive. Park Seon, the Guardian Guildmaster, and an unnamed associate sat at a conference table. Seon observed, the Flame Dragon Guild is always late, but seems there are more troublemakers this time. Across the table sat Choi Dong-woo, the Ability Users Alliance leader, and another associate. The air was thick with unspoken tension. Han Seon, the Dagon Guildmaster, and her associate listened intently. Choi Dong-woo let out a weary sigh, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Choi Dong-woo, feeling the pressure, decided to make a call. He stated, "Let me call someone for a moment." He excused himself and left the room. Choi Dong-woo stepped into a hallway, his phone pressed to his ear. A shiver ran down his spine as he waited for an answer. The call went unanswered. He hung up, a frown etching itself onto his face. Why is he not answering? He wondered aloud. A hand, holding a smartphone, scrolls through a contact list. The name Mr. On Yuziong is highlighted. A man in a suit, presumably On Yuziong, holds his phone to his ear, a look of mild concern on his face. He says hello. He appears increasingly surprised as the person on the other end of the line speaks. He asks, "Mr. On Yuziong?" The caller identifies himself as team leader Shin Tae-gil. On Yuziong acknowledges the call. Then the caller advises him, "Don't live like that." On Yuziong expresses confusion, questioning the statement. The caller explains that there's no improvement on team leader Kim Myong's condition. He then abruptly ends the call, claiming to be in the middle of something fun. On Yuziong, clearly agitated, calls back, identifying himself as a member of the Special Awakener Management Team. A young man with blonde hair and a lip piercing held his phone to his ear, a smirk playing on his lips. He spoke into the phone, his tone casual yet inquisitive. "Ah, that government man." On the other end of the line, a man in a suit, his expression tight with concern, replied apologetically, "Sorry, I thought it was voice phishing." He continued, his voice edged with urgency. "You're aware of today's meeting, right?" The suited man responded, his voice strained. "When will Mr. Kong Hyen come?" The blond young man chuckled. "Ah, bro Kong Hyen? Hold on." He added, a hint of mischief in his voice, "It will become fun soon." The suited man, on the other end of the call, looked increasingly apprehensive. The blond young man grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He stated, "You should also come and watch." Suddenly, the blond young man's expression shifted. He muttered himself, "What?" A tense confrontation unfolded. One man, his face obscured, clutched another's arm. A pained ah escaped the victim's lips, followed by a furious accusation. "You rude bastard." The attacker, his eyes blazing with an unnatural crimson light, loomed over his victim. He sneered, "Are you that good at fighting?" A close-up revealed the attacker's intense gaze, a single tear tracing a path down his crimson-tinged cheek. His incredulous whisper. The scene shifted. Park Hoi-an, the Flame Dragon Guildmaster, stared in disbelief at the attacker. His hands trembled slightly. Hoi-an's eyes widened in alarm. A whispered question hung in the air. What with this crazy punk? 2 guild members, their faces etched with worry, watched from a distance. One muttered, "Is he picking a fight with me?" The attacker's eyes glowed intensely, a dark red aura emanating from him. A thought crossed his mind. The guild master of the top 2 guild in Korea? The guild master's fear was palpable. He could only think, is he crazy? A few minutes earlier, in a sleek, modern elevator, the metallic doors slid shut. Inside, Kong Hyun, a young man with dark hair, stood alongside 2 companions. He pondered aloud. "Let's see. Which floor should we go to?" Kong Hyun, wearing a casual t-shirt, indicated his choice. His finger pressed the button for the 11th floor. Then, he pressed the up arrow, initiating their ascent. The elevator doors opened to reveal a blond man waiting on the 11th floor. He stood with an air of quiet confidence. Kong Hyun and his companions stepped out of the elevator. A palpable tension filled the air as they entered the hallway. They were met by 2 imposing figures in dark armor, blocking their path. A man in a beige trench coat, his expression pleasant, stood confidently before 2 guards in armored vests. He gestured with a smile, assuring them, "We'll get in." The trench coat man and another, more muscular man with a sandwich-printed t-shirt stood in an elevator. The scene shifted to a close-up of the trench coat man's face, a hint of concern now visible. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. Inside the elevator, the muscular man asked the trench coat man, "Are you going to the strategy meeting?" The trench coat man replied, "Ah, yes." The muscular man continued, "Looks like we're entering together." He then introduced himself. "I'm Park Hoi-an, the guild master of Flame Dragon." The 2 men shook hands. The trench coat man responded, "Ah." The muscular man, Park Hoi-an, impatiently urged, "Just hurry up and get in already." He then muttered to himself about being late due to a bathroom break. A heavy boot landed on the floor with a thud. The trench coat man and Park Ho-yeon, along with the two guards, stood in a hallway, looking surprised and slightly alarmed. A crowded elevator. The digital display reads 1. An automated voice announces, "We're over capacity. Those who boarded last, please exit." Several individuals, clad in varying degrees of tactical gear, stand within the elevator. 1. A powerfully built man in a simple t-shirt questions the situation. He thinks, why do they come with full gear for no reason? A man in a suit apologizes for the inconvenience. The muscular man dismisses it, stating it's not worth an apology. The man in the suit expresses relief at the other's understanding. The group prepares to exit the elevator. A woman suggests they exit the elevator first, given their group's size and importance. The muscular man looks concerned. The suited man explains that their guild is large and will play a significant role in the upcoming operation. He proposes that it would be more efficient for the most important members to proceed first. The muscular man considers this. The scene opens with two men in a tense standoff. 1. A man with short, dark hair, stands with his arms crossed, a look of quiet defiance on his face. The other, slightly shorter and wearing a trench coat, seems to be questioning him, his expression unreadable. The trench coat-wearing man continues his questioning, suggesting that a lower-ranked guild should relinquish its position. His tone is dismissive, almost condescending. The shorter man refutes the implication, stating that he didn't mean to suggest such a thing. He is surrounded by several armed guards, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two other individuals discuss the man in the trench coat, referring to him as Lord Kong Hyen. Lord Kong Hyen, his face now contorted in anger, threatens violence against his opponents. His words are sharp and brutal. The focus shifts to the man with dark hair, his back to the viewer, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. The camera angle changes, revealing a close-up of his face. A sinister smile plays on his lips, hinting at a hidden power. The close-up focuses on his neck and chest, highlighting a strange, almost unnatural glow emanating from his skin. A thought bubbles above him, a chilling question. Do you want to die? A single, intense eye, narrowed in a barely perceptible smirk, dominated the frame. A bead of sweat traced a path down the temple, hinting at the exertion or tension within. The scene shifted to a formal meeting room. A man in a sharp suit, his expression serious, addressed the assembled group. He stated that this was an important meeting. Two other men sat nearby, one looking exasperated, massaging his temple, the other sporting a more sinister look. The air crackled with tension. One of the men, clearly agitated, announced that he had a disease, a condition that required him to beat someone up to feel better. His words were met with shock and outrage. The man in the suit intervened, calmly requesting everyone to stop the escalating argument. The man in the suit announced it was time to begin the meeting. Before the meeting could properly start, another man, this one with reddish-brown hair, suggested that the newcomer should introduce himself first. The reddish-brown-haired man reiterated the suggestion, emphasizing the importance of introductions for the new member of their group. A stern-faced man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit and tie, addressed the group. He gestured emphatically with his arm, emphasizing his words. Since we're about to enter the dungeon together, the focus shifted to a younger man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and slight perspiration. He simply replied, yes. The scene changed to a formal meeting room. A man with dark hair, his back to the viewer, stood before a panel of serious-looking officials. One of the officials asked, "Can you introduce yourself?" The young man, still apprehensive, mused internally. "I feel like he's asking me to make me feel better." He then stated aloud, "I'm 23 years old." A man in the background observed the proceedings, commenting to someone unseen, "Looks like that guy's already figured you out, brother." The young man, now visibly concerned, covered his nose and mouth with his hand, his expression one of deep thought. The young man, now identified as Kong Hyun, addressed the assembled group. He stated, "I'm Badass Guild Master, Kong Hyun. The guild was founded a few days ago." He continued, pointing to himself and two others, "and currently there are 3 members, including me." Kong Hyun concluded his introduction with a simple, "Well, that's it." This prompted a surprised reaction from one of the officials, who asked, What did you just say?" A tense strategy meeting was underway. One man, his expression etched with concern, questioned the plan. "So only 3 people will participate in the attack?" He continued, voicing his doubts. "Do you think it makes sense?" Meanwhile, another man, seemingly unfazed, entered the room carrying a tray. He retorted, "Moreover, it's just found a few days ago." Seriously, that Red Guild guy's been annoying me for a while now. I came here because I got called. What do you want me to do?" The first man reacted with outrage. What? The newcomer, a man with a confident smirk, leaned against the table. He addressed the first man directly. "You're the kind of friend that I liked." The newcomer continued, "Yeah, the guild master should have that kind of guts." The first man's face contorted in frustration. He muttered something unintelligible. Suddenly, the newcomer called out to someone else in the room, "Hey, you over there." The tension in the room was palpable. 2 men in sharp suits sat in a dimly lit conference room, their conversation hushed but strained. One, slightly older with silvering hair, spoke first, his voice low and measured. This is not the right place to fight. His younger companion, with dark hair and a determined set to his jaw, responded curtly. The meeting is already delayed. A close-up revealed the younger man's face, etched with worry and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He clearly felt the weight of the situation. The scene shifted. A different conference room, this one larger and more formal, was filled with several individuals. A tense energy crackled in the air. One of the men, the same younger man for the previous scene, sat at the table, his expression troubled. He muttered to himself, bro. He leaned toward the blond man seated beside him, his voice barely a whisper. Can you see the seat next to me? The blond man followed his gaze. He nodded grimly. There, that guy. The focus shifted to the man they were discussing. He was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of quiet authority. A question hung in the air. That wayward guild? The blond man confirmed. He's the guild master of that guild, right? It's Guardian Guild, bro. A young man with a lip-piercing smirked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He casually asked his companion, what's wrong, though? The other man remained silent, his gaze fixed on a glowing purple device. His companion simply replied, just wait and see, bro. The scene shifted. The first young man, now revealed to have crimson eyes, brandished a strange, energy-charged weapon. A sinister grin stretched across his face as he declared, because I'll kill him now. The scene opens with a simple message, just wait and see, bro. This seemingly casual statement hangs heavy in the air, hinting an impending event of significant consequence. Two young men are shown. One, with dark hair, looks apprehensive. The other, blonde with piercings, grins menacingly. He explains, because the blonde man's intent is made clear, I'll kill him now. He grabs the dark-haired man's arm with surprising force. The dark-haired man, clearly distressed, asks, what's wrong, bro? The dark-haired man struggles, shouting, let go of me. A woman with dark hair appears, equally shocked, asking, what the fuck are you doing? Despite the chaos, the dark-haired man remains defiant. No matter how crazy you are, a close-up on the blonde man's face reveals a disturbing truth. His expression is one of chilling calculation. The dark-haired man's internal monologue reveals a dawning horror. How could I forget? His realization is punctuated by a furious outburst. This fucking bastard was like this from the start. Another person, unseen, asks, hey, what's that? A new character, a man in a suit, appears, his voice calm but firm as he commands, put the weapon down. A tense atmosphere hung in the air of the dimly lit conference room. A woman in a lab coat, her expression unreadable, sat across from a man in a suit, his face etched with worry. Her eyes, sharp and intense, held a hint of something else, something that hinted at a hidden power. Suddenly, the door burst open. A man in a trench coat strode in, his face a mask of fury. I knew it, he exclaimed, his voice sharp and accusatory. You really thought those bastards wouldn't screw things up? A purple energy crackled, coalescing into a sword in the man's hand. The weapon hummed with power, a tangible sign of the escalating conflict. The man in the suit stared, his eyes wide with shock. What's going on? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the growing tension. He found himself surrounded. A group of armed figures emerged, their expressions grim. You're picking a fight now? One of them challenged, his voice laced with menace. One of the armed figures called out to a man in a white coat, who seemed to be their leader. Guild Master, permission to engage. The Guild Master's face was obscured by shadow, but his silence spoke volumes. His hesitation was palpable. The Guild Master remained silent, his expression unreadable. His silence was heavy with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, the man in the trench coat gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. A guttural growl ripped through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Kong Hyun, his face contorted in a mask of agony, eyes blazing with an unnatural crimson light, was clearly in distress. Veins pulsed beneath his skin, grotesquely distorting his features. The agony intensified. His body shuddered violently as a wave of searing pain washed over him. A silent scream escaped his lips, a testament to the torment he endured. Two men, sharply dressed in business suits, watched in stunned silence as Kong Hyun's ordeal unfolded before them. One, his face etched with concern, whispered a question, his voice barely audible above the sounds of Kong Hyun's suffering. What the hell? Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair, holding a strange, ornate weapon, stared at the scene with a mixture of shock and apprehension. Her whispered question echoed the sentiment of her male colleagues. What? He groaned, the sound muffled by the intensity of his inner turmoil. His hands clenched, his knuckles white with the effort of suppressing the overwhelming pain. A crimson energy pulsed from his hands, a stark contrast to the sterile environment of the office. The raw power emanating from him was palpable, a tangible force that seemed to warp the very air around him. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, a sound of both pain and something else, something akin to triumph. His face, though still contorted, held a flicker of something new, determination. The scene opens in a dimly lit room. Guild Master Park Seon, a man of sharp features and imposing stature in a dark suit, stands before another man, his expression unreadable. A third figure, in a similar suit, stands silently behind Seon, holding a long staff. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupts from the man facing Seon. He cries out, a question hanging in the air, why? The crimson energy intensifies, engulfing the man. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. He collapses, muttering, Guild Master? A close-up reveals the man's face, contorted in pain, his eyes burning with an infernal glow. A hand, radiating the same crimson energy, reaches out. In a flash of motion, a figure strikes Seon, the impact sending him reeling. Seon clutches his throat, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He looks down at the hand gripping him. The attacker is revealed to be the man who had just been engulfed in crimson energy. He is now standing over Seon, surrounded by other figures, all seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events. The resurrected man's face is filled with rage, his eyes blazing with crimson fire. Blood droplets float around him. The scene opens on a chaotic office space. Bodies lie sprawled across the floor, blood staining the pristine carpet. A man with short, dark hair, wielding a spiked mace, moves swiftly through the carnage. He is muscular, his movements precise and deadly. Another man, blonde and slightly built, watches him with a mixture of fear and fascination. The blonde man, his face etched with disbelief, utters a curse. What the hell? He stammers, urging the other to take a good look. The blonde man's face fills the frame, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. His eyes gleam with a predatory intensity. He snarls, you thought I'd let you. The dark-haired man, still clutching his mace, is suddenly confronted by a group of men in suits. The blonde man, now seemingly recovered, stands defiantly before them. With a vicious grin, the blonde man lunges forward, his weapon raised high. Just die, he roars. A close-up on the blonde man's eye reveals a surge of intense energy. The dark-haired man is struck, but he doesn't fall. The impact sends a shockwave through the room. The blonde man's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's mouth, his teeth bared in a grimace. A powerful impact is implied, the background a blur of motion. The impact is revealed to be a brutal attack. One man, dark hair and a worried expression, is being struck by another, blonde hair and wielding a spiked mace. The attacker is clearly stronger. The dark-haired man is thrown back, landing hard. His attacker, the blonde man, asks if he's all right, a hint of amusement in his tone. The blonde man comments on the dark-haired man's resilience, finding it amusing. The dark-haired man agrees, acknowledging the strength of the attack. However, a third party intervenes. A shadowy figure wielding a staff appears, their arrival marked by a dramatic visual effect. The blonde man's amusement vanishes. The scene shifts to reveal a group of people, including the two previous combatants, now facing a team of armed individuals. The atmosphere is tense. Among the armed group, a man with a stern expression and a sword stands out. He is flanked by other figures, including a woman in a lab coat. Another man, this one in a suit, draws his own sword, preparing for combat. He seems to be the leader of this group. The blonde man, eyes glowing, is shown in a close-up, his expression one of intense focus. A powerful energy seems to emanate from him. The scene opens with a tense standoff. Two men face each other, one in a crisp white shirt and the other in a simple t-shirt. The man in the white shirt speaks, his tone suggesting a weary resignation. Well then, the camera angle shifts, revealing a larger group of individuals. Among them is a man with dark hair and a determined expression, holding a large sword. He stands amidst a group of sharply dressed figures. Their faces a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. The man in the t-shirt, Kang Hyun, finds himself surrounded. A man in a light gray suit stands before him, radiating menace. The sounds of blows and grunts echo around him as he is violently attacked. Despite the brutal assault, a chilling thought crosses Kang Hyun's mind. How about I hit him first? He clenches his fist, his muscles bulging with barely contained power. A surge of dark energy erupts from him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. His expression is one of fierce determination. With a powerful movement, Kang Hyun unleashes his energy, causing a devastating shockwave that shatters the surrounding area. The force of the blast leaves a massive crater in the ground, a testament to his raw power. Dust and debris settle, revealing the extent of the destruction. The aftermath is stark and brutal. The scene opens on a chaotic struggle. A blonde man lies bleeding on the cold, hard floor, surrounded by a group of armed individuals. Their expressions are grim, their weapons poised. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the combatants and the faint drip of blood. Above, a group of armored figures hurry to the scene, their movements suggesting urgency and concern. Their destination is clear, the fallen blonde man. The camera focuses on the blonde man's face, highlighting the severity of his injuries. Blood stains his clothes, and his breathing is shallow and labored. Death seems imminent. Two onlookers, a man in a suit and a woman in a lab coat, react with shock and disbelief. Died? The man in the suit gasps, his voice laced with disbelief. Meanwhile, two other men discuss the situation. One, wielding a large sword, explains, "We couldn't restrain him." One of the observers continues, expressing his bewilderment. "He was stronger than we thought. Nothing we could do." Another voice adds, "What the hell is happening exactly?" The three individuals who had been standing guard over the blonde man exchange worried glances. One of them observes, "It's clear he wasn't normal." On Yuziong, one of the guards is shown in close-up, his thoughts revealed. On Yuziong, how the hell did he know? Yuziong continues his internal monologue, revealing his expertise. "I pride myself on being sensitive to mana, but I didn't sense anything strange until the fight started." Kang Hyun, his face marred by cuts and bruises, pondered the implications of his strange ability. Could it be a unique skill? He wondered if it allowed him to see the future or sense impending danger. A sudden realization struck him, halting his thoughts. Wait. His gaze shifted, focusing on Yuziong. If Yuziong could indeed sense future threats, then even his reckless actions must have a reason behind them. A spectral image of Yuziong, bloodied but defiant, flickered behind the present Yuziong. He stood with a raised fist, a grim smile playing on his lips. Yuziong's voice, laced with a chilling amusement, echoed in Kang Hyun's mind. "Don't tell me that time as well." Kang Hyun watched, a mixture of apprehension and fascination in his eyes, as Yuziong let out a weary chuckle. Yuziong's smile widened, revealing a predatory gleam. He commented on their recent fight, calling it a fun little fight after a long time. Kang Hyun's face was a mask of grim determination. It had been a long time. Kang Hyun's internal monologue continued, his thoughts laced with dark humor and a hint of self-awareness. From the start, he's already become a fucking psycho bastard. The scene opens on a modern, multi-story building, the headquarters of the Badass Guild. A sign outside reads, "Meeting Room." Inside, a message is displayed. "Sorry, there was a disturbance. The meeting will resume via video call in the afternoon." The announcement of a postponed meeting hangs in the air, a consequence of the earlier disturbance. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sits alone, head in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. He laments his early arrival, only to find the meeting canceled. A companion, a blonde man with piercings, remarks that 11 a.m. hardly counts as morning. A man in a suit approaches, chuckling softly. He addresses Kang Hyun urgently, asking for a moment of his time. Kang Hyun, clearly distracted, is asked about a previous conversation regarding government support for the Badass Guild. The man reminds Kang Hyun of their prior discussion about government backing for the guild. Kang Hyun acknowledges the discussion, attributing it to his good life. The suited man informs him that the guild office has been reorganized. Kang Hyun, a young man with a determined glint in his eyes, expressed his eagerness. "An office. Of course I want to see it." Immediately, however, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. His internal monologue reflected his confusion. "So where should I go?" The camera panned to reveal a towering skyscraper, dominating the Seoul skyline. It was a striking landmark. A detailed directory indicated the building's various levels, from the observation deck to the parking lot, with a particular focus on the 33rd floor, home to the kid office and the infamous Guild Badass. He arrived at the office floor, where two individuals, one with blonde hair and piercings, the other with dark hair, stood waiting, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and something akin to apprehension. Kang Hyun looked surprised. He stepped inside, his breath catching in his throat at the sight of the opulent office. "Whoa," he breathed, awestruck. His gaze fell upon a high-end PC, equipped with the latest graphics card. Despite the impressive technology, a sense of emptiness lingered. "Still feels a bit empty, though." The office's luxurious amenities continued to impress him. "Everything's super fancy," he observed, noting an expensive espresso machine and a high-end double-door refrigerator. The scene opens in a sparsely furnished office. Three individuals stand amidst a few boxes and office equipment. One, a powerfully built man in a casual t-shirt, speaks, "We need to recruit more people." A woman with dark hair and a serious expression responds, "Still, it looks like it'll be fun to decorate this place." The muscular man, seemingly unconcerned with the recruitment, continues, "Yeah, right? Bring in a sofa. Maybe put a TV in here too. At that, should we add a shower and bedroom too?" The third person, a blonde man, simply replies, "Probably yeah." He then begins to move a piece of office furniture. The muscular man opens a refrigerator, revealing its emptiness. He remarks, "Completely with beer." The blonde man observes him, commenting, "Bro, you do know this is a workplace, right? So you don't like it?" To which the muscular man replies, "Of course not." The woman interrupts, "It's almost time for the meeting." The muscular man looks concerned, questioning, "Was it scheduled as a video call at 2? Kang Hyun, a powerfully built man with short dark hair, hunched over a computer, his brow furrowed in concentration. Two colleagues, a woman with dark hair tied back and a lighter-haired man with a smirk, watched him intently. The lighter-haired man chuckled, commenting on the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun announced his intention to step out for a bit. The meeting resumed via video conference. A stern-looking man in a suit apologized for the delay, addressing the assembled guild representatives, including Kang Hyun. The man in the suit announced the resumption of the meeting and asked if anyone had questions. The screen displayed various participants. A woman inquired about the status of Guild Master Park Seon's situation. The investigation, she was told, was ongoing. The participants were informed that details would be shared once the situation was clarified. Back in the office, Kang Hyun looked pensive, a slight frown on his face. His female colleague asked if Park Seon was truly that famous. He remained silent, lost in thought. The scene opens on a serious-looking young woman, her expression thoughtful. She explains that the Guardian Guild, ranked 5th in the nation, is dedicated solely to the protection of humanity. The image shifts to show a young man with blonde hair and a confident smile. He seems to be a member of the Guardian Guild, his image superimposed over a large, ornate shield. The focus shifts to the blonde young man's armored torso. He speaks of his respect for Guild Master Park Seon. However, his expression darkens as he admits his ignorance regarding the circumstances surrounding Seon's demise. The setting changes abruptly. We are now in a modern office, where a man is addressing another, identified as Mr. Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun is asked to mute his microphone. He complies, and a man in a suit observes images of Kang Hyun and others on a screen. The meeting officially begins. A raid on the C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest, is scheduled in 5 days. Vanandi's Forest is described as a massive mountainous terrain, inhabited by various creatures, from goblins and orcs to ogres. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a man with short, neatly combed brown hair and a thoughtful expression, studying a document. His brow is furrowed in concentration as he mutters to himself, questioning the types of monsters mentioned: goblins, orcs, ogres. He seems unconvinced by the list's simplicity. His gaze shifts to a holographic display showing several headshots of men, likely his team. A question hangs in the air. What does Vanandi mean? The implication is that this is a crucial piece of information yet to be deciphered. One of the team members explains that the meaning of Vanandi remains unclear, but they're speculating that it might be the name of the main antagonist, a powerful figure whose presence is hinted at by a terrifying, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes filling the lower portion of the panel. The focus shifts to a woman with dark hair, pulled back in a bun, her expression one of concern. The ominous presence of the shadowy monster lingers, creating a sense of foreboding. The woman addresses someone as boss, expressing concern. Another man, with short blonde hair, is seen beside a man with dark hair, who explains that while the monsters encountered so far are basic types, they shouldn't underestimate the threat. The dark-haired man continues, emphasizing that the forest monsters are vastly different from regular ones, implying a significant escalation in the threat level. He draws a comparison, likening the usual monsters to a militia and the forest monsters to a well-organized army. The visual shows a stark contrast between the two. The image shows a terrifying horde of uniformly armed and armored goblin-like creatures, reinforcing the idea of a highly organized and dangerous force. The dark-haired man concludes his assessment, stating that each monster possesses exceptional individual skills and that they operate within a structured system. He grimly acknowledges the difficulty of the task ahead. Kang Hyun sat alone, his hands clasped together in thought. He pondered the complexities of the situation, muttering to himself about the necessity of a unified approach rather than individual actions. His reflection was met with immediate pushback from his colleagues. The idea of multiple guilds working together was deemed too difficult, and they opted to handle things independently. One colleague, however, seemed to anticipate this outcome, a smirk playing on his lips as he listened to the others' objections. Kang Hyun, observing the unfolding events on his screen, let out a weary sigh. A sudden realization washed over him. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes wide with dawning comprehension as he frantically searched the data on his screens. A colleague, noticing Kang Hyun's distress, called out to him, his voice laced with concern. Meanwhile, in another location, Kang Hyun's other self was seen casually enjoying a drink, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. The close-up showed the drink in detail, a can of soda. His surprise at the sudden appearance of the drink was palpable. Another person entered the frame, questioning him about the beverage. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, held up a white cloth bag, a slight frown creasing his brow. He muttered something unintelligible, then added, "Because you said to fill the..." The scene shifted to a darkened room, where a man reviewed files on a holographic display. He pointed to one, saying, "Here, there's also some dried squid." He received a grateful, "Oh, thank you," in response. The focus then shifted to another man, his face partially obscured, who pondered, "So what exactly is Vanandi?" A man sat in a dimly lit office, nervously tapping his fingers. The caption below read, "Will the raid?" On a large screen, numerous holographic profiles flickered, each representing a person. The caption read, "Really?" A spark of electricity crackled from an overhead light fixture. The question hung in the air, "Be okay?" A business meeting concluded without incident. The city skyline, a backdrop of towering skyscrapers under a clear sky, offered a stark contrast to the events that were about to unfold. Inside a brightly lit office, 3 young adults occupied a break room. One, a muscular young man with dark hair, played a handheld game console, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Another, a blond man, casually ate a long, thin snack. The third, a young woman with dark hair tied back, meticulously cut an apple. Suddenly, the sound of brisk footsteps announced a new arrival. A man in a sharp suit confidently strode into the room, declaring his intention to begin work immediately. He introduced himself as Han Jae-mun. His arrival caused a stir among the seated individuals, who watched him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Jae-mun, with a bright and almost overly enthusiastic smile, politely requested their assistance and cooperation. The young man with dark hair, still engrossed in his game, looked up, clearly puzzled by the newcomer's presence. He wondered aloud who the newcomer was. The blond man, still eating, explained that Jae-mun was the guild's new administrative worker. The young woman confirmed this, showing his resume to the others. A young woman with dark hair, her expression unreadable, offered a quiet, "Oh, thank you." Beside her, a man with short, light brown hair watched intently. A larger, muscular man with dark hair and a graphic t-shirt, seemingly the focus of their attention, simply murmured, The muscular man, whose name was revealed to be Han Jae-min, reviewed a document. The man in the suit opposite him, clearly surprised, questioned, "Wait, why did you write it down?" The document detailed Jaemin's age, 27, height, 189.7 centimeters, and weight. The suited man's face flushed as he commented on Jaemin's educational background. "Sweet, so you graduated from good school." Jaemin's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Insane. It's really Kong Hyan." The suited man, still flustered, observed, "Look at his face. He looks way more like a criminal in person. He's so fucking cool. What's there to hide?" He then muttered to himself, "He's an awakened nerd." Jae-min, however, remained pensive, admitting, "I still can't tell even though I'm already looking at him." The suited man, whose name was revealed to be Shin Tae-gil, explained his selection of Jae-min, stating, "Well, I'm sure Mr. Shin Tae-gil selected you after careful consideration." Shin Tae-gil offered Jaemin a job, proposing a starting salary of 1,000 per month. He asked, "Sound good?" Kang Hyun, a young man in a crisp business suit, sat across from an unseen individual. He shifted uncomfortably, his expression a mixture of nervousness and slight apprehension. When questioned about taxes and insurance, he deflected, stating that he didn't know much about those matters and suggested they speak to Mr. Shin Tae-gil instead. A hand extended towards him, a gesture of agreement or perhaps a subtle threat. Hyun's eyes widened, and he stammered a promise to work hard. Later, in a brightly lit office break room, Hyun sat with 3 others, On Yuzeong, Shin Singa, and a powerfully built man. A palpable tension hung in the air as they discussed something of great significance. Hyun's eyes reflected a dawning realization. His whispered words, barely audible, betrayed his astonishment. "It's real. It's so fucking real." On Yuzeong, his face etched with disbelief, muttered the names On Yuzeong and Shin Singa. He was clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Shin Singa, her expression serious and unwavering, confirmed that there was no doubt. The aura she sensed was undeniable. It was no joke. The focus shifted to Kang Hyun, who was addressed as Lord Kang Hyan. He was holding a can of soda, his expression thoughtful. He had something important to share. The conversation turned to the guild's expansion plans. The powerfully built man asked about their growth strategy, prompting a discussion about the future. Kang Hyun, a man whose life was anything but ordinary, mused aloud. He was considering the implications of wearing a matching guild uniform. His colleague, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, reacted with surprise to his suggestion. She pointed out the importance of unity within the guild, while another colleague, a man in a suit, enthusiastically embraced the idea of official guild uniforms. Kang Hyun, however, remained pensive. He was intrigued by the prospect. The man in the suit, sensing his hesitation, pleaded with him to reconsider. He then revealed a sample uniform. Kang Hyun immediately rejected the offered uniform, finding its design unacceptable. He questioned the bizarre logo, which featured a skull and a hooded figure. The design was deemed inappropriate and unprofessional. Another colleague, a young man with blonde hair, revealed that he was the one who had designed the rejected uniform. He explained his inspiration, comparing it to biker gang attire. Kang Hyun vehemently denied any involvement in the design, while his colleague insisted on the importance of adopting the uniform. The scene ended with Kang Hyun rejecting the uniform once again. A young woman with dark hair sat alone, tears silently tracing paths down her cheeks. A single, barely audible sound escaped her lips. "Ah." She continued to weep, her shoulders shaking slightly. The quiet sobs were a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere around her. A man, observing her from across a small table, exclaimed, "You're crying?" The woman explained that she had worked hard on a design, pouring her heart into the intricate details of the preparing process. The man was looking at her phone screen, which displayed a digital design and a price negotiation for 1 million won. The focus shifted to a close-up of the item she was holding, a dark jacket with a distinctive logo. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, declared, "Miss, you've hit the jackpot. Do you have any idea how valuable this item is?" The woman, however, responded with a simple, "Nope, not really." The older man, seemingly unfazed, urged her to listen for a moment. He explained that his shop had been making guild uniforms for over a century. The woman's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. 100 years. The older man continued, explaining that the tradition predated even the creation of the tutorial. He placed his trust in her, stating, "Then I can trust you with this." "I'm counting on you," she confidently replied. "Just leave it to me." The older man offered a special discount, reducing the price from 500 per piece to 1,300 total for the jacket. A spotlight illuminated the jacket, highlighting its details as the woman completed the payment. A young woman with dark hair tied in a ponytail gently placed a hand on the shoulder of a man clad in a dark jacket adorned with a skull and crossbones. Her expression was one of quiet care and concern. She smiled softly, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. The man remained still, seemingly lost in thought. She murmured, expressing her certainty about something. The woman's words, though unspoken, were clear. Lord Kong Hyan would also be pleased. The scene shifted to show the man's jacket lying on a surface, seemingly discarded. Meanwhile, in another room, a man with short, dark hair sat on a couch, casually eating. He announced his intention to use the restroom. The scene transitioned to a modern office, where three men sat in tense silence. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken anxiety. One of the men, his face etched with apprehension, voiced his unease at the heavy atmosphere. The man from the couch was now in the office, protesting his innocence. He vehemently denied any responsibility for the situation. His protestations were met with skepticism. He felt unfairly accused and overwhelmed by the situation. A towering skyscraper dominated the cityscape at sunset. The scene implied a significant location. The announcement of a team dinner party was made, celebrating the arrival of a new guild member. The scene shifted to a group of young adults exiting an elevator. Among them were three men and a woman. One of the men, with blonde hair and a lip piercing, took a selfie with his phone, while another, with dark hair and a leather jacket, looked on with a slightly annoyed expression. The woman, also with dark hair, stood patiently beside them. The focus shifted to the woman, who smiled subtly. One of the men asked her if she liked something, to which she enthusiastically replied that she did. The men chuckled at her response. The conversation turned to the van that had been arranged for their transport. One of the men wondered aloud where it had been parked. His eyes widened in surprise. Outside, the group found the van, emblazoned with the logo of their guild, Pandas. The scene opens on a customized van, its side emblazoned with a skull-faced logo reading Badass. Inside, a young man with spiky blonde hair and the same logo on his jacket asks, "Whose idea was this?" Another, shorter man with darker hair replies, "Me. I called some workers yesterday and had them work all night." A man with long dark hair, his face obscured by shadow, mutters, "It's cool, right?" Another man, this one with short dark hair, interrupts angrily, shouting, "Hey, I don't care if you sell it or scrap it. Just get the exact same one again right now." A woman with dark hair comments, "I think it looks awesome." Lord Kong Hyun. Kong Hyun, a man in a suit, reacts with frustration, saying, "Screw awesome or whatever. I told you to get rid of it before I lose my temper. I throw it now." Another man observes, "Bro, you're seriously so mean." Kong Hyun looks at the finished product with a troubled expression, thinking, "This is kind of different from what I imagined. A lot different." Kong Hyun reflects, "What kind of guild have I gotten myself into?" The camera focuses on a customized van speeding through the night, its rear emblazoned with the word Badass. The vehicle navigates a bustling city, its headlights cutting through the urban darkness. Inside the van, a tense exchange unfolds. One man, his face etched with grim determination, warns his companions, "Seriously, if you don't get rid of this car, you'll die by my hands." Another passenger, seemingly unconcerned, replies nonchalantly, "Oh, are you picking a fight? I shouldn't even talk to you, fuck." The van crawls through heavy city traffic. The scene shifts to an aerial perspective, showcasing the extent of the congestion. One of the men in the van expresses his bewilderment, asking, "What? Why is the traffic jam so bad?" His companion shrugs, admitting, I don't know either." As they inch forward, a commotion becomes visible ahead. It looks like there's a fight in front. The driver's face hardens with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He reaches for the car door handle, his knuckles white. Kong Hyun stood beside a graffiti-covered van, his expression a mixture of confusion and alarm. "What the heck?" he muttered, the question hanging in the night air as he stared at something unseen. Suddenly, a violent impact shattered the quiet. A figure, presumably Kong Hyun, crashed through a window, landing hard on the ground below. The force of the fall sent tremors through the scene. He lay there, momentarily stunned, a trickle of blood tracing a path down his lip. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce intensity, reflecting a dawning understanding. Meanwhile, another man lay sprawled on the street, seemingly lifeless. A faint wisp of smoke curled from his body. Kang Hyun, still on the ground, stared at his own hands, a question forming on his lips. What is this? A concerned voice cut through the silence. Bro, are you okay? Kang Hyun looked up, his gaze meeting that of his friend, who was clearly worried. He responded with a hint of amusement. You're worried about me now, beloved? His friend, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed towards the van. Door, he exclaimed, as Kang Hyun's attention was drawn to the vehicle. My artistic soul was in this car door. Kang Hyun, his face etched with a mixture of pain and bewilderment, lay on the ground. A single thought pierced through his agony. He was more concerned about the damage to his car than his own injuries. He groaned, the effort causing a fresh wave of pain to course through his body. His vision swam, the world around him blurring into indistinct shapes. A curse escaped his lips as he pushed himself up, his body protesting with every strained movement. He had expected a swift, decisive attack, not this drawn-out struggle. His eyes narrowed, focusing on his attacker. A grim determination settled on his features. The attacker, a man with a crazed expression and a wicked-looking weapon, lunged forward, roaring a threat of death. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers in uniform stood defiantly, their weapons drawn, warning any potential pursuers to stay back. Zhou Dongwon, the Halcyon Guild's vice guild master, addressed his troops with a confident swagger. He boasted of his ability to easily subdue any opponent. Wu Jinhyung, the Yungjin Guild's vice guild master, scoffed at Dongwon's bravado, criticizing his reckless fighting style. The vice guild master and another guild member watched from a distance as the infiltration team leader was violently thrown back. The vice guild master questioned his colleague's assessment of the team leader's condition. He reassured his companion, stating that the team leader was the guild's most durable member and likely unharmed. The guild member, however, was unconvinced. His expression reflected his disbelief. Suddenly, he spotted something in the distance and urgently alerted the vice guild master. Their attention was drawn to a group of figures emerging from the smoke and dust, one of whom appeared to be the team leader, seemingly unharmed. The scene shifted to the team leader's perspective, showing his foot striking the ground as he moved. He launched himself forward, a powerful force propelling him through the air towards an unseen target. The impact sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. As he stood over his fallen foe, a question arose in his mind about the nature of his own resilience. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, stared down at a dying man. Blood stained the victim's clothes, and his eyes were wide with fear. Yours, the young man rasped, his voice strained. The dying man could only manage a weak, I apologize. The scene shifted. A massive foot, clad in a white sneaker, descended upon a group of armed men, who were clearly caught off guard. Their swords lay scattered on the ground. Who are you? One of them shouted, fear evident in his voice. Three young people watched the scene unfold, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. What the hell is going on? One of them exclaimed. Another added, so it's you guys? The ones from the Yoongjie Guild, or whatever it is, are causing trouble. One of the onlookers, a young man with dark hair, spoke again. He had overheard a previous conversation. I heard what you said to the kid earlier. You said it was a turf war? Causing trouble in the middle of the street like punks. The young man from the earlier scene, his eyes now glowing red with rage, roared. You punks, I couldn't even go and eat beef. A man in tactical gear, observing from a distance, recognized him. That's Kang Hyun. When he loses it, there's no stopping him. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their fear palpable. Those rumored monsters. One of the women spoke, her voice laced with apprehension. Are they that guild member? Kang Hyun stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a grim determination etched on his face. A man, his face obscured by shadow, stared in disbelief. His internal monologue echoed the sentiment. No way. The scene shifted to a city street at night. A group of armed men, their faces grim, stood before a young man with dark hair. Their demand was clear. They're dangerous just from the way they look. The young man, clearly agitated, responded with a confused, what? One of the armed men explained. Because of you, our van got wrecked, and I got hurt a bit earlier too from a blast. The young man recoiled, his expression a mixture of shock and anger. The armed men continued their demands, including emotional damage. Pay us 500 million. Another added, be bro, me as well. My damage compensation should be at least 500 million as well. One of the men conceded, you're right. He then addressed the young man again. You heard that, right? 10 billion. The group reiterated their demand. Pay us. The young man stared, speechless. The young man finally reacted, laughing incredulously. Ridiculous. The scene opens with a violent burst of energy, a chaotic explosion of dark power that leaves behind only a lingering sense of destruction. Instantly, we are thrust into a brutal confrontation. A man, clad in simple leather armor, wields a sword with deadly precision, lunging at an opponent who appears to be unarmed. The attacker's face is contorted in a grimace of furious concentration. The unarmed man, his eyes wide with fear, attempts to defend himself, but he is clearly outmatched. The sword falls a swift, brutal blow. A close-up on the attacker's fist, a blur of motion as he delivers a devastating punch. The impact is immediate and violent. The word bang explodes across the page, mirroring the force of the blow. The scene shifts, showing the aftermath of the attack. The previously unarmed man lies broken and bleeding, his body contorted in agony. His attacker stands over him, his expression unreadable. He collapses lifeless. The sword lies discarded nearby. Moments later, 3 figures in matching jackets stand over the fallen body. One of them asks, "Is it over?" The camera focuses on the fallen man, his body beginning to glow faintly. A group of young adults, clad in dark jackets emblazoned with grim Reaper motifs, stood amidst the city's nocturnal bustle. One of them, Kang Hyun, yawned, clearly weary. They had just been thanked profusely for their assistance. Despite their exhaustion, the group acknowledged their recent predicament. They had been in a dire situation, yet Kang Hyun's intervention had turned the tide. One of his companions brushed it off, claiming it wasn't intentional. Suddenly, a voice cut through the night. It was a sharp, accusatory tone, demanding an explanation for the commotion they had caused. Kang Hyun's companions, initially startled, quickly explained their plight. The recent conflict had prevented them from enjoying a simple meal of beef. One of the accusers, surprisingly, offered to buy them the beef, a gesture of appeasement. The cost of the premium Korean beef was mentioned. Over 100,000 won per person. Kang Hyun's eyes gleamed at the prospect. With the beef issue resolved, a declaration was made. From that moment on, their guilds would be allies, bound by this shared experience. The scene shifted to a modern, high-rise building. A large billboard displayed the image of a stern-faced individual. Inside, a spacious office awaited. Hong Chan, guild master of the Yungjin Guild, sat in her office, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused on the recent actions of the Hasten side, impressed by their efficiency. The question of whether to issue a warning lingered in her mind. The image showed Hong Chan in her office, seated behind a large desk. Her attire and posture conveyed authority and composure. The scene opens on a sizzling grill, the aroma of perfectly seared meat filling the air. A voice, calm and resolute, cuts through the sizzle. "I'll greet you once again." A man, On Yuziong, stands before the grill, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He mutters to himself, the words barely audible, "I." 2 other men join him. One, confidently wielding tongs, remarks, "Ah yes, Haesang Guild. I know it well." The other, less certain, adds, "Bro, it's Haesang Guild." On Yuziong, focused on his task, assures them, "I'll cook so you can just enjoy your meal." One of the men questions his confidence. "Are you confident?" The other man, however, reveals his own priorities. He declares, "The things I hate most in this world are goblins on Yuziong and people who can't grill meat." He challenges On Yuziong directly. "Are you confident you can grill better than me?" The challenger demurs, replying, "Oh no, I'll eat it gratefully." A short time passes. The table is now littered with empty bottles and cans, evidence of a hearty meal and convivial atmosphere. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a man with a strong build and short, dark hair, enjoying a beer at a local establishment. He drains the glass with gusto, a satisfied expression on his face. He sets the empty glass down, a contented sigh escaping his lips. "Thanks to you, I had a good time," he says to an unseen companion, adding so. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts. He turns, a hardened expression replacing his earlier contentment. "What do you want?" he asks, his fist clenching subtly. Across from him stands a man, appearing nervous and slightly startled by Kang Hyun's abrupt change in attitude. "What?" he stammers. A receipt is shown, detailing a substantial sum. "This is a bit excessive for a simple token of appreciation," the nervous man explains, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Kang Hyun repeats a question, his tone unwavering. "What do you want?" The nervous man hesitates, his hands fidgeting. "Talking about something like this. I know this isn't something to bring up when we've just met, but..." He finally makes his proposition. "Would you please consider helping our Hasten Guild?" A woman, her back to the viewer, stands silhouetted against a wall. The text identifies her as being associated with the Yungjin Guild. The scene opens on a man's back, his silver hair neatly styled, dressed in a sharp suit. He stands in what appears to be a high-ranking position within the Hasten Guild. A map depicting the territories of 2 guilds is shown, illustrating their previously balanced control. The image then shifts, showing a fiery conflict. The narrative shifts to a week prior, depicting a violent incursion by the Yungjin Guild in a territory controlled by the Hasten Guild. The Hasten Guild members are shown fighting back, but clearly outnumbered and outmatched. Back in the present, the man in the suit reflects on the events, finding them unusual. The 2 guilds were of comparable size and strength, with a tacit agreement to respect each other's territories. Despite this understanding, the Yungjin Guild had been increasingly provocative, pushing the boundaries of their agreement. This culminated in the recent attack. The Hasten Guild, finally reaching its breaking point, retaliated with full force. The image shows a fierce battle, with the Yungjin Guild's flag being torn apart. Elsewhere, a group of men discuss the conflict, one of them questioning the reasons behind the sudden escalation. Another confirms that the fight was a result of the long simmering tensions. Two young men are shown having a conversation, one urging the other to join the fight. The other refuses, calling him crazy. The scene shifts to another group of men observing the conflict, commenting on the shift in power dynamics between guilds. The scene opens with Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, looking intensely at a drink. A caption above him reads, "Super big issue." The narration box below explains that a heated argument is brewing between Yoongjin and Haesun, two individuals already at odds over their rankings. He sits at a table with several others, a menu visible, showing various prices. He acknowledges what he's hearing, stating, "I understand what you're saying." The conversation continues. One of the men at the table objects, "But we don't exactly have a reason to get involved, do we?" Though we did enjoy the meat. Kang Hyun, his expression serious, worries aloud. "If things continue like this, our guild will definitely lose." A man, presumably a guild member, observes, "The balance of power has been broken. The Yoongjin guild is getting stronger to an unusual degree." He leans in to speak to Kang Hyun, adding, "And this is just a rumor, but..." The man reveals a disturbing piece of information. They say some kind of substance is being circulated within the Yoongjin guild. Kang Hyun reacts with skepticism, questioning the nature of this substance. The man explains, "From what I've heard, it supposedly enhances the power of awakeners." Kang Hyun finds the situation suspicious, muttering, "Fishy, isn't it?" A woman, presumably a guild member, informs him, "Miss Sunga, when is our C-rank dungeon raid?" "In 2 days." Two young men sat across from each other at a table in what appeared to be a restaurant. One, with dark hair and a leather jacket, leaned forward eagerly. The other, with shorter, graying hair, looked more reserved. "Sweet, we'll help you," the gray-haired man offered. The dark-haired man's eyes widened. "Really?" The dark-haired man grinned. "That's fine, as long as you help us." The dark-haired man pulled out his phone. "Oh, and let's have some more beer." He snapped a picture. The phone displayed a real-time radar and report board, showing a significant number of views and upvotes for a recent post. The post showed a blurry picture of the two men, along with comments from viewers. "The real thing looks so scary, lol," one comment read. Other comments speculated about the setting, the men's attire, and the quality of the image. More comments poured in, with one identifying the dark-haired man as Kang Hyun. The discussion turned to his appearance and clothing. The scene opens with a battered van, its side adorned with a skull-themed graffiti, parked in what appears to be a city parking lot. The driver's side door hangs open, revealing the empty interior. A series of text messages scroll across the screen, detailing an online discussion about a group of individuals. The messages express amusement and disbelief at the group's actions, referring to them as hilarious and an illegal group. Another message appears, questioning why the group blew the door off. The tone is one of casual curiosity. The perspective shifts to two men, one of whom is holding a smartphone. He urges his companion to look at something on the phone. The phone displays a picture. The hand holding it shows intricate, dark tattoos. One of the men, smiling, shows the other a picture on his phone. He comments that someone took a picture of their team dinner. The other man reacts positively, pointing out that other guilds spend millions on promotion, while they received free publicity. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them. The scene shifts to a city street. A man in a suit stands calmly before a group of armed individuals, one of whom sharply tells them to stop messing around and pay attention. Kang Hyun, a man in a sharp suit, sat deep in thought. His fingers steepled, a thoughtful frown etched onto his face. The weight of an unspoken burden pressed heavily upon him. He made a decision. "I'll start again," he murmured, the words of promise whispered to himself. The scene shifted to a military staging ground. Soldiers stood at attention before a large gate, preparing for a raid on the Venandi forest. "From now on, we will begin the raid on the Venandi's forest," a commanding officer announced. The officer addressed his troops, his voice carrying the weight of a nation's hope. "Asking you all to sacrifice for the peace and well-being of our nation." He began. A young man, part of the assembled soldiers, responded with quiet determination. "Then I won't say empty words." A close-up revealed Kang Hyun's face, a predatory grin spreading across his lips. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. He addressed a group of young, hardened individuals, his words laced with a promise of glory. "Come back and proudly claim wealth and honor," he urged, his voice filled with a fierce confidence. The group, a team of elite hunters, stood ready, their expressions resolute. The hunter leader, his fist clenched, issued a final command. "Seize it all." The hunters stood poised, a stark contrast to the soldiers arrayed against them. The tension was palpable, a silent battle of wills. The soldiers, a mix of seasoned veterans and fresh recruits, stood firm, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun walked away, his steps measured and deliberate. The weight of his decision and the consequences to come were evident in his gait. A colossal, obsidian gate, etched with intricate golden designs and shimmering emerald accents, loomed against the pale sky. Its surface seemed to pulse with an inner light. Before the gate stood a man in a dark suit, his back to the viewer. He offered a silent wish, his words echoing only in his mind. I wish you victory. He turned, his face obscured by shadow, and began his descent towards the gate. The title card for Solo Resurrection flashed across the screen, introducing the story's protagonist in a dynamic pose, radiating power and determination. The scene shifted to a group of hunters standing before the entrance to Vananda's Forest, a C-rank dungeon. One of them, a powerfully built man, addressed his companions, explaining the nature of the location. He paused, then clasped his hands together, signaling for their attention before continuing his briefing. The man, though not their official leader, took the initiative to organize their approach to the dungeon. He acknowledged his unofficial role, but emphasized the need for coordinated action given the unpredictable nature of the monsters within. He warned the group about the strategic and unpredictable behavior of the monsters inhabiting Vananda's Forest. A sudden close-up on a group of goblins illustrated the point, highlighting their menacing expressions. The danger was emphasized, underscoring the unpredictable nature of encounters within the dungeon. A gloved hand, calloused and strong, held a small, red flare gun. The instruction was clear: fire the signal flare without hesitation. The flare gun contained 3 different colored flares. Red signified danger, a fiery orb pulsed with menacing energy, mirroring the flare's color. Green indicated the discovery of a core, while purple signaled the discovery of a boss. A shadowy, monstrous face loomed behind the purple flare, its eyes burning with malevolent green light. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair and a man with reddish-brown hair stood together. The instructions were relayed. If the signal flare was seen, nearby guilds were to gather immediately. A third individual, a man with dark hair, listened impassively. He was praised for his decisive leadership. With a final word of encouragement, the hunters set off into the forest. A group of 3 hunters, including a muscular man, a shorter man with blonde hair, and a woman with dark hair, prepared for their mission. They exchanged a few words of mutual encouragement. The muscular hunter was approached by a 4th individual, who suggested they join forces. Despite acknowledging their capabilities, the 4th hunter expressed concern for the unpredictable dangers within the dungeon. Even though death seemed inevitable, Kang Hyun's eyes reflected a grim determination. The scene shifted to another man, his features softened by a pleasant smile. He was considered a genuinely kind individual. A conversation ensued between the two. One complained about the other stealing his kill, but acknowledged a debt of gratitude. A compromise was reached. They would work together for a day. They shook hands, both expressing eagerness for their collaboration. Elsewhere, a group of 3 individuals were walking. One called out to the others. He questioned the purpose of their guild if they were only going to work amongst themselves. The group was comprised of Kang Hyun and 2 other hunters. Kang Hyun, acknowledging the inexperience of the group entering a C-rank dungeon for the first time, stressed the importance of preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. One of the hunters, a woman, agreed with Kang Hyun's assessment. The focus shifted to the 3rd member of the hunting party, his expression unreadable. Kang Hyun's eyes snapped open. A look of confusion and alarm etched across his features. What the? He stood, back to the viewer, in a forest clearing. The setting sun cast long shadows. A smirk played on his lips as he turned, a hint of amusement in his eyes. 3 figures emerged from the trees. One, a blond man with piercings, spoke. Hey, are you seriously trying to pick a fight again? Another, a man with dark hair, muttered. Ugh, such a damn snake. Kang Hyun simply replied. TSK, I got caught. One of the hunters, his expression grim, commented, Those guys, do they think this dungeon is their playground, or something? The dark-haired hunter sighed. He's new and has no sense. Wasn't he trying to look cool in the media these days? It's when you're unnoticed that it's safest. Leave him. The blonde hunter scoffed. The fact that guys like him are even being compared to the union leader is... The blonde hunter, on Yuziong, was interrupted by a sudden, violent image of a snarling wolf. He paled, visibly shaken. Honestly, it's disgraceful. Stay still, on Yuziong. Don't go pick another fight for no reason. On Yuziong, regaining his composure, retorted, I have that much sense of discretion, too. What, you think I'm some fight-hungry? Kang Hyun, a man of grim determination, stood amidst the undergrowth, a spiked mace materializing in his hand. His companion, a blond man with a noticeably edgy look, stared in disbelief. What's that in your hand? When the hell did you even pull that out? Lunatic. Hyun looked equally surprised. He shrugged, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Did I do it without realizing? His companion, still clearly unnerved, questioned Hyun's sudden change in demeanor. Why do you suddenly look so defeated? Hyun's gaze dropped, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. He responded with a weary sigh. What? I've always been like this. Well, it's not like I don't get how he feels. Hyun continued, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. I also think that just beating him up would feel more satisfying. Suddenly, a shout cut through the air. Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hyun smirked. Perfect timing. A horde of goblins, their crude weapons glinting menacingly, charged from the forest. The battle had begun. A tactical display appeared, identifying the enemy as goblin light infantry. One goblin lunged, its blade aimed at Hyun's heart. The attack was swift and brutal. Kang Hyun, a young man with short brown hair, braced himself against the onslaught. A monstrous goblin, its features grotesque and menacing, swung a massive shield, its blow connecting with a sickening thud. The impact sent Hyun reeling, a pained groan escaping his lips. He staggered back, overwhelmed. More goblins swarmed him, their numbers seemingly endless. Hyun muttered to himself, the sheer weight of the situation pressing down on him. Too many. Despite their brutish appearance, Hyun noted something unusual about these goblins' movements. Their agility and coordination were far superior to any he'd encountered before. These were unlike any goblins he knew. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees, a man clad in shining armor wielding a spear. He moved with speed and precision, his attack striking a goblin with deadly accuracy. Hyun watched, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. The armored man barked orders, his voice sharp and commanding. Team 3 was to support the rear, while Team 4 provided cover. His words were a welcome sound to Hyun's ears, a sign of organization and strategy in the chaos. Hyun knew the stakes. A grim realization settled upon him. If they didn't act swiftly and decisively, they would be completely annihilated. The ferocity of the goblins' attack intensified. One particularly vicious goblin lunged forward, its blade glinting dangerously close to Hyun. A blur of motion. A powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave through the air. The spiked mace connected with its target, pulverizing several goblins in a brutal display of force. A maniacal laugh echoes, punctuated by the wet sounds of blood. The source. A close-up of a face contorted in a cruel grin, a cigarette but clenched between bloodied teeth. The laughter continues, but now accompanied by the sickening thud of a spiked weapon connecting with flesh. A young man with blonde hair, his face smeared with blood and a gleeful expression, brandishes the weapon. He declares it's hunting time. Elsewhere, a man with short, dark hair watches, his expression one of grim determination. He mutters, "That lunatic, even if I think about it over and over, I'm certain." The scene shifts to a blurry image of someone running through a field, the speed implied by motion blur. A violent impact follows. A hulking, grotesque creature, resembling an orc, confronts the dark-haired man. The creature roars, "What I hate the most is..." The dark-haired man responds, "First of all, on Yuziong." The dark-haired man spins rapidly, a blue energy swirling around him. He states, "Someone who can't grill meat." He continues, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he holds a glowing blue orb, and the orc charges, but the dark-haired man unleashes a powerful blast of energy, striking the creature. A magical explosion rocked the landscape, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. Debris flew, and the screams of goblins were cut short. At the heart of the blast, Kang Hyun stood, a cruel smile playing on his lips as energy crackled around him. He reveled in the destruction. He casually tossed another blast of energy, obliterating more goblins. "Blowing up goblins is the best," he exclaimed, his voice filled with manic glee. A companion, equally amused, watched on. The impact of the explosions was clearly felt by a group of soldiers some distance away. One of them commented on his sheer power, noting that it was the 10th such explosion they'd witnessed. Kang Hyun, undeterred, declared his intention to continue, aiming for 20. Meanwhile, 2 other soldiers watched in horror, whispering their assessment of the situation. Complete lunatics. One of the soldiers urged his companion that they should avoid further conflict with Kang Hyun and his associate. Their fear was palpable. His companion agreed, his voice laced with despair. "We're fucking cooked now." Later, under a blood-red moon, Kang Hyun sat by a campfire, a self-satisfied grin on his face. He spoke with another man, discussing the rumors surrounding him. The other man admitted that Kang Hyun's skills far surpassed his expectations. 3 guild members knelt before Kang Hyun, their faces etched with remorse. He accepted their apology for their earlier rudeness, stating that their punishment was already underway. Kang Hyun then turned his attention to the preparation of a simple meal. He politely declined a suggestion to continue their mission together the following day, preferring to proceed separately. Another man approached, inquiring about the nature of their earlier agreement. Kang Hyun vaguely confirmed it was related to a bet. A flashback revealed the scene at the dungeon entrance earlier that day. A group of hunters, including Kang Hyun, were approached by a mysterious individual. The mysterious man proposed a bet to Kang Hyun, suggesting a competition to determine who would deliver the final blow to the dungeon boss. The man's smile was sharp and predatory, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Kang Hyun's companions reacted with disbelief and anger to the proposal, questioning his sanity. The man dismissed their concerns, implying that his proposal was merely a way to show off his abilities. The man continued to press his bet, challenging Kang Hyun's morality and suggesting a different wager. Kang Hyun, a man of steely resolve, held a small, orb-like object in his hand. He was making a wager, a gamble of immense consequence. "It's not likely to happen," he mused, his expression a mixture of skepticism and grim determination. But if you win, I'll give you this. The orb, a curious device labeled Easter egg, was described as having a durability rating of 10 out of 10. Its description read, an Easter egg made by someone who likes pranks. Activates upon destruction. Kang Hyun examined the orb closely. A thought struck him. Someone who likes pranks? I'm certain. A surge of energy erupted from the orb, revealing a chaotic vision. A spectral figure, seemingly celestial in nature, appeared within the swirling energy, alongside a vast army of monstrous creatures. He recoiled, overwhelmed by the power unleashed. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief as the ethereal energy washed over him. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. It was an item connected to the administrator, a being of immense power and mystery. An enigmatic orb, labeled Easter egg, is displayed. Its description reads, grade, durability, 10 tenths, description, an Easter egg made by someone who likes pranks. Activates upon destruction. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, studies the orb's description. His internal monologue reveals his skepticism. Someone who likes pranks? I'm certain. A bright, ethereal light engulfs Kang Hyun, obscuring his form. The light fades, revealing a sinister figure holding a similar orb. He addresses Kang Hyun. If it's you, you should know what this is about, right? The figure's thoughts are revealed. Does that brat also know about the administrator? Kang Hyun, now visibly shaken, responds, I don't know though. He wonders aloud. More importantly, does he know that I'm a tutorial graduate? Another individual observes Kang Hyun, muttering, is that a monster ball like Pokemon? The sinister figure scoffs, don't play dumb. I already know that you joined the special ability management team. Aha, it seems that important information is shared internally. Kang Hyun, a man with a determined expression, held a glowing device. He muttered to himself, surprised by an unexpected turn of events. He hadn't anticipated being part of the management team. His counterpart, a man in tactical gear, smirked. A tense negotiation unfolded. Kang Hyun considered his options, wondering if he should kneel, but ultimately rejected the idea as unfair. The proposal was laid out. Join their guild for 1 year and strictly follow orders. In return, he would be treated as an ordinary member. The man in the suit, radiating confidence, waited for a response. Kang Hyun, wary, questioned the lack of trickery. He was suspicious of hidden motives. The suited man confidently declared his integrity, emphasizing his straightforward approach. He reiterated his principle, honesty. His fist clenched, underscoring his resolve. Kang Hyun internally questioned the fairness of the bet against 3 opponents. His opponents, meanwhile, expressed their annoyance at his audacity. Despite his reservations, Kang Hyun decided to accept the challenge. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a tranquil landscape. A group of hunters, weary from their expedition, made camp near Serene River. One of them, a young man named Hyun, yawned, expressing his exhaustion. His companions discussed the recent dungeon raid and the possibility of further disturbances, noting the persistent signal flares. Hyun, seemingly unconcerned, dismissed the flares as insignificant, attributing them to the individualistic nature of top-ranking guilds. He explained that such signals were common and not necessarily indicative of a serious threat. His companions, accepting his assessment, wished him good luck as he prepared to depart. Hyun, however, felt a growing sense of unease. This was not the first time he had experienced such a situation. Elsewhere, another hunter, his face etched with worry, urgently inquired about the unfolding events. He learned of a brutal ambush, with several casualties and injuries. His anger flared, and he vowed swift retribution. The scene opens with a close-up of a hand, calloused and strong, gripping 2 arrows embedded deeply in wood. A voice, strained but resolute, whispers, "Don't tell me it's Venandi." The camera pulls back to reveal the source of the arrows, reptilian humanoids, their green scales shimmering in the dappled sunlight. One of them speaks, his tone laced with arrogance. "I didn't expect it to be a species name, not a boss." Another man, his face partially obscured by a hand, mutters, "Arrogant creatures. They're totally seeing us as prey." A man in armor, his expression grim, observes the situation. He states, "We were supposed to break through this. We have no choice but to find their base and wipe them out." His companion, clearly distressed, retorts, "You think I don't know that? Forget tracking. We're just getting ambushed and floundering. How the hell are we going to do it? Just how? I'm sorry." The armored man's gaze hardens. A dark thought crosses his mind. At this point, it's all or nothing. He turns, his back to the viewer, a chilling resolve etched on his features. His internal monologue continues. If those bastards are hiding in the forest, his eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. He concludes, then we just need to get rid of the forest. The final panel shows a vast, raging inferno consuming the forest, a terrifying display of power. A wildfire raged through the forest, consuming everything in its path. The flames danced and writhed, casting an infernal glow on the towering pines. A single star command echoed through the inferno. burn the forest. Amidst the chaos, a guild master, his face etched with worry, addressed a comrade. If we're not careful, he warned, we could be in danger too. His companion, a man with a sharp gaze and a grim expression, countered, is there any other solution? The grim-faced man continued, at this rate we'll all be wiped out. There's no other way. Signal flares. If we use the signal flare... He was interrupted. Idiot, his companion scoffed. You think the others will come if you do that? Fine. Let's say they actually come. What about the guild's honor? Have you thought about that? The grim-faced man ignored the interruption, his eyes focused on a task. He commanded, Mage, stand by. He held a staff, imbued with magical energy, ready to unleash its power. His eyes narrowed, a steely determination hardening his features. A surge of magical energy emanated from him. With a powerful swing, the mage unleashed a spell. We have to do it when the wind blows east, he muttered, focusing his energy. A blur of motion, leaves scattered by a powerful gust of wind. Something fast approaches. The wind clears, revealing a monstrous reptilian creature, its maw agape in a ferocious roar. Its teeth are sharp and menacing. 3 more similar creatures emerge from the forest, their guttural cries echoing through the trees. They are armed with bows and arrows, poised to attack. Venandi scouts. The text identifies the reptilian warriors. Kong Hyun, a man clad in worn armor, stands alert, his sword resting on his shoulder. He looks at the approaching creatures with a mixture of surprise and caution. What are they, he wonders. He observes the creatures, noting they are not attacking, merely panting. A companion, beside him, questions his assessment. Kong Hyun explains his intuition, predicting that an attack will occur if they approach closer. His companion is both impressed and bewildered by his uncanny ability. Goodness, what a convenient intuition, he remarks. Kong Hyun grips his sword, a determined glint in his eyes. He is ready. He instructs his companion. Okay, we'll run on the count of 3. The battle raged. Arrows flew, swords clashed, and a young man, Kong Hyun, tumbled through the air, his body a whirlwind of motion as he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. He landed hard, the impact jarring him to his core. He scrambled to his feet, his sword already drawn, ready to face whatever foe awaited. 2 figures emerged from the chaos, their weapons raised, intent on finishing him off. Suddenly, a monstrous reptilian creature burst from the undergrowth, its claws extended, targeting Kong Hyun's allies. The element of surprise was palpable. Kong Hyun watched, his eyes wide with alarm, as the creature attacked. He was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He reacted instantly, his instincts taking over. With a guttural cry, he charged forward, his sword a blur of motion. Meanwhile, Kong Hyun's companions, observing the sudden shift in the battle, exchanged worried glances. One of them muttered about the possibility of a trap, while another questioned whether they should pursue the fleeing creatures. The archer, a young woman with dark hair, voiced her concerns, her gaze fixed on the retreating figures. Doubt clouded her features. One of the men, a blonde with a pierced lip, argued that while it could be a trap, the fact that the creatures were hiding suggested they were getting too close for comfort. His intuition told him something was amiss. He looked thoughtful, his expression serious. His gut feeling was that they were walking into danger. Yuziong and his companion moved through the forest. Yuziong expressed a feeling that something interesting would happen if they continued on their current path. His companion agreed, adding that his intuition was usually quite good, though he had overlooked something important. That interesting thing, as it turned out, was a volley of arrows launched from the trees. One of the arrows struck Yuziong, eliciting a furious outburst. Yuziong, wounded but defiant, roared in frustration at the ambush. He considered the attack a nuisance. He then shouted at his unseen attackers, daring them to come forward. Several small, reptilian humanoids, armed with bows and arrows, were perched high in the trees. One of the reptilian humanoids loosed an arrow, striking Yuziong again. He cursed his attackers for their distracting tactics. Yuziong realized that the initial encounter was a trap designed to wear down his stamina. He angrily cursed his attackers for their underhanded tactics. Meanwhile, his companions observed the situation, noting the annoying persistence of the small monsters and questioning whether the ambush was intended to exhaust them. Another arrow found its mark, piercing Yuziong's side. Despite the continued attacks, he remained determined. He declared that this strategy wouldn't work and asked his companion if they had any sharper projectiles. A desperate plea echoed through the chamber. Just take hostages, a voice urged laced with fear. The speaker, a man with dark, wild hair, revealed a horrifying grin. His eyes gleamed with a manic intensity, his tongue lolling out as he clutched a broken weapon. Blood stained his armor. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure with reptilian features sneered. I don't care if the claws are ripped out raw. It hissed, or even if you skin them alive. Let's see if they can keep acting like that. Solo Resurrection. The title card introduces us to Kong Hyun, a man with intense eyes and dark hair, his expression a mixture of determination and weariness. He is shown mid-action, his fists clenched, ready to strike. The scene shifts abruptly. A young man with brown hair is confronted by a monstrous creature, its jaws agape. A desperate shout rings out, "Stop right there!" The young man, now wounded, struggles against the beast. He warns, "If you don't listen to me, this bastard's life will be over." Two reptilian humanoids stand facing each other, identical in appearance. An air of confusion hangs between them. The identical reptilians exchange a questioning glance, a large question mark appearing above their heads. Back with the young man, his plan has failed. He exclaims in frustration, Damn it, fuck. What the heck? It doesn't work on them." A woman with dark hair scoffs, "I told you so. You agreed to." Another member of the group adds, "I just said it might be fun, though." The young man, now on the ground, is severely injured. He mutters, "Those damn ruthless bastards." The group assesses the situation. One comments, "They even killed a hostage." Another adds, "They're just unreasonable bastards." The young man concludes, "What?" As if kidnappers would listen anyway. Kong Hyun, a young man with a troubled expression, contemplated their predicament. He muttered to himself that they needed a new plan. His companion questioned their inaction, asking if they would simply remain where they were. The mention of signal flares prompted an explanation. A red flare signified a dangerous situation. Kong Hyun, along with his companions, decided to move. They agreed that staying put wouldn't solve anything. Elsewhere, a grotesque, goblin-like creature blew a large horn, signaling an impending attack. A large horde of goblins charged toward a group of human soldiers. Han Saiwon, the Guardian Guild's vice guild master, assessed the situation, realizing they were heavily outnumbered. Han Saiwon urged his troops to hold on, promising reinforcements would arrive soon. The panel shows Han Saiwon, his face strained with exertion, desperately trying to rally his forces. Kong Hyun stood amidst the clearing, his sword lying on the ground beside him. Two fallen figures lay near, their forms obscured by smoke and shadow. He wore the attire of a seasoned hunter, his expression grim. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A guttural sound echoed through the trees. Two monstrous creatures, their forms vaguely reptilian, burst from the earth, snapping their jaws hungrily. Kong Hyun's thoughts raced. He realized there would be no reinforcements. He was alone, facing impossible odds. A wave of despair washed over him. His mind flashed back to the events that led to this moment. He questioned his decisions, his actions. He recalled the guild master's erratic behavior, a sign he'd missed. The realization hit him. It was his greed that had brought them here. The guild should have abandoned the raid, but pride and the desire to maintain their reputation had driven them forward. But it wasn't just reputation, it was his own insatiable greed. The image of his fallen comrades, their lifeless bodies scattered across the battlefield, haunted him. The weight of his actions bore down on Kong Hyun. He stood amidst a field littered with the fallen, the vibrant shards of scattered mana crystals a stark contrast to the grim reality of his failure. His confession hung heavy in the air. He had led his guild members to their deaths. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with fear and exhaustion, gasped. He was one of the few survivors, his armor battered and stained with blood. The next moment, a brutal blow sent him sprawling. Terror consumed the blonde-haired man as he realized the full extent of their predicament. His whispered words echoed the despair of their situation. "We're done for." His eyes widened in horror as a massive horde of orcs materialized from the forest, their numbers overwhelming. The blonde-haired man was utterly alone, facing an impossible battle. The remaining guild members fought valiantly, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. Kong Hyun, despite his injuries, found himself surrounded, his sword raised in a desperate defense. A massive Orcish blade descended, aimed at the blonde-haired man's head. His eyes reflected the stark terror of impending death. The blade struck, but not where it was aimed. Another guild member, sacrificing himself, took the blow. The blonde-haired man watched in horror as his comrade fell. In the chaos, another orc loosed an arrow, finding its mark in the heart of another guild member. Death rained down upon them. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. He was alone, surrounded by enemies, and death was imminent. A plume of smoke curled from Kong Hyun's lips as he defiantly exhaled. His eyes, narrowed in grim determination, held a spark of reckless abandon. "Bring it on," he challenged, the words echoing the fierce resolve burning within him. The battlefield erupted. Kong Hyun, his body a blur of motion, unleashed his abilities. Lion's roar of rage, activated, a surge of raw power that nullified the enemy's attempts at deception and concealment. His muscles strained, veins bulging as he channeled an even greater force. Wayne's secret and Giant's power followed, augmenting his strength to superhuman levels. A guttural roar escaped his lips. The source of his amplified power became clear. Wolk's giant hammer, a grade D weapon, its durability at 994/1000. It had belonged to Wolk, an ogre stronger than his brethren. He swung the colossal hammer with terrifying speed and force, the weapon arcing through the air. The hammer connected with its target, a devastating blow that sent the enemy flying. A blur of motion and a spray of blood marked the impact. The force of the blow was clearly immense. Kang Hyun followed through with the attack, his movements precise and deadly. He continued his assault, the hammer a whirlwind of destruction, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Kang Hyun's eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension, focused on something unseen by the casual observer. A surge of energy, barely perceptible to the naked eye, emanated from him. He stumbled back, a crimson spray painting the ground behind him as he braced himself against the unseen force. The impact sent tremors through his body, but he stood firm. Nearby, a young man with blonde hair watched in horrified fascination as the scene unfolded before him. His eyes were wide with disbelief and terror. A single, deadly-looking dart, tipped with a shimmering, almost ethereal substance, hurtled towards Kang Hyun. The scene shifted. Two grotesque, goblin-like creatures, armed with crude knives, were riddled with arrows. They crumpled to the ground, lifeless. A massive, spiked club descended, pulverizing one of the goblins into a bloody mess. The blonde-haired man watched, muttering wow. Two figures, a man with short blonde hair and a woman with long black hair, appeared, their movements sharp and precise. They surveyed the carnage with a mixture of disgust and grim satisfaction. The man commented, "What a mess." The blonde-haired man from earlier looked up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Badass Guild reinforcements have arrived," he exclaimed, his voice filled with relief. The words "Badass Guild" echoed in his mind. The battle raged. Three ogres, their brutish forms stained with blood, fell before a lone figure. The air hung heavy with the stench of violence and a lingering scent of decay. A man, Kang Hyun, stood amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed on the fallen beasts. He leaned heavily on a massive war hammer, his expression unreadable. Nearby, whispers arose among his companions. Doubt clouded their minds. Is he really just an ability user like us? One questioned. Another countered, he's on a whole different level. But a shadow of uncertainty lingered. The scene shifted. Kang Hyun stood defiant, facing a fresh wave of monstrous ogres. His resolve was unshaken, even as more enemies emerged from the forest. A young man, breathless, ran towards him. "Vice Guild Master," he shouted, his voice filled with urgency and alarm. The young man pointed towards a new threat. "Dangun. The Dangun Guild is here," he exclaimed, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and awe. The Vice Guild Master's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed the arrival of the Dangun Guild. His face reflected a mixture of shock and apprehension. A woman, the leader of the Dangun Guild, extended her hand, a commanding presence radiating from her. Her soldiers moved with swift precision, ready to engage the enemy. A fierce clash ensued. Blades flashed, and the ground was quickly stained crimson with the blood of both sides. The battle reached a fever pitch. A young man with short, light brown hair, clad in worn leather armor, stared wide-eyed at his surroundings. He gasped, repeating in disbelief, "Wow, we're alive, we're alive." The scene shifted to reveal a field littered with arrows and the bodies of fallen soldiers. A grim tableau of death. Three figures stood amidst the carnage. A man with dark hair, a woman with dark hair and a ponytail, and another man with blonde hair. The dark-haired man commented, "Phew, what a mess." The woman addressed the dark-haired man, praising his efforts. "Good work, Lord Kang Hyun." The camera panned to reveal a larger group of soldiers, all bearing the insignia of the Dangun Guild. The woman continued, explaining, "It's been quite a while since we entered the dungeon, but our numbers haven't decreased at all." The blonde-haired man's expression shifted to one of concern. He muttered, "To make matters worse." He continued his thought, but on the other hand, the final panel showed more bodies, this time clearly deceased, scattered amongst the battlefield. Crystals were visible near the corpses. A young man, his face etched with worry, cried out, "Mr. Hyung." His voice was filled with desperation, a clear indication of the urgency of the situation. Another man, his hair a shade of light brown, confronted him. "Why are you just standing still? Are you trying to hold your shit?" he demanded, his tone sharp and impatient. The first man, visibly shaken, could only manage a weak, "Ah." The brown-haired man continued, "You're just gathering people slowly, right? Aren't you the one in charge of the guild now? We're going to have the next strategy meeting." The first young man, still visibly distressed, simply replied, "Ah, okay." Suddenly, a monstrous, fiery creature emerged from the background, its roar echoing through the air. The creature was clearly a threat. Panic erupted. A voice, filled with terror, shouted, "Guild Master. We can't control the fire." The Guild Master, a man with short brown hair, reacted swiftly, shouting, "And the wind direction has changed too." He then ordered, "Everyone, get down." His own face reflected his uncertainty as he muttered, I don't know anymore." Kang Hyun's eyes widened, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He stared in disbelief as an intense golden light consumed him, searing pain lancing through his very being. A desperate shout cut through the air, a command born of urgency and fear. "Everyone fall back." The scene opens on a desolate landscape, the remnants of a battle scattered across the ground. A lone figure, Kang Hyun, stands amidst the ruins, his expression grim. He declares, "We're going straight to the core." Kang Hyun sits around a campfire with 3 other soldiers. One of them voices a concern, but we don't even know where the core is. Kang Hyun points toward the distant location. "The core is over there, though," he muses, "and from where I feel, the distance doesn't seem that far." A female soldier, addressing Kang Hyun, asks, "You can feel it, the core. Energy?" "Yeah, you can't feel it." Kang Hyun, based on his experience, estimates, "We'll arrive there past midnight." If that's true, another soldier agrees, "It would definitely be better to move straight ahead." "Yes, let's get ready right away." Kang Hyun interrupts, "Wait." The blonde soldier, seemingly unconcerned, laughs and says, "Isn't it too much to move right away?" "Huh, we just finished a big battle." The female soldier counters, "We don't know how Vanandi will move. You saw it, so you know." A small group huddled around a crackling campfire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The air was thick with tension. One, a woman with dark hair, spoke, "They're smart, so we shouldn't give them time." Another member of the group, a man with glasses, suggested, "Still, shouldn't we take a short break? Everyone's tired." He continued, reassuringly, "Don't worry about that. Our guild has a healer who can recover fatigue." The scene shifted to show several injured soldiers receiving medical attention. A man with a determined expression clenched his fist. He muttered, "You all might be fine, but we're already at our limit." Elsewhere, a weary soldier, Han Saiwan, complained, "Ah, I can't hear you because it's stuffy." Another soldier approached him, asking, "Your name is Han Saiwan, right? Why are you so tense?" Sivan reacted sharply, "What do you mean? Do you expect us to go out of our way to escort you, or something?" The other soldier responded calmly, "Don't say it like that. Mr. Han Saiwan, get your head straight. This is a dungeon." Kang Hyun, a young man clad in simple, worn armor, stood amidst a landscape bathed in the hues of a setting sun. His expression was one of grim determination, his gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the frame. He spoke, his voice laced with a weary resignation. "It's a place where if you're weak, you die." Another figure, a man with light brown hair, appeared, his face etched with concern. He addressed Kang Hyun, his words tinged with a mixture of disbelief and accusation. "The truth is, you guys were so weak that you almost died, but you survived thanks to us. Do you really think we came here to save your guild members?" Kang Hyun's expression hardened. He responded, his voice low and controlled. "We're here to find a solution together. If you're just going to stand around uselessly without being of any help, then why did you even come here?" The light-haired man sputtered, his earlier confidence crumbling. "But still." The light-haired man sighed, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. He muttered, "Tisich, let's at least eat before we head out." Kang Hyun's stomach rumbled. He thought, "All that talking made me hungry." Night had fallen. A crimson moon hung heavy in the sky as Kang Hyun found himself once more in the midst of a brutal battle. He moved with deadly efficiency, his blade a blur, cutting down monstrous creatures that swarmed around him. One of the creatures, a reptilian humanoid wielding a bow, loosed an arrow towards Kang Hyun. It hissed, "There isn't much time left." The battle raged. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with grime and blood, urged his companions onward. "Don't try to take them all down," he shouted, his voice strained. "Just clear a path." A female archer, her dark hair pulled back, unleashed a volley of arrows, each shot precise and deadly. Another warrior, blonde and stocky, fought with a shield and sword, deflecting blows with practiced ease. The blonde warrior stumbled, a fatal blow narrowly avoided. Above, a crimson moon hung heavy in the darkening sky, casting an ominous glow on the battlefield. Kang Hyun, his breath ragged, clutched a glowing orb. It pulsed with an inner light, a strange and potent energy. Suddenly, a triumphant cry rang out. "We found it!" The orb in Kang Hyun's hand intensified, its light illuminating a vast horde of monstrous creatures. The female archer, surprised, spoke. "I didn't think we'd actually find it." She then barked an order. "Use the fire signal. Everything you've got." A red flare was launched, arcing across the night sky. The flare's light illuminated the battlefield, revealing the full extent of the monstrous horde. Kang Hyun, his eyes narrowed, prepared for the inevitable. The battle raged. Kang Hyun, along with several other soldiers, fought desperately against a horde of grotesque, reptilian creatures. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as they struggled to hold their ground against the overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. From the distance, a contingent of armored figures, identifying themselves as the Immortal Guild, charged into the fray. Their arrival was a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Among them, a figure with striking red hair and armor, identified as Kang Hyun, called out to his brother, a clear sign of familial connection amidst the brutal conflict. The Black Knights, as they were known, joined the fight, bolstering the thinning lines. A member of the Ability Users Alliance watched, a look of relief on their face as they witnessed Kang Hyun's survival. Their words, "I knew you'd survive," spoke volumes about their faith in his resilience. The reinforcements had arrived, turning the tide of the battle. Two soldiers, their armor stained with blood, fought back to back, their determination unwavering. Amidst the chaos, a female archer loosed an arrow, her aim true and deadly. The battle continued with fierce intensity, a whirlwind of steel and magic. One of the soldiers, however, fell, succumbing to his wounds. His fall served as a stark reminder of the brutal reality of the conflict. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, identified as Vananda's great warrior. Its imposing presence sent shivers down the spines of the remaining soldiers. The warrior's arrival confirmed their worst fears. This was the boss, the ultimate challenge in this desperate battle for survival. Kang Hyun, a young man clad in worn leather armor, launched himself through the air, his sword a blur of motion. Below, a horde of reptilian creatures, Vanandi, snarled and lunged, their crude weapons glinting menacingly in the fading light. One particularly large Vanandi, its skin a mottled brown and green, swung a massive warhammer, roaring a challenge as it attempted to crush Kang Hyun. The force of the blow sent tremors through the air. The Vanandi's attack connected, but instead of the expected impact, a strange energy pulsed from the creature's body. A question formed in Kang Hyun's mind. Greek? The warhammer struck its target, but the result was far from what the Vanandi expected. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a gruesome spectacle of gore and dismemberment. Kang Hyun, seemingly unharmed, continued his relentless assault. He moved with a terrifying efficiency, each strike precise and deadly, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. A grim smile stretched across Kang Hyun's blood-smeared face. He was exhilarated, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. This power, it was unsettlingly familiar. Another Vanandi fell, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The battle raged on, but Kang Hyun's movements were growing increasingly erratic. He stood over his fallen foe, gazing down at the warhammer. A question echoed in his mind. Why is it this weak? Kang Hyun let out a short, sharp laugh. The dungeon's difficulty, he realized, stemmed not only from a sheer number of monsters, but also from the Vanandi's surprising intelligence. Kang Hyun stood over the fallen beast, a massive dragon-like creature, its scales dull and lifeless. He surveyed the scene, his expression grim but resolute. The boss itself isn't that strong, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. His gaze shifted to the loot. A holographic display shimmered into existence, detailing the spoils of victory. A sword, the sword of Ananda's great warrior, a rank D weapon, described as light and sharp. Kang Hyun hefted the sword, its weight surprisingly light in his hand. A bow lay nearby, also part of the loot. He examined both items, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. Is it just a bow and a sword? He questioned, his tone laced with slight dissatisfaction. He dismissed the bow with a shrug, focusing on the sword. I don't know about the bow, but the sword is easy to use. He mused, his thoughts turning to the battle's cost. The image shifted to show the aftermath of his final strike, a gruesome scene of a defeated foe. The battle was over. The spear, stained crimson, lay embedded in the fallen enemy. It was a hard-fought victory, but at a heavy price. Kang Hyun stared at the scene, his expression heavy with grief. I expected this, but we lost a lot of people. The weight of his losses settled upon him. Despite the devastation, a flicker of grim determination ignited within him. No, at least I should feel grateful that it wasn't a total annihilation, he thought, surveying the field littered with the fallen and scattered loot. He addressed his remaining comrades, his voice firm despite the emotional toll. All right, let's start collecting the loot. We'll handle the calculation and distribution once we're out. His words were met with nods of agreement. One of his comrades, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, spoke up. No objections. Same here. The others echoed her sentiment, their faces grim but resolute. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair stared, wide-eyed, at something unseen. Her expression was one of pure disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. What's? The scene shifted to a fiery landscape. A volcanic eruption, or perhaps something far more sinister, painted the sky in shades of angry orange and red. Molten rock flowed like rivers of fire. Two figures, a man and a woman in what appeared to be military attire, watched the fiery spectacle unfold. The man, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, "How was there fire?" The woman, equally astonished, could only whisper, "No way." Their astonishment grew. The woman's eyes widened further, reflecting the growing intensity of the unfolding catastrophe. The fire intensified, coalescing into a massive, fiery vortex that roared towards them. From within the inferno, a desperate cry for help pierced the air. Help! Amidst the chaos, a man in similar armor, his face contorted in a grimace of terror and awe, could only utter, "Damn, that's insane." Another soldier, watching the scene unfold, added with a nervous chuckle, "That guy." The focus shifted to a different scene, where a blonde-haired man watched the fiery destruction from a distance. His expression was one of grim determination, a silent observation. They really want to kill him. The blonde man's face was streaked with tears and grime, his mouth open in a silent scream of anguish and helplessness. The series, Solo Resurrection, opens with an introduction to Kang Hyun, a man with a striking smirk and dark, intense eyes. His expression hints at a complex character, one who has likely faced and overcome significant challenges. Suddenly, a scene of intense chaos unfolds. A massive, fiery vortex engulfs the landscape, and a desperate cry for help pierces the air. Amidst the destruction, a man's face is contorted in terror and disbelief. He shouts, "Damn, that's insane." The perspective shifts to a group of soldiers observing the scene from a distance. One of them remarks, "That guy is really..." Another soldier, his face etched with fear, mutters to himself, "I have to run away." A glowing orb of intense energy materializes, radiating heat and power. The soldier attempts to flee, but he stumbles upon an obstacle. Meanwhile, a man in glasses clad in tactical gear declares with determination, "See core? I'll destroy the core." A gloved hand grabs the fleeing soldier, and a voice shouts, "And no." The battlefield crackled with chaotic energy. Two soldiers, one with glasses and a determined expression, the other looking more apprehensive, braced themselves against an unseen force. "If you break the core now, a break will occur," the bespectacled soldier warned, his voice tight with urgency. The other soldier retorted, "What are you talking about? We already took down the core." Panic rippled through the ranks. A desperate cry cut through the air, "Boss!" The situation was far from over. Even with the core seemingly destroyed, a grave danger remained. "Even if we break the core, the monsters won't come out of the portal." A voice boomed, "Block it, move." "Calm down." The bespectacled soldier's face was etched with grim determination. He explained, "There's research showing that monsters in extreme fear escape through the portal." A panoramic view of a city revealed the horrifying implications of his words. "At this rate, a ton of monsters will escape outside." One of the soldiers, his face grim, declared, "I have to survive first." A female soldier, her expression a mixture of concern and resolve, spoke up. "He's right. We have to destroy the core now. The ones who can live should live, right?" "Wait." The soldiers prepared for a final stand, their shields raised. A strange energy pulsed from the ground. The female soldier noticed something unusual, her hand reaching out cautiously. What is it?" The female soldier addressed her comrades with a fierce urgency. "Listen up. We're the only ones who can stop that right now." A woman with long dark hair, clad in a white skirt and dark top, stood amidst a fiery, chaotic scene. Her expression was one of alarm as she shouted a warning. The portal, a source of immense danger, had opened in the heart of Seoul. A man with short, light brown hair, dressed in dark armor, watched the unfolding catastrophe. He grimly assessed the situation, understanding the gravity of the threat. Stopping the disaster was paramount, he knew, even if it proved easier said than done. The woman, her face etched with determination, stood defiant against the man. He urged her to move, his voice laced with frustration and urgency, a stark contrast to her calm resolve. The air crackled with tension. The woman's eyes reflected a mixture of weariness and frustration. A sigh escaped her lips as she muttered to herself, expressing her annoyance at the unfolding events. Suddenly, a blur of motion indicated a swift attack. The scene shifted, emphasizing the speed and force of the unseen assailant. The man leaped into action, engaging in a fierce sword fight with the woman. He grunted in exertion as the battle intensified. A swift, powerful blow sent the man flying. The impact was clearly felt. A man with dark hair and a surprised expression witnessed the scene, his mouth agape as he watched the events unfold before him. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the recent battle, calmly explained the situation to the dark-haired man. Their primary objective was to protect the core, as the monsters were fleeing the fire and unlikely to interfere. The battlefield was a chaotic maelstrom of fire and destruction. Amidst the carnage, a young man with short brown hair stood firm, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, assessing the situation. "If we only need to protect the core, the odds are low, but it might still be doable." He nodded slowly, a plan forming in his mind. A woman in ornate armor appeared beside him, her brow furrowed in concern. She questioned him, "All right then, just take care of anything that slips past us." "What?" The young man, seemingly unfazed by her apprehension, prepared himself for action. With a powerful surge of energy, he drew his sword, its blade glowing with an ethereal light. He moved with incredible speed and precision, deflecting a massive blow from a colossal enemy. A pink energy surged from a device on his arm. The woman watched in disbelief as he faced the enormous threat alone. "You seriously? Are you really going to stand alone against something that big?" He warned her sharply, "Don't come any closer." He explained his reasoning, "Because you'll just get in the way." A surge of crimson energy enveloped him as he activated a powerful ability. Giant's power active. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos. Amidst the carnage, Kang Hyun, a figure cloaked in shadow, activated his abilities. First, Wayne's secret ignited, followed by Antria's skin. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The power coursing through him was immense, almost overwhelming. With a surge of newfound strength, a grim determination settled upon his face. Berserker mode engaged, amplifying his already formidable abilities. He muttered to himself, "Shall I fight properly for once?" He stood, a colossus amidst the fiery destruction, his back to the viewer, a shield at his side. The battlefield raged behind him, a testament to his power. Meanwhile, some distance away, two figures observed the scene. One, a woman with dark hair, spoke, "Lord Kong Hyan, don't worry about him, he won't die." Her companion, a man with blonde hair, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and amusement. The woman continued, "Are you saying this because you have that feel again?" Back on the battlefield, Kong Hyun found himself facing a fresh wave of enemies. He let out a battle cry, "HHUEK," as he braced himself for the onslaught. Kong Hyun, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, stood amidst a fiery inferno. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, reflecting the hellish landscape around him. He collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. The impact sent tremors through the scorched earth. Yet, even as he fell, a surge of energy erupted from him, a wave of crimson light that obliterated the surrounding enemies. Their bodies were vaporized in an instant. The wave of energy continued its relentless assault, decimating the enemy ranks with brutal efficiency. Dozens of figures were eradicated in a bloody spectacle. With each passing moment, the sheer power of his unexplained ability became more terrifyingly evident. He was a force of nature, a whirlwind of destruction. Moments later, three figures watched from a distance, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. One of them, his voice barely a whisper, expressed his astonishment. "Seriously, he's taking all of them." Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged at them, its roar echoing across the battlefield. The three soldiers reacted instantly. A woman, her eyes wide with determination, barked orders, "Everyone, engage in combat. We'll take care of the rest." A woman with dark hair, clad in battle armor, screamed in frustration as she watched two soldiers struggle against a monstrous foe. The creature, a hulking brute with gray skin, easily deflected their attacks. Suddenly, a blonde-haired soldier lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp shriek. The blow connected, but the creature barely flinched, its shield absorbing the impact. The soldier grunted in pain, clearly overmatched. Another soldier, this one with dark hair, intervened, his spear striking with deadly accuracy. He swiftly dispatched the creature, earning a word of praise from the woman. But their respite was short-lived. Another arrow, swift and deadly, found its mark, piercing the heart of the dark-haired soldier. He collapsed to the ground. The arrow, imbued with dark energy, continued its trajectory, arcing through the air. The source of the deadly projectile was revealed, a woman with dark hair, her expression grim as she knocked another arrow, her movements precise and deadly. With deadly accuracy, she loosed another arrow, striking a second creature in the forehead. The arrow's trajectory was shown again, emphasizing its speed and power as it found its mark. The arrow vanished into the creature, leaving only a trail of crimson. A grotesque, orcish creature, its face contorted in a silent roar, met a swift and brutal end. Blood spurted from a fresh wound in its forehead. Kong Hyun, a young man with blonde hair, dodged a massive blow from the orc, his movements fluid and precise. He wielded a spiked weapon, its dark purple glow hinting at potent magic. "Sis Sunga, nice shot," he shouted, acknowledging a supporting attack. He lunged forward, his weapon arcing in a deadly crescent. "Now die," he hissed, the attack connecting with its target. The impact was explosive, a wave of crimson energy engulfing the orc as it was violently torn apart. Despite the blood splattering across his face, Kong Hyun grinned, a triumphant expression etched on his features. "I knew it," he exclaimed, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. A strange feeling washed over him, a familiar yet unsettling sensation. Meanwhile, a smaller, reptilian creature loomed, its arrow aimed at Kong Hyun. Kong Hyun's ally, presumably Sunga, warned him of the impending danger. "Sis, avoid it." The arrow hurtled towards him with deadly intent. A young woman, Sunga, collapses to the ground, a blade piercing her chest. Blood blossoms around the wound as she gasps her last breath. Below her, a young man with blonde hair watches in horror, his face contorted in anguish. "Sis Sunga," he cries out, his voice filled with despair. The blonde young man's eyes glow with an unnatural crimson light as his face darkens, his mouth agape in a silent scream. A wave of dark energy seems to emanate from him, a palpable sense of raw power and grief. The scene opens on a young woman, clad in simple leather armor, collapsing to the ground. An arrow, tipped with a strange, glowing green substance, protrudes from her chest. Blood blossoms around the wound, staining her attire. Nearby, a young man with short, dark hair witnesses the event, his face contorted in anguish. He cries out, "Sister Sunga." He draws a sword, the movement blurred by speed and intensity. A guttural sound, a raw expression of grief and fury, accompanies the action. The young man confronts a grotesque goblin, its features sharp and menacing. The creature lunges, its maw open in a silent roar. The goblin's attack connects, and the young man is thrown back, a look of pained surprise on his face. He is clearly injured. He falls to the ground, his body impacting heavily. The impact is shown in a close-up. He mutters to himself, "I know, I don't have any mana," acknowledging his powerlessness. He continues his internal monologue, but to get beaten by goblins, it's pathetic. A crimson energy erupted from Kong Hyun's hand, engulfing a hulking, gray-skinned goblinoid warrior. The creature roared in pain and surprise. What the hell? The energy subsided, leaving behind a smoking crater. Kong Hyun, his eyes glowing an ominous red, let out a low chuckle. It's been a while since I had something refreshing, damn. He examined his chest, where a deep wound had been moments before. Now, only a faint scar remained, glowing faintly with the same crimson energy. The scene shifted. Kong Hyun stood amidst a chaotic battlefield, his eyes still burning with crimson light. He moved with unnatural speed, his sword blur. He lunged forward, his blade cleaving through a massive, armored foe. Blood sprayed across the panel. The impact was brutal, sending the enemy reeling. The force of the blow was immense. Kong Hyun stood, panting slightly, but otherwise unharmed. A dark, almost supernatural energy pulsed from him. He stared, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. He didn't understand what was happening, but he felt powerful. The battle raged. Miss Sunga, a warrior clad in leather armor, found herself impaled by a monstrous creature's claw, a crude arrow protruding from her side. Her cry for help echoed through the chaos. A hulking, grotesque creature, its features vaguely reptilian, fell to the ground, bisected by a swift, clean strike. Kong Hyun, a young man with dark hair and equally dark eyes, moved with lethal efficiency. He dispatched the creature with a single, powerful blow, his movements a blur of motion. Another monstrous creature lunged at him, spear poised to strike. But Kong Hyun anticipated the attack, deflecting the blow with his own weapon. The spear found its mark, piercing his armor. He staggered, blood blooming on his chest. Despite the injury, Kong Hyun let out a short, humorless laugh. He admitted to himself that his mana was almost depleted, and his previous maneuvers were nothing more than desperate tricks. He felt a sharp pain as the creature's spear pierced him. He realized that his attempt to strengthen his arms had left his body vulnerable. A dismissive thought crossed his mind. He never cared much for his own body in a fight anyway. Then, a notification appeared. Antria's skin has been lifted. A monstrous creature, its features vaguely reptilian, stared with wide, terrified eyes. Its expression was one of pure, unadulterated fear. The cause of its terror became immediately clear. A mana explosion, a swirling vortex of raw magical energy, threatened to consume it. At the heart of the explosion, a figure stood defiant. Kong Hyun, his silver hair whipping in the blast, unleashed a wave of power that dwarfed even the initial eruption. The creature, along with its surroundings, was obliterated in a flash of light and energy. Moments later, a hand, mangled and bloody, reached out from the dissipating energy. The bones were visible through the shredded flesh. Sunga, another warrior, knelt beside the injured man, concern etched on her face. "Sunga, are you all right?" she asked. Kong Hyun, his body torn and bleeding, struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed on something beyond Sunga. Sunga, noticing his condition, gasped. "Lord Kong Hyun," she stammered. He responded curtly, fine later." Ignoring his grievous wounds, Kong Hyun limped away, muttering, "Just do this for now. I don't have the time right now." A battlefield, still smoldering from recent conflict. Sunga, a young woman with a bow and arrow, approached a gravely wounded man, his armor stained crimson. Concerned, she asked if his legs were all right, suggesting he leave first. He simply replied, "Then go first." The wounded man, Kong Hyun, winced, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His thoughts turned to the others, the Danglin guild master and the rest of his comrades. He instructed Sunga to evacuate immediately, without waiting for a signal. Sunga, distressed, questioned his decision, voicing her concern for his safety. Kong Hyun, ignoring her worry, told her to look closely. He turned, a grim smile playing on his lips, his wounds seemingly insignificant against the backdrop of the fiery sunset. He pointed to his chest, where a spear protruded, blood still flowing. "Do I look like someone who's going to die?" Sunga, shocked by his nonchalance, could only utter his name in disbelief. He reassured her, stating that he would follow her orders. As Sunga ran off, Kong Hyun watched her go, a determined look on his face. Kong Hyun began to walk away, his steps firm despite his injuries. Kong Hyun, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, stood amidst the chaos of battle. His clothes were torn, stained with blood, but his eyes burned with fierce resolve. He clutched a glowing orb of energy in his hand, a strange power emanating from within. With a swift, powerful movement, he unleashed the energy. A wave of light sliced through the air, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave outwards. His opponents, monstrous creatures, were caught in the blast. The attack sent one of the creatures sprawling, its body momentarily frozen in midair before crashing to the earth. Kang Hyun's breath hitched. This was a desperate gamble. He looked to his allies, their faces grim. "Shall we try buying some time?" one of them asked, the question hanging heavy in the air as more of the monstrous creatures approached. Kang Hyun knew this was their only chance. He focused his remaining energy, preparing for a final, devastating attack. He unleashed a mana explosion, a torrent of raw magical energy that engulfed the battlefield in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The explosion left behind a scene of utter devastation. Smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the aftermath. Through the smoke and flames, a lone figure emerged, Kang Hyun, seemingly unscathed, his sword held high. He had survived, but what cost? The battlefield was a horrifying tableau of carnage. Two bodies, consumed by flames, lay amidst a sea of blood, their lifeless forms a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Amidst the fiery chaos, Kang Hyun, his body battered and bleeding, struggled to remain conscious. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The inferno raged, consuming everything in its path. A fiery vortex swirled, the air thick with the smell of smoke and death. Kang Hyun stood amidst the devastation, his back to the viewer, a lone figure silhouetted against the apocalyptic backdrop. He seemed to be contemplating the destruction he had wrought. A surge of energy emanated from within him, a crimson glow pulsating beneath his skin. A glowing orb materialized above him, a beacon of power in the desolate landscape. A voice, filled with urgency, cut through the silence. "Now we have to break the core now." Han Sien, her face etched with worry, watched from a distance as another soldier reported on Kang Hyun's condition. Her expression was one of grave concern. She vehemently disagreed with the soldier's assessment. The soldier stated, "Mr. Kang Hyun is still dashed before being cut off by the intensifying flames." Sien, her determination unwavering, began to approach the inferno, her boots crunching on the scorched earth. She called out, "Guildmaster Han Sien." Amidst a fiery landscape, a female archer, her brow furrowed in concentration, nocked an arrow. Beside her, another woman watched with a worried expression, urgently instructing, "When the signal comes, evacuate the unit first and get out." The second woman questioned, "The signal? When and how will the signal?" A brilliant blue light erupted, engulfing the second woman. The narration box confirmed, "The dungeon's main core has been removed." Following the core's removal, a portal shimmered into existence, a gateway to the outside world. The archer, witnessing this, stood ready. The archer's eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" Meanwhile, a powerfully built man, Kang Hyun, emerged from the flames, his body scarred but resolute. The archer let out a short laugh. "Huh," she declared, "we're free to leave now." The archer called out, "Everyone, evacuate from the dungeon." Lord Kang Hyun, a young woman, her face etched with worry, confronted a blonde man. "Sis, what do you think you're going in that state? Are you crazy?" she insisted, despite his protests. "But, bro, Kang Hyun will be okay." The blonde man, his face bruised and bloodied, argued back. "You can barely stand in that condition. Just stay back." Undeterred, she pleaded with him. "Just trust bro Kang Hyun like always." The woman's concern was palpable, a deep wound marred her shoulder. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man with dark hair closed his eyes, a silent determination settling upon his features. He uttered a single word, "All right." A large, imposing structure, resembling a gate, opened in the middle of a city street. Several figures stood before it, observing. The young woman and the blonde man stood together, her injury still evident. He gently tended to her wound. Kang Hyun, a man whose features spoke of weariness and grim determination, stood amidst the urban sprawl. Behind him, a figure clad in dark, imposing armor stood silently, a stark contrast to the city's mundane backdrop. Two individuals approached him. A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, addressed him formally. A man stood beside her, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Kang Hyun, a silent observer. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed something unexpected. A cloud of dark smoke billowed, obscuring the view, before a heavily wounded foot emerged from a haze. The scene shifted. A bloody blade lay discarded near a shadowed figure standing before a large stone structure. The woman and the man from before reacted with alarm, calling out to Kang Hyun, their voices filled with urgency and concern. The woman's expression changed to one of disbelief and dawning comprehension as she observed the scene. A close-up on the woman's eye revealed her astonishment. The man beside her reacted with disbelief, questioning what he had just witnessed. His incredulity was palpable. Blood stained Kang Hyun's clothes as he stood amidst the chaos of battle. His eyes were closed, his body still. Observers nearby whispered amongst themselves, questioning if he had simply fainted. A woman, her face etched with worry, stared at him. Beside her, a man with a grim expression shared her concern. Their hushed conversation hinted at disbelief. Could he have fallen while still standing? Suddenly, a blond man appeared, his smirk betraying a cruel amusement. He pointed at Kang Hyun's temple, a knowing glint in his eyes. The blond man gestured, and Kang Hyun's body convulsed violently. Blood spattered as he fell to the ground once more. The blond man chuckled, his inner thoughts confirming his suspicions. His instincts had been right all along. He had expected this. Kang Hyun lay still, a faint glow emanating from his chest. A nearby comrade whispered, "Bro, Kang Hyun is the best." The scene opens with a fierce confrontation. A man in metallic armor, his face contorted in rage, lunges forward, shouting, "Hey, you bastard!" He is met with swift resistance. A blow connects, sending him reeling back with a grunt of pain. Ugh. The armored man, clearly distressed, demands, "Are you insane? Are you crazy? We almost died because of you. Do you know that?" To which the other replies, "I couldn't do anything either. There was nothing I could do, damn it." The scene shifts, showing the man in armor clutching the other, who is clearly injured and struggling for breath. Another man, watching from a distance, shouts, "Mr. Kang Hyun, what are you thinking?" The focus returns to Kang Hyun, who, despite his injuries, smirks and says, "Sorry to bother you while you're busy." He continues, "Hand over the items, you fucker." The scene cuts to a tense moment. Kang Hyun stands amidst armed guards, his sword drawn, facing the armored man who is trying to stop him. A guttural sound escaped Kang Hyun's lips, a pained groan barely audible above the rhythmic beeping of machines. His eyes, though still closed, hinted at a dawning awareness. He awoke to find himself in a sterile hospital room. A young man with blonde hair, his features sharp and alert, stood over him. "Ah, you're awake," the young man stated, his tone professional but tinged with relief. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, her face etched with worry, rushed into the room. "Lord Kang Hyun!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of relief and alarm. Kang Hyun winced, a sharp pain shooting through his body. "It hurts like hell," he muttered, his voice raspy. The young woman, clearly distressed, cried out again, "Lord Kang Hyun! Goodness, what's wrong with you?" He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. "Wait, I'm still a little sore, ugh," he managed to gasp out. His thoughts drifted back to the day of his supposed demise. The location, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon, Vanandi's Forest. The aftermath of a catastrophic raid was still fresh. The Guardian Guild, decimated, had paid a heavy price. Losing their guild master was only the beginning of their troubles. More than just a loss of combat strength, the Guardian's actions during the raid had jeopardized the entire team, sparking outrage and calls for accountability. The Flame Dragon Guild found itself at the heart of a maelstrom of controversy. Online, the public debated the events, with accusations flying. The online discussions were heated, ranging from accusations of incompetence to speculation about the raid's true cause. Many questioned the guild master's actions and demanded consequences. Amidst the chaos, a new narrative began to emerge. The name Kang Hyun was mentioned, his actions during the raid slowly coming to light. Despite the small size of his team, only 3 members, Kang Hyun's heroic intervention had been enough to elevate his guild to the top 10. His actions, however, were not without criticism. The online community was divided, with some praising his skill and others criticizing his methods. Many online comments expressed frustration and annoyance with Kang Hyun's perceived clumsiness and questionable decisions during the raid. The intense online debate continued, with both fervent supporters and harsh critics weighing in. The controversy surrounding Kang Hyun's actions showed no signs of abating. A young man, absorbed in his phone, browses the internet. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a slight furrow in his brow. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. 2 individuals sit at a table littered with empty cans and snacks. One, a young woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, is intensely focused on her phone. The other, a blond young man, watches her with a mixture of concern and amusement. He asks, "Sis, are you on the internet again?" The young woman, clearly irritated, replies, "Aren't you getting tired of it? Why are people even bringing up Han Se-yeon here? That's such pathetic fanboy shit. I'm giving a lesson to someone who clearly lacks online etiquette." The blond man sighs, taking another drink. He says, "Geez, you just really like to stick your nose into everything." The woman, momentarily distracted, exclaims, "Kaya." Her brother offers her a drink, saying, "Sis, have a drink too." She replies, "I've had enough." He changes the subject, asking, "By the way, isn't bro Kang Hyun late? It's kind of boring without him. I'm worried." The blond man confidently states, "If you ask me, he's probably already fully recovered on the first day. His regeneration speed is insane." The woman reacts with a surprised expression. A comical illustration appears, depicting Kang Hyun being split in half by a hammer, only to immediately reform into 2 identical copies of himself. She says that's. The blond man simply nods, saying, yes. Well, so, 2 young adults sat at a table littered with empty food containers and energy drinks. One, a young woman with long black hair, diligently worked on something, while the other, a blond young man, leaned back, complaining, "There's nothing to do. I'm bored." The blond man continued, sometimes this kind of thing is so thrilling too. He then suggested, want to throw some daggers since you're bored? The woman, without looking up from her work, replied, sure, sounds good. Meanwhile, in a separate office, a man sat hunched over his desk, looking overwhelmed. He muttered to himself, bastard, would kill you to help a little. He continued his lament, detailing his workload, from membership inquiries, ad inquiries, sponsorship requests, and even dungeon raid scheduling. I've been working overnight for days, and the workload just keeps growing. His face contorted in distress. Something's wrong. Something's seriously wrong. He abruptly stood and left his office. Back with the two young adults, a third individual entered. One of them greeted him, ah, you're here. The other exclaimed, Lord Kong Hyan. Kong Hyan smirked. It's total chaos without me, huh? The scene opens in a modern office. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in a sharp suit, greets a more casually dressed man with longer, darker hair and a leather jacket. Mr. Jaemon, long time no see. Mind if I drop the formalities? The man in the leather jacket smiles broadly. Ah yes, you could just call me Jaemon. The suited man's smile falters. He stares at the incredibly messy desk. Clean up your desk and get to work. A disturbing thought crosses his mind. How can anyone stay sane in this mess? Well, yeah, I guess that's possible. Jaemon admits, it's true my desk was kind of a mess. The suited man's response is immediate and explosive. Bullshit. He continues, his voice laced with anger. If you're going to nitpick, shouldn't you start from that side? The suited man's face contorts into a disturbing grin. A dark thought flashes through his mind. Should I kill them? Jaemon, seemingly unfazed, replies calmly. Well okay. Clean up when you have time. Inside a dimly lit room, Kong Hyun, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, addressed Sunga, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, who held a bow. He said, all right, Sunga. Sunga, surprised, questioned, yes? Kong Hyun explained, I was hesitant to give you this. He presented her with a unique-looking bow. Sunga's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined the item. A detailed description of the bow appeared. Bow of Anandi's Great Warrior. Rank, C. Durability, 98/100. Description, a relic once used by the Archmage of Anandi. It's easy to handle, light, and very durable. Additional skill, magic arrow infusion. Kong Hyun smiled, stating, I think you'll make the best use of it among us. Sunga, blushing, exclaimed, it needs a bit of mana, but works even without arrows. Plua. Sunga expressed her gratitude, shouting, thank you, Lord Kong Hyan. Kong Hyun playfully teased, bro, you don't have anything for me? How about this? Like you're cute or something. Another man, seemingly concerned, approached Kong Hyun, saying, you're so mean, I was really worried about you. Fuck, you were just drinking beer, weren't you? Ah, busted. A grainy image flickered on a security monitor, showing a young man with a pensive expression. He seemed to be waiting, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, outside the building, Han Saiwan, from the Guardian Guild, stood before an intercom, a question hanging in the air. Is this the Badass Guild office? From inside, a voice responded curtly, yes it is. And you are? Saiwan identified himself, adding, I'm Han Saiwan, from the Guardian Guild. Do you remember? Inside the Badass Guild office, a young man with blonde hair adjusted a dial on a device, muttering to himself about the strange people they attract. He wondered if it was door-to-door sales or something more sinister. His colleagues, a group of young adults in dark jackets, speculated that the visitor could be a cult recruiter. Saiwan pressed the intercom button again, a confused expression crossing his face. He questioned, what the? You really don't know me? His voice took on a desperate edge. Have you forgotten me? The city skyline of a sprawling metropolis dominated by towering skyscrapers stretched out before us. A cold, hard steel and glass landscape, reflecting the harsh reality of the world. A man with short, blonde hair stood with his back to us, his shoulders slumped in a posture that spoke of weariness. He wore a light-colored suit, seemingly out of place in the harsh urban environment. His thoughts, a torrent of memories, flooded his mind. He recalled a past event, a raid, a shared meal with comrades. The man, still facing away, pressed a button on a nearby wall. The memory of the shared meal lingered, a stark contrast to his current isolation. Han Saiwan, the temporary guild master of the Guardian Guild, sat in his office, his expression serious. He was a man of sharp features and neatly styled orange hair, dressed in a tailored suit. He was interrupted by the arrival of Kong Hyan, the guild master of the Badass Guild. Kong Hyan, a man with dark hair and a more casual demeanor, introduced himself, though he seemed to already know Saiwan. Saiwan offered Kong Hyan a can of Sound of Vitality, a fizzy drink, which Kong Hyan accepted with a comment about the time of day. The scene shifted to show several cans of the same drink scattered on a table, along with other snacks. Saiwan questioned Kong Hyan's choice to drink alcohol in the office during the day. Ignoring the comment, Kong Hyan proceeded to drink the beverage. Saiwan glanced toward the commotion happening outside the office, expressing his uncertainty about what was going on. He then turned his attention back to Kong Hyan, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Kong Hyun explained that his guild was currently very busy, and he was there to express his gratitude. Kong Hyun stated that he owed Saiwon a debt for saving his life, leaving Saiwon slightly confused. The image shows a close-up of Kong Hyun's eyes, wide with a dawning realization. His expression is one of confusion and dawning horror. Meanwhile, another man, his face pale and drawn, speaks. He confesses that they've reached their limit and begs for a ride. Suddenly, Kong Hyun cries out, a sharp sound of recognition. Memory floods back to him. The pale man, now visibly wounded, is addressed. He is called the one who couldn't go back and made a fuss. Kong Hyun confirms the accusation, adding that it's been a while since they last met. The scene shifts to an office. Kong Hyun sits at a table, confused by the number of people visiting him. He questions the unusual amount of visitors. Another man, presumably an assistant, is instructed to investigate. The assistant, visibly disturbed, observes someone approaching. He curses under his breath. His face reflects growing unease as he watches the approaching figure. A hand reached out, fingers splayed, as if grasping at something unseen. A murmured question escaped the lips of its owner. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in a leather jacket, sat at a table littered with takeout containers and chopsticks. His expression was one of urgent concern. He addressed someone unseen, his voice strained. Hey, I think you need to see this for yourself. Another man, sharply dressed in a suit, stared in disbelief at a security monitor. His face was a mask of horror. He whispered, "Teach that's." The camera focused on a brutally injured man, his body marred by deep wounds. Blood matted his hair and clung to his torn clothing. He was clearly near death. The caption read, "A person who is on the verge of death." The focus shifted to a young man with dark hair, his expression thoughtful and pensive. He leaned his head on his hand, lost in contemplation. He was surrounded by several other individuals, including the injured man from the previous scene, who was now lying on a makeshift stretcher. One of them, a man in a suit, spoke, "You're the one who bought me beef before. Oh, you remember." Another, identifying himself as Joe Dongwon, the vice guild master of the Hasten Guild, added, "Right?" The young man responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Of course, I remember. You bought me beef, after all." The suited man's eyes widened in surprise. "Just because of beef?" The scene opens on a young man, his face etched with worry, lying on a makeshift cot. Bandages and medical supplies are scattered nearby. A voice, calm yet inquisitive, asks, "So what brings you here?" Instead of going to the hospital, he shifts slightly, wincing in pain, a low groan escaping his lips. His body, though muscular, bears the clear signs of a brutal beating. The camera angle shifts to reveal another man, kneeling beside the injured one. His face is filled with desperate plea as he cries out, "Please save my brother." He looks up, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern, a silent question hanging in the air. The scene changes to a dimly lit room. A group of people are gathered around a table, their expressions serious. One of them speaks, "So, your older brother was abducted, right?" The injured man, his name Joe Sungchan, weakly confirms. Another member of the group introduces themselves. "We're the guild masters of the Hasten Guild." The brother explains, "Hasten is a guild my brother and I founded." The brother continues, "Those kidnappers are the Youngjin Guild, right?" "It's the Youngjin Guild." Another member of the group nods. Okay. Is there need to use proper names for the things that broke our car door?" The scene opens with a man, his hands clenched, his knuckles white. He sits, his posture slumping with exhaustion. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. How did he end up in this state? He explains that his current predicament stems from an all-out war with the Youngjin Guild. The man continues, recalling a previous conversation. The image shows a large capsule, hinting at the nature of the conflict. He reveals that the Youngjin Guild used a power-enhancing drug, turning their members into formidable opponents. The ensuing battle left the man's guild utterly defeated, with many injured and dozens dead. The scene depicts the grim aftermath of the conflict. The man recounts the devastating losses suffered by his guild, emphasizing the heavy toll of the war. Despite the defeat, the Youngjin Guild went further, abducting the man's brother, the guild master. Two other individuals, a woman and another man, listen intently. The conversation shifts to the police's inaction, highlighting the practical extraterritoriality of dungeons and the authorities' reluctance to interfere in matters concerning awakeners. The man ponders the Youngjin Guild's actions, questioning their motives and the extent of their animosity. Kong Hyun, a young man with a bandage on his forehead, stared blankly ahead. His expression was one of profound weariness, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated exhaustion. He reflected on the events that had transpired, muttering to himself that there was nothing between them that could be called a grudge. The scene shifted to a bloody landscape, the crimson staining the earth. A dark shadow loomed, hinting at a violent struggle. His thoughts continued. After those men used the drug, their personalities became noticeably more ferocious. Kong Hyun, still deep in thought, pondered the events. He mused on the promise they made last time and the suspicious nature of the drug. The scene changed to the exterior of a building, the KHIT Tower, with the words "Badass Kong Cha" prominently displayed. A young woman, her face partially obscured, expressed her gratitude. Inside the building, the woman was guided to the second basement floor. Two figures, their faces unseen, accompanied her. One of them commented that it was the perfect timing. A group of men, including Kang Hyun, stood before an elevator. One of them stated their intention to avenge their poppy. Kang Hyun, however, questioned the identity of this poppy, his confusion evident on his face. Another man, seemingly surprised by the question, echoed his confusion. The scene shifted to a customized black van, emblazoned with a badass logo. A voice, presumably Kang Hyun's, expressed annoyance at the vehicle's name, urging that it be scrapped. Despite the complaint, another man found the name cool, prompting a sarcastic retort from the first speaker. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, sat across from a blonde man in a suit. He seemed slightly perplexed, muttering a quiet The blonde man, clearly flustered, explained that he had been away for a while, apologizing for the delay. He then launched into an explanation of his organization's mission. He emphasized that the Guardian Guild's primary goal was the protection of humanity. His words were punctuated by a sense of urgency. Having learned of the Yungjin Guild's nefarious activities, the blonde man declared he couldn't stand idly by. Kang Hyun listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. The conversation shifted to a mysterious drug. The blonde man revealed that ingesting it would make one stronger and more ferocious. His voice cracked with a hint of desperation. He connected this drug to a recent strategy meeting, recalling that their guild master had mentioned it. His concern was palpable. Kang Hyun, seemingly pondering the implications, touched his chin thoughtfully. A connection was forming in his mind. He casually dismissed his own suggestion as a mere hypothesis, but the seed of suspicion had been planted. The blonde man, visibly shaken, realized the situation was far more complex than he initially thought. Kang Hyun, a young man with a thoughtful expression, stroked his chin. A murmur escaped his lips. That makes sense. The scene shifted to a bustling city street. A large billboard displayed the image of a charismatic man, the guild master. Below, the name of the guild was subtly visible. Inside, two figures conversed. One, a woman with sharp features, reported, "Jo Dongwon has made contact with a badass guild." The woman, elegantly sipping wine, reacted with a knowing smile. "Kang Hyun? Ah." She continued, "Right, Kang Hyun." The scene abruptly changed to show a bloodied figure lying on the ground. The woman's voice, cold and calculating, cut through the air. "The bastard who beat up our guild members, right?" She raised her glass, a chilling smile playing on her lips. "A perfect time." The woman's expression twisted into a predatory grin as she crushed the glass in her hand, blood splattering across the frame. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent intensity. The vehicle sped down the highway, a blur of motion. A hand gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. Inside, Kang Hyun, the driver, found himself questioning his current predicament. He wondered why he was behind the wheel of this speeding van, surrounded by four other men. His confusion deepened as he glanced at the vehicle's exterior, muttering about the absurdity of the situation. One of the passengers, a muscular man, explained that they were on their way to take a drug called Monster Power. He confirmed that it came in pill form. Kang Hyun questioned the plan, wondering if they were going unprepared, just the five of them. Another passenger, a younger man with a skull emblem on his jacket, began to use his phone. He assured the others that he had connections, which explained their current situation. The muscular man acknowledged this. The phone lay on a desk, the screen displaying an incoming call from someone named Hyung Ryan. Kang Hyun sat in his office, a look of concern etched onto his face. The dimly lit room, lined with bookshelves overflowing with volumes, amplified the seriousness of the moment. His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. A call came in. He answered, his voice a calm counterpoint to the urgency he felt. On the other end was Mr. Taegil, his tone brimming with excitement. Kang Hyun listened, his expression shifting from polite curiosity to utter bewilderment. Taegil explained about a new energy drink, a drug-like substance that enhanced human capabilities. He was clearly thrilled by the prospect. Kang Hyun, though initially skeptical, acknowledged having heard rumors of such a substance. Taegil pressed on, requesting immediate troop support. His enthusiasm was unwavering, bordering on reckless. Kang Hyun was taken aback by the sheer scale of the request. He found the situation absurd. He ran a hand through his hair, his frustration evident. The request was unprecedented, defying standard procedure. Kang Hyun, a young man with dark hair, held his phone to his ear, his expression grim. He was clearly troubled. Support was difficult, he explained, due to a significant portion of their manpower being tied up in the aftermath of a recent dungeon terror incident. His thumb hovered over his phone screen, reviewing a message. He muttered to himself, doubtful of the recipient's cooperation. The scene shifted. A voice, warm and familiar, greeted him. "Oh, little brother Kang Hyun. What's up?" Kang Hyun, still on the phone, replied to his brother, "Dongwoo, bro Dongwoo, it's been a while. How have you been?" Then, he continued the conversation, updating Dongwoo on the conflict between the Yungjin and Hasten guilds. He explained the complexities of the situation, highlighting the limitations imposed by existing alliances. Dongwoo acknowledged his brother's explanation. showing understanding. The scene opens with two men in a vehicle. One, with a bandage on his forehead, expresses his resignation. There's nothing they can do. The other man, seated beside him, explains that there are certain obligations he must uphold as part of the alliance. He offers an alternative. If there's anything he can help with, they should contact him anytime. Meanwhile, a third man, blond with a bandage on his cheek, plays a handheld video game, seemingly unconcerned. The bandaged man, however, is clearly troubled. He wonders aloud if there isn't another option, given the other man's extensive connections. He admits that this isn't the first time they've faced such an impasse. A flashback shows a masked figure, possibly a villain, observing a scene involving two other men in what appears to be a grand hall. Suddenly, the man in the car declares that he knows a solution. His plan? To raid a dungeon, as shown on his phone screen. The entrance to an E-rank dungeon stood before them, its wooden doors reinforced with haphazardly hammered planks, hinting at the chaotic energy within. This was the infamous Village of the Dead. Undead dungeons were once less popular due to their meager byproducts. However, the monsters within now frequently dropped precious metals, transforming these locations into a significant source of funding for the Yongjin Guild. Mountains of gold coins and ornate jewelry glittered, testament to the dungeon's newfound wealth. Two soldiers stood guard outside a small, ramshackle building in the heart of the Village of the Dead, a stark skull lying in the foreground. Inside, a stern-looking commander addressed a group of weary soldiers. He questioned their meager results, his voice laced with impatience. The commander explained that their recent lackluster performance was unacceptable, emphasizing that even covering their basic needs was a struggle given their current yield. He stressed the importance of meeting their quota, even if it meant making a profit. A tense standoff unfolded in a dimly lit forest clearing. One man, his face etched with frustration, barked orders at his companions, "Go out right now and get more." His subordinates, however, remained defiant. "You guys won't get any drug today." The disgruntled hunters argued amongst themselves. "Fuck, you have to give us the drug for us to be able to hunt properly." One complained. Another countered, "That motherfucker, that's just an excuse. He's trying to hog it all for himself." The second hunter continued, his voice laced with suspicion. He became an administrator by using drugs himself, but meanwhile, three figures moved stealthily through the dense forest, their forms barely visible in the mist. Elsewhere, a lone man sat, casually smoking a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned with the events unfolding around him. The man, surrounded by a collection of precious gems, muttered to himself, "Anyway, there are no useful bastards." His frustration mounted as even his lighter betrayed him, now even the lighter's being a bitch. He called out to his unseen companions, "Hey guys, is there anyone who has a light?" His gaze drifted toward a small, isolated house in the distance, a question mark forming on his face. Kang Hyun, clad in worn but sturdy armor, stood amidst a deserted encampment. A single flickering torch cast long shadows. He muttered to himself, questioning the whereabouts of the guards and expressing surprise at the camp's emptiness. He ventured out into the surrounding forest, the dim light of another torch barely illuminating his path through the trees. Suddenly, Kang Hyun stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. A look of dawning horror crossed his face as he saw what lay before him. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its presence filling Kang Hyun with a sense of dread. He could only whisper the word, "Monster." A large owl watched from a tree branch, its gaze fixed on Kang Hyun. He found himself back at the encampment, the scene now chaotic and violent. A fierce battle raged around him. Kang Hyun, despite the terror, found himself laughing maniacally. He admitted to himself that he was scared, but he also recognized the situation for what it was. He realized it was merely an E-rank dungeon, a relatively low-level threat. His fear subsided as he acknowledged his own strength. A guttural shout echoes through the dense forest. "Kulme, you fucker." The words, laced with rage, are barely audible above the sounds of the unseen chaos. The camera focuses on a pair of eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, peering through a veil of swirling, indistinct shapes. The scene is a blur of motion and violence. The blurry shapes resolve slightly, revealing a chaotic struggle. A figure, barely visible, fights desperately against overwhelming odds. The scene shifts. A long shot reveals a desolate landscape, marked by a small, crudely built shelter in a clearing amidst the trees. The air hangs heavy with the scent of death. A lone figure stands before the shelter, his back to the viewer. He is clad in dark, worn clothing, his posture tense and alert. Skulls and bones litter the ground around him, grim testament to recent violence. Suddenly, a man emerges from the trees, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fear. He points frantically towards the clearing. "Over there!" He collapses, his body racked with unseen forces. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the spot where he fell. The lone figure from the clearing moves swiftly, his movements fluid and deadly. He approaches the fallen man, his expression unreadable. The scene opens on a grim landscape, the remnants of a battle strewn across the ground. A man, his face etched with weariness and determination, stands amidst the chaos. His gaze is fixed on something unseen, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He mutters a word, "What?" A question hanging in the air, unanswered. His expression shifts to one of disbelief as he looks down at his hands. Suddenly, a grotesque, wide grin splits across his face, a stark contrast to his previous confusion. His eyes widen, reflecting a terrifying intensity. Another figure, partially visible, watches him with a mixture of fear and awe. The camera focuses on a detail of his armor, hinting at the extent of his injuries. The image transitions to a dark, almost abstract representation of intense energy. A surge of crimson energy erupts, filling the frame with chaotic lines and a sense of overwhelming power. The energy dissipates, revealing a tranquil, misty landscape. Birds fly peacefully in the distance, a stark contrast to the previous scene of violence. The scene shifts to an indoor setting. A woman stares upward, her expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment. She speaks, her voice laced with apprehension. "What are these?" Another person explains, their tone grave. "They are all guild members who were deployed to the village of the dead." A nearby figure whispers, "I'm scared." The scene opens on a grim tableau. A group of injured people lie on the ground, their bodies battered and bruised. One, a man with a pained expression, weakly whispers, "Go away." A bystander observes, commenting on the severity of their condition, noting that it seems like they went through something terrible and are beyond communication. Elsewhere, a man in a suit examines a report. He muses that the incident occurred in a low-level dungeon, questioning how significant the damage could be given the dungeon's classification. The man in the suit carefully holds a crumpled piece of paper. He instructs someone off-panel to deliver it to the guildmaster. The man in the suit grimaces as he examines the note more closely. He exclaims about the terrible handwriting. A threatening message is conveyed. A group known as Badass demands control of the dungeon, threatening to take it over unless Joe Sungchan surrenders his power and the monsters under his control. Failure to comply will result in the systematic seizure of his dungeons. The note is shown again, highlighting the illegible script. The threat of losing his dungeons one by one is reiterated. The man in the suit stares intently at the note, his expression one of dawning comprehension and alarm. The moon hung high in a dark, starless sky, casting long shadows across a dense forest. Inside a dimly lit room, Kang Hyun sat in a chair, nursing a can of soda. A young woman with long black hair offered him a pastry. Two men, one in a suit and the other in plain clothes, watched him silently. One of the men, the one in the suit, checked his phone, then looked up with a concerned expression. Kang Hyun grimaced. "Ugh, it's lukewarm," he muttered. He then mused, "Should I learn ice magic or something?" The woman beside him offered a solution. "I'll bring an icebox next time." The man in the suit turned to his companion, a look of unease on his face. He whispered, "These guys." His companion nodded, equally concerned. "Don't they feel any tension?" he questioned, his voice barely a murmur. Kang Hyun looked up, a question mark forming above his head. He pondered aloud. "Is it really okay to be like this?" "The more time passes, my brother." Kang Hyun, a man of seemingly impeccable manners, insisted everything was fine. He'd even sent a polite letter, following proper etiquette, he stressed. He'd told them, hadn't he? But inside a dimly lit medical tent, a scene unfolded that contradicted his calm demeanor. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. Kang Hyun, however, seemed unconcerned, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually sipped from a can. He mused to himself that perhaps true, gentlemanly conduct was beyond his capabilities. Night had fallen. Two cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, one carrying a torch, the other dragging a struggling form. The struggling figure was roughly thrown to the ground. The cloaked figures moved with a chilling efficiency. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged, a blur of motion. The attack was swift and brutal. Three men, startled, watched in horror as their comrade fell, blood staining his hands. The fallen man groaned, his eyes wide with disbelief. His friend, clearly distressed, called out to him. But Kang Hyun, his expression unreadable, simply uttered a single word, "Hey." A man, his face partially obscured, leans in, concern etched on his features. He asks, "Did you forget something?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Then, a hooded figure, his face partially hidden by bandages, speaks, "What about the drug?" A voice, calm yet urgent, replies, "It's in his pocket. Go ahead and check." Following the instructions, the first man approaches a body lying on the ground, blood staining the earth around it. He reaches for the deceased's pockets. He retrieves something small and carefully examines it. It's a small packet of pills. A soft dot escapes his lips. The man, holding the pills, looks down at the corpse with a mixture of shock and anger. He shouts, "Hey, don't talk nonsense." Another figure, cloaked and shadowed, interjects, "Do you even know how much that drug costs? Do you know who this person is? Our great guilds." The man holding the pills looks up, startled by the interruption. He seems confused, questioning what is happening. A young man, his face partially obscured by a hooded cloak and a bandage across his nose, stared blankly ahead. A single thought echoed in his mind. Vice Guild Master. The scene shifted. Wu Jinhyung, The Vice Guild Master of the Yungjin Guild stood in a dimly lit room. Two figures, their faces obscured by shadow, stood behind him. A man in a leather jacket entered, his expression one of confusion. Huh. The hooded man, his face still partially hidden, approached a fallen figure. He stammered, "Don't be scared." Meanwhile, the man in the leather jacket looked on, his gaze fixed on the hooded figure. He then declared, "I'm the Vice Guild Master of Yungjin." The Vice Guild Master clenched his fist, a surge of determination in his eyes. He stated firmly, "There's nothing to be afraid of." His resolve faltered, however, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. He roared a command, his voice filled with desperate urgency. "Everyone, destroy them." The leather-jacketed man launched into action, a whirlwind of motion as he engaged multiple opponents. His movements were swift and precise, a deadly dance of combat. He watched the unfolding chaos with a chilling, almost gleeful expression. A sinister smile played on his lips. The scene opens with a close-up on a hand gripping a glowing purple blade, sparks crackling around it. A voice, seemingly detached and observing, comments, "What a cool entrance." The camera pulls back to reveal a city street, a large billboard displaying the image of a man with a confident smirk. A question mark floats in a thought bubble, suggesting confusion or uncertainty. Inside a building, two men sit at a desk. One, Vice Guild Master Wu Jinhyung, looks concerned. A report is delivered. 50 people, including Jinhyung himself, have been incapacitated in an attack. A woman stands in the same office, her expression grim. She reports that all personnel are at least seriously wounded. A few are barely clinging to life. The woman's face is shown in close-up, highlighting her distress. Elsewhere, a man asks, "Pardon? Why on earth are they acting like that?" The man's thoughts race, filled with confusion and disbelief. He repeats the same questions over and over, highlighting his bewilderment at the situation. The close-up shifts to a pair of intense, bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. A young woman with dark hair, her face etched with worry, turned to a man unseen, her voice barely a whisper. "Manager. What do you think, manager?" The man, his face obscured by shadow and partially visible, stammered a response, his words laced with uncertainty and fear. "Well, I'm not sure. I'm sore dash." Suddenly, a violent energy erupted. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes roared in pain, a crimson aura surrounding him. The force of the outburst shattered the nearby furniture, sending splinters flying as the young man convulsed. A man in glasses, presumably the manager, was thrown back by the shockwave. He gasped, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. "I did everything, didn't I? I did everything, but why?" His confusion deepened, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. The young woman watched, her expression a mixture of fear and concern. "But why? His desperate cries echoed the turmoil within him. Why? The young woman's face reflected his anguish, her own silent question mirroring his. "Why?" Later, the young woman, her face pale, muttered to herself, the implications of recent events settling in. As expected, after taking that drug, a crimson dust, glittering like 1,000 dying stars, coalesced on the ground. From it, a figure began to take shape, rising from the bloody residue. The figure, a man with dark hair and eyes blazing with barely contained fury, coughed, crimson staining his lips. He muttered, "Everyone's been acting strange." He stood, his surroundings a shattered room. A large axe was in his hand. He growled there. His breathing was ragged, his face etched with exhaustion and a growing horror. He gasped, "Everyone is going crazy." A woman in a business suit approached cautiously. She stammered, "Why, yes." The man, his eyes narrowed, issued a curt command, "Bring the drug. Clean out the guild's vault, and buy whatever there is." His subordinate hesitated, stammering, "Yeah, but Guild Master Dash." The man's face was contorted in grim determination. He interrupted, "Buy it." His voice was low, but carried the weight of a prophecy, because starting now will be a real war. A large billboard displayed the image of a charismatic man with a confident smirk. His hands were neatly folded in front of him, projecting an air of authority. Below, a modern building stood, its glass facade partially shattered, hinting at recent chaos. Inside the damaged building, Kang Hyun stood silhouetted against the cityscape. His back was to the viewer, his posture conveying a profound sadness. A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion, observed him from a distance. "Kang Hyun," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman's gaze shifted to Kang Hyun's face, focusing on a barely visible scar near his eye. "What on earth is your real purpose?" she wondered aloud, her voice laced with suspicion. She continued her internal monologue, struggling to comprehend his actions. "I can't understand his actions with common sense. Let's assume he's asking to release Jo Sung-chan." Her thoughts raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Threatening to hand over all the drugs, or provoking the guild, is why on earth? She questioned, baffled by his erratic behavior. Kang Hyun's eyes, filled with a deep weariness, reflected the weight of his unspoken burdens. The view from shattered window offered a panoramic vista of the city, a stark contrast to the turmoil within the building. The woman's face was etched with worry. "What is it?" she murmured, her voice barely a breath. Despair clouded her thoughts. "Are there really no clues? Not even one?" she despaired, the weight of the mystery pressing down on her. A man with a bandage over his eye, his expression etched with worry and confusion, stared intensely at something unseen. He muttered to himself, questioning the actions of someone named Kong Hyan, wondering if starting a war was the right course of action. The scene shifted to a different location, a shattered office, debris scattered across the floor. A lone figure stood by a large window overlooking a desolate landscape, contemplating the possibility that the recent events were merely part of a larger scheme orchestrated by Kong Hyan. He clenched his jaw, a surge of determination hardening his features. He resolved to uncover Kong Hyan's purpose, understanding that failure to do so would leave him and his allies vulnerable. His face, now contorted in grim resolve, reflected the gravity of the situation. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. If they couldn't decipher Kong Hyan's plan, they risked annihilation. The scene transitioned to a bright, sunny day outside a modern hospital building. Inside, a medical professional checked the blood pressure of a patient, confirming that it was normal. The patient, still bandaged and recovering, was informed that he would receive further treatment later that afternoon. The patient, his face partially obscured by bandages, looked up, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. A sudden realization dawned on him. He finally understood Kong Hyan's ultimate objective. A bloody hand clenched into a fist. The knuckles were raw, the skin torn and marred. A voice, laced with grim satisfaction, observed, "Wow, you're still in the game." The owner of the fist, a man whose face was a tapestry of cuts and bruises, grinned. "The feeling of hitting is so satisfying," he exclaimed, his voice thick with pain and pleasure. His opponent, however, was less than impressed. "What? Of all the moments, are you picking a fight?" He stared at his opponent, a single word hanging heavy in the air. "You?" The battered man's opponent, an older man with bandages covering much of his face, spoke. "What are you doing? I complimented you, so why aren't you laughing?" The older man's face contorted into a manic grin. A low chuckle escaped his lips. "Hi. Hong Chan, the guild master of Yingjin Guild, was furious. The badass guild's provocation had pushed her to the brink. She swiftly rallied her guild members, declaring all-out war. This decision would trigger a conflict of unprecedented scale. A war that would forever be etched into the annals of South Korean history. Never happened. Elsewhere, in a sparsely furnished office, a young man lay asleep on a sofa. Another man worked diligently at a computer. He awoke, noticing a small, glowing orb in his hand. A puzzled expression crossed his face. He wondered aloud, "What the hell is this?" A digital display showed a skill description. Difficulty, 10 out of 10. Description, an Easter egg made by someone who likes pranks. Activated upon destruction. Kong Hyun, a young man with spiky blonde hair, tossed a small, glowing purple device aside. He mused, "It's definitely related to that administrator, but I don't know. I'll probably find a use for it someday." He lay on a couch, looking weary. Another young man, with dark hair, approached him, concerned. Bro, but what happened?" Kong Hyun sighed. "It's been 2 weeks since I beat up the Young's kids, but there's been no bites so far." Them. He looked puzzled. Suddenly, Kong Hyun received an urgent call. He wondered what was going on as he headed towards the building shown in the background. Inside, a man in a suit looked distraught. "So you finally did it." Kong Hyun responded nonchalantly. "Yeah, well, that's how it turned out." Another man, older and more imposing, observed the scene. I see. So you've got." Kong Hyun, a young man with a confident smirk, sat casually, his hands moving with a practiced ease. Bandages wrapped his knuckles, hinting at past battles. He declared, "Of course," in response to an unseen request, his tone suggesting he was in control of the situation. Across the table, a government official watched, his expression unreadable. He tossed a handful of cash onto the table, a gesture of nonchalant generosity. He stated that he was providing something to the association for free. The next image showed 2 pills, their capsules gleaming under the dim light. The implication was clear. These were no ordinary medications. The caption read, "It must be monster power." Hyun accepted the payment, his expression unchanged. He then made a counter-demand. The government had something to do for him. The official, clearly surprised, questioned Hyun's request with a questioning look and gesture. A news report flashed across the screen, detailing the discovery of a new drug, monster power, and its connection to enhanced abilities. The report also noted the drug's tendency to increase violence, prompting a full-scale investigation. Elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair, seemingly unconcerned, scrolled through his phone, reacting with surprise to the news report. He muttered, "Wow, it's real." He and Kong Hyun discussed the government's involvement, with Hyun expressing his cynicism about their motives and capabilities. He scoffed at the idea that the government was too busy to act, stating that if they missed this opportunity, they were simply incompetent. Kong Hyun, a young man with blonde hair, sat on a couch, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrolled through his phone. He seemed lost in thought, his fingers occasionally tracing patterns on the screen. His friend, a man with dark hair, leaned forward, his expression one of concern. "Do you think a war would break out?" he asked. Kang Hyun scoffed. "War, my ass. We got the important stuff. Now what's next?" Kang Hyun pondered. "It could be over with just one phone call. So why waste energy?" A thoughtful expression crossed his face. His friend stood up, extending a hand towards him. "Bro, let's go out." Kang Hyun looked up, a question mark forming on his face. As they stood, a sudden, intense heat filled the room. Kang Hyun's friend exclaimed, "What the?" A raging inferno erupted behind them, consuming the room in flames. Kang Hyun watched the fire from the couch, a look of grim determination on his face. The city outside was ablaze. A massive explosion rocked the building, sending debris flying. The explosion continued, a fiery spectacle of destruction. The scene opens with a figure, seemingly suspended midair, amidst a flurry of dust and debris. The body is partially obscured, but the impression is one of violent disintegration. The perspective shifts, revealing the figure to be falling, the remnants of its form scattering like ash in the wind. Below, a scene of devastation unfolds. The camera focuses on the aftermath, a gaping chasm in the ground, surrounded by smoldering rubble and twisted metal. The scale of destruction is immense. From the wreckage, a figure bursts forth, coughing violently. It is a man, powerfully built, with short, dark hair and a determined expression. He is clearly injured, but his eyes burn with defiance. He struggles to his feet, his body battered and bruised, but his will unbroken. He looks around, his gaze hardening with grim resolve. He turns his back to the camera, his muscular frame silhouetted against the smoke and dust. A single word escapes his lips. "Fuck." Meanwhile, another man, blond and clean-cut, emerges from a doorway, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He shouts at the figure in the distance, "Hey, why are you being a jerk and running away alone?" The injured man, ignoring the other, mutters to himself, "I told you, let's go out. This is serious." He stands amidst the ruins, surveying the devastated cityscape. A sigh escapes him. A colossal skyscraper, pierced by a gaping hole, dominated the skyline. Below, a crowd of onlookers, their faces a mixture of awe and fear, captured the scene on their phones. One man, his voice barely audible above the murmurs, wondered aloud, "Whose work is this, anyway?" The camera focused on one man in the crowd, his back to the viewer, intently recording the damage. The scene shifted abruptly. Two figures stood silhouetted against a stormy sky, perched atop a crumbling structure. One, powerfully built and bare-chested, stood beside a more slender, casually dressed man in a dark jacket. The man in the jacket spoke, his tone laced with amusement. "Bro, cover up a little." Despite the destruction, a sense of relief washed over the muscular man. He asked, "Still, that's a relief. No one got hurt, right?" The muscular man retorted, "Can't you see me, you brat?" The scene shifted again, showing a man lying on the ground, his body bloodied and broken. He groaned, "I'm getting a little sick of it. Please help." His voice rising in desperation, he screamed, "I said help me. You sons of bitches." Emergency responders rushed to the scene, their shouts cutting through the chaos. "There's a patient. Please move aside." A young man, his face pale and marred, lies in a hospital bed. A respirator covers his mouth and nose. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open. A concerned voice asks, "Sir, are you conscious?" The scene shifts to a desolate room, strewn with debris. The air hangs heavy with the scent of destruction. It is clear that a violent struggle has taken place. A man in a sharp suit stands, his expression one of grave concern. He appears to be assessing the damage. Outside, two figures are visible. One, a man with blonde hair, stands over another, who is seated on a rock, his clothes torn and his body bearing the marks of a brutal fight. The blonde man mutters, "The hell." The injured man sits, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and defiance. He is clad in a vibrant, mismatched outfit. The man in the suit approaches, commenting on the other's attire. He remarks, "Look at the state of you. It's this son of a bitch's doing. I told him to quickly buy some clothes, and here we are. Government guy. Long time no see. I look cool, right?" The suited man chuckles, then asks, "So, who committed this act?" The injured man replies, "I don't know. I'm the one who was minding my own business, and suddenly got into trouble. You don't have any idea who it could be? Like something that recently caused someone to hold a grudge." The injured man ponders this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The word grudge hangs in the air. A woman in a red leather jacket and yellow skirt stood with her back to the viewer, her arms crossed. A man in a dark suit observed her from a distance, his expression one of impatience. He muttered to himself, "This is getting long." The man in the suit, his face partially obscured, considered the situation. His internal monologue revealed his concern, even if it's for Kang Hyun. Suddenly, Kang Hyun appeared, striking a dramatic pose. He was dressed in a flamboyant red jacket and yellow pants, his muscular physique on full display. He addressed the suited man, a hint of playful challenge in his tone. Did that give you goosebumps? Sir, you don't have many." Another man, blonde and wearing a leather jacket, approached Kong Hyun, exhaling in relief. Phew, bro. The blonde man gestured towards a distant helicopter, urging Kong Hyun to focus. Stop doing useless things and look at the scoreboard. Kong Hyun looked up, confused, as red fragments fell from the sky. The three men, Kong Hyun, the blonde man, and the suited man, stood on a rocky outcrop, red fragments continuing to rain down around them. Kong Hyun grabbed one of the falling fragments. It appeared to be a piece of cloth. A crumpled piece of paper, stained crimson, lay on a surface. Illegible Korean characters were scrawled across it, hinting at a message of urgency and perhaps violence. The camera focuses on a man's head and shoulders, his dark hair partially obscuring his face. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The man, Kong Hyun, a smirk playing on his lips, examines the crimson paper. He muses, "Look at these bastards." The scene shifts to a sun-dappled forest path. The sounds of labored breathing are audible. A woman in heels walks through the woods, her breathing heavy. She appears distressed. The woman, visibly exhausted, bends over, gasping for air. A man approaches her, his words cutting through the silence. "You look very busy." The woman looks up, startled, as the man continues to approach. He asks, "What's the reason you called me in the middle of being so busy?"